Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell here with you. Dell, did you get Lance in the shot? How's the shot? How's the shot right now?
Do you get shot? Am I in? Am I in the shot?
Okay. Dell's a sniper,
I was thinking of something.
and you keep moving. He's trying to set up the cameras, and you won't come in here
when you leave,
can set them up.
So you can watch us on ESPN, YouTube, ESPN 97.5, and then if you're counterculture, Twitch. I was thinking about this.
Counterculture. If you're a little aggressive, Twitch is probably more for you. Yeah. My daughter watches on Twitch, and she's like,
you need to
Twitch is especially ugly today.
Switch her to the other place
where
YouTube. There's not as much of a chat
Steffi, watch on YouTube because the baby watches every morning.
Yeah, you don't want the baby seeing.
No, the baby does not need to see what Twitch says. Okay, or read what Twitch says.
No, so I was thinking about this yesterday. When you're gone doing the show in LA from time to time, have you figured out what your balance is? Have you figured out how you think you're going to do it? I would do like a 20-10 deal. You don't want to go back and forth every week. That would be dumb.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. You
should just do like a week here, 2 weeks there, a week here.
We'll see.
Something like that.
I'm going back and forth quite a bit to start. Quite a bit.
Yeah, somebody who did that every week. It's really actually it's not that the thing that sucks is having to. You know, the idea that travel's not, all you do is sit on a plane. It's not hard. Travel sucks.
It sucks.
Travel sucks. It's everything.
Especially when you do it
a
lot.
Yeah, it adds up.
It's great when you don't. It's exciting.
Yeah.
It ain't so exciting when you do it a lot.
No, I was doing it every week, and it's, there, back, and going from the West Coast time zone to the East Coast is not, well, we're not East Coast, but going there is great.
Yeah. Yes.
You fly there, and you lose maybe an hour.
Right.
God, wow.
You get there an hour and a half after you left.
Yeah.
Right.
Coming back, it's like you leave at
It's a 9-hour trip.
You leave at 2 in the afternoon. You get back in at 11:30 at night. Right. What has happened? But I was thinking that we should just put some random people in your seat. Like, I was thinking about this. I would probably get in trouble for this with all you crybaby snitches. But, like, what if we had a super hot stripper just sit in your seat, and we don't even talk about it. It's just you got to turn the video on. You got to see. She could just be.
Yeah, working.
No, not stripping.
Okay, so no.
Or it could just be
okay, but what
anybody.
would she be? You're like this, like she's going to work on the computer.
Oh,
what would she
typing,
be doing?
Probably OnlyFans stuff, but just typing.
Okay.
Maybe
she'd do OnlyFans. Del, you on OnlyFans? You're an
Del
OnlyFans
has
guy.
not. Are you on the OnlyFans? Del, do you have any subs?
Do you?
Are you subscribed?
Del,
how many
knew what
OnlyFans
was. He and Raheel knew what OnlyFans was before any of us did.
Yeah. Well, Del knew cam girl stuff.
Yeah, cam girl. As a matter of fact, we knew a cam girl
accidentally.
Yeah, at Prime. She was a.
Yeah, it can be told now since Prime, I think, is closed.
Well, no one knows.
I never see people there.
But no.
Yeah, some girl working there, and somebody that we know just
said, "Hey,
that's a camera girl." Although not from being a camera girl subscriber, just from seeing, the advertisements, and then it checked out. Like, you look at her and you thought, I could see that. She's got a dragon tattoo on her neck or something like that.
Well, she looked like the Red Witch in Game of Thrones.
No,
she looked
maybe Red Witch's daughter.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. But anyway, no, I'm going to do it. I'm going to have a camera, and I'll be on with you, and everybody will be able to see. For those of you who don't know, my wife is the new general manager of KABC in L.A., so I'll be going back and forth. But I'm going to continue to do the show here, a lot from L.A., a lot from here, back and forth, doing a lot of stuff. Somebody asked on Twitter, so where is Granada going to play golf? And I've got some really good stuff already set up. It's going to be totally sweet.
Eric has some courses for you.
Yeah, no, I got to go down there.
I had Eric meet.
I got to play Torrey Pines with him.
I had Eric meet Colin Cowherd yesterday.
Oh yeah, Colin Cowherd.
He met with Greg Toohey, who's a big Houston. He's from Houston, big Astros fan. Maybe he's from Austin originally. But
so he met Colin in L.A.
He went and watched the show. He met with the producers. I hooked him up with the producers, and then he met with Colin. And Colin had a lot of great things, many great things to say about me.
Many great things
to say about me. He said I was the best, the very preeminent draft expert. But no, Eric is. I'm trying to get him on that show a little bit.
So Colin Cowherd did something, and I don't know who the other guy was with him, but they were picking quarterbacks.
Jason McIntyre?
Was it
His
Jason
co-host?
McIntyre? Was it? It was Jason, his co-host.
Probably
I
his
haven't seen the
co-host.
Colin Cowherd show in forever.
Yeah, it's probably
so
his
I don't know.
co-host, Jason
But they were picking quarterbacks. They were drafting NFL quarterbacks back and forth, and they each picked 5. It went Pat Mahomes first, Joe Burrow second. It went, I don't know what order they all went in, but, Lamar and Brock Purdy, and they had 10 quarterbacks, and none of them was C.J. Stroud.
Now, that is shocking.
Okay, so I can't watch you anymore. I can't trust you anymore.
That is shocking. I think Cowherd sometimes tries to be right instead of accurate, and he wasn't all in on Stroud. That's very strange that somebody would not have him in the top 10 unless they forgot about it.
No, he and Jason both.
All right, it's a little bit of stream of consciousness, so we'll get to the Astros, but there's nothing really to get to there. But I was thinking about this. Is Joe Burrow trying too hard? This is not Joe Burrow's engaged in what I would call not quarterback behavior.
Yeah.
It's getting kind of like we joke
Something
about it.
Is
but
up with him.
It's getting kind of weird. Like, I know Joe Burrow's different, and that's one of the things that people like a lot about him. The cigar celebrations, the dances. He's got a little extra flair to him, more so than most quarterbacks. Okay, that's fine. And then he's at a French fashion show with Justin Jefferson. Like, he's got wide receiver behavior going on right now. He's at a French fashion show with his back blown out. He's got he shows up now with his head shaved, but it's blonde like Eminem, like old school Eminem. I don't know. He's doing a lot of extra stuff for an NFL quarterback who's supposed to be a pocket. He's not really acting like a pocket quarterback.
Yeah.
He's not really acting like I think he's got some wide receiver mentality in him, because he's a little different. He's a lot different. So I just want, I still think the football's the football. He's competitive and all that stuff. Like, all the makeup's fine. The football stuff's fine. He's just a little different from all the other quarterbacks. And he comes off as the pasty white guy.
Well, for those of you who haven't seen his new look, I mean, that's what you're talking about. He looks like Eminem.
Yeah.
He looks like Eminem. He's got blonde hair,
super
cut.
He doesn't look like Eminem. He looks like an extra in an Eminem video, a
Okay.
Slim Shady video.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm the real Shady. Or like Susan Powder, if you want to go.
Or the name you came up with in the chat.
Yeah, you said he looks like Megan Rapinoe.
No, you said it.
No,
well,
I didn't.
John mentioned Megan Rapinoe.
I mentioned Megan Rapinoe.
And I said Joe Rapinoe.
Well, you two talking about style is like dumb.
It's not you
Joe
two.
Rapinoe.
It wasn't me talking about
Joe's style. You two can't.
Stop saying you.
Look,
First of all, stop saying you two. It was Lance
you
Raheel.
had a comment in there.
No, I didn't. I gave you the picture, and then Lance Raheel
you
went
said
off.
he looked like an extra in.
I just said it today. Now, Lance and Raheel were having
He
the
had
conversation.
his back blown out. What are you talking about?
All 3 of you talking about style. That's ridiculous.
Once again,
We're not talking about
stop
style. We're
saying
saying
style.
He's dressing like a weird wide receiver.
You went to his defense because
Juju Smith.
when you would never
Burrow.
go to anybody else's defense if you saw that picture of him
No,
wearing
you would
that
have
suit.
immediately gone
Joe
after him.
is the boss. Okay, Joe is.
John said it's like Megan Rapinoe giving other advice to women that she wouldn't know. And
No.
I'm like, oh my God, Megan Rapinoe. This is who Joe is like.
That's what he looks like with that hair.
Yeah. He just needs to get a little quaff going on the top. We're in business.
Actually grow it out a little bit.
Joe
at this
But he
point.
needs to make it blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, there's time. He'll probably do that.
Well, you know what? He probably will. Joe is out there.
That's my quarterback.
Joe's from Ohio. Went to LSU.
This is not
Okay.
Ohio behavior.
This is real Midwest behavior.
This
by
is
Joe.
not Ohio
the
behavior.
open jacket in the back.
That's a French fashion
Boy,
show
his high school
is not Ohio.
His high school buddies are going, oh, what happened to Joe?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
He's gone
That
Hollywood
little
on us,
point
boys.
guard that
boys,
used
he's
to-
gone Hollywood on us, boys.
Oh my God, has he ever? What is up, Joe? Joe.
That's exactly right. The Midwest guys right now are like, oh my God. But he probably had a little bit of flair in high school too. He always knew how to do the dances.
Does Cal's cap a little bit tilted to the side?
You say Deuce, sure.
Is he? I mean, he doesn't. Maybe he's not. He just looks like
There's
it
some
is.
pictures of the H-Town made shirts. Cal was in it yesterday. They had the first open practice. A lot of fans out there. They sold out season tickets. Like, the energy went from 0 to 100 like the last 2 games of the season.
Oh, my God.
It was weird. They were still begging for people to come out to games, and then the playoff game was like fantastic. You were there.
I was there.
And
it was
then
awesome.
now the energy level's so high I saw a lot of videos from, it's just like the old days, with people out at the the practices, and Cal just wants to be liked, and Hannah too, and they are. Like they're very popular.
We got a sound bite from Cal talking about the roof, and and it's Cal and Hannah's just looking at him. I think she's just watching. It's kind of like
she always stares.
It's a little like Jill and Joe.
Oh my God, I never thought about it, because
she's always watching, always making sure he's okay.
That's very insulting.
It's insulting, but it's
to Cal and Hannah.
No, it's very insulting, but it's
the
also
president of the United States.
Yeah, but
well, he's 80-something years old. Cal's not that old. Cal,
but Dell, is it?
But
accurate?
you always got to watch.
Cal,
does she look?
Does she look at him?
Does she stand and look to the
That's
side
a look
of him?
of admiration. Cal, and it is, because Cal and Hannah are just like all those couples on CBS on their comedy half hours, where you have this oafish
King of Queens.
Where you have this oafish husband.
King of Queens. There it is.
And then the wife is unbelievably attractive, and you can't imagine how these two got together.
Like the casting on this.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's King
Who
of
casted
Queens.
this?
See, everything that's been said here has been honest and
Jamie Gertz
accurate.
and whoever she was with in that show. I forgot what that show is called. It's all the same. It's like, hey, Cal was like, you know what? I like those CBS shows. Let me see if I can find a wife just like that.
CBS
He
show.
did. It's a CBS show. That's all. That's
the
what
guy
it is.
who shops at Big and Tall shops, and then the girl who's in Scientology.
Well, he did give an
not
update
anymore.
on the
She got out
roof.
of
No, that was one particular girl.
He gave
Leah Remini.
he gave an update on the roof, which we will. It's a little alarming. Okay, for those of you that are going out there in August, it's going to be very, very hot. No, it's going to be the hottest place ever.
I think less people are going to go because Messi ain't going to be playing.
Yeah,
I know, and I'm trying to sell my tickets. I'm going to be out of town. I'm trying to sell. I have 4 club tickets for that Miami game,
and he's not playing.
Well, they still have a bunch of
They still
have a bunch of pro player, like guys who
Like
play
Suarez and others.
Suarez,
but Messi's a
Busquets,
draw.
and yeah. I mean, Messi sucks.
So you're trying.
It's the other guys you should be going for.
Are you trying to convince someone to buy your tickets right now?
No.
Well,
if
they
you want
still got
to-
other guys. Guys, hey, listen.
Oh,
a
no,
lot
they
of other
do.
good players.
They
a lot
do,
of good
but
pros.
I'm just telling you, I have 4 club tickets. So
Who wants them?
if you want them, they're listed
And
on
all the profits go to Eyelids for Kids.
all of them.
All
of
the
them.
profits.
Everything goes to getting kids new eyelids.
I would ask
Oh
you
my
to stop
God.
committing fraud
That
on
is
radio.
fraud. That is rather fraudish of you.
And
Okay.
we're also doing a new thing. We're getting kids elbow skin, where we're kids who don't have elbow skin. We're going to take people who have excessive eyelids, and we're going to put them on elbows.
So you're
kids who
taking-
scrape their elbows
So
up?
you've ran into a scenario where their kids either don't have eyelids or have too much eyelids, and you're going to
Yes.
make sure So why don't you give the kids with no eyelids the stuff from the kids with too much eyelids? Why are you turning it into an elbow thing?
Complicated. It's you have to find a match.
So
It's
you're
just like kidneys.
but with elbows you don't have to find a match.
Nah, you just put any kind of skin on that.
Okay. Okay.
What do you think Tim Tebow was doing over there? He was
That's
harvesting.
what circumcisions are for.
Yeah, he was harvesting for elbows for kids. Elbows for kids. Because if you don't have the skin there, it's real tight.
you
You can't even
think-
bend your arm. Go like
Excuse
this.
me, I know we have a sounder for it, but do you think you would have been better off just starting with the Astros as opposed to what you're doing
Yeah,
right
probably.
I don't even want to talk about them if you want to know the truth.
Remember when
okay.
we heard that this was going to be the
This is
breakout game? That was not a breakout game.
Well, it really lost. He wasn't great per se.
Started with the 2-run homer.
Yeah, and then finished with another one.
Remember when
Well,
I
he
told
finished with 4 homers.
Remember when I told you to stop looking to your immediate left and right and start looking behind you at the team coming up behind you? The Mariners stink.
Don't worry,
The Mariners are
it's
terrible.
terrible.
They're out losing each
They're
other.
terrible.
But the Rangers, they probably got one hot streak
They're
in them.
terrible too.
Are the Astros terrible?
No, the Astros are a great team.
They've lost
Again,
3 in a row.
greatest.
How many runs have they scored in Oakland?
2.
They've now lost a series to the A's.
So that happens. So
They
what?
suck. And they lost.
It's
Hold on. They've
What?
lost.
What's the date? Is it
Wait.
October 5th?
You know they've lost 3 of their last 4 series, right?
So what? They're in first place. Okay.
He doesn't sound committed today.
Yeah, I'm
It's
good.
not the same.
They're in first place.
It's not the same.
Yes,
Monday was cock of the walk.
Okay.
Today it's like, Hey,
they're in first place.
You sound like you're making him sound like Punch Drunk Rocky.
Well, that's what he does. Okay, that's how all of you do me.
He does not sound as confident. Ever since his quarterback came in with Megan Rapinoe hair, he's been devastated.
All right, let's break it right here.
Every picture of Joe Burrow we send him takes away a little bit of his life.
I got a question for John Daspit. Can I sue these two?
No.
Can I sue them? Okay.
No, not unless we wreck you out on the roadways or something like that. Or
then
run
maybe that'll happen.
Well, if we run over your leg with a skid steer loader or something like that, then that is. And he's handled those kind of cases as well. People on the roadways, 18-wheelers, that's obviously a big one because an 18-wheeler so much bigger could cause major damage to people. And unfortunately, that's what happens. And John Daspit is a personal injury lawyer with over 60 lawyers fighting for him. There's 12 offices around the city, around the state of Texas, and there's actually offices outside of the state of Texas as well. And what they do is they will fight for you against the insurance companies who are looking to get the lowest payout possible for you. They want you just to get your medical bills, and that's about it. And they'll give you a little taste for pain and suffering, and there you are. You're all good there. Okay, what about my physical therapy? What about my time missed from work? John Daspit takes it all into account, and he will make them pay, cough it up, so that you're taken care of for something that you didn't even want to happen to you. You didn't even do anything wrong. It was someone else's negligence. John Daspit is here to fight for you when you've been injured. If you're afraid of going to the hospital, if you haven't gone, call John Daspit's office. They'll get you to the hospital. They'll get you looked out. It's not going to come out of your pocket. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You think? All right, I got to talk about John Clay Wolf right now. I got to talk about my man, John Clay Wolf. He tweets a lot. If you're not following him on Twitter, he gives you a lot of information about cars and everything that's going on in the car world. And so if you're a car fan, or listen, here's the deal. You got to be a fan of John Clay Wolf if you're selling your vehicle. There's only one way to sell your vehicle, and that's through GiveMeTheVin.com, because you have to at least go to that website. You have to at least go to that website and see what John Clay Wolf will offer, because then you go, if you want to sell it to the dealer, that's fine. You want to, if the dealer's going to give you more, well, John Clay Wolf says, listen, CarMax gives you more money than I can give you. You gotta check back with them. There's a process that you have to go through. But if CarMax is going to offer more and give you more, and John Clay Wolf can't match it, he'll send you $100. So here's the deal: at least you'll know what it's worth. You don't have the blue book like they do to know what every vehicle is worth. They do. You got to be armed with how much your car is worth with one place. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Are you guys excited about the Olympics starting up?
Not really.
Nah?
I should be. I used to love Summer Olympics. Man, I used to love
I know.
Summer Olympics. The track and field stuff. I'd get into the...
You'll watch. We'll watch. I want to see Sha'Carri Davidson
Richardson.
Huh?
Richardson.
Yeah. Davidson.
I'm into the team sports, so I'll be watching both men's and women's soccer. If you give you some water polo, I'm into that too.
God, what a physical sport.
The basketball, well, I'll tell you what, if they struggle, it'll be interesting.
Are you guys sure? I think
I don't know that they're going to win it.
I honestly think that I have to see what some of the I'm interested in what the odds are, but I don't know that the U.S. is going to be the favorite. They should not be a prohibitive favorite to win the gold.
No. Hey, I mean, they're getting battles, and Kevin Durant probably not going to be there for Serbia. That's according to his agent said he would, but I'm going with Wendy on this one. Wendy says no, and I think Steve Kerr also agreed. He's not ready yet. But they're not great. They're not great. This team that they put together, it's just not. They're not jibing. So we'll see whether or not they can win it all. The soccer team, Del, what kind of they don't have a chance, do they? The soccer team?
No.
Well, I guess.
Well, who plays for those other teams?
Well, not for. The way the Olympics is set up in soccer is you get your under 23 team, and then you get 3 overage players as part of the. So, for example, if Pulisic had nothing to do, he could go play if he wanted to, but he's not playing. This is more, hey, we finally made an Olympics. We've had so many opportunities to make an Olympics from the men's side for the younger teams and not done it. So that was nice for them not to screw it up for once. They're not going to win the World Cup, but the youth team they've been pretty good. I think we just won the CONCACAF Under-20 title for that. So they're not going to win, but they should at least be competitive in their group.
So everybody's got to be under 23 except 3 players?
Yeah, you get 3 overage players. You can pick from your entire player pool. Like, let's say if Brazil wanted to roll, if Neymar, because he hasn't been on the national team in a little bit, if he was in shape and wanted to play, they could pull Neymar and go, hey, you want to play in the Olympics? And he could do it. You get 3 overage players. So I think we've got like Walker Zimmerman, who's played in the World Cup, a couple of other guys.
But most everybody else is playing for their teams, right?
Or they're in the middle of a break, like because European soccer is just coming back. They're in training now to start their season, so most of the guys won't be playing the Olympics.
They want to take a break, get ready for the season. U.S.
pulled some of their MLS guys to be the overage players.
Is Endrick playing for Brazil?
He
didn't play enough
I haven't looked at their roster.
Copa. So Endrick, who is considered, so there's 2 huge name young players to watch as the next Messi's coming up, and it's Yamin Lamal, who is a different type of, but we saw him. He's really good from Spain, and then Endrick, who is from Brazil. Is Endrick 16, right, Del? Isn't he the one that's 16?
No, I don't know his age.
The Spanish kid.
Lamine Yamal is the
16 who turned 17, but Endrick is really young too, from Brazil, and he's another like. And then, of course, Corey Pulisic, this is the golden age of U.S. soccer.
Not Corey.
Yeah, whatever. It's a golden age of U.S. soccer. There is no problem with talent. Our talent is good enough.
It's good enough not to get beat by Panama. Miles Robinson, Walker Zimmerman, and Busio are the 3 overage players. Busio's played those 3 have played on the senior level for the U.S. team, but the rest are just younger dudes who are either playing in the MLS or around the world. So. This is a team that probably is not going to make a quarterfinal or anything, but they should put on a pretty good performance. It's just nice to have the U.S. men in an actual Olympic tournament.
Do you guys still care about sprint stuff? I still like the sprints. I used to really get into it a lot more beforehand, and I should reach out to Carl Lewis. I've got his number. I saw him. I got his number, and I should see if we should get him on the air to talk about when he would prepare for the sprints and things like that.
Yeah, that's fine. That'd be
You
great.
used to have him on.
Sports Night Live.
Live, right?
He used to come on Sports Night Live. Yeah, absolutely. I don't. How about Snoop? Snoop is a torchbearer. Okay, Snoop in Paris.
What has happened with Snoop? Snoop does stuff with Martha Stewart.
Yeah.
Snoop does like he's in the Olympic. Yeah, the Olympic coverage. It happened last time. The last time out, they started doing Snoop with Olympic coverage. It's just 187 on an undercover cop, and now he's a torchbearer doing stuff with Martha Stewart. It's just a weird. Like I like that he's grown up. You don't need to try to be in the streets when you're in your 50s or whatever. You know, Ice Cube went from Ice Cube to doing Sprite commercials and TVs where he was the dad on where a bunch of wacky stuff was going wrong for him as
he was
a
a
dad.
detective on.
No, that's Ice-T.
Oh yeah,
That's Ice-T.
Oh.
And Ice-T's now doing Ice-T commercials for Cane's. His face is used at Cane's. So, like, that's good. You know, you're growing up. You don't need to be, peeling people's cat back and things like that if you're Ice-T. That was a song, OG, Original Gangster. Now you do Ice-T for Cane's. That's a natural transition. Not going into the front office and making bad deals for the Astros. You sit and watch things from good seats. You don't go try to sign Jose Abreu. That's not a good natural transition. The Astros greats need to remember, take the Ice-T and the Ice Cube and the Snoop Dogg and just go and do commercials and go do nice things like that, and don't come back and try to be, in the streets making deals.
Didn't Ice Cube also return kicks for the Browns at one point?
No, that was Gerald McNeil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a different Ice Cube.
Okay, he didn't.
Yeah,
he
Gerald
didn't.
Ice Cube McNeil.
He was a Sports Night Live guy too.
Was he really?
Oh yeah.
Gerald McNeil was?
Gerald McNeil. Yeah, he was the we.
So was I.
Did you guys see that there's already a scandal at the Olympics? Apparently, the New Zealand women's soccer team is practicing, and they noticed a drone. Well, it belonged to the Canadian women's football team, a member of the Canadian women's football team. Yeah, and they're videoing New Zealand's women's. I mean, we've gone too far. Does anybody really? What's amazing is that they care enough.
Well, yeah, they're going for a medal. What do you mean amazing?
Well, I don't know. It just seems
they care about winning. What do you mean it's amazing?
Yeah,
I know
don't
you
know.
don't care.
Well, right. No.
But it has nothing to do with you.
I could see if this was
What? What would make it appropriate?
Or, I don't know.
They care about their sport as much as the men care about their sports.
They should, yeah. They should.
Yeah, they probably should. Devoting all that time to it.
But cheating?
Why not?
We're not about that life here in Houston. Okay?
Sure.
We don't know. We know the ramifications.
Are you, though?
Yeah, I'm an ally. I'm an ally.
Just made it seem like they shouldn't care enough about their sport to cheat. So
I'm
are you
just
though?
saying. What you're cheating in
I know
women's
you're
soccer.
not going to watch Canada. What does that mean?
Okay. I don't know.
I know you're not
Cheating
going to.
in any sport. Women's soccer's not.
How would that be exempt?
That's weird.
She was a non-accredited member of the Canadian soccer support team.
Oh,
You mean
she
kind of
was-
like the Michigan thing?
Yeah.
Connor
You know, there's a
I'm
doc
just acting
now.
rogue.
There's a doc. He's doing a doc
No.
already, and he's in it. He's like,
Hey, I'm just a Boston Red Sox guy, or who
Yeah.
was it that was cheating in that took the bullet like he was the only
Yeah,
bad guy?
right,
Was it
right.
the Mets or the
no,
Red Sox?
the Red Sox.
Yeah, Red Sox.
Their video
I'm
camera
acting
guy.
alone.
Yeah.
I just figured I'd do this on my own.
And then they rehired
Hey.
him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just some guy at Michigan standing on the sidelines of other places. They didn't know I was doing this. I'm just doing this. And I'm just flying drones around just out of my own curiosity.
Yeah.
Sure, guys.
Mhm.
Sure.
I just think, well, if it's I mean, come on. Let's not cheat to win. Although I really don't care. Go ahead. Do whatever you want. Women's Canadian soccer team. Whatevs. It's 7:28 on ESPN
Did you see
97.
the video of the guy? Apparently these beds are made. They're like,
Oh, yeah, cardboard?
yeah, they're not made for relations.
Well, apparently they debunked that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's a video of
Yeah.
a guy
Going to town?
going full Deshaun on this bed frame. Like, yeah, it'll hold up.
But there was that.
Get that
not
towel
only
off
there,
you.
but in Saudi when they had the
Ooh, I wouldn't take any chances.
yeah, no, I know. No.
No drinking, no sex.
No, nothing.
No,
Don't do
I'm
it.
not eating bacon. I'm not messing with Saudi Arabia at all.
No. Apparently those beds were not. Theyese beds are fine. You don't worry. They'll get it done. And they've also put 10 million condoms into the village too. So.
Oh no! Wait. Are you sure? I thought they weren't.
Oh no!
They have still done that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because no one's ever been on a floor.
Well.
Oh, what are we gonna do? The bed's broke. The bed you won't hold up. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see if this floor works.
Man, it's
Come
good.
on,
It's good to
Olympic
be an
athletes
Olympian. It's good to be an Olympian.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Somebody should do a doc about that.
About 10 million condoms.
Somebody should do a doc about all the hookups at the Olympics.
Yeah, man, oh man, that's a good one. Time to talk right now about you want to lock your door? Yeah, you want to lock your door. Well, you need Derek DeSola over at Houston Safe and Lock. Houston Safe and Lock, King Safe and Lock. Your locks are kind of a big deal. If you have to change the locks at your house, it's terrible. Something bad might have happened. But listen, they will do it, and they've got the best lock you could possibly get in Medico, where nobody can make a key except you. So that's the only way that you can get a replacement key, which is kind of a big deal. So rekeying, master key systems, access control systems. Now we're talking about businesses. So businesses, you got 3, 4, 5, 6, 20, 30 doors that at your business. And you want to keep track of everybody who's coming and going. Well, this is the way to do it. So master key systems for your business, smart lock installation, key fobs, PIN codes, whatever it is, smart device. You want to open it with your phone, you can do that as well. All you need is Houston Safe and Lock. Derek DeSola, they're experts. Been doing this, done that, and they do more locks than anybody in the city. Westheimer and the Beltway, or King Safe and Lock, located at I-10 and Wirt. 713-522-5555. Tell Derek you heard it right here. 975safe.com.
can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
Ha! First pick. Sorry, kids.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA member FDIC.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Did you see the Kyle Tucker update? How awesome.
No, what do we have with Tuck?
Kyle Tucker did some outfield work today at the Coliseum, but Joe Espada said there still is not the pushing or strength that we'd like to see, but it's better. Tucker's hitting the batting cages, and Espada said that's actually the activity that feels best. And the comments about it, how do we know Kyle Tucker he even has a leg? Strangest shin contusion ever. Bro, this is wild. Dude has made almost no progress in 2 months. And that's true. It's going on 2 months now. And it's a shin. What the hell?
It was a fracture.
I just been assuming Kyle Tucker's going to be here. Kyle Tucker's nowhere. And from what I've seen, go get a bat. I feel like who's coming back first, Verlander or Kyle
Are you starting
Tucker?
to get worried about
No, I want a bat.
Tucker long term?
I want a bat.
No, but are you getting worried about Tucker long term?
I'm worried about this.
I'm not worried about it.
I've never seen a shin take this long.
I just think he obviously...
It had to be fractured.
It had to be something like...
But
we're 2 months in.
Why would the Astros lie about that? If it was fractured,
I'm not saying they're lying, but maybe they drop a HIPAA violation on you. We're talking about 2 months in. You're 8 weeks. I mean, frankly, a lot of tibias are 8-week injuries. So, and this is lasting even longer. So,
is it a fibula or a tibia? No one knows.
It was nobody. The fibula, there's tibula and the fibia. So I don't know. He hit below the knee.
Yeah, that's.
But all I know is that I don't know. I mean, right now they're balling out.
No, the offense needs a boost.
Really
it
well.
needs a boost.
Yeah,
it does.
So they've lost 3 in a row. As exciting as it was sweeping the. Well, we didn't sweep the Mariners. 1-2 out of 3, but now you've lost 2 in a row to the A's. The kind of hot A's. Still, you're a much better team.
That's a baseball team you have to contend with. Okay?
It's a baseball team you got to beat 2 out of 3.
No, that's a baseball team that you worry about. And look, this is exactly what's happening.
We never expected Kyle Tucker and Roger to be gone this long. Not Roger. I'm sorry. Verlander.
Yeah.
Wow, I said Roger, but it's kind of the same feeling. But Verlander and Kyle Tucker, you never expected them to be gone this long.
No. Okay, who's back first, Verlander or Tucker?
Verlander.
That's awful. Well, it was a neck, and we still don't. What the hell is going on? How is a neck keeping you out for this long? You slept wrong? I mean, honestly, what? How is a neck keeping you?
It's obviously more than that. You just don't want it to be structural. If he just goes to that Thai massage place where they give you the deep tissue, or maybe goes and gets a ring dinger at a which pulls his head real hard.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, he should be good. I've seen Instagram reels where you can get it fixed, but so apparently he's not a deep tissue massage away because this has been word a month.
Yeah. Have you seen this Lawrence Butler kid? Have you been watching these games?
Which games?
The Astros and A's.
Yeah, but you mean for the A's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This Lawrence Butler kid?
Well, yeah.
Holy crap. He's really good.
Yeah, he's good.
He's on fire.
Is he better
over his last 11 games?
He's no Stephen Kwan.
No, he's
Kwan
better.
is an Astro killer.
20 over his last 11 games. Get this. 20 hits, 20 RBIs, 4 doubles, 2 triples, 6 home runs. Since RBI became official in 1920, 5 other Major League players have reached all of these numbers over an 11-game span. They are Lou Gehrig, Klein, Greenberg, DiMaggio, and Mays, all Hall of Famers.
Holy crap.
That's it. Over these numbers that this kid is putting up. He's nice. He's real nice. He's an A, so he'll be available maybe next year.
Well, he'll be a Yankee. It's so funny, the Yankees, all they do is they add Soto, they still can't win. 4 walks yesterday for the Mets. Pitched around Aaron Judge almost the entire game before they struck him out in the last inning, and there's nothing the Yankees could do about it. And I was just thinking, man, this thing the Yankees have tried to do to buy their way into championships, it's so good that they fail every time.
Yeah, that's great.
They always fail.
Yes.
It's so good. But no, Lawrence Butler was obviously big yesterday, but I didn't realize he was on that kind of run.
Yeah, he is. He's nice. Really nice. So that's what you got to contend with. How are you going to get that guy out? I mean, the Astros haven't gotten him out. He just is destroying them.
And he's hitting 253.
And, yeah, when he's on this run.
He's got an OPS of over 800, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is
over 800. He's going to get $30
Oh, my
million.
gosh. Look at this, John. He has had, in his last 5 games, 3 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits, 3 hits, 2 hits.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a bit of a run in July.
You think this is a bit of a run?
It's a bit of a July he's having. He's hitting 417 this month with a 1420 OPS.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
No. How about this? Speaking of 800.
He had a 3 home run game against the Phillies when they put that 18 spot on him.
It's something you might have missed. Zach DeZenzo has been transferred from AA Corpus Christi to AAA Sugar Land. There's a possibility that this guy is Alex Bregman. They're talking about maybe that this guy is Alex Bregman's replacement after Alex Bregman goes bye-bye. In his minor league career, here's his slash line, 267, 345, 416. So he's got a 761 OPS, 61 extra base hits, 87 RBIs, 24 homers. He's going from AA. So this is what moves up in minor league baseball now. 267, a 761 OPS.
So it's funny.
That moves up.
I saw a
Lance Berkman is rolling in his grave.
I know. I saw an unbelievable graphic about hitters and hitting. We'll get into it. In the next. I want to bring it up. I'm going to bring the stats up. It is alarming, and we can talk about what's happening. Really quickly, I want to say, you couldn't have seen this coming for Lawrence Butler. You couldn't have seen this coming. In April, he hit 200 with an OPS of 661. In May, he hit 138 with an OPS of 357. In June, he hit 179 with an OPS of 420.
Wait a minute. His OPS was 357? Is that what you said?
Yes.
His OPS?
Yes.
Not his on base, his OPS.
His OPS his slugging was 138.
Wow.
Yeah, and this is in
and he's got 6 homers in 11 games.
In June. Yeah, in May. In June he hit 179. He hit 179 with an OPS of 422. I'm going monthly. This month he's hitting 417 with a 1420. Like you couldn't have this came out of literally nowhere.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like this. This is like Jeremy Lin stuff.
Yeah.
Where he
except no one sees it.
Nothing. Yeah, no one sees it.
Tens of people.
Nothing. There's nothing to show that this was going to happen.
No. Well, apparently they like. I mean,
he's 24 years old. He's got good size. Yeah. Right fielder. No. Yeah, he should be ours.
Yeah. And did he? Yeah, from right field, he threw out Bregman last night, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
It was him that threw out Bregman. Yep. Yeah. He didn't just send the runner. I mean, Pettis. Base hit to left. Send the runner. It could have been an 8-3 game instead of 8-2.
Would have made you feel better?
No, suck. They suck offensively right now. Get a hit. Get a hit. Again, 2 hits in the first innings, no runs. Yesterday, 2 hits in the first, no runs. 2 hits in the second, no runs. Come on. Come up with a that's why, you know what? I want to bet.
You can blame the Droopy D's for Monday.
What didn't you call them the Triple D's?
Well, they're the Triple D's in name, just
they're
normally,
Droopy D's right
but they're
now?
Droopy D's when they don't play well.
Oh.
Diaz, and Dubon. And Dubon kicked that ball around. Diaz struck out with a chance. Both Diaz's struck out with a chance to drive and run. So
Dell calls them now the Droopy.
On Monday, they're the Droopy D's. Monday night.
What if they're good? Then they're the Triple
Maybe the
D's.
Devastating D's, the Dapper D's. I'm not sure about the positive, but
we'll wait for the
Triple
good.
D's.
But the triple, well, yeah, we call them Triple D's when they're great. They haven't been great.
They haven't been great. They have not been
Very
great.
droopy.
You know who's great though? Oh, Kent Jones. He's not a D. Okay.
He's a nerd.
Well, he's a nerd because you know why? Because he'll nerd out working the deal for you to save you money. I mean, he will work it. I'm not even joking. That dude watches every second of the interest rates. He's looking at every different kind of loan that would be best for you. What can you get? Can you get a Freddie Mac or a Fannie Mae or a VA or an FHA? He's going to work it. I'm telling you. First-time home buyers, stop renting and call Kent. Get in on Equity Wealth. You are giving money to someone else and building their wealth. Don't build someone else's wealth. Build your own, especially with the government having all kinds of great incentives for first-time buyers. Safe, transparent, dependable. He's going to pair you with the best wholesalers in the nation. Literally saving thousands. He has saved thousands and thousands of dollars for each and every thousands. I mean, that's kind of a big deal, not only at signing, but throughout the life of the loan. 713-520-5626. If you're getting a mortgage or you want a scenario quote, hey, how much will it cost me, okay, to on a monthly basis? See if I can afford it. You can go and call him. Call him right now, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97. Yesterday, open practice. Okay, the roof is an issue. The roof is an issue. And for those of you who didn't hear, they lost panels, right? They lost panels during the hurricane. I took a picture of it when I was driving by it. It was like, holy crap. There are gigantic panels missing out of the roof at NRG. It's going to be hot in there. It's going to be hot in there. They said, now here's Cal's update on fixing the roof and how long it's going to take.
So the studies are ongoing, and we'll learn more as we kind of work through it. But there are several panels that were damaged. These things aren't on your local shelf at the do-it-yourself Home Depot wonderful stores that are around. They're a special order. They're specially made, so it'll take a while. We're hopeful that we'll get them a month or so into the season. Meanwhile, we think the studies are showing that we'll be able to keep the roof closed or open, so we'll have the choice to do that. And we have a couple events coming up where we'll get to study and see how the building's able to condition and be ready for big crowds.
So
yeah, whatever, Cal. Let's ask the question: who was behind getting Tracy Chapman some play? Because that's the song that's being played, just overpowering Cal right there.
I couldn't hear. See, I couldn't hear it very well.
Yeah, it's Tracy Chapman. Fast Cars.
Fast Car.
Yeah, Fast Cars. Are you sure?
I didn't like Fast Car when it came out. I like it a lot better.
No, it was the Tracy Chapman.
Luke Combs?
No, I think that was the Tracy Chapman.
Okay.
No, it's the real one.
The real.
The
Luke
Coffee House
Combs
version.
is also real.
No.
You got to fight his
He did a good job. He did a good honoring her when he brought her up on stage.
Yeah, it was a good moment.
Yeah, that was good. So, okay, what he said was, for those of you who couldn't hear it in your car, he said there's special order. It's not like you can pick it up at Home Depot, so it's going to take a little while to get it. But they are able to close the roof. They're going to be able to keep it closed or whatever. I wonder if they can cover up the holes with some kind of tarp or something to make it so it's not just, all that hot air coming in and the sun flying and coming in and everything.
Yeah,
else.
I would imagine.
I would imagine they would have to do something like that.
Blue tarp, like get a FEMA tarp?
Like you're at a Jaguars game.
It's a FEMA tarp.
Yeah.
No, you can just
You ever
have
been through
Texans branded tarps.
You ever seen? I remember driving through New Orleans after we were coming back from Senior Bowl with Danny Arnold and we were driving through New Orleans, and I looked because they had what was the Katrina, and I'm looking to the left and right, and I'm realizing, oh my gosh, I forgot all the power's still out here. It was very weird to drive through New Orleans and you realize, holy crap, everything is still just terrible, and blue tarps were everywhere on roofs.
Yeah, they might.
And those are the FEMA tarps.
Yeah.
But that's probably, I don't know how big those panels. I think they could be covered up. My guess is they'll do that.
So, in your expert opinion,
I would use some duct tape, just some cardboard up there, probably.
Anyway, it's not going to be. Well, it's not going to be as usual. He said, at least a month into the season, which is we're talking about into October. So that'll be interesting to see. It's going to be a hot August and September there.
Did anybody ask how it's going to affect them pumping in crowd noise?
We don't do that anymore. Don't do that anymore.
Will the crowd noise they pump in escape?
They don't do that anymore.
Well, this should be a question. The real questions get asked on this show.
Yeah.
Watch this.
You cannot tell
That's
me.
a Texans
first down.
See? That's real. What about this? Swarm! 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 That's real. That's not pumped in.
No, that's pumped in.
I beg to differ.
Yeah. No, listen, I've been there when there were like 14 people there, and it sounded like it was, oh, my God, what a crowd.
The Texans were pioneers in that whole, hey, it's the COVID years, but we're going to pump in crowd noise to make it sound more realistic. The Texans were doing that for years.
Been doing that.
Been done that.
Yeah, so that's what we're about. That's what we're all about. A lot of, okay, so D'Amico. A lot of interesting stuff here. We got Titus Howard and Kamari Lassiter we'll get to here during the day. They I don't know why, but Kamari Lassiter and Titus Howard were front and center yesterday.
Well, you can't talk to everybody.
Yeah,
you got to talk to someone.
Those are usually
every
the
day.
guys you do where all the guys go over with their mics on the field and they put it in front of them. They're not usually the guys that are with the background and stuff.
But
usually
it's long training camp.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But D'Amico talked about, player health. Got to keep everybody healthy. How does he do it? Here's managing player health.
Every player is different. Every player is on their own schedule. It's all about us making sure we're taking care of guys and being smart about how we're loading guys. So our sports performance group has done a great job with that load management, making sure we're on top of everything. We track a lot of data, use a lot of analytics when it comes to players and GPS units and things that we're tracking. So we try to keep a good, we know where our guys are. So you'll see periodically different guys who are in, guys that are limited at practice, just to make sure we're doing everything possible from our end to protect guys, to keep them fresh.
My most important is protect that guy. Protect 7. Protect 7.
Keep them fresh.
And it'll be interesting to see what happens at that left guard, and we'll have an update on that. It's interesting. Titus Howard has some comments on Kenyon Green that will play on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking right now about my peeps over at HRP. I love what Mike Holly has done here in the city. He's grown this thing. I mean, he started with nothing, and he built this thing into, if you go drive down the Beltway, you'll see their facility there. And, it's a beautiful facility, but they needed it. With the technology, you go in there and you go to the computer room, it looks like you're in NASA or so. It's crazy. The technology is second to none, how good it is. And it's proprietary. They invent it. They own it. Okay, there's a lot of companies that are trying to buy his technology, and Mike's like, no. This is perfect, and we love it, and we're gonna keep it, and we're gonna keep it for our people. I mean, it's not like, you just put together your computer, okay, now we're giving payroll. It's complicated, man, and it's more complicated than what you're doing if you're doing it yourself. You don't know what you're doing, okay? You're not doing it as economically as you can. You're not doing it as well as you can. You're not doing your taxes as well as you can. They have experts in the Affordable Care Act. You're not that. If you're doing your own payroll and taxes, you're doing it wrong, because HRP is going to do it better than you can, because that's their business. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. Tell them you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Todd Hollandsworth in 2001 fouled the ball off of his shin in May and missed the rest of the season. What? Jones says Kyle Tucker's injury is the tibia. It's to the tibia, main bone, lower leg. This is a great description of bone bruise and expectations. I think articles describe what Astros aren't saying. I don't know what that means. Anyway, Kyle Tucker has not been around, and Kyle Tucker is much needed.
Here's what AI is telling me. AI Overview, Google, which now gives you AI overviews, which I actually do think it's been pretty good when I've used it. A bone bruise in the tibia can take a few weeks to a few months to heal. Depending on the size, location of the bruise, as well as the person's age and health, a doctor can provide a timeline for healing and determining.
Is Kyle Tucker 80?
Well, but a few months, I mean, that's accurate.
Well, it was a pretty good foul tip, apparently, off the tibia. That sucks.
They should put some ice on it. That's going to help.
You don't think they thought about that?
What about the magic spray in soccer?
Yeah. Well, I think the whole point is Kyle Tucker's actually hurt as opposed to what happened in soccer.
Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. But you don't want to numb it so you don't feel it and hurt it worse. I mean, you don't want to do that, probably.
So, did Jones in an article suggesting that the Astros aren't telling us what's actually wrong with him? Is that what that
I think that's what she
was?
Intimated, yeah.
Well, I mean, bone bruise would make us all think, rub some dirt, you'll be back in 2 weeks.
Yeah. La Salsa has an Astros comment that he would like to make or a question. What do you say, La Salsa?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning, fellas. I just want to say it sucks losing to the A's, but also wanted to comment on the fact that, RIP to the Godfather. I hear we're losing you to L.A., and I wanted to call in and give you your flowers, and I nominate Raheel to take your spot. I think he'd be a good option. Hashtag pay the man.
Are you gone?
I'm not dead.
Are you leaving?
I'm not leaving.
You're even going to be here doing the show, too.
How about Raheel just sits here?
I could have him sit here one day.
Yeah, right.
Well, we're going to have probably a model sit there one time.
And he can lip sync whatever
Maybe
I'm
a guy
saying.
dressed in full golf attire, kind of like you.
Yeah.
Maybe a stand-in John Granado.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be bad.
Yeah,
just
somebody like
that,
George Clooney or something.
He isn't going to want to do that.
Well, he might just sit
He's
here.
a little busy being a kingmaker right now. I don't know if he's got time for this
he might have time to sit
or queen maker.
Well, at this point, yeah, queen maker. It looks like. I don't think he has time to.
I don't know what that means. What's he doing?
Well, he
was one who was complaining about Joe Biden
to get Biden out.
He's like, hey, what the hell's He wrote a op-ed piece or something in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal.
I think did he try to meet with him too?
Hey, Joe Biden you guys lied to us. You lied to donors. This guy isn't close to being. I don't know. He was really upset that apparently people lied to him and some other donors. Like, Joe is razor sharp, actually. Like, did you never watch TV?
We'll see tonight. We'll see tonight. He's going to speak.
He's going to address the nation about
aside. Odds that he steps down and Kamala takes over for the rest of his term?
I don't think he's going to bow out.
Oh, I don't know.
I think,
I don't know because she'll be a standing president as opposed.
It doesn't matter.
He fought to stay
because then
around.
everything that they do, then you can definitely pin everything on her. You know what I mean? If she takes any time of that, anything, then now you can start circling. Okay, this is your problem. This is your problem. And plus,
she's already said
Joe wouldn't even get out in the first place.
He didn't want to.
Joe ain't trying to go out. You know he didn't want to go out in the first place.
Well, Joe's not well though, dude.
Jill decided Joe was leaving.
The most recent videos of him, he's not well. He's not well.
He's not.
It's bad.
But he's. You know what they're saying? It's August, September, October, November. Just play this thing out.
He wants to close out his presidency.
Yeah, probably.
It's kind of like
unless he takes a one for the. He already took one bullet.
Here's the thing
for the
team.
Can
we not use bullets?
Well, I mean, he took one for the team.
Here's the thing.
He might take another one.
Had there not been an extra year left, maybe the Astros would have let Abreu finish the season.
Well, if you didn't care, right? If you didn't care, if you were like, well, whatever, just let him hit. You know, if you didn't care at all, then you could have just let him.
Well, of course, Joe Biden has to hit. You didn't have to play Abreu.
Right.
I guess that's the big difference is you could have just had
so
Abreu
you think the
on the
Democratic
roster.
Party should DFA him?
No, well, that's what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm saying he's going to say, you know what? I'm going to take another one for the team.
Well, you're saying he's going to
give it to
retire.
her,
he's going to DFA himself.
and then she'll be a standing president as opposed to a.
That's a long shot.
Yeah. Well, it could happen.
Joe was
he would have to get
the
forced
end.
out.
What are you talking about?
He would have to get forced out again because they forced. Hey, polling numbers, the donors are drying up. He had to go.
Yeah, he had to go.
There's nothing like they can't pull that on him this time because
he's already out.
He'll be out in January.
You know, Pelosi's tough now.
Well, Pelosi,
she's tough.
She's not going to try to embarrass.
No, she's tough.
Wait, that would embarrass Joe Biden. They're not going to try to embarrass him.
They haven't embarrassed him already.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Why would they
do
it again?
But him leaving now doesn't help their cause that much. The sitting president thing. I mean, this ain't going to be a battle about. This ain't going to be a battle about actual accomplishments. It's going to be a culture war.
This is it's just popularity contest. How many people can you get to vote for Kamala Harris? How many independents can you get to vote for Trump? That's what this is. It's swing states.
She's going to make it legal for anyone who is walking on American soil to vote.
See, this is the things that are being put out there.
Culture war.
Culture, exactly.
All right. Hey, how about this? This stat came out. You know, Lance, we talk about the Astros minor league system all the time, right?
Well, not really.
I mean, it's not great, right? I mean, it's always ranked. It's always ranked one of the top in the bottom third.
No, it's actually been ranked very high, but the last 2 to 3 years has been lower. Yeah,
it's been ranked. No, it hasn't.
No, it's been ranked higher.
You don't want to go. You don't want to go back and look at their rankings.
I'll show it to you.
I'm going to tell you, it's been for a long while.
For
go
about
to
3
Keith
years.
Law. Go to Keith Law and see where the Astros have been ranked forever.
He never
ranks
America.
them. So since 329 draft picks. How many years is this? I got to go back and look. Anyway, the Astros have had 329 draft picks. The Dodgers have had 329. Everybody's had 320 something to 330 something, right? Over these many years. 10 years, the last 10 years. The Astros number one in members of draft picks that have reached the majors. 77 of the 329, 23%. That's how the major league draft. A quarter is the best. Less than a quarter, less than 1/4 of your draft picks make the majors.
Well, but think about how many players are drafted.
Yeah,
that's a lot of. They go deeper than like the NFL and NBA. So it makes some sense that you know, but even getting 1 out of every 4 draft picks is to the majors. If you have 8 draft picks, how many rounds do they have in Major League Baseball now? They don't go to 30,
20,
whatever.
I know, whatever it is.
Yeah, so I mean, that's not crazy that a lot of those guys don't make
it. No, it's not crazy that they don't. And actually, some of the lower picks
I would say
make
that
it every once in a while.
23% number is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, well, it is because the next is best is the Dodgers at 20. You know what the Mets last? The Mets have had 9% of their picks make Major League. Less than 1 every 10 draft pick makes the major leagues. That's how bad it. The A's, 11%. And you would think the A's would have a bunch of guys.
It ties directly. I mean, it's
you would
grow
think
your own.
Yeah. Well, yes, the A's are a grow your own organization, and only 11% have made the major leagues. They're second worst in over this time. The Marlins, too, 12%. The Astros, you know, I don't think we appreciate enough how many guys have come through this system and come up to help. It's
some
amazing.
of them didn't stick around for a long time, but they made it up there. Like Forrest Whitley now officially hit that list.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, that happens too.
That is, yeah.
Forrest Whitley's on that. Corey Lee,
right,
was on that list.
Well, but Corey Lee's a starter in the major leagues.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is sometimes it's not like was Siri ours or did we get Siri from somewhere?
Oh, I think Siri might have been ours.
Yeah.
Well, no, but he was a Spanish. It's not a draft pick. That's you go and sign South American players, right?
Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah. So, but that is really. I mean, I don't think we appreciate enough how well they've done. A lot was Luno, but Click also did it, and you know what? It looks like Dana's doing a nice job as well. DeZenzo just moved up to AAA. For those of you that are Sugar Land fans, you're going to be seeing this third baseman. That's a possibility that he's going to be Alex Bregman's replacement. But when you lose that Alex Bregman money, don't you have to replace him with a major leaguer? I mean, honestly, how satisfied would people be? You struck lightning in a bottle with Pena.
Mm-hmm.
You really did. Pena was better than Carlos his first year. He won World Series MVP. That is so unusual to lose an all-star starting shortstop and replace him with a kid as rookie year that played as well as Pena did,
right,
and helped you win and played a big role in winning a World Series.
Mm-hmm.
That's just so unusual. I don't know if the fan base will be happy if it's a minor leaguer that's got an 800 OPS replacing Alex Bregman.
Well, it's highly unlikely you're gonna replace, but that's the way you do it, though. You replace guys with players who outplay, who develop, and they outplay their expectations. And Kyle Tucker had a heavy rep. I mean, for the most part, they refused. He came up. He was very weak at the plate, was having a hard time handling fastballs, and then he became a star.
Yeah.
And the Astros
But
had
he
a good feel
had
for him.
he
had a pedigree.
Yeah, he had a pedigree.
He had a minor league pedigree
Right.
and understanding. He was a top
DeCenzo
player.
was a 12th rounder.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you need those guys too.
Yeah, no. I mean, if they come through, I don't care when. Piazza was in the 77th round, whatever he was, and he turned into a Hall of Famer. And it doesn't matter as long as you play well. But would it be shocking if Alex Bregman took a 6-year contract? And let's say here 6 years, 180.
I'd be shocked.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'd be shocked if they gave him 6. I think they might give him 5, and I think you try to hang on for 4 good years.
Listen,
but I wouldn't be shocked if he stayed.
I wouldn't be shocked if he stayed either.
I don't know that
I'm
the
shocked.
market.
I'd be shocked if Kyle Tucker stays, but I wouldn't be shocked if Bregman
I don't know
stays.
that the market is going to be what he wants.
No, I don't think it is either.
And that's his inconsistency. He's a great defensive, but if the money's equal, unless he's just tired of Crane or tired of the organization or something, maybe just wants to see what it's like somewhere else, which, that happens too. Maybe he and his wife want to live somewhere else. But if not, I mean, he's got family in New Mexico, I assume still. He's got a home base here. I don't know if Louisiana is
apparently
home to
he's bought a
anything
house
for him.
in Phoenix.
Well, okay. Yeah. Well, then maybe Brent Strom is trying to work some magic behind the
Well, I
scenes.
don't know that that's it, or he just wants us, in the off season.
Some people
he
love
doesn't
that
want to be
area.
here anymore, right?
Yeah, some people, because Phoenix in the off season is the winter.
Yeah, right.
And that's pretty nice, although our winters aren't exactly rough.
They're but Phoenix is different. It's different. It's no humidity, no dew point. Just so you know, Lance, this is your dream place. No dew point.
Mm-hmm. So here's what I'm looking at. It's interesting. So the Astros minor leagues 11, they were 28th. 12, they were 17th. 13, they were 9th. That's when Luneau took over. 14, they were 5th. 15th, they were 10th. 16, they were 2nd. 17, they were 7th. 18, they were 10th. And then I'm having a hard time. So they've been, they were pretty good but that was when they were coming up.
Well, yeah, when
and it was before
they were losing 100 games.
It was before they traded for
Greinke,
for Garrett Cole, Verlander. It aggregates. It takes a little bit of a
17 when you got rid of those 4 guys for Verlander. Mm-hmm. When did Greinke come? 18 or 19?
You got to remember their rankings also directly correlated to when Forrest Whitley was on the come up, and then when he dropped, their rankings dropped a lot because a lot of what they were doing was based on Corey Lee and especially Forrest Whitley. Forrest Whitley, when he was a top 30 prospect, was way up there, and the Astros system was way up there. When he fell off, they also dropped off.
Yeah,
because a lot of these are based on how good your star level players are. Do they have a star level player now? I think that's why there's a difference between having guys who can play and then having a star level. Do we have
Melton?
one that's considered star level?
I think Melton is Melton their top. Is he their top minor leaguer? I don't even know. Pedro Leon, is he a top minor leaguer? I don't know.
So.
Leon's already 27.
I know. It ain't gonna be.
And that's
Bloss.
And we're not even sure about that.
So no, 27 feels like that's pretty accurate. If he's 27-year-old minor leaguer.
Are we
Pedro
sure?
Leon would tell you he's 26.
26?
How dare you? Don't give me an extra year if I'm Pedro Leon.
But that's old for minor leagues.
Yeah.
And Pedro Leon was the hot name 4 years ago, and now it's like,
But he's hitting now. He's hitting now. Is he somebody that you would bring up this year?
In Sugarland this year,
Can you afford to bring up another rookie and have him play a big role?
He has 19 bombs, 74 RBIs this year.
Yeah.
903 OPS. I mean,
yeah.
If it's going to be any time, maybe he gets a call up.
Jake's really fallen off, and McChaz is like non-existent now. Joey is his.
Now, he does have 107 strikeouts and 360 at-bats.
It's what he does.
That's on the high side.
Yeah,
that's worse than Loperfido's numbers. It's, you're 1 every 3 at-bats. You're punching out. I don't know that
but
the
he's
Astros
got a
would love
lot
that.
of pop. But Loperfido had a lot of pop, too, and he's not showing that here. He hit one to the wall yesterday, which was nice, but didn't get out, did it? After Caratini, my man.
What?
Victor Caratini homered.
Great.
Yeah.
And an 8-2 loss.
The
Cool.
Italian stallion, Victor Caratini.
An old Derek Lee home run for Victor Caratini.
Yeah.
Or Carlos Lee.
Victor Caratini, the old Italian Puerto
Carlos
Rican.
Lee knocked in 100 a year.
He was
Everybody's
literally
bad-mouthing Carlos Lee.
born in Puerto Rico.
You were bad-mouthing
I
Carlos
never
Lee.
bad-mouth except for,
Caratini,
all
born
the
in Puerto
time.
Rico. Stop trying to claim Victor
No,
Caratini.
but he's Italian Puerto Rican.
No, it shows no Italian in his blood.
he's got Italian blood.
I'm looking at a DNA thing for
I'm
him.
telling you.
23andMe for Victor Caratini?
What?
You've got that pulled up?
23andMe, Victor Caratini. It says 0% Italian, 100% Puerto Rican.
It does not say
I'm
that.
sorry. It says 6% Venezuelan.
He's Italian Puerto Rican.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He was born in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Which means he's Italian American because Puerto Rico, we own them.
No, you don't get to
I don't
just
think
claim
it's called
people because
owned.
John's trying to
I really
claim
don't think it's
anybody
owned.
whose name ends in a vowel. He's trying to
Yeah,
claim.
I know.
Yeah. No, it's Caratini. That's what you absolutely. And they're ours, aren't they? Puerto
No, we
Rico?
don't
It's
own.
not Caratini. It's Caratini.
Caratini. Yeah, that's Italian.
That doesn't sound Italian to me when you say Caratini.
What is Vanderford? That's not.
That's probably like Swedish or one of those people.
Vanderford.
Yeah, it's going to be like Vandermeer.
Ja, hey, there.
Whatever Mark Vandermeer is, that's
Yeah,
probably
that's what he is.
Robert Vanderford is. But I know that name, Robert Vanderford, runs it now. It's a name that has been synonymous with air conditioning in Houston for years. It's family owned, been around a long time. And the reason they've been around a long time is because they're very good, and people, it's their home AC service. You need to have one plumber, one AC person, one car mechanic, one doctor. The ones you need to trust the most. That's really, you have to find somebody that is trustworthy and who do a great job. And that's what Vanderford Air is. They're very trustworthy. They don't charge you for coming out and working late at night. They don't charge you for emergency service, and you have to get charged extra for emergency service. Everything's an emergency when you lose your air conditioning here in the city of Houston. What they want to do is make sure, A, that your air conditioning is running properly. So if you have any doubts, have them come out there. They can run through an entire battery of tests to make sure it's running properly. Or if it's not, they'll find out exactly what's going on. They can get it fixed for you. And then, worst case scenario, which turns into best case scenario, is if you need a brand new system, they're going to finance it and get one for you. And I promise you, brand new lines, they can cut new ducts into rooms if you're not getting enough air there. They can make your home extremely comfortable and extremely cool and much more efficient so that your electric bills are actually lower despite being cooler in your home. VanderfordAir.com, 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
Aqueduct Plumbing. Okay, you have some kind of an issue, anything. You got clogged pipes. Your shower isn't full force. What's going on with that? Maybe you have a lot of residue in your tankless water heater, and it's not able to. And have you cleaned it out in a while? Because I didn't even know it when they came to my house, and I was like, my water pressure just doesn't seem right. Look at in the sinks and in that. They were like, well, man, you got to clean this tankless water heater out. When was the last time you did that? If you've had a tankless water heater for a while and you haven't cleaned it out, you need to call Aqueduct Plumbing and have them come and do that. And then your water pressure is going to be so much better. So listen, there's so many things that you can do. I talk about the preventive all the time, that you need to do some preventive things to make sure that you don't have big jobs. You don't want a big job. You don't want those pipes clogging up and then Billy's got to replace them. Nope. Or if you do have to replace them, Billy does that as well. So whatever it is that you need plumbing-wise, make sure that you keep this number in your phone, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
You've never been this screwed. So, yeah, the rain is really destroying everything for us. So here's the deal, is I can't play. There's a lot of places you can't play golf today, which just sucked for all of us.
That's okay.
No, it's okay. Which is worse, hurricane or this? Can't play golf.
Hurricane, where people lose their power.
Yeah.
Trees fall in their homes.
Yeah, I guess that. Okay, I'll give you that.
Esme's still not in her home because
a real MOP, a real man.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you that.
That's the least MOP thing he's done for a while. We literally have somebody who works here who has to come up with $3,000 before she can get her electricity put on because homeowners won't cover it. A tree knocked her whole electrical box off. They're like, what? Act of God, that's your job. You got to pay for that. Yeah, Esme's screwed.
That's awful.
So, yeah, that's worse than golf.
How about if you raise money instead of eyelids for kids, which you put in your pocket, you raise money for Esme? That'd be great. Yeah, instead of a real charity.
If you guys want to send money for Esme to get her master electrician out, go ahead and fire some money to her.
Yeah. Okay. Don't we
Give
have
it directly to her?
Don't we have any electricians that can help? If you're an electrician, you can,
master electrician.
Yeah, maybe you can come and help Esme because she can't get back in her house.
Yeah, if you can do that, how about you and I pay for it?
Wouldn't that be nice?
How about you and I pay for it?
Well, that's all right. All right.
All right, I will too. If we get a master electrician to do it for less than what they're charging.
And Gao is going to pay for it too.
Yeah, and David Gao.
Yeah, David Gao.
Yeah, the three of us will.
Yeah.
There it is. Boom.
Boom.
You got to reach out to us and let us know. And don't be some slappy electrician.
Yeah, no, we got to be a real electrician.
It's got to be a real accredited, certified. You've got to have the best reviews.
Yeah, the best. He's got to be the best. There's no question.
The very best reviews, and then we'll mention your business here.
Yeah.
Right?
Or you do it for free instead of us paying you.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're not going to.
You don't do it right. You don't.
Okay, do it. Redo it.
All right, we need a master electrician that will donate his time for Esme because she can't be a nicer person.
We'll give you a little something, though.
And she's struggling. She's a single mom, 2 daughters, and she needs to get back in her house. And
is this her Tinder profile too?
And we'll talk about your company on the air. Okay.
Homeowners insurance will not cover it.
Yeah.
Because insurance is the worst.
She's a very nice woman. You go over there, you fix her electricity.
Yeah, and just be a good person. 713-780-3776.
We don't have good people in our audience.
I felt like you were going to say something else there.
Well, he's setting it up.
You said you go over there.
She's a single mom with 2 kids.
Well, no, but that's just he's not setting it up for her to date.
She doesn't have the money for it. What are you talking about?
Your problem,
you're a bad
Del.
person.
He was just saying, hey, she needs help, and you're thinking this is going to turn into some kind of pizza delivery boy situation from
one of your movies.
Yeah. Not one of my movies.
Oh, the plumber's here.
That's your
funny,
problem.
Del.
That's your problem. No one looks at them as movies anymore. We look at them in 30-minute clips. No one looks at them as
I don't know.
Hey, here's our phone number.
If
you can help us at any point, 713-780-3776. We will mention your company ad
we'll give you some love.
We're going to show you a lot of love. We're trying to get Esme helped out.
Yeah. If you're out there, maybe one of you guys that drives around in the truck and doesn't do anything. Maybe one of
maybe you're a center point guy who wants to just get a little extra hustle in.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if maybe that's not the same as master electrician.
Yeah.
But we'll just see if there's any good people listening.
Anyway, Esme needs your help if you can.
I promise you, if somebody's doing that, I'm going to. And next time I have an electricity where I need an electrician to rewire something, I will definitely use this person.
Yeah,
100%.
How about that? That'd be great. Are you going to use Kenyon Green this year?
Am I going to use him?
Yeah. Will Kenyon Green be used in the Texans' offense?
I got to see what Titus Howard says first.
Well, here's Titus Howard talking about Kenyon Green yesterday after practice.
Growth, man. Maturity. Kenyon's matured a lot. He's put in a lot of work. His body is in the best position he's been in. His mind is in the best position he's been in. He's very confident, in his ability, and he's putting it all together, man. He's been out here putting some good stuff on the field for these first couple of days of camp, and I'm excited to see him grow. Like I told him, I've been in the same position he's in right now. You just got to keep working, man. Just keep grinding. It's gonna, he's gonna get better, and I feel like it's gonna be a good year for him. It's all the guys. It's me, LT, Shaq. It's all those guys that have been playing football for a good bit of time, and we just pouring into him because you got to think about Kenyon came into this league as a young kid. He was the youngest guy in his draft class, and he's younger than some of the rookies this year. So you got to take that into fact, that he's still a young kid and he got a lot to grow. But he's been taking in everything we've been pouring into him, and he's been very positive about everything this year. So I'm excited to see him continue to grow. It's not going to be perfect. It's not perfect for us. I mean, I'm going into year 6 and it's still not perfect for me. But if you can keep showing that you putting in the work and you're doing your best you can do, it's only great things going to happen.
And you get paid like Titus. That's the thing. That's the thing you want. Get paid like Titus. Okay, Kenyon. I hope Kenyon does well. Local guy, A&M. I mean,
yeah, we all do.
We want Kenyon. Yeah, 15th overall pick, 13th overall pick, 13th.
Yeah.
We want Kenyon to do really, really, really big things. Be great. Make Kenyon great again. That's what we want. And hopefully that will
make Kenyon great again. It's the second day in a row he's figured out ways to steal a concept.
Don't worry, a hat's coming. Don't worry.
Make Kenyon great.
We'll see John in a hat at some point here shortly.
Not in California, he won't.
MKGA.
Well, he leaves it here.
MKGA. Why can't I in California? Well,
he can wear a hat. It just won't be received well, but he can wear one.
Rats ask what they think.
In your neighborhood, you could.
Yeah, no, probably more than likely. So I want to see Kenyon really, really, really good.
I do too, because Kenyon Green is a good run blocker. Like I'm a big proponent. As much as I love C.J. Stroud, championships are one when you can just stick the ball up somebody's butt and they can't do anything about it.
I don't think that's how you want to tie it.
Well, I mean, it's true.
What is
when you can't do anything about it? Isaiah Pacheco was a big part of the Kansas City Chiefs offense.
Yeah, but then that whole Patrick Mahomes thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, but that's what my point is, that you're so much better when you have a running game that can impose their will too, and that's missing from this team. That's missing from this team right now. Who was asked about Dameon Pierce? I think it was Titus Howard. Do we have that where he was asked about Dameon Pierce? Did you read that? I read all the.
No, I read
all the comments.
No, I've got some different ones from I found on.
I
Titus.
thought it was
on Diggs. He talked about Diggs.
Yeah.
I don't have that one about Dameon.
Yeah, I just said, he's doing Dameon Pierce stuff. This is the best he's looked, and he's,
he's the most.
He said he's the most talented running back I've ever been around, and. I'm like, well, I mean, maybe that's true he came from Alabama State.
Yeah.
He's had, he hasn't exactly had great Philip Lindsay. I don't know. I'm trying to remember who all he had here for the Texans. Devin Singletary.
The little white guy.
Oh, Rex Burkhead. Yeah, Dameon Pierce to me was better than Rex Burkhead.
Yeah. Well, but he did have Singletary last year, who was better.
Yeah, he was better last year, but the year before Singletary was really good. Not Singletary,
Dameon,
but
Dameon
Pierce
Pierce
was really good.
Was really good.
And I'm hoping that Dameon Pierce, they've talked about he looks more decisive. That's the whole thing. Decisiveness comes with trusting a blocking scheme, but also with vision, and I'm not. That's something you either have it or you don't. I don't really think that's something that you watching tape for as long as I have now. Guys who have it it's just one of those things that you have or you don't have. I don't think it's going to change.
Yep.
I don't think poise changes a whole lot for quarterbacks. Once you get in the NFL, if you don't have poise, I don't think you develop poise in the pocket. I think you always see ghosts a little bit. So with Dameon Pierce, he's a little bit stutter-steppy, and but hopefully it's better. He can run, just hit it up in there and just trust it a little bit more. We'll see.
Yep.
Because it was so fun to watch him in 2022. My gosh, he was like the only thing.
Oh, he was
watching.
awesome. He was fun. It's the only thing to watch at that time. Kamari Lassiter also met the media. He had some interesting stuff to say. Well, we will talk.
We come
we will
back.
hear
I
from him.
like what he said.
Yes, I do.
This
too.
shows you that this feels like a DeMeco Ryans rookie answer. I liked his answer that he gave.
All right, but first, Maestro
Bell. Oh, yes. Maestro Bell, the home of delicious tequila. Reposado, the Humito. I want to talk about the Humito. You have silver. You have the tequila, the silver, which is kind of the standard tequila for a lot of these companies, and you'll find that in most of the margaritas. I want to talk about Humito because it's a smoked silver, and so it's got a different flavor to it. It's got kind of a smoky taste to it, it's something that I like a lot. I like the peated scotch whenever I have that on my penicillin. I like having this tequila in Maestro Bell that has, we're talking about a silver, but has a little bit of a smoky hint to it because it gives just a little extra, an extra zip to your cocktails. Your cocktails on ice, your margaritas on the rocks, your whatever the cocktail is that calls for a tequila. I like using that Humito because it's a smoked tequila that really has a different variance in it that is completely different from the other tequilas that they have. Make sure that you find the right one for you. Yours might be Añejo, yours might be Reposada, yours might be the Cristalino, but I promise you're going to find one of your favorite tequilas ever with Maestro Bell.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to talk about MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. MyBookie. Oh, listen, the Olympics are here. You want to bet on Olympics events? Of course you do. Okay, you know who's going to. Katie Ledecky, what? Yes. U.S. women's soccer, what? Okay, yeah. U.S. women's basketball, what? Men's basketball, not sure. But, okay, you can bet against them if you want. Or you can bet with them, whatever. All of the bets, the Olympics, anything, any sport, anytime, anywhere. I mean, it's ridiculous, all the different stuff that they have. Cycling. You want to bet on cricket. You want to bet on Australian rules football. I mean, it's unbelievable, all of the different bets. So you know stuff, and you want to make some money off of your knowledge. That's easy. All you need to do is go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You got a bonus just for signing up, and then you go. And then you win, and you get paid. It's easy, cash out, easy. You got a parlay, you want to get out of it early, you could do all of these things. All at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we got a master electrician here. Christian is joining us here on ESPN. Christian, is this true? Are you a master electrician?
Yes, sir, I am. I have my own company, certified contractor in the state of Texas, brother.
What's the name of your company?
Space City Electrical Services.
Space City Electrical Services. So Esme had a tree fall on her electric box, right? Her electrical box.
I think that's what it was. It knocked off the home.
Yeah.
And so homeowners insurance would not cover it, and supposedly
because it's
she's
a wind, and
yeah.
Wind is a lot more expensive to buy insurance wise.
Yeah, so she can't get back in her home till she has. I guess the box has to be reattached and something that needed a master electrician. We could let her tell you exactly what it is.
I would love to help her out. Her and about 5,000 other people have the same thing going on.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Is it crazy out there?
So is this a listener of yours or somebody?
She works here. She's our main receptionist up front. She's been with us for I don't know how many years. She's a wonderful person. She's a single mom. She doesn't have any money. So, I mean, it's a really tough situation for her. Can you help her?
Help her out. Maybe you guys give me some exposure. And
yeah,
absolutely.
Electrical Services would love to get her back up and running.
Yes,
absolutely.
And anybody out there that needs any kind of electrical help,
this is our guy.
Space City Electrical Services, right? Is that it?
Can I give you guys my phone number?
Okay, give a phone number.
All right, 713-213-0009.
713-213-0009.
Hey, we're going to put you on hold so Dell can get all your information. I'm going to contact you after the show. We're going to put you in contact with Esme and see if we can't get something done. Does that sound good?
Absolutely. I would love to help her out on the house.
Appreciate it,
On the
Christian.
house.
Here, we're going to put you on hold right now.
That's the best. How about Christian? All right. Space City Electrical Services, 713-213-0009. And he's going to help out.
This is just coming up.
And if you need help, how about you go with a guy that's a nice guy like Christian? Okay. How cool is that? How cool is that? And Esme needs it. I know there's probably a lot of cases out there like Esme that need the help. He said, I mean, how busy is this guy right now?
A ton.
He's swamped,
obviously.
And he's going to take time out of his day. And he's going to help Esme for absolutely free, and it's going to, take money out of his pocket because he could be working somewhere where he's making money.
You have to say all this stuff out loud, make him reconsider.
No, he's not reconsidering.
Okay.
I mean, he's a good guy. He's a great guy. Christian from Space City Electrical Services. That's great stuff. Great stuff. And we'll give him a lot more love. And if you need any electrical help, this is the kind of guy. All right? Todd said we'll run some ads for him.
Awesome.
How about that? Good.
Let's get Esme back in her house with her kids.
Yep, that is awesome.
So she doesn't have to stay with her in-laws or
or
her sister.
So here we are. Astros lose yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Bloss
look bad.
Does not look like our fifth starter.
Not yet. He's a rookie. And all the Spencer Arrighetti hate. I'm like, guys, rookies are going to get lit up sometimes. But you know what? There's a reason, though, that Bloss had the ball up Arrighetti, even Blanco had the ball up the other day. But the ball, some of the balls that were hit, Bloss, you got to bring it down in the zone. But this is stuff that you learn as a rookie.
This is why they have to make a deal, though, because you can't count on him. Arrighetti's going to start getting, a little worn down. They're going to have to do a deal for an arm. You think they're going to do one for? Well, you want them to do one.
I want them to do one for.
I think they're more likely to do one for an arm, but they could do one for a first baseman.
Yeah, first. I would like to see a first
but
baseman.
I do think they're going to make a deal before trade deadline.
Right.
We'll see what that entails, but I don't think they're going to sit still. Jeff Passan had a look at all the teams and what their strategies are, and he had the all-ins, and the Astros were not in all-ins. And then he had, the next level down, and he said interested but not all in, or looking to capitalize but not all in. And he just, he mentioned, look, they're willing to deal for their minor league system, but they're not going all in. And so I would say if they're not all in, then the name is not going to be a big name that you're
no, probably not. Probably not. But here's the deal. You're on the last couple of months of a contract. You ain't giving up a whole bunch anyway. I mean, you don't have to give up a whole bunch for a guy that's in the last 2 months of his contract, because teams are going to give up. They're going to go, okay, we'll just take whatever we can get now. Which is why you think about somebody. Oh, it was Barry Laminack was on with Joel yesterday saying trade. They're going to trade Alex Bregman. What, Barry? What'd you say? No, I mean they do the exact opposite. They're not trading anybody. They'll just let everybody walk. It's what they do.
Well,
that's what the Astros do.
That's what they do.
They get as much out of you and then they let you walk. Okay.
That sounds almost like you're that makes it sound like, I don't know. They use you for all they can. They use you up and then a walk
of shame.
That sounds like Wayne Graham's usage of Astros.
Oh, well, that or
Rice pitchers.
Or the walk of shame. Okay.
Oh, that's terrible.
Okay. So you got here. All done. Bye.
All done.
Well, that's all. Boy. Anyway, yeah. What was that? Wasn't there a movie, Walk of Shame? There was, I think
it's probably a Judd Apatow movie if there was.
Where she was in a yellow dress.
Kristen Spiegel or somebody.
It was
what was it?
Elizabeth Banks.
Elizabeth Banks.
Oh,
Who's that?
That's one of their 40-year-old virgin Elizabeth Banks.
Right. Yeah.
Chelsea Handler. You may get confused between Chelsea Handler and Elizabeth Banks.
I don't.
No, Elizabeth Banks is.
There was a time Elizabeth Banks is.
Yeah, she's still on TV. She's doing a game show.
She's a director.
Elizabeth
now,
Banks
too.
is.
Yeah,
she's a director.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She's doing she's hosting a game show, and right near Steve Harvey, Judge Harvey. Okay. Yeah, that's where it is. I was going to show you guys a picture yesterday that you don't even know Steve Harvey's a judge.
Judge Harvey.
Sorry, we don't watch.
I don't
midday
watch
television.
It's not midday. It's prime time.
Trash TV where he's
Don't
not a real
watch that
judge and his stuff's not even binding. That's
Sorry.
for TV.
Network television. I know you don't pay for television, so you're stuck with network television.
You got your rabbit ears apparently that you claim to use.
I pay more.
Well, you tell us because you were whining about it on Monday. Oh, pay for television. Apparently you do. So what are you whining about?
Yeah, I pay exorbitant amounts. Okay, for television, I'm the dumbest TV watcher ever.
Many people believe he pays the highest amounts, the very highest amounts for network television, folks. This is a very dumb person. They call him Stupid John.
I found out that I was paying $6 a month for Paramount. I haven't watched Paramount since Yellowstone.
They got some good stuff on there.
Well, wait, but you mean for streaming service?
Streaming. I paid for that.
Yeah,
I didn't even know.
You got to write this stuff down.
No.
Once I was done with Yellowstone, bleep, goodbye Paramount Plus.
No, I got. Is there good stuff on there? What's on there, Doe?
They have a Lioness with Zoe Saldana. She's a spy handler, pretty much. Like she.
I think we started watching. We watched the
women,
first episode.
At least in the season 1, she was convincing like women from Middle Eastern areas to spy. That one was pretty good. There's some other stuff like movies that are exclusive to Paramount Plus. You can find them on there too. Mayor of Kingstown's on there.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I like. Yeah, how was the last season?
I'm in the middle of it right now.
It's also on Prime.
Halfway through.
Mayor of Kingstown's also on Prime.
No, it's through Paramount Plus. If you don't have Paramount Plus, you can't watch Mayors of Kingstown.
Oh, that's right. So I do have Paramount Plus.
You must. You you might.
I need to look.
I know what I have. What I'm going to have actually is Bronco Power Boost. Bronco Power Boost is the way to go. Listen, so many of you, so many of us are without power. And there is a way with Bronco Power Boost. You go and watch the 4-minute video that they have on broncopowerboost.com, broncopowerboost.com. There's so many people asking me on Twitter, hey, what's that electric thing that you... Listen, they hook it up to your lights, to your garage door, to your Wi-Fi, to TVs, to your refrigerator. You keep all of this stuff going. If you're a business, your point of sale, your security cameras, your lights, you want to keep them on. If you have any kind of medicine that you have to keep refrigerated, they attaches directly to that, and you will never, ever lose power on that. They have a way now, too, where you can have it where it would be never ending. So these are battery. It's a battery, but it immediately goes on and turns on all of these things when your power goes out, okay? So that you can keep all of these things that keep your business running or keep you happy during the downtimes of electricity. No maintenance, 30% off. The government is going to give you a 30% rebate because it's green. It's so much cheaper than a generator. It's the way to go, especially if you can't even have a generator. There are a lot of places you can't. BroncoPowerBoost.com, BroncoPowerBoost.com.
AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com. That's the website. But if you go to Allstate Windows and Siding, I'm going right now to the website because on the front page, what I love about this is all of the information that you need about the services they offer. They have replacement patio doors. They have windows. The thing about windows is we're still in the middle of hurricane season, so the next one up could be a big monster. If you found that your windows were not up to par, you're very concerned about your windows, get stronger windows. They have windows that are basically set up for obvious hurricane strength that is down by the Gulf, or stronger ones even for here that are going to stand up against the elements that we face here with some of the natural disasters that we come in contact with. They've got complete siding jobs for huge discounts, but vinyl replacement windows, impact windows, patio doors, there's nothing they're not doing right now, and they do it for great prices and huge discounts for ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listeners. So go ahead, go in there, contact them, and when you're done, say, oh, by the way, I'm an ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener. Make sure you get your discounts, and you're going to get great service, great prices, and your home is going to look fantastic with Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm just getting more and more. I'm watching Aaron Rodgers. We just watched Aaron Rodgers on ESPN. I'm getting more and more of a feeling that he is going to be really, really good this year, and the Jets are going to be a good football team.
I do too. The defense is already good.
Yeah, really good.
But you look at them offensively, I mean, they were set up to be a really good team last year.
Yep.
And Aaron Rodgers going down changed that. But if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, there's really no reason to believe he's not going to play at a very high
He's going to be – he's going to be he's a pocket quarterback now. You know, he ain't going to be able to beat you with his – because he was able to earlier in his career. He was very athletic and was able to beat you with his legs sometimes.
Athletic, but
but he ain't running with that Achilles. No chance. So he's going to be a pocket guy. But all of this crap about the mini camp and he's in Swahili or wherever the hell he was.
That's a language, not a country.
Oh, okay. Whatever. Wherever he was, it doesn't matter.
That's a language, not a country.
Whatever. Wherever he was.
My God.
So
how are we supposed to know that, Del?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We
Read
don't
a
have
book.
to be linguists.
No.
Or watch a TV show. No one's ever gone, hey,
I'm going to Swahili.
No one's
But
ever
it
said
sounds
that.
like a place.
It sounds like a language.
So
That's what it is.
So wherever he was, is Aaron Rodgers going to be so much better because he was at minicamp? No. Aaron Rodgers just needs a couple of weeks to get ready for a football season.
The last time we saw him drop back the pass in practice, that Achilles didn't look great. They were talking.
I was just watching him right now.
They're talking about him pushing off and not being able to stay on his tippy toes, dropping back. If that heel keeps coming down because he can't maintain any height because the Achilles ain't great, that's what you should watch for. According to the internet doctors, actual doctors who are judging him by dropbacks, he can't stay up on top of his toes. At least the last time we saw him.
Dude throws with all arm. He can throw with all arm anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing is he has that kind of arm talent, but. What it can do is have an impact on your accuracy, but he's typically an accurate quarterback. I don't know. I just feel like if he's out there, he's going to make a lot of plays. I really think Buffalo is the team to watch for a downturn this year. I don't think it's going to be the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins are who they are. It's going to be a little while before they get Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips back, although from what I'm hearing, Phillips is ahead of Chubb from a schedule standpoint because of the Achilles, his Achilles is healing faster than Chubb's ACL because of the time frame of the injuries. But and they drafted Chop Robinson, who's a rookie, and he's very raw. But I just think the offense in Miami is going to be spectacular this year. And so Buffalo, to me, is the team most likely to take a step back. They didn't add Derrick Henry, which I thought they should have to help out, due to the loss of the wide receiver position and Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs. So We'll see what Buffalo has, but the Jets, on paper, the Jets have pretty much everything you want. It's just, can their offensive line play with the crap this year? Their offensive line's been bad for about 5 straight years.
Yeah.
And they deal with a lot of injuries up front too.
I think the Jets are going to be a problem, and we got to play them. We got to go there. That's going to be a problem. If he stays healthy, there's one more AFC spot that's taken up in the postseason, which means that you might have to win the division. And they're going to win the division, especially with young Kamari Lassiter. This is the one that you like, right? The one about playing in the bowl game?
Uh-huh.
Is this what you like?
No. Mine was about, I got a lot of work to do.
Oh, well, he did say this. Okay, on Nico and Tank, he was asked about, and you know what? This happens. This is why I think a lot of LSU defensive backs are really good, is because they have to cover LSU wide receivers in practice, you spend more time with the wide receivers on your team than you spend against opposing wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
You're practicing against them every day.
Yeah.
And if you've got really talented wide receivers, and guess what Kamari has? He's got really talented wide receivers.
Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah. Here's Kamari, good on good. This is good on good.
This is good on ones, good on good.
Good on good.
One-on-one.
Kamari on Nico, Tank, and Diggs.
Man, it just makes me so much better because it's like my technique has to be sound every play, because it's 2-on-1. I'm 1-on-1 with the receiver, and then I got another matchup with the quarterback, and the quarterback is elite. So just knowing that if I make one wrong step or if I think too long, the rep might be over because whoever I'm going against, whether it's Steph, Nico, Tank, Mechie, Noah, it doesn't matter. Like, those guys are elite, so I have to be elite at the same time.
That's good. That's good. He's got to be elite. And you know what? They just make him better. And you know what? They explained to him, hey, dude, you can't do that because we're going to beat you this way. This is what we're going to do.
We don't have the audio on this, but I want to read a couple of these. He was asked how he's performing so far, and this is the answer I really liked. He says, I feel like I got a long way to go. I feel like it's been the first couple of practices, and I feel like to get to the point I really want to be at, I have a long way to go. I have a lot to learn, and I have a lot to work on. So right now it's okay, but I want to be a lot better. That's just, I love that it's not trying to convince himself with swagger or confidence. He's just giving a real answer. Then he was asked about the biggest learning curve, and he said, I'd say finding a routine that really sticks with you because in college, you don't have a lot of time. You got school, you got this, you got that. And in the NFL, you don't have anything but football. So just finding something productive to do with your time, finding time to work on my body, figuring out what my body likes, what my body doesn't like, how to make sure I'm prepared for practice, how to make sure I'm mentally prepared every day. So just finding a good routine for myself. These are great answers. Mm-hmm. These are answers about somebody who is honest with himself and somebody who recognizes what he needs to do with the extra time on his hands. I had a scouting seminar this Saturday where I talked to people, and one of the things NFL teams always worry about, guys, is they say, what is this player going to do with more money, more time, and more access? Yeah. And what he's telling you is he's got to find ways for his routine to use his extra time to work on himself. That's what he's talking about.
Maybe I could take him under my wing. We could go to Wildcat, play some golf.
Don't want him under your wing.
Okay. We could play some golf. He doesn't have to drink until after the round. Oh, if he doesn't want to. I mean, I think that's ridiculous, but okay. We can, yeah. So if he wants to find something to do with, if he's got excess time, then I can help him out.
I'm sure he will be playing EA College Football 25. Doesn't want to golf with you.
Well, maybe it's you he wants to hang out with.
No, he doesn't.
He was Sean. He wants to hang out with Sean.
Sean
takes weeks off
Sean's
just to
got
play
more
a game.
experience. I haven't played nearly as many games as Sean has played.
No, I know, right? So now I didn't know this. I didn't know this. Apparently, and we're not out there because we're actually working while they're out there practicing. But apparently, Azeez Al-Shaair is extremely vocal, and he is aggressive in his vocality, if that's a word. Vocalness.
What does this mean?
It means he yells at people.
He's aggressive in his vocality.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Here is because apparently it's noticeable because when he was asked, Kamari was asked about Azeez and how he goes about his business on the practice field.
I feel like I know what you're talking about, but nah, not in that manner. It's just and even if it wasn't that manner, you just gotta hear the message, not the tone. But no, he just giving me game, just telling me, little things here and there that's gonna help me out. Even though we play two different positions, he understands the game and the defense very thoroughly. So just kind of hearing where he's coming from, that's something that really helps me.
I like that Azeez is out there
giving him game,
a veteran, and he ain't putting up with. You know what? No. You're not in the right spot, or you're not doing your job. Azeez is going to tell you about it.
Veteran linebacker putting other rookies on game.
Yeah,
that's what you want.
I mean, maybe not only rookies.
That's what you
I
want.
don't know.
Maybe you wanted to play for the Texans and you couldn't, and you still want to play football. The UFL team, the United Football League, will host its 4th summer showcase in Houston. It's going to be on Sunday, July 28th. It's this Sunday. So players are going to be evaluated based on performance for inclusion in the UFL draft player pool for the upcoming 2025 season. If you're somebody who was a college player who is listening right now, or you just think you have the goods, registration is going to be at showcases.theufl.com. Showcases.theufl.com. Defensive session is going to be from noon to 4 p.m. at Houston Christian University, and then offensive session from 4 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. So if you'd like to try to live your dream, showcases.theufl.com. Go there, sign up for registration, get all your information. It's going to be at Houston Christian University, formerly HBU, and it's going to be this Sunday. All the information will be at showcases.theufl.com. And it'd be pretty cool if you could be one of the guys who make it into the player draft pool.
That's neat. And tell us if you do. Give us a call. We'll put you on. We want to talk to you about it. If you are,
but don't lie and say you did.
No,
and then trick us, David.
No.
Because or Charlie.
No, David. You're a mockingbird or a mockingdale.
Yeah,
you're not a player. I know a college football player. Mike Holly played. But
he's busy. Do you think he wants to play in the NFL right now?
The UFL? No, I don't think he's going to try out.
The UFL?
Yeah, it was like 30 some years ago that he played.
Yeah. He's not going to go to the showcase.
I don't think he's going to the showcase. But here's the deal: he's at HR&P, and if you want to work for him, if you feel like I don't know, maybe they have a job over there. I don't know, maybe they do. Ask Chris Fisher. Call up there and see if Chris Fisher. If you want to be with a company that's awesome, because how I know it's awesome, because everyone that deals with HR&P feels like they're awesome, okay? How much they help their business. We have Chuck Watson, who's a really, really rich guy here. Chad Clay, Marcus Piavla. I mean, it's guy after Ricky, all right, from Gentle Ben did a commercial for him. Bucky Richardson did a commercial. I mean, it's guy after guy after guy that talks nothing about how great they are at HR&P. If you're somebody that needs payroll, these guys, I'm telling you, you'll be just like me, talking about them, saying how great they are. You'll love them. You'll love what they do at HR&P. HRP.net. You need payroll. You need HR. You need your taxes done. You need it done economically, and you need it done perfectly every time. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Twitch keeps reaffirming what a bad place it is. So my daughter watches on Twitch, which she should move over to YouTube, right?
Yeah, make that transition.
Yeah, because she watches on Twitch every day, and she should watch on YouTube. Here was the exchange on Twitch not long ago. Apparently, John's daughter, Frankie, watches Twitch every day. She hot? Toxic. No comment. Can we play guess which username is Johnny's daughter? Mega Blast. Frankie the Bull. D-Wreck. Isn't she a bad driver? First of all,
it's not that daughter.
If Frankie, that's my other daughter. My Frankie's in New York living her best life. She ain't got time for this silliness, so she doesn't watch. My daughter Stephanie is a doctor of psychology in Oklahoma City with a daughter who I'm going to see tomorrow. And she is the one, she and her husband are the ones that watch. And they watch Twitch. There are times that she tells me, I had to turn it off because Twitch is so...
Just go to ESPN, go to YouTube channel. YouTube ESPN
YouTube is the way to go for people that...
It's the official streaming account of the station.
Well, yes.
Dell will tell you that.
And it's a place for nicer people.
And the name, you can find it a couple ways. You can just type in ESPN Houston on YouTube, or even maybe just ESPN Houston YouTube in a normal Google search. It'll come up. Yeah, it's the version where you don't maybe have to shield your own eyes from the comments. You can go over there.
Well, Dell is beloved on there. You watch the Twitch, right?
No, I don't watch Twitch.
Dell is beloved on Twitch.
I'm not beloved on Twitch, but I don't really think about Twitch. The only time I even think about them is when you guys tell me they've said something about me, but I don't care. We know Twitch are the dregs of the listeners. We know. I mean, literally, we've had the FBI involved.
We've had the FBI involved?
Yes.
What? Twitch, you're a bad place right now, okay? Can you clean it up? Is there any way to clean it up? D-Wreck. Isn't she a bad driver?
Yeah, Frankie wouldn't be
Frankie's
involved
not
with
on.
you
It's
guys.
not Frankie. It's Steffi, okay?
And Steffi's husband will listen as well, or watch on Twitch as well.
Yes, and he's disgusted with Twitch too, okay? But sometimes you...
Are they like your daughter and son-in-law? Are they like people who sometimes I didn't know you guys were even on that station anymore? When you tell them, hey, just switch over, we're still around. Hey, you guys still exist. Hey guys, ESPN Houston YouTube, it's easy.
Yeah,
just
Man,
make the
I
switch.
used to listen to y'all. We are on 610. Where are you now? Oh, we've been on the air for another 17 years.
Just make the switch.
Don't worry. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, how
you
about
might not have been able to hear us at times.
How about a bit of an upset that Brandon Ayuk is at camp?
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal because he's requested a trade. Usually that means you're dug in for a long-term thing. But John Lynch the other day made a comment that we think Brandon Ayuk, we want him to be a lifetime 49er. I think him coming into camp means that his agent believes a deal's going to get a deal done.
Yep.
And I think this is a goodwill thing to make sure that the negotiations go better. So I don't think he comes into camp unless he thinks a deal's getting done.
Yep.
So I think a deal will get done for Brandon Ayuk.
Out, CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I mean, this has become the new thing.
Yeah. I got a year left. I'm out.
Yeah, it's I don't.
CeeDee's really good.
Yeah, he is.
Really
I
good.
don't know, like if you make a big deal about this or not. This seems like it's going to be the new hot thing where if other people are doing it now, I have to do it. You know, it used to be a holdout on contracts it was rare, but you also, when you had it was pretty locked in. You remember that? Like when guys were mad about their deals or not getting a deal.
He's still locked in. You miss the year, guess what? You don't get paid.
They want their deals done 2 years in advance now. So it's almost one of those things where you just, as a team, you don't want to give in to one guy because then you have to give in to everybody.
Well, no, his first rounders are supposed to be 5 years. They ain't.
Yeah.
I want my new deal after 3.
And other wide receiver news, Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals, told everyone that Jamar Chase probably isn't getting a deal this season. If it's going to come, it's going to come after next season. He's another guy who's not in camp. T. Higgins probably is gone as well. So now they're going to pay Jamar Chase. They can't lose both of those guys, but they're probably only going to have one of them after this season. And Lance, your biggest hater, is on hold.
Oh, Alyssa.
Oh my God.
Little high school Alyssa.
Well, she may not be the biggest hater.
No, she hates you.
She's one. I don't know. She's
No,
one
she
of your
doesn't.
biggest haters.
Yeah. No. She always goes after you, and rightfully
About your
so.
shoes, about other
Yeah,
stuff.
everything.
Well, that was just that one time.
Well, let's get her in here. Alyssa, what's going on?
Hi, guys.
Hey, Alyssa.
Is this bad quality?
No, you're
No,
good.
it's good quality. I lied. I'm currently at Quest, but I wanted to talk about all the things that Twitch people have said to me. I usually watch on Twitch, correct? And, man, one of them said they wished I was pregnant. It was weird.
Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Wait a minute. Somebody on Twitch said they wish you were pregnant?
Yeah, they said they wished I was pregnant, and I said, what? And they were like,
Do they know
this is
who you
Alyssa,
are?
right? And I was like, yeah, I'm 14. I was like, yeah, I'm 14.
Oh, my God.
This is for any youngins out there listening to the show right now, please don't watch on Twitch. It's really bad. It's a bad place.
It's a bad place.
Watch watching Minecraft streams. It's a bad place.
We just. Oh, not this B. Is what somebody said on here. No, we're not. First of all, we're not going to do this.
We're not calling her that, by the way.
No,
We're not doing that.
No.
We're not doing this. Alyssa is protected by the show.
Yeah,
Period.
That's right.
Yeah.
She's under our
Oh,
protection. So, Alyssa, stay away from Twitch. She's right.
Now they're saying
of course.
this is
How
a
did
lie.
know when?
Now they're claiming that's a lie that anyone said that.
I don't think that's a
No,
lie
it's
at all.
not a lie. That was true. I was on about a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and then I decided never to go on the app ever again.
Oh, this is smart.
Wow, this is true. My daughter said some of them replied with nice things and said hi. Then Dell started talking, and it was all STFU. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Then there were emojis that resembled the male anatomy.
Of course.
A few said, "Oh, we need a clinical psychologist on here," and I couldn't agree more. You do. Oh, and they got mad at Lance because you didn't defend them.
I didn't defend
on
them
Twitch.
when?
Against me?
But they told you to STFU.
Well, listen to what
That's
they
fine.
said to a 14-year-old girl.
Why would they be defended? Listen to them.
Yeah, it's bad. It's a bad place. Alyssa, don't go there anymore.
And by the way,
Aye.
you need to and we're not talking about the other thing either. You need to go to school and get your grades up and do all your stuff.
It's summer. She's not a bad kid.
We don't even need a boyfriend until we're 25.
It's summer school. Or summer. What you doing?
It's summer.
I have to do my birthday first, and then I can go back to school.
Oh yeah, she does. She's
My
not one of
birthday's in 1
the.
week.
She's not one of the bad kids. She's one of the good kids. She
got
gets
birthday.
summers off.
She's got birthday.
Oh, why are you lying? Now you're lying.
Oh,
Now you're stretching.
She is one of the bad kids.
She is one of the bad kids.
Yeah,
I can see she's lippy. I know that.
She even told us before, your grades aren't the greatest, are they?
Yeah, she missed school to come to a live event.
Hold on. Let's listen.
What kind of grades do you get, Alyssa?
Oh yeah, wait. What?
What kind of grades do you get?
Oh, I get bad grades, but it's okay because I watch your show too much, and so then I learn things about sports.
Just listen to the show. Don't watch the show.
Yeah,
Just
listen to class.
No, 'cause
Yeah, actually,
my dad
wait.
just texted me.
We're on podcast. You can listen to a podcast.
you can listen after the show and
Go to
podcast.
class.
Go to class and learn
Were you
stuff.
going to be a freshman in high school
Hold on.
this year?
My dad just texted me because I had sent him all the messages I got on Twitter or Twitch, and he said that they told me to go make me a sandwich, to go make them a sandwich.
Well,
that's true.
Well, that's
I'm sure
John.
that did
Yeah.
happen.
Well,
John's
I
pushed
make
in.
sandwiches too. That's not an insult.
Misogyny.
What?
She said okay, misogyny.
Okay,
I'm not a misogynist. I
Well-
make sandwiches too. Who makes the sandwiches in my house?
John,
Me.
John. Let's be for real right now.
She's got a point.
No.
Just because you make sandwiches doesn't exclude you from that label.
No. It's not an insult to make a sandwich.
No, what I'm saying is
If
just
you make a good
say
sandwich, that sandwich that
No,
you just
if
saw
you
was by a man.
Yeah, but if you
I'm so
say
tired of you guys. I'm so done.
But if you say go make a sandwich, that's not a. That's a.
I think it's a
that's-
compliment.
That's
No,
not a
it-
compliment.
it's an order.
No
what is what
way.
it is.
Doesn't
Yeah, go
sound
make
like
a sandwich.
compliment. No.
Shut up and make a sandwich. I'm
That's
like, okay.
definitely not a
My wife says
compliment.
that to me all the time.
But that's not
Well, she's not
She's not being
complimenting.
nice.
Yeah, that's
That's
right.
just so bad. That's just so bad. I'm so sorry. That's awful, John. I can't believe you say that.
Alyssa, get out the giant paper that has the how to make a sandwich thing.
Misogyny,
okay?
right
Oh my gosh. Okay, John. The only reason people listen to your show.
You
is
need
to rant,
instructions because you don't go to
Lance
school.
You made her turn on you. She just
The
said
only reason people listen to your show is because of Lance and Dell because they're funny. You're just the old man that's been around for years.
Oh my god!
You made her turn on you.
This little sassy
Did a heel turn.
This little sassy bad grade girl.
Yeah. Hey, go to school. Go read a book.
Get back to
guys.
summer
Love
school.
y'all.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Bye, Alyssa.
That quick, John.
She turned.
You made her. You
Well,
you pushed her to a point.
I did push her.
She listens to us on the way to summer school.
Yeah. No. Well, she needs to.
She's a handful for her.
Yeah, she is. Oh, her dad. You got
Oh,
your hands full with that one. There's no
Man.
question.
We're going to lock
916 ESPN.
Lock her up.
And where? Where?
No.
Where
The house.
No.
The house.
No. Don't say that. Twitch wants her pregnant. What's
No,
wrong with you?
That was probably some terrible person.
Mega Blast.
They're
It
all
was probably Mega
terrible
Blast.
people.
Probably Mega Blast.
They do hate you, though.
Yeah, no.
It's fine with me.
Yeah, they hate you
I
every
don't-
time. STFU. You.
I
get
don't
it.
think about them at all.
I want to talk right now about Brinkman. I love them. BrinkmanQuality.com. Brinkman, BrinkMann.
Brinkman.
Quality. It's quality. It's in the name. It's in the name. Brinkman Quality Roofing Services. You don't stick around for 50 years unless you do it right. There are so many fly-by-night. They'll take your money. Oh, I need to buy the supplies, and you'll never see them again. They knock on your door. Oh, your roof needs fixing. Thanks. Nah. I'm telling you, Jason says, Brinkman, he says, I get more jobs from the screw-ups from these guys that knock on doors. It's amazing. It's how bad they are. So don't do that. Go with a quality roofing company that's been around forever, that's going to give you – listen, they have solar. It's not solar panels anymore. It's solar shingles. So your roof just looks like a regular roof, but it's solar. It's amazing. And with all the discounts that you get, I'm telling you, if you have to replace your roof, this is the way you want to go. How much money you will save over the life of the home with the electricity is amazing. And it just looks like a regular roof. There are so many things that they can do at Brinkman, but one of the things is making sure that you are going to get your insurance because your roof passed inspection by Brinkman. You need that documentation. Call them, 281-480-7663, 281-480-7663, or brinkmanquality.com. All right, I want to talk about Chastang. Matter of fact, I talked to Patrick yesterday, and they're looking for a solution because of the car here or in L.A. and how that's going to work. But I'm telling you, I'm buying it here. My daughter, like we've been talking about her, she lives in Oklahoma City. She buys her cars for Patrick Chastang because it's so much better a deal than she can find in Oklahoma. But that's the case where all over Houston here. I just talked to a guy the other day. He buys all of his work trucks, and he's got like 40 or 50 out there. And he says, I buy them all from Chastain because they customize it exactly how as I want it. It's perfect every single time. And this is, I got a whole new fleet out there on the streets, and the only place I'll go is Chastain Ford. You commercial businesses, this is what you're looking for. That's why they're number one Ford dealership in commercial vehicles. I mean, that's unbelievable, but that's the way the Chastains do business. So they're going to do that on the residential side or the private side as well. If you're looking for a vehicle, there's one place to go. In my mind, there's only one place to go. Chastain Ford. They're going to give you the best deal. No add-ons, no markups. It's awesome. They still got 2023 F-150s on the lot right now. This is the time to buy, especially if you're a business, because this is the least expensive you'll ever get it. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
This is going to make some of you mad when I mention his name, but Caitlin Clark is running away now with Rookie of the Year. Oh. She's the first rookie in a WNBA history to notch a 20.8-plus rebound, 9+ assist, and 2+ block game in a single game. The only other players to do that were Candace Parker, Tina Charles, and Courtney Vandersloot in the history of the league. Candace Parker was asked about Caitlin Clark, and she said, it's hard to have the bullseye on your back, not just from the standpoint of everybody looking at you, but also as a teammate trying, it is a team sport. So you're the one that always constantly has to remind people like, hey, Aaliyah Boston, set that screen. It's difficult, and people have different feelings about it. So it's hard weight, hard burden to carry, but she's doing a great job. Things have calmed down a little bit. You don't hear as much about that, but the TV ratings came out for the WNBA All-Star Game. They were over 3.3. It was over a 3.3 share. Last year, the same game was at just over 700,000 viewers. 700,000 to 3.3, John. Almost 500, about four and a half, about 400. Yeah. It's over 400 times increase there. When you look
4 times increase.
Yeah, that's it. But it's even more than that.
Yeah, over. Yeah.
It's even more than that. And so when you look at, there's going to be this thing where everyone wants to say, it's Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. The fact is, when you look at the 10 highest-rated women's sporting events this year, all of them are Caitlin Clark other than one. And one of them included Angel Reese, but they're all Caitlin Clark other than one, which was, I want to say, Las Vegas Aces versus the New York Liberty. That game happened to, hit on there toward the lower part of the section. But there's a direct correlation between, this continues on. Now All-Star Game, look how many eyes she brought. And while this is really about people arguing and wanting to take credit and not get credit, and this person deserves it and this one doesn't, and people will do their stupid racial fights on Twitter. They pretend it's not, but it is, and you can tell. In reality, all this is doing is Caitlin Clark is going to do for the WNBA what Tiger Woods did for golf, which is the ratings are undeniable now, and would they have been substantially higher? What's going to be interesting is let's watch the women's basketball team, Olympic basketball team, and let's compare those ratings to Indiana Fever games, and let's see what it looks like. Because we all know that Caitlin Clark was, driving TV ratings. We all know that the ratings would have been higher at the Olympics if she was on the team. That's really not what the Olympics are supposed to be about, trying to get the highest, figure out how do we get the highest ratings. But it is going to be very telling when you see all these great Olympians and see what their TV rating is compared to some of the other games that we've seen. But despite the fact that there will be some jealousies, there will be some, some bumps in the road for her physically where she's having to deal with jealousies or whatever, there is going to be no denying that their TV deal that they're fighting for is about to go way up. Like they've
already signed it. It was a $2.2 billion.
Well, no, that's right. Yeah. And the arguments are that it was too low.
It wasn't too low.
And
it was too low.
And you know what?
It was
They're
too
right.
Low. They're right.
The timing of it, the TV deals, the TV people got got away.
Got
with
over.
It. They
Yeah.
got over.
Yeah.
Because she is going to bring the next TV deal, or if they rework one, is going to be so much higher because of the eyes that she's bringing here. She's really like Tiger Woods, who brought a lot of people to golf. She's going to bring a lot of people to women's basketball, and then it's going to extend beyond Caitlin Clark to where people will have greater appreciations for more players, and not just Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. They're going to appreciate, neither one of them is the best player in the league. They're not even the best player in the league. It's Asia Wilson. So, and there's other really good players.
I can't imagine how pissed NBC is that Caitlin's not there, because as much as they pay for the Olympics, and y'all, we could have had the most eyes on this tournament with Caitlin Clark there. I mean, NBC,
they had to be pissed.
Pissed.
Yeah, they had to be pissed.
I mean,
they care about ratings first and foremost.
Yes, and eyes. They would have played every minute of those games on NBC.
Oh, sure.
You would have been able to watch every minute of those games.
Sure.
Now I'm not sure. We'll see. But yeah, if I was NBC, I'd be like, what y'all doing, man? Okay, you're trying to make a point. You're trying to prove something here.
Do you think there
How
was
about
anybody?
we get people watching?
Do you think there was anybody who tried to pressure the Olympic Selection Committee from NBC to add her? Like on a TV, if this were a made-for-TV movie, somebody would have picked up a phone and called, and I'm from some office.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you right now, if you want to, the next round of negotiations, if we don't get Clark in there this time around, you're going to have a real tough business on your hands next time around. I don't know why.
You think in New York they talk like that?
Nah, I mean, you never know.
I'm not sure that they talk like that so much in New York. But,
yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. But man, I kind of a little bit excited about the Olympics. A little bit.
Are you?
It's fun.
What do you
it's
love
something to watch
watching?
every night.
What do
you know what I'm
watching?
saying?
Yes, but what do you love watching?
I like the swimming.
Okay, yeah.
Because we've been good at swimming.
I actually like swimming.
Yeah.
I like track and field.
Yeah. I want to see. We've got some.
I used to actually like the gymnastics, where it was Mary Lou Retton or Bart Connor, or like the men's and women's gymnastics. But we had less to watch back in the 80s.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot less to watch.
And listen, I watched some of the qualifying.
Yeah, it was actually pretty fun watching the qualifying.
Like the women's 400 and the women's hurdles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We got some hotties.
Hey, so is Quincy Wilson, I don't know why he has to say we've got some hotties.
I'm just saying it makes it better. It doesn't make it better. What
yeah,
do you want to watch?
That's not what we're supposed to be saying. You're not supposed to say we've got some hotties.
Yeah, you tune in for the athleticism, for patriotism, the competition.
Yeah, same thing with beach volleyball.
No, you know what?
Wait, is beach volleyball still in the Olympics?
I don't think
believe
beach
so.
volleyball's ever really been that great.
No, it's been
on
an
that.
Olympic.
I believe so.
It's all right. I mean,
you don't like beach volleyball?
Well,
I figured you would. I figured that would be your jam.
That's not. No. I'm telling you, we got. Wait, what do you see? The hurdles?
What do you see, John? I mean, Lance, the hotties and the hurdles.
I'm telling you.
Can you imagine if John were blind? Why would he want to live?
Blindness. It would be a difficult path for John, certainly.
Yeah,
no,
blindness
what?
would be.
Why would I be what?
If you suddenly lost your sight, you would have no reason to live.
No.
He's got a family.
Big deal anyway.
Can't play golf.
Can't play golf.
Blind people
You
play
can't
golf.
play. Blind people play golf.
Yeah.
Can't ogle hurdlers.
Yeah, that would be tough for John.
I'm not saying I ogle. I'm just saying
He noticed.
Sounds
them being
like it.
attractive.
No, I
Who's your
just.
favorite?
I appreciate. I'm appreciative.
We got some hotties. Have you seen them?
Yeah.
Do you think anybody else in America said that about the hurdlers?
Yes, 100%.
Oh,
Well,
who
come
do
on, Phil,
his
what are you
job?
talking about?
Who do his job?
Oh, no. They're too scared.
What? What they scared of?
No, they're too scared of getting fired.
We got some hotties. That's not a
watch
bad
the
thing.
Olympics
It's a good
because
thing.
we have some hotties. You think that
Nobody
was
on
said?
a national show would say
No
this.
chance. No chance.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay. You guys got to take it to make it.
Do you know their names? I mean, how much did you pay attention?
Yeah, keep thinking, John. He's like searching.
He's never
I
going to
knew
come
it.
up with
I
the
knew
name.
it while I was watching.
I bet.
Pink pants,
Pink pants.
orange pants,
No, wouldn't they be in U.S. uniforms?
orange leotard.
Yeah.
Not in qualifying.
Yes, they would.
Yeah, in the U.S., you got to qualify for the trials. You're wearing U.S. stuff, I think.
Oh, you
no,
are?
Well,
No.
everybody's wearing U.S. stuff. No, they were dressed
as they would normally.
Yeah.
And their
Yeah,
unique
they didn't
stuff.
have
saw a lot of school stuff or
Okay.
whatever. Yeah.
So, but you don't remember any
Orange
of the names.
leotard,
I
pink
don't
leotard. He remembers
I
that.
don't remember. I don't remember any of that. I do remember. I was like,
But
hey,
girl,
this is
let
worth
girl,
watching.
Is that how you do it?
This is worth watching.
Let's look at. So it's the entire.
Hey, if that brings eyes to the show, if that brings eyes to the ratings, do you think?
Oh,
NBC
absolutely.
Look at the sideline.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Sideline reporters.
Would you
Thank
rather watch really ugly people run or attractive people run? That's all I'm saying.
Do you?
I'm
have
trying.
that
I'm working.
Okay. Do you have that same energy when it's Zeke Astasio versus Spencer Arrighetti?
I like to watch the Italian.
Do you like to watch the hot baseball pitchers?
No, Spencer. I don't know.
Well, why don't you say? Would you rather watch an ugly baseball player or a hot baseball player?
Well, if you want to know the truth, I'd rather look at Spencer Arrighetti than Zeke.
No, answer the question. Would you forget I said Zeke? That was my mistake. I picked the worst. Would you rather see? Do you go in there saying, you know what? If I had my druthers, I'd rather have the hot guy in the lineup.
No, I don't. I don't say
Why not?
that. Because I'm not attracted to hot
I'm saying
guys.
hot guy on purpose to really make John to really dig it in there. But like, who is somebody who's like? Would you rather have Yiner Diaz or Caratini in there? Who's a better looking catcher? Let's go through.
I don't care about that. I don't. No, honestly, I don't care about that.
Rank the 5 hottest guys.
I don't.
Write
look
this
at-
down. John's 5 hottest guys. Use the
5
sport.
hottest Astros.
Yeah.
I don't look at guys like that.
Who go from backwards to forwards? Who's number 5 hottest athlete?
But you asked us, wouldn't you rather look at someone more attractive? So I think that
Hey, if I'm talking about in women's track.
okay,
there
just
we go.
women's track.
Or
Okay.
volleyball,
I thought
or-
it was all sports. You had that opinion
No,
about.
I
I
don't
bet you
have
mean
that.
you'd rather see somebody more attractive.
Not really.
That's what Wendy thinks.
No. Well, that's right. Wendy
News-
should think that.
News people want to
Wendy
find
would.
the most.
Wendy would tell you, yes, I'd rather watch a guy that's attractive.
No. All newscasters are generally better looking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
what
I
you-
mean, that's what. So why can't you admit that too?
Well,
You'd rather
Who's
watch.
the hottest?
I don't.
Who was hotter, Arrighetti or who was our outfielder? Jake.
Myers.
No, Jake. The other one, Marisnik.
Oh.
Who was hotter, Jake Marisnik or Spencer
I don't
Arrighetti?
know. I don't care.
Pick your hottest Astro.
I don't care about that.
He won't play a game called hottest
Let ask
Astro.
him. Alyssa, call in.
No,
And tell
No,
your
no,
hottest.
do
Your
that.
hottest
We
Astro.
don't want to
make
hear
you-
from the 14-year-old.
Well, that's the difference. She likes
Yeah,
to look
creepy.
at
It's
attractive
weird.
men too.
First of all,
But
the
we don't want to
answer's
hear
Jeremy
that from
Pena
her. We don't
He's
care.
Tiger Beat magazine. You said you'd rather see attractive people than ugly people play sports.
No,
Who do you-
run track.
Who are your
Okay, so do you like that Lyles
Okay,
guy
Jordan Lyles,
who got
let's
everyone
pick the-
upset?
sprinters for the men's team.
Didn't watch him.
Who's
Ain't
the
watching him.
hottest
Hold on.
men's sprinter?
Maybe you like a more classic version. Nehemiah or Carl Lewis?
Yeah.
Don't
Which
ha-
one was hotter?
Don't have
Which
an
one was
opinion.
hotter?
Don't care. 9:33. Now you guys are giving me a probably an enlarged prostate right now. Okay. If you have, idiot coworkers, does that
pressure
make
on
your
you.
prostate grow? I don't know. I don't know what causes an enlarged prostate. I do know that if you have an enlarged prostate, there's one place to go: 975prostate.com. Doc Manavis, she's awesome, okay? She's better looking than your average doctor, I can tell you that, okay? So there's a plus right there. There's a plus for Doc Manavis right there. Here's the deal. It's not about that, though. It's about the process that you go through when you have an enlarged prostate with Doc Manavis and other doctors. Other doctors will say you need to have surgery. Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't, because I got Doc Manavis. It's an IV. If you know someone that is going to have surgery for an enlarged prostate, stop them. Stop them right now, because that's the dumbest thing ever. Doc Manavis will give you an IV, and in 45 minutes, you are cured. Stop. Don't let your friends, your family, anyone, or yourself get surgery. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us. Do it now. Do it now. Because we are going to be going away after, well, we got News of the Weird coming your way next, and there's some weird stuff going on out there. I'm just telling you here and now, some really, really weird stuff. So let's go get in here. So did we miss anything today, Del? What you got in your little show that we might not have had?
You're not going to trick me like you tried to do with, hey, what's Paul doing? And then you just steal Paul's stuff. You're not going to do that to me.
Well, do you have anything that we could talk about?
Once again, you're not tricking me.
Well, I'm asking you a question about you're a producer of this show first and foremost.
Well,
and
that's your opinion of the matter.
Then your little show comes after.
That's your opinion.
Apparently, the Rockets.
Yeah, I put that on the rundown for this show that you didn't want to get to.
Anthony Duckett. Is that who said it? Rockets are reportedly more willing to trade Jalen Green now than they were before.
Now that they got.
I don't know where he's getting this information.
Maybe the summer league where Cam Whitmore looked like a Johnny Badass.
Well, until that 1 for 15.
Well, he
we don't care about that. That's one game. Why are y'all one game in this?
Yeah. No, 2 games good, 1 game bad. Really bad.
But we saw what Cam Whitmore was last year. That dude's incredibly talented.
Yeah.
That's never been in question.
Well, and you got, like you said before, how much room you got in your backcourt? You got Reed.
You don't have a lot.
You got Amen. You got Fred VanVleet. You got Cam Whitmore. You got Jalen Green.
Right.
But can you get max for Jalen right now? No.
Max return?
Yeah, max return.
Oh, I don't know. You don't want to pay him max dollars. Why would you get max return? You can get, I think Jalen, a young scorer. Now, his contract's coming up. So, you don't have, team control. They can go an extra year on him. But I think that, I absolutely think that a young, explosive scorer who has flashes and you can grow with this. He's 22 years old, I guess. I absolutely think you can get. I don't know what it is, though. What do you look for? Do you look for draft picks? So that you have commodities? Do you look for a certain type of player? I'm not sure roster's the issue right now. So if you traded Jalen, what are you trading him for? What are you targeting?
Exactly.
Really know.
Is there a power forward that instead of Jabari that you would like?
A stretch four?
I don't think the position matters much as if it's a star player. At least according to this report, Jalen Green, if they did decide to move him, because the Rockets allegedly would be more aggressive in their attempt to use him to get a star back. And I'm not sure.
Are we still in the Kevin Durant sweepstakes?
I don't know that. There were no names mentioned other than the Rockets are looking to be aggressive. And according to this, they were only really putting Jalen Green in talks for Mikal Bridges, but we all know how that played out. Now they're willing to put him into more conversations. So Mikal Bridges doesn't exactly fit the mold of star transcendent player that changes your trajectory. He's a nice player, but even on the Knicks, he's probably the third best player for them. He would probably be elevated to second here behind Şengün. So I think the Rockets, what can you get for Jalen Green? Is that a guy who's going to get you, along with picks, a star that's going to make you a contender?
Is Lauri Markkanen?
He's been mentioned.
He's been mentioned. I don't know. Does he fit the profile of someone you throw him on this roster and all of a sudden you're
you're better.
Yeah, well, clearly you're better. He's a really good established player at 27 years old.
Okay, let's take a look at this roster. Alpi, is he a championship type center?
He's 22. I don't know that yet. He's only 22. Championship got.
So's Jalen.
Well, yeah, we don't know. That's the point. We don't know. The important thing for them is the fact that it's not that they don't believe in them. The fact that they're going to have to make a decision about paying both of them. The Rockets, I don't know, but the Rockets may want to get away from having to give both of those guys $200 million deals.
No question.
At the same time.
We know that.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks.
He can be a role player on
Jabari.
He's at this point a super role player.
Van Vliet.
We've seen him win a title as maybe the third or fourth best player, but he's not a lead person on a title team.
Jalen.
Don't know.
We've got a bunch of guys that we don't know.
So that's why they may be looking to find someone they do know about.
Right. If Jalen can bring you a name, Lauri Markkanen would be nice to have on this team.
Absolutely. You didn't get the Klingon type player because eventually you're going to need a rim runner.
Do you want to pay Lauri Markkanen $50+ million a year?
No.
Well, that's what you'd have to do because he's up.
Well,
his
that's
deal.
none of your business.
No, his deal. He's up.
Stay
for
out
a
of
deal.
Lauri's pocket.
No, Lauri knows, and that's what Lauri will ask for no matter where he's traded. He's going to want a max deal. He's got 1 year left. He's going to want a max.
Remember, let's get the John back from, was it Monday or yesterday, who said, why do you have to get so much money? Just do it for friendship and winning. Remember? Lauri
I didn't
Markkanen?
mean that. I meant make the team better. Yeah, Lauri, take $35 million. How's that?
This is what I've always
Is that
said.
not enough money for you?
That's enough money.
Okay.
Clearly
That's
not.
enough, guys.
Stop.
The NBA
Let's
PA
not be so greedy.
The NBA PA doesn't think it's enough. Lauri Markkanen's not going to think it's enough either. Give me my 50+, or whatever he's going to get, whatever the average annual salary would be.
Anyway, we'll see. I mean, I could see. Listen, I could see Jalen. Yeah, you're not paying both of those guys. You're not. And quite frankly, it would be the right decision if it was Jalen and not.
But
not
I do
Alfie.
think it's a legitimate question. Like, okay, what are you targeting then? Are you looking for a big time? Dell, you just think it's a big time player, but I think there's a front court glut too of good talent that I would. And look, if you're going to get a star, you might end up packaging. Would it hurt your feelings too much if you gave up Tari Eason and Jalen? That stings.
They love Tari. I'm telling you.
They love Tari, but I'm
Tari.
sure other teams were. I love Tari when he's healthy.
Yep.
Well, he was out there in Drew League, so we'll see.
I
fully
saw him
healthy.
in Drew League.
So
That doesn't
he should be
count on
back
our
and ready to go.
standings.
Yeah.
He should be back and ready to start the year. So I don't.
No, that's not in doubt. But I'm saying it's going to hurt you a little bit to make a deal.
Well, yeah, you acquire a star, it's gonna sting. That's
Well,
how it works.
you have to do a sign and trade with Jalen, I think, to make a deal.
Well, or he'd have to give
and package Jeff Green. And
or he'd have to agree. Well, at this point, Jalen would have to. He'd get traded and let the team know who's acquiring him that he's willing to sign an extension with them. They would have to be sure if they're sending their star player to the Rockets that he's willing to stay there long term.
And finally, did you see Tom Brady has a new girlfriend? She's assaulting me with her outfit.
That's Tom Brady's girlfriend?
Yeah.
Yes.
She looks like, but that looks like a Sith Lord kind of thing, only without much top.
Mm-hmm.
Without a top, right?
So
that looks like a Sith. Where do you
look
get
at her
Sith Lord?
Because
Look
she's
at
got
her
the
thing.
hood.
She's got
the
a
black
hood,
or
like a
whatever.
Sith Lord.
Oh, that's not her hair?
No, that's a hood.
Oh.
So let me ask you two a question.
Where is that?
But
Is that
she's not
United
dressed like a Sith Lord,
Arab
though.
Not at all.
Emirates? Where
She
is
only
that?
has like these strips.
What's her
that's
name and
covering
how
her.
old is she? I want to check.
She's
Do
26, I
the
think.
DiCaprio check. Yep.
Oh, she's too old for DiCaprio.
27-year-old Brooks Nader.
She's too old for DiCaprio.
I thought DiCaprio's cutoff was 26.
It's 25. I
She's
think.
27.
Oh, yeah, she's
still
way
too
too
old
old for
either way.
DiCaprio.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. When like you'll see people comment on, well, he's too old, and even women of a certain age will say that this creeper was too old for me. Now Tom Brady is in a different category altogether.
Yeah.
So the confluence of money and fame makes the age gap less and less creepy as you get more rich and more famous.
Sure.
Correct?
But
Obviously.
his looks as well.
Yeah, but still.
And fame. Yeah, yeah.
Some
Rich
women,
and fame.
Some women will say no matter how good looking he is, he's too old. That's weird. But as you get more and more famous and you get richer and richer, it gets less and less creepy, right?
$375 million contract with Fox.
It gets less and less creepy,
It's
right?
not creepy anymore.
Yeah.
No. But she's assaulting me.
She's assaulting you. You can
Yeah,
always
with-
turn away.
with her outfit.
You didn't have to click on the link.
No, I don't need that. I don't need that.
Are you still looking at it?
No.
Okay.
I clicked it off. I did.
Okay. Good for you. I'm glad your eyes have been saved.
Yeah, they were saved. My body was saved by Air Team. Air Team saved the whole family. Air Team saves me every night. The air conditioning now, because it was downstairs in the living room and the bedroom, those two were out. You want to talk about what hot? Wow. It was ridiculous. So that was bad. Air Team came, saved the day. Love what they did for me. You will love what they do for you. Air Team is the only, to me, Air Team, because they were so good to me, I am going to be a big Air Team guy forever. 35 years in the business in the city of Houston. employees with 10 plus, 15 plus, 20 plus, 30 plus years that they've been with them. You know what? You stay with a company like that for 30 years because you love the owners and the way that they treat people, but not only treat the employees, but the way that they do business as well. This will tell you something about the Curtises and the way that they do business, because they've been in business for over 35 years. Their son, Garrett, is now there as well. He's going to take it over. They'll be in business forever because the generation after generation just does it right. I love that. I love that when it's a family-owned business and they've been in business forever. Like the Brinkmans. We talk about the Chastangs. We talk about the Curtises with Air Team. It's unbelievable. It's great. AirTeamLTD.com. 713-956-8326. You need air conditioning help? AirTeamLTD.com.
So I want all of you to keep in mind that when you're looking to buy a vehicle, it's supposed to be a fun experience, not one that is going to be a concern. When you step into a dealership and you see one or two people start drifting out to you like zombies, like, oh boy, here we go. Here's the high pressure tactics. That's not going to be the case at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They're just there to answer your questions. They'll tell you about the features that a vehicle has. If you're interested in seeing multiple types of vehicles, that's fine. They'll get the keys to all of them. Any test drives that you want to do, they can. They don't do what do we have to do to get you into this car? What is the key to make you buy today? None of that stuff there. You're just there to decide, do you want to purchase? Do you want to lease? Do you want to know what the finance rates are? What's the dealer cash back look like on it? If you find a vehicle that you like, they'll go through everything with you. They'll give you trade-in value for your vehicle. They'll do everything they can to find you the lowest rate possible. And if it's not good enough, then it's not good enough. And they're not going to bother you. But what they are going to do is do everything they can to get your business, keep your business, and make you happy. And you should want that because car buying, it's your second home, and it should be an enjoyable experience to drive your vehicle and to even shop for your vehicle. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They're in Angleton, great people, and I guess more than anything, they're going to treat you like one of the family. It's LanceZCars.com or Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
All right, welcome back here. Here's a sad story. A Bendigo Victoria man could permanently lose his eyesight after a chlamydia-infected stripper urinated on his face.
What are we doing with this segment?
Do you think that you should not have chlamydia-infected strippers peeing on your face?
100% I'm against it.
Chlamydia, no chlamydia. Don't have.
Yeah, I'm actually going to come out
face.
against that in general.
Urination on the face.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and put that on my platform. I'm going to be running on. That's one of my platform issues.
A new study says pornography feels more rewarding than money or gaming for men. Do you agree or disagree, Del?
Why am I always the focus of your
pornography
because you
game?
Questions?
You money,
and you're a porn enthusiast.
I'm not a porn enthusiast.
Well, you got a lot of money, which is the most.
What is your fetish? What do you usually search, Del?
What?
Asian women like coffee?
No, I don't search Asian women. I don't search.
You don't?
No, you have decided that's the narrative about me, and that's not true. I'm not a porn enthusiast.
Well, you know more about the business than I do.
No, I don't.
I would say
you actually know some names.
So what?
I would say money would be the key, but if you don't think you're going to get money, if there's no way for you to think about how you're going to get extra money, then it's between gaming and
I don't know. I just feel like I'd rather have money first.
Yeah, but
than
if
pornography.
you don't feel like you could have that, then that's not even an issue for you.
Well, you're not having it because you're watching too much porn. If you spent more time making money, trying to make money, you might have more.
You should have a seminar.
You
should go.
I think that's simple.
You should rent out a ballroom at a Holiday Inn near an airport.
If you start
doing this,
if you get off the internet, off the porn internet,
guys,
you
I
could
can
make
show
more money.
You in 3 easy steps, how to make more money than you ever dreamed of. Don LaPrey and John Granado will show you how you can make money with tiny ads in the classifieds and by getting off of your computer's browser history and private browsing.
That's all. It's easy, okay? Easy. You'll keep your job. Get off the porn. A Kentucky motel is ordered to pay $2 million after a guest dies from a 150-degree shower. My question is, didn't you feel it before, or couldn't you jump out of there?
Yeah. What do you? As soon as it hits you,
you just immediately
it seems like
melting? This is way too hot.
Wait, say the degree.
150-degree shower.
Okay, that's really hot. Mine's at like 120, 125.
Well, it was 76. Maybe he couldn't get out of it.
Oh, that had to be what it was.
God, that's a bad way to go.
That way? Ooh. We have a new leader in the clubhouse.
That's a
gradual death.
Bad way to go.
Your skin just gradually melts.
Cops are being investigated. Police are saying that criminals turned into cats, and that's how they escaped from their cells.
Where did this happen?
This happened at the suspect brothers Omari and Ali Mustafa. I don't know where this is, but quite frankly, warrant officer, it doesn't say. It's warrant officer Fakati and Constable Maloko.
They're not going to catch him.
No, they're not catching him.
If they turn into cats, they're never catching him.
Well, I just feel like they let him go and then said,
Is that what you feel like?
Well, if they're claiming they turned into cats, you know, there's something fishy.
It feels like there's the fix is in.
The Japanese women's gymnastic captain is out of the Paris Games for
smoking cigars.
Smoking.
Really?
Yeah. She was smoking. They caught her smoking, and they said, "You're out. Beat it."
Was she vaping?
The legal age for smoking in Japan is 20. She's only 19.
Oh,
they kicked her off the team.
Gone. You probably don't want a smoking gymnast anyway.
I don't know. Maybe it keeps the weight off. She's not eating. It curbs your appetite.
I get it. Is that the real thing?
It does. It absolutely does.
So why are we pushing Ozempic instead of just cigarettes?
Yeah, everybody should just start smoking.
Why don't we get back to cigarettes?
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Would you like an explanation?
Like a European country.
Yeah.
You know how those people are all skinny?
No one wants to talk about it.
Would you like an explanation for why we're not telling people to smoke cigarettes?
Why?
You need a real one? I don't know, the whole cancer thing maybe is the reason they don't want
I
to
can
smoke
tell
cigarettes.
you right now.
Are you
why
sure
you
Ozempic
should
is
not be
a
smoking?
Oh, God.
I remember when I was on the balance beams in the 1974 Olympics.
And I'm a bad person.
You're both bad people. I think that's pretty clear.
The uneven bars is very difficult to do if you don't have a trachea.
Yeah, that's another reason.
Oh
Lack of
my
a trachea.
Gosh, I don't want any part of this. I'm not even part of the NFL, and I don't want any part of this. Okay? All right? I just don't want any part whatsoever.
You asked a question, and it got answered.
And you know who doesn't want part of this either? Houston or Archie over at TPC Industrial. Okay? They're the PVF supply kings. That's what I've just here. I got a crown for them right here. Twitch, YouTube, you all see this crown? It's for Houston and Archie. I don't know. They might have to, kill each other to see who's going to actually be the king. But the two of them are the kings, experts in the industry. If you're in the oil, gas, or industrial business and need supplies or product, these are the guys that will deliver on time. On time. If your job, listen, you're sitting there and you're waiting on parts from your supplier, you're losing money. You are losing money right now because your guys are standing around because they don't have the parts that they need in the PVF industry, the pipes or the valves or the fittings or the forged steel or the couplings or the hoses, whatever. Thousands and thousands of pieces in stock, ready for you. They're just off I-10, so it's easy to get to. They can get to anywhere. It doesn't have to be in this state. It doesn't have to be in this city. It can be anywhere. So if you've got a job somewhere where they're not, you're in the oil and gas business and you don't have the product that you need, TPC Industrial will get it for you. TPCINDL.com, TPCINDL.com, 346-226, rather, 346-226-3866, TPCINDL.com.
as I continue to push my AL South narrative that the AOS is just simply the AFC South during the Bill O'Brien era, the Astros turned Lawrence Butler Jr. to T.Y. Hilton yesterday. Like, you know what? I'm going to throw out one of your guys to start the game, hit a triple in my first at bat, nearly go for the cycle, and dominate the baseball game. I mean, if my agenda is going to thrive, I do need myself a T.Y. Hilton. And at least last night, Lawrence Butler Jr. was that. They turned him into the best player in baseball for a night. That's got to be a great feeling. You're among the throngs of like 500 people watching you play in Oakland. You're out there balling. You stop a run from scoring, and then your next at bat, you set the tone. It wasn't a great night for anyone who has Alex Bregman's athleticism as something they want to push. The Jordan hit some people thought he could have scored on. Gary Pettis did not send the runner. And then, Alex Bregman has that kind of stiff running style where his arms are out to his side, and they're like, Lawrence Butler Jr. is like, excuse me, are you running on me? I advise you not to run on me anymore. So he throws him out. And that was kind of the ball game. I mean, the Astros were, and then the Astros got within 2-1 because the A's scored 2 runs in the bottom of the first. The Astros hit a home run. I think it was Caratini hit the home run. But after that, it was more of the same of what we've seen really the last 3 games, where they were pretty much non-competitive the rest of the way. So they still remain in first place thanks to the Mariners being terrible. But the Rangers, I guess we haven't really considered the Rangers maybe due for a hot streak. All it'll take is about a week, and they would be in first place the way things are going. Like, the Rangers have been bad all year. They're only 3 games back. It wasn't the thing we were considering, because it was nice to laugh at the Rangers. Does it feel good to laugh now? Looking to your left, immediate left or right at the Mariners probably isn't the best thing to do. If we're thinking about a team who might hawk you down, it's that team that's 3 games back who resides in Arlington. They won again last night. So the AOS looks like it's going to come down to 3 teams, and maybe what happens at the deadline may determine the race. They're just Astros are just mid, man. I mean, it's just giving guys at bats who you don't think should even be on the team. You're waiting for Tucker to come back. Espada gave an update. It wasn't encouraging. Astro fans, after hearing or at least reading the tweet from Chandler Rome about what Joe Espada said about Kyle Tucker, we're like, wait a minute. Maybe you guys shouldn't have told us it was a bone bruise, because bone bruise just sounds like, oh, I've got a bruise. I'll be back. Bone bruise actually means something very, very different, but on its face, it's just like, all right, man, you'll be back. You'll be back pretty soon, right? Nah, he's still not in a position where they can even really give you a timetable. The thought is, well, actually, I won't even say that. He's doing things that are showing progress, but he's not to a point where they can even really consider him a viable option in the next couple of days. And they need the pop. Maybe that pop will come from the trade deadline. Let me ask you this, Sean. Will the Astros trade for a hitter, and will that hitter make his Astros debut before Kyle Tucker's back?
If they do trade for a hitter, he will make his debut.
Yeah, when the deadline's the 31st?
Yeah.
You think even if it's deadline day?
I don't think that Kyle Tucker's coming back in
before
10 days.
Feels like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It certainly seems like that. So, Isaac Paredes, come on down. You'll be making your Astros debut before Kyle Tucker takes another competitive swing for the team. Man, Caratini's back. He had a long-term injury. I still remember that slide. When he slid into home, he made a face that was like, "Ooh, this isn't going to go well for me." He was right. He was out, and then he was out for an extended amount of time. Still waiting on Verlander. And the Astros, I guess the hope, if we're still maintaining hope of a big push to get to the ALCS, Sean is on the record saying this team is making the ALCS. It's rough to believe that when you watch them in Oakland. Thankfully, they don't have to play the A's.
If they make the playoffs, they're definitely making
Okay, so there's the caveat. If they actually get to the postseason, they'll make the ALCS because that's what they do. Now, I can't blame Sean for his prediction if they don't even make the postseason.
No, you can't blame me for that.
Although
that'd be ridiculous.
Although I could blame you
for making the prediction in the first place if they don't make the postseason.
There's the idea of like in a playoff series, like
you believe in
I'm
them.
going to take these guys.
Yeah, you believe in them. I get it.
On a Tuesday night in Oakland, I don't believe in these guys.
Not at all. Not when Jake Bloss is pitching. And it's like he wasn't good, obviously, but they scored 2 runs.
Yeah, no, both games this series, it's
2 runs in 18 innings.
It's Getty and Bloss weren't good, but come on, guys.
You guys weren't even making a challenge for the A's. You put no game pressure. I believe in game pressure. Mostly that's the thing about in football where if you allow a team to be up 14-0, they can play free and easy. You put some pressure on them, you see how they respond. I believe in that in baseball. I know it's more individual as far as the at-bats, but if a pitcher's out there or even the hitter's out there and they're pressing because the game is close, it could change the tide of the game. But if they're just freewheeling out there because there's no real game pressure, you get what you get last night, where the A's, who have played much better recently, and in fact, over the last 18 games or so, they've been better than the Astros. It does help that they just beat you 2 in a row. They were out there having a great time. All the hand signals, that's got to be the worst thing. When the A's, everybody has a hand signal when they do something, whether it's the Tampa guys with the fight. Was that a Tampa player who did the Trump fight thing? Every baseball player has one of those. There's something going on when you do something. You're looking to your dugout and they're signaling it back to you. But when the A's do it, it's an insult to injury. You guys suck. You shouldn't be able to do that to my team, except when they're bashing your brains in. Then they're allowed to do whatever they want. And Lawrence Butler Jr. yesterday. All right, man.
T.Y. Hilton of baseball.
I didn't know. I wasn't familiar with your game, mostly because you play for the A's.
Yeah.
But I did not know you had that in you, and the Astros brought that. He's had a good series. He was good the night before. He was good last night and dominated that game. Really set the tone. So
they should hit him with this pitch.
Next time, well, they didn't allow him to get to the cycle. They walked him. I mean, the eight A's fans who are still there were very upset. I was rewatching some of the highlights of when he walked in his final bat. There was like one A's fan. There's like nobody around him, but there's one A's fan going, "Hey, what are you doing? What's up with that?" He was the only one in the shot.
I'd be so upset.
But he was upset.
If I was the only person at an A's game and I had a chance to see the cycle, and it's just like, nope.
Didn't even get to take the bat off the shoulders because the Astros walked them on an inside. Ball was way off the plate. So Lawrence Butler Jr. didn't get the opportunity. Fine. He did everything else he wanted to.
Hey.
He doesn't have to get everything last night.
Yeah. I still just, hey.
Like, what's going on? That's pretty much what he did. The guy raised his arms and hey.
Because normally it's like, what kind of call was that? That wasn't a strike. In this case, he was like, what's
Call it a strike so he gets another chance to see a pitch. Maybe we subscribe to this, that the Astros, no juice going to Oakland, but they understand. No one's going to show up to the game. Just go out there and beat them. I know. Coming off the Seattle series, that was a big series, competitive. People were paying attention. It's a come down to go to Oakland. Well, now you've lost 3 in a row. But you do get back to the best part of your rotation going forward. Look, there's a chance. You only gave up 4 runs in the game with Arrighetti on the mound. So there's a chance or Arrighetti. I always go back and forth. There's a chance to win that game. He wasn't spectacular, but you give up 4 runs. You got a shot to win. Last night, you really had no shot. And it started early when you couldn't push a run across when Bregman got thrown out. So they go down, lose another one, still lead the AOS, tied in percentages with the Mariners, but the Mariners have played 2 more games. The Astros are up on them. Is that an alphabetical thing, or is there any real thing behind it? Because I know the Mariners have the tiebreaker, so it's got to be the fact that they played a couple more games, even though they're equal as far as everything else.
Yes.
Right? It's got to be an alphabetical thing that they have the Astros
or I
atop.
think, I think it's the team that's played
less. Team who's played less games.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's about. The Astros still have 2 games at hand. So obviously a chance to win 2, but certainly a chance to lose 2 as well, the way they're playing. But right now, they're up not even percentage points, up because they've played 2 less games on the Mariners and only 3 games ahead of the Rangers. So that object in the mirror may have been terrible all year long, but they're right there. They're right there.
It's what the Astros did. It's what the Astros did to the Mariners.
Yeah, last year. Yeah.
No, this year.
Oh, yeah, this year. This year and last year.
This year. What they did 3 weeks ago
That's
against the Mariners.
It's very true. It's very true.
They had a good 10 days, and all of a sudden they're tied in the division again.
Yeah. We're in a 3-team race.
And no one's that good.
And no one's very good, yeah.
So if you have a good week, you're charging.
Yeah, the next team to rip off 5 in a row, maybe 5. Well, not the Rangers right now, but like you could rip off a 7 out of 9 or 7 out of 10, and you would have a 2 to 3 game lead, depending. And if you're the Astros or the Mariners, it could be 5 the way the other team is playing. So just be aware. You don't want any of the teams going on a hot streak because the other team clearly isn't capable of matching it right now. It's apparently now the Rangers' turn to rip some games off, and if they do, we could be talking about 3 teams tied at the top of the division, the division very shortly with the Astros, getting through now the soft part of their schedule with the A's, and eventually the schedule will get tougher, and we'll see how they handle it. So not a great night of baseball unless you're an A's fan. Not that there are going to be many here in town, but if you were watching the game, I credit you because staying up that late when it's not your job, and then you have to get up and go to work and go, oh, great, cool. I'll watch my team get beat by the A's 8-2. Truly devoted. So if anything comes up as far as news with the Astros, we know trades are in the offing. We'll let you know throughout the rest of the show. The Texans are wrapping up, if they haven't already wrapped up, their practice today. There will be some sound from them today, and also will be some sound we'll play from some of the participants yesterday. Titus Howard was asked about his O-line partner Kenyon Green. Also, the praise for Kamari Lassiter has been maybe a little surprising, considering we thought, hey, why are you taking a nickel corner? He's playing on the outside. Jalen Petrie's now playing nickel. But the praise of Kamari Lassiter has been a welcome surprise. The fact that he's already getting first-team reps. We'll hear from him about the acclimation to the NFL and who's a leader on that defense and how going against that top wide receiver core has helped them, and also D'Amico Ryans on how they're managing the health of their team. So we'll get into some Texan stuff when we come back. But first, well, am I right or you wrong? Wrong. Which one? Am I right or are you right about that one? I thought I saw my bookie in the log this morning, but maybe I'm wrong.
I was just gonna move it because I didn't think you were. I didn't think you were gonna look at the rundown.
I thought I saw my bookie in the log early.
All right, you want to do my bookie?
Sure, let's do my bookie now. Neither one of us is wrong. Just a miscommunication. No blame being placed. But if you want to bet on whether Sean or I were wrong, you can't do that at my bookie. You can't.
Maybe one day.
But you can bet on a lot of other things at MyBookie because whether it be Olympic soccer, that's going on right now. The Olympics have started, although the opening ceremony hasn't happened. If you had thoughts on Morocco winning, you should have gone to MyBookie because you would have won some money. They upset Argentina early on in the Olympic tournament. MyBookie.ag is a website. So whether it's sports betting and you think the Astros are going to avoid the sweep tonight with Hunter Brown, you can do that. Or if you're into the live casino, they provide that for you as well. Maybe you just want to play cards at home. You want to take your laptop to work on your break, or hell, maybe you don't have a lot to do at work, so you want to use your laptop during work hours. I don't advise that, but MyBookie allows it because they let you bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. So that really means anywhere, whether you have the mobile app or you have the laptop or you just do it from home. So you get the live betting, you get the sports betting, they have the experts, and let's not forget about the promo code BET975 is what you use when you want to sign up, or if you're an existing customer, it makes your money go further. So bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to some Texan sound here in this segment, but Dana Brown, who, he does his weekly hits. The Texans, the Astros targets this year, according to Dana Brown, as they head into the trade deadline, they're going to look for an either third or fourth type of starter. 1 and 2, a 1 and 2 type is probably off the board for them, but a guy who can slide into that third or fourth spot in the rotation is something they're looking for, and also bullpen help. So they're going to attack their pitching on a couple fronts. They need another arm in the bullpen, and they like to get themselves an established third or fourth starter type.
I feel like every team is like, yeah, we're looking for a bullpen arm.
Yeah, it's a postseason. You're looking for someone you can throw in a high leverage situation.
Yeah. And just like, so we don't overtax our high leverage guys. It's
yes,
just,
that too.
Everyone just a bullpen arm.
Yeah,
Give me a guy.
Yeah, I don't know if he's looking. To your point, I don't know if he's looking for a guy who can go get them outs in big situations in the postseason. Maybe just an arm that can get them outs where they don't have to throw. Hey, Presley, we're going to need you in the 6th here because we're in a real spot.
Because right now it's Hader, Presley, Abreu, and
Martinez.
Taylor Scott.
Yeah, Taylor. Yeah, those are your guys you're going to lean on when it matters
Maybe
most.
Maybe some Seth Martinez action.
Sure. So you would like another guy, and mostly that's about, hey, is there a way I can say I don't want Montero pitching without saying it? This is how I'm going to say it. We need another arm because it's rude for me to actually mention his name.
Just like how before where they needed another first baseman.
Yeah. Yes. Without mentioning the guy who would normally be in that spot. So they would like a third or fourth starter type, which is reasonable. I don't think they have what it takes, or they're willing to give up what it takes to go get themselves a 1 or a 2. And, keep hope alive that you would think they believe that they're going to get their number one back. Now that number one hasn't been around for a while. He's older. There's this neck thing we don't really understand that's keeping him out for a while. But I think they would say we get him back, we get Verlander back, we have good Framber and Blanco. That's a great top 3. And we have Hunter Brown. So if we're talking about a top 4, that would probably compete with most of the playoff contenders if those guys are on their game. So they just want someone at least that can help them get to the finish line of the postseason, as opposed to rolling out a Jake Bloss or an Arrighetti type. Also, as far as injuries are concerned, in his interview on the rights holder, Verlander's up to 47 pitches, not sore or feeling pain afterwards. Tucker's starting light baseball activity, as I talked about a little bit in the first segment. He's fighting through soreness and swelling. His rehab is much slower than anticipated. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
That's tough. That the 41-year-old man is throwing how many pitches?
47.
Throwing 47 pitches and no swelling, no soreness, and some light baseball activity. Fighting the soreness and swelling.
A setback for Kyle.
Fighting it.
I don't want to hear he's had a setback.
It's not a setback.
It's not. He's just fighting.
It's just and it's slower than we expected.
Yes.
But not a setback. There's been no setback.
Thankfully,
it's just slow.
It's not what we thought it was going to be, but no setbacks. That's where we're at with Kyle Tucker. So as Sean talked about, don't expect him back before the trade deadline, it looks like. If that report's going to be something that's consistent going forward over the next week or so. Hope for a bat and hope for Kyle Tucker to make an appearance in August at some point. And we got a historian giving us bad news. At least someone, I call him that, just someone who tweeted the show. But he mentioned that Todd Hollingsworth fouled a ball off his shin and missed the entire year. He fouled it off his shin in the month of May and missed the entire year. I'm not looking for that for Kyle Tucker.
No.
I'm not looking for that from him.
Kyle Tucker's built different. Well, he'll only be out for 2 months.
Oh, yeah, prove it. Is he built different? We don't know that yet. You think he is. I don't know that.
Yeah. Maybe he'll only be out for 2 months.
Yeah. I'm sure he's in a lot of pain. It's not even a question of it being serious or not. It's just crazy that that's what it is. Look, we see guys foul something off their leg a lot, and it's painful. They hop around. They may get pulled out of the game. No one was expecting this.
The Astros didn't initially put him on the IL.
No, yeah, they thought he was going to come back.
They didn't put him on the IL.
They get caught doing this a lot, though. But he was just one of many who they do that to. Oh, yeah, well, a couple days, we're still figuring it out.
In 2 months.
Yeah, it turns out it was at least a 2-month injury. And he's not in a position where he doesn't have soreness after a light workout. What's a light workout in baseball? Jogging, right? Throwing the ball a little bit around, a little jogging,
maybe
light
some
jogging.
resistant band action.
Yeah, something like that. And the shin is still in a bad place. So there it is. Dana Brown today giving us an update. Not so encouraging on Kyle Tucker. He didn't say that Verlander's immediately going to be back, but at least that one suggests as long as he's not sore and that continues, the Verlander reappearance in the rotation could be in the offing. I don't know. We probably don't see Verlander until – okay, I asked you about pitching or hitting. Would we get a new hitter before Kyle Tucker's back? Now, does Verlander make 2 starts before Kyle Tucker's back? Because I think or do you think Kyle Tucker still makes it back before Verlander?
I don't know. That's tough. Because I don't know why I'm thinking about it that hard. There's nothing to go off.
Nothing happens to you if you're wrong.
Yeah. Oh, and there's nothing. One guy pitched and isn't sore. One guy did a light baseball and is sore.
Yeah, considering how the Astros pitching luck has gone.
Yeah.
He could be sore tomorrow.
I'm figuring he's gonna need probably one more bullpen.
Is he gonna get a rehab start?
A rehab start, and then maybe a second rehab start.
Is he in a pennant chase? He's gonna get multiple rehab starts.
I don't know.
I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just
probably one. Right?
Yes, I agree. At minimum, he's going to pitch in Sugarland, whatever is available. Sugarland maybe goes to Corbis, likely Sugarland for a start, and you hope that goes well.
I'm just trying to map it out so we're talking about mid-August.
Before Verlander's back. Do you think Kyle Tucker's back before mid-August then? If that's the earliest, and we're being positive about Verlander, mid-August he's back. Is Kyle Tucker back before then?
Probably not. I wouldn't bet on it. Maybe he is, but I wouldn't bet. The hard part is that the comeback for Verlander or the rehab for Verlander just takes longer because you have to pitch and then not pitch for 3 days
and make sure you respond well and then pitch again. Yeah.
So it's just the rollout is just slower. Where if Kyle Tucker just wakes up and isn't sore,
he's in.
He can play. He can do a rehab. 3 rehab starts and then boom, back up with the major league. So the rehab process is very quicker.
And considering the position they're in, he may not even go down the. You would think he might, but.
To see some live
swing a
pitching.
bat, live pitching. Yeah, I could see. I don't even think he would get 3 games. If he's good after one, they may bring him right back.
Might just be one.
Considering they need him the way their bats are going. So yeah, the Verlander rollout is like the Deadpool Wolverine rollout. It's a long, arduous process. We're getting reveals. The Verlander trailer, we got we're gonna get 3 of them, and then eventually we're gonna see
Verlander's out there.
Well, Kate Upton's in Sugarland watching them pitch. We've seen him there a couple times. We've never seen her in Sugarland watching him pitch. She's like, I'm not making that trip.
Yeah, what are you kidding me?
What are you talking about? I don't think she's ever been there for one of his starts during his rehab stuff. So
if I ever get a chance to ask Kate Upton a question, it will be, have you ever been to Sugarland?
Yes, not driving around in that ballpark.
Have you ever been to Sugarland?
Or the city overall? You don't even think.
Have you ever stopped a car and gotten out in Sugarland?
It's not Jasper. Why are you treating it like
someone
rolling through?
For her, it is. For her, she's like, "What am I going to do?"
I'm going to tell you right now. I've been to both.
There's way closer Chipotle's.
Yeah, no one's going there for a Chipotle. She would go there for one reason.
Sugarland Space Cowboys.
Well, Justin Verlander on the Sugarland Space Cowboys.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think she's ever visited.
I think we would have seen a picture if she was sitting.
I don't think.
If she was sitting in the stands for a rehab start. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like if she was ever in Sugarland.
No.
Like, I don't think it would be Instagram worthy.
No,
No
no.
offense to Sugarland.
No,
I don't think it'd be
she's
Kate Upton or Instagram worthy.
I don't think she's taking a picture in front of that sugar factory that's right near the ballpark. I don't think she's doing that. No, doesn't have the same appeal.
Do you think she's been to Corpus Christi?
I think we would know if. Well, she might have been someplace, but not visible. I don't know if they have a suite there.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a suite where it's like you can't be seen.
True, and someone would have found a picture. Someone would have taken a picture.
These ballparks aren't that big.
Very true. We've been there. I would say no. I don't think she went to Corpus for one of his rehab starts. No chance. In fact, I'm saying no chance.
Do you think Justin Verlander's ever like, yeah, gonna do a rehab start in Corpus Christi? It's right off the beach, I don't know if the stadium's right off the beach.
I don't think selling right off the beach in Corpus is going to work for the supermodel.
Okay.
I think she's seen quite enough beaches.
That's really what I'm asking. Do you think Justin Verlander tries to sell Kate Upton to come to these places, or is he just like, hey, I'm not going to be here for 2 days?
I think he explains where he's going to be and why he's going to be there. There's no appeal to come with him. He understands.
Hey, it's a work trip,
Trust me. He gets it. You want to hang out someplace? Cool. I'll go there. I'll come back.
Hang out with all the 22-year-olds in Corpus Christi.
Yeah, Kate, would you like to hang out with Pedro Leon's girlfriend in Sugarland?
Will Wagner's girlfriend's gonna be?
Yeah, when Loperfido was down there. Hey, I don't think so. I think I think that baseball wife has a different category of who's from Jose Altuve's wife to Loperfido's girl. Don't think she's doing that. She's used to a certain standard, a World Series standard.
Yeah, a World Series professional like high-level professional baseball player.
I would love for an Upton jersey to show up at the Space Cowboys. Like she just throws on a Space Cowboys jersey, puts Upton on the back, and is all in.
They'd print it for her.
Yeah, I bet you they would. They would sell those things if she would get in. If she would get in on it, she'd get a piece. But they would definitely sell Upton Space Cowboy jerseys. By the way, Space Cowboys, if you come up with that idea, you actually make that work, remember where you got it from.
Yeah, send us a jersey.
Yeah, at least. We were going to get to the Texans, but haven of nonsense and all that. We'll get to that, the Texans sound, and also the future rankings for the Texans, because we just don't do the 2024 power rankings. We also have to do, at this time of the year, we rank the futures of all 32 teams in the NFL. I'll tell you where the Texans rank and how they compare to some of the current powers, and maybe their future might be brighter than others. So we'll talk about that along with Texan Sound. We'll hear from the guys out at training camp when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. The Texans are in a good position. They don't have to pay their quarterback right now. We know what that is doing, and really isn't doing very much, but what it's doing to Packers training camp. Jordan Love in the building but not practicing. Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Dolphins, told the media that he expects Tua to be out there, but not to participate in 11 on 11 until he gets his deal. So quarterbacks take different routes to let the organization know, hey, pay me now. I'm going to be slightly disruptive. Some guys will be on the field and not work. Others will not be on the field at all. And we know what happens when you don't pay wide receivers. Some of those guys don't show up. Although Brandon Ayuk, we talked about this, Sean. Brandon Ayuk, what leverage did he have despite asking for a trade? Not much. He's at training camp. I don't know if he's going to practice all that hard, but he'll be there. So the 49ers always held the cards there. Hey, you don't want to come in. We're going to tell you we're not going to trade you. And if you don't come in, we'll just fine you until you decide you want to come in. So Brandon Ayuk, despite the trade request in 49ers camp, we'll see if he gets his money, which I think the 49ers want to do. They may just not be at a number that Ayuk wants. So Texans don't have those issues. They gave Nico his money. The other guys who are prominent members of the team either have their money or not in a position right now to ask for a deal. CJ among them. So ESPN has rankings for this year and 2 more years in the future for all of the NFL. So they rank not only the present but the future. Some of the things they're using to create these rankings are your quarterback situation and the makeup of the roster beyond the quarterback, front office, and coaching staff. If you could guess, should be pretty easy for you, Sean. You know the game. Think about the best teams in football because that's generally how this is going to be measured. And they use these guidelines. 100, you're an elite franchise for now and in the future. That's an A+. It's just graded like you would grade a paper, pretty much.
Yeah, okay.
So, who do you have as the number one team as far as their present and their future right now?
This is easy. Kansas City Chiefs.
With a sterling score of 95.3. The Chiefs.
Give me Patrick Mahomes.
Yes, always.
I don't even care.
Take Patrick Mahomes.
I don't care about if they have another young player. Give me Patrick Mahomes.
They mentioned other guys beyond him like Chris Jones who got money, who has his money. Marquise Brown they brought in. They mentioned your guy, Xavier Worthy. And
great touchdown in training.
Yeah, I did see that. Mahomes rolling to his left, threw a bomb.
Can't believe the league let that happen.
Or at least the Chiefs in practice. Oh, what are you saying? Oh, you can't believe they let Xavier Worthy get to Kansas City?
On that team.
A lot of people have said that,
That's
actually.
what a lot of people said, and I was like, hey guys, still just a training camp highlight.
He's a really skinny, really fast wide receiver in training camp. Relax.
I'm more along the lines of what you're thinking. How'd the KC defense allow this to happen?
You see the little skinny guy running past you? Hey, Brian Cook. Look, you see him?
Might want to give him some cushion off the line.
Yeah, you understand Pat Mahomes, he buys time.
Yeah.
And your guys aren't going to hit him. Don't let the fast guy run by you. Don't look so lost. So that happened. Reasons for concern. Talked about Travis Kelce and his age at 35 years old. They don't have much behind him at tight end. And obviously, they have a rookie in Xavier Worthy and Marquise Brown. A couple small wide receivers. And his main target is getting older. And we saw Travis Kelce, whatever you want to say, the Taylor Swift effect or monitoring his output as he tried to ramp up for the regular season. Wasn't the same guy. He became a monster in the postseason because that's what he is. Yeah. He's a great player. Some things to know. Their offensive line, really great. They credit Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith and even Wanye Morris they liked quite a bit as well.
No mention of in concerns, no mention of Rashee Rice.
No.
I feel like you should at least be concerned.
He was not brought up by Louis Riddick. Louis Riddick handled the reasons for concern. He didn't bring up. He was one of the guys they used as an evaluator.
I'd be like, I'm a little concerned about probably their number one wide receiver.
Yeah,
missing 8 games.
That's a little concerning. So Riddick, Dan Graziano, and Aaron Schatz, who was a Football Outsiders, I think at one point, is now handling this for ESPN. The Ravens are at 2, 91.6, so they get an A. The Bills are at 3 with just under an A, and actually they rounded up 89.5 as far as their current team and their future team.
They did some extra credit, got an A.
Mm-hmm. Showed up early a couple times, stayed late a couple times. Dalton Kincaid, I'm sure, did some extra work to get that A. So Josh Allen, Dalton Kincaid, and James Cook are the reasons for hope. Stephon Diggs and questions about Keon Coleman and can he be an actual big-time wide receiver are reasons for concern. And, Khalil Shakir is a guy they think you should look at as well.
I like how the top 3 is just, hey, they have an awesome quarterback whose age starts with the number 2.
Yeah, it's not exactly surprising how these rankings are going.
Kind of what they're doing.
The 2-time MVP, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah,
hey, you want to do a little work? Make this a little interesting.
All you do is they have a young running back and a young tight end, and then I'm sure the Ravens they have Zay Flowers. We feel good about that. It's just they just have one young skill position guy and one of the best quarterbacks in the league who's under 30. Boom, young core. Feel good about your young core.
This one differs from the previous ones.
Ooh.
Can you guess which team would be the next team ranked? When I say this one differs from the criteria, they seem to be following.
Is it the Lions?
Dead on. They rank the quarterbacks as well. Jared Goff gets a 12. He's ranked 12. The quarterback room is a 12. And 81, just barely a B. The rest of the roster is a 92. And the reasons for hope, Penei Sewell, young core that they just paid and locked up. Aiden Hutchinson's on defense. But reason for concern is their corners. They're not exactly sure how strong that defensive secondary will be, and really the defense overall. They give up points despite investing in their defensive line with Hutchinson. And Terry Arnold's a rookie. Carlton Davis is a player they just paid. So we'll see. And the Texans are 6th. They rank behind the Eagles at an 88.5. The Texans ranked with their quarterback at 5. They have CJ as the 5th best quarterback. Their roster is a 5 as well. The front office gets a 10. The front office gets the lowest ranking of all. They rank coaching, quarterback, overall roster. The Texans ranking bringing them down a little bit. Wow. Nick Caserio, despite all that drafting he's doing, number 10.
Despite the fact he's the guy who picked all these
players.
Yeah,
whatever.
Okay.
I know that seems not to make a lot of sense, but this is what they're saying.
I mean, because there's literally he picked all the guys that are other than. I don't know. Does Laramie Tunsil come up? He didn't pick him.
He didn't trade for him either.
He didn't trade him. But and Titus Howard. So the offensive line, he has no part in the offensive line.
But he took all the part
tackles
in reinvigorating the roster.
Everyone else that you mentioned, he acquired.
Stroud, Tank, Nico,
Diggs.
Yeah, all the guys. Daniil Hunter, all that. All that is him. That's why you have them as a 5th ranked roster, but still number 10. The 49ers are behind them, and their front office is ranked 16th.
Ooh.
Despite having the best roster minus the quarterback. Still front office
John
number
Lynch,
16th overall. Kyle Shanahan doing all the work, apparently, not John Lynch. So, yeah, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. How can they have the 16th best front office with the best roster?
Yeah, are there a bunch of top 5 front offices that have terrible rosters? Because I have a note if that's the case.
Excuse me?
How
can that be the case?
Some notes for good old Lou Riddick.
Yeah. I'm trying to find one. I don't know. Lou Rick's not the only one. Maybe it's a Dan Graziano joint.
Lou Riddick's going to have to wear this. He's the leader.
Okay, sure. I'm trying to find one, but not really. The front office, there are some front offices that are ranked higher than their overall ranking, but not one that's standing out where, wow, how can you be a top front office and have a terrible roster?
Because there's someone, I mean, the Niners were, 5th or 6th, and they had the 16th. So at some point, there does have to be a team that's 12th that has the 4th front office.
Oh, that's happened. I'm just trying to find someone where it's hey, we got the 23rd best roster, but the 4th ranked front office.
Top 10 front office with a terrible team.
Not seeing that. So you can go find that. It's behind their insider paywall. Your Texans, once again, people think highly of them, and they are ranked in the top 10. That's kind of been their ranking throughout. But this one kind of projects what they can be in the future. Basically, it's about young talent, good coaching, and not having to deal with big contracts for that young talent for the foreseeable future. It's going to pop up, but hell, Tank, Will, and Stroud, Will Anderson and Stroud, we're all rookies. So it's going to be a little bit before you have to deal with that. So another place where everyone thinks highly of the Texans. We'll hear from the actual Texans when we come back. We went long here. So we'll do that We also know who one of the flag bearers will be. Not LeBron, someone from the West Coast, though. I'm trying to think. It's a great rebrand for this guy. We'll get to talk about him. There was a time where no one would touch him. You know, the weed, the rap, the alleged incident where he was accused of killing someone. All history for this gentleman. He'll be leading our athletes out, at least being one of the guys holding the torch. We'll talk about that at some point today. But we're way late. We'll come back with Texan Sound in a couple of minutes.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, It's kind of like you are. No, not really. Okay.
So, Texans training camp is going on, and they have to go through everyone at this point. It's a long training camp, so a lot of players are going to get the opportunity to speak in front of, behind the podium and in front of that little background with all the Texans logos on it. So the guy who was part of the press conferences yesterday was Kamari Lassiter. He's a rookie. He is someone who, at this point, they expect to contribute quite a bit. They went out and signed. Is cast off's the right word? Washout feels aggressive. Journeyman. There it is. They went out, even though they're pretty young. They went out and signed journeyman cornerbacks in C.J. Henderson, and
they took gambles on the other two corners that they signed.
They have all the physical traits. That's what I've been told. Not Jeremy. I'm thinking of his name. Adoka. What? Not Adoka.
Jeff Okuda.
Jeff Okuda. All the J's, the Nigerian names
Jeremy
came.
Okuda.
The J's and Nigerian names all came together to screw me up right there. Jeff Okuda was the guy they took, or at least paid. He was the one who got more money than C.J. Henderson. But both guys haven't lived up to their draft status. Kamari Lassiter is a guy who may make one of those guys kind of expendable. He has been a guy who's gotten snaps at the outside corner spot, and he gave an answer about why he played in the Georgia bowl game. A lot of Florida State players opted out after they weren't invited to the playoff. Georgia players did as well. Enough stayed to kick Florida State's ass in one of the biggest blowouts in bowl history. Georgia's about that life, whether they're beating up on TCU or beating up on Florida State. They like to blow out teams. But Kamari Lassiter explained, despite being a guy who was going to go on the second day of the draft, he explained why he opted in to play and his reasoning behind it.
You got a viral clip of Kirby Smart praising you for deciding to play in the bowl game. A lot of guys in your position, they opt out. What went into that decision? Is that kind of what D'Amico and Caserio like about you when they talk about he just likes to play football?
Yeah, I mean, I eat, sleep, and breathe football. Football has been the love of my life since I was 3 years old. So, I mean, I had the opportunity to play in the game with my teammates, and I was fully healthy. So, I mean, in my brain, it was a no-brainer. Like, it's football. Why would I not play? So, other guys chose to make other decisions. That's neither here nor there. I respect the decision regardless because, everyone has to make a decision for themselves and their family and, their betterhood. But, my decision was to go out there and play football.
Making every old school football person all warm and fuzzy in their special parts. That was an answer that was like, ooh, I feel great about that. That's an answer. That's a football answer right there.
And he respects their decision.
Yeah,
he drops an actual respect their decision.
He also gave them grace, his teammates grace. Hey, he may not have did it on purpose, but the line of I was fully healthy, it gives his teammates some cover. The guys complaining about an ankle here or a calf here. Hey, I was fully healthy, so I played. Those guys may not have been, so they didn't play. Perfect answer. I don't know who gave him media training or if he's even had it. But I see you, Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
That was a good one.
That's the kind of guy I want. I want on my team.
That's right. So you one of those football people feeling all warm and fuzzy.
I am feeling all warm and fuzzy. He's gonna play football.
Why wouldn't I?
I expect him to play all 4 preseason games. 3,
right? Oh yeah, no, you're right. They got 4 Hall of Fame game.
The biggest stage in the preseason.
If he is someone who's competing for that outside corner opposite Derek Stingley, I gotta imagine if he wins that job, he's not playing in Game 4. You don't play your starting corner in Game 4.
If he's fully healthy, I don't see why not.
D'Amico's like, I appreciate the sentiment, but we have different rules here.
Yeah.
D'Amico's like, I love what you did at Georgia, but we got different rules here. We're gonna go. You know what? The practices against the other teams in midweek more important than the game. Don't you worry. You can sit. We've seen all we need to see. He's gonna learn.
And that's why they won't win their last preseason game 56-0. That's why.
Because Kamari Lassiter opted out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Possibly.
Well, because D'Amico Ryans is forcing him to opt out.
Do you think you think if they don't, like, if they win a Super Bowl, cool. But if they lose their last game, you think he's got this culture shock of, wait a minute, final game of the year? We ain't winning by 6 touchdowns. What the hell is this? What's going on here?
What? We didn't even. It's not even Alabama on the other side of this.
Yeah.
I get when we lose to them.
Yeah. So Kamari Lassiter making waves, man. The answers are great. He had a couple other things to say about sharpening his skills against Nico, Tank, and Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs. Great answer for the football people. He's all in. If you want a great football answer and get everyone excited about a player, go to Kamari Lassiter. He is. I don't know if he'll be a quote machine because at some point he may not be in a position to answer questions if he doesn't win the job. At least through a couple days of training camp, probably given the best quotes. We'll wrap up this segment hearing from Titus Howard. Titus Howard is a right tackle only. He's let that be known. But, you know, he also finds himself answering questions about a guy there are a lot of questions about. Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green is maybe someone, if he plays well, will solidify Nick Caserio, maybe move him up that ranking we just talked about, because that's another first-round pick that would hit. He's got Stingley when he's on the field and healthy. Great pick. The two from last year, great picks. Kenyon Green. He had issues. The Texans were kind of danced around talking about him. It wasn't just physical with him. I don't know what it was, but when we heard from D'Amico, they talked about Kenyon Green going through some things. He's back. We've heard people compliment the way his body is transformed. Here's Titus Howard discussing Kenyon Green and what the other guys on that line are doing to help.
Growth, man, maturity. Kenyon's matured a lot. He's put in a lot of work. His body is in the best position he's been in. His mind is in the best position he's been in. He's very confident, in his ability, and he's putting it all together, man. He's been out here putting some good stuff on the field for these first couple of days of camp, and I'm excited to see him grow. Like I told him, I've been in the same position he's in right now. You just got to keep working, man. Just keep grinding. It's gonna, he's gonna get better, and I feel like it's gonna be a good year for him. It's all the guys. It's me, LT, Shaq. It's all those guys that have been playing football for a good bit of time, and we just pouring into him because you got to think about Kenyon came into this league as a young kid. He was the youngest guy in his draft class, and he's younger than some of the rookies this year. So you got to take that into fact, that he's still a young kid and he got a lot to grow. But he's been taking in everything we've been pouring into him, and he's been very positive about everything this year. So I'm excited to see him continue to grow. It's not going to be perfect. It's not perfect for us. I mean, I'm going into year 6 and it's still not perfect for me. But if you can keep showing that you putting in the work and you're doing your best you can do, it's only great things going to happen.
I would say a tipping point for the offensive line, but if they can get the production they expected to get out of Kenyon, I call him Kenyon, but apparently, at least according to Titus Howard, Kenyon is the way you say that. Kenyon, if they can get the type of production out of him, and there's a quote about Shaq Mason from Titus Howard who said, y'all should be looking at Shaq as one of the best players as far as that position is concerned. If you're going to get that from him, that interior of the offensive line, that appears to be maybe the weak and the inflection point for this team on offense. If that's going to be solidified, I'm not sure what you're going to be able to do to kind of stop this offense, because I can't find a real weakness anywhere else. I mean, the man we heard from, Titus Howard, has to prove he can be a legit right tackle, but the interior being maybe a net neutral would be really good as far as what we can expect from that offense going forward. So we're done with hour one. We'll continue to hear from the Texans going forward. We have that story about the torchbearer, one of the more effective rebrands over the last 25 years. We'll get to that as well. We'll update you on anything Astros related. And Jalen Green, topic of conversation again as far as trade talks, and maybe the Rockets are more willing to move him for the right deal. It's just one report. We'll kind of dissect that as well in hour two. We'll be back. Hour 2 begins. And if you were one of the people perplexed by the update on Kyle Tucker, you're not alone. In fact, it made one of those aggregation sites. A lot of people tweeted at Chandler Rome, man, just giving out the news. This was what he tweeted yesterday, at least last night before the Astros game. Kyle Tucker did some outfield work today at the Coliseum, but Joe Espada said there still is not the pushing or strength we'd like to see, but it's better. Tucker is hitting in the batting cages, and Espada said that's actually the activity it feels the best. So when he's out there taking hacks, he feels pretty good. Other than that, not great. So if you were like, wait a minute, how long has he been out? What's going on? Not alone. Some of the tweets that made the article, strangest shin contusion ever. Relatively normal. This one I think is funny. How do we know Kyle Tucker's leg is even there at this point? Questions. We need to ask these questions. And another person asked for me, I'm currently burdened by the absence of Kyle Tucker for at least 2 months over an injury that still hasn't been disclosed as a fracture. So that calls into question some of the things we discussed about what the Astros are doing when they talk about injuries. We know discomfort eventually means you're going to be out for a year and a half. That's what it means when we talk about pitchers. It's just true. If you're walking by the ballpark and you have any discomfort, just know whatever thing you thought you were doing for that day, it's over. And maybe for the rest of the year.
Call your doctor.
Yeah.
The second.
Not the Astros doctors, because they're definitely going to lie about the diagnosis, at least initially.
Yeah, that to me, I can forgive the absence and the lack of clarity. It is the lack of clarity even. It is just the fact that it does not seem like they know. They don't seem like they know. Because, again, he was not originally put on the IL. No. They thought he would play like 3 days later.
The way they treat it is the bothersome part, because are there trained professionals in that building?
Yeah.
How do you not figure out that this is going to be a while?
If it was just they just call it, it's a bone bruise immediately on the IL.
This is going to be a while. Yes.
But the fact they were like, I don't know, maybe he plays this weekend.
I barely blame them for not like, if it's actually a fracture that they're not disclosing. You know what? I'm fine with it. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is he's not playing. Once Kyle Tucker is back, cool. However long that takes, sure, it can be upsetting. But I don't actually care if they tell me what it is. But don't believe that he's going to play in a couple days and then it turns into this.
Yeah.
It bothers people.
It falls into the same bucket as the Christian Javier
neck thing that eventually turned into he's out.
He must have slept wrong on the plane or something, and then, nope, Tommy John.
And then we know what JP France, after initially bringing him back, and then it turns out he's done for the year. They're like, oh, we rushed him back.
Yeah, Can you not do that,
How
please?
about don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't rush anybody back. Look, so Kyle Tucker, at least out 2 months and more going forward. So if you're out there, maybe you're not tweeting directly at reporters giving the news, but you're not alone. A lot of Astro fans feel the same way. What the hell is going on with the doctors, the diagnosis, the reporting on it, and maybe just the information the Astros are given to their spokespeople? And by that, I mean the guys who are the front-facing parts of the organization, whether it be a Dana Brown or Joe Espada. What are the doctors telling them? When do they know what they know? It's not been good. So Kyle Tucker not ready to play, and we've decided mid-August, maybe.
Just to set expectations.
Yes. Don't get ahead of yourselves, everybody.
I'm expecting another 3 weeks at the very least. The fact that all he can do is batting cage stuff. Anything else that involves running or whatever the euphemism is that they're using for
light activity
or baseball workout, whatever it is, that doesn't go well. All he can do is swing a bat.
Yeah, for the most part, let's say 21 out of 27 outs, all he's doing is standing there. So what do they call light activity in baseball? Like, I know there are baseball people who practice. I know you guys do a lot. I don't want to insult you. I get it. Even below the major league level, high school, college, I know a lot goes into getting ready for a baseball season. But he's an outfielder. A lot of his duties are light activity, or even less than. He's standing there for 22 outs a game.
Yeah, but those 5 outs that he needs to run around.
It does take a lot. I will give him that. He's great out there, by the way. Kyle Tucker's a great outfielder.
Yeah. After the first one, he's going to be sore. After the first one, he's going to... his leg's going to hurt.
The one thing I want is like a graph, maybe a PowerPoint presentation of how baseball determine how guys come back from injuries. What is light activity for an outfielder? Is it a jog? Is it just tossing the ball around, doing a little, maybe not even sprinting 10 yards at a time, a light jog 10 yards at a time? I would like to know. Playing catch, whatever that might mean for how many pitches or throws.
What's the high intensity workout?
Is he sprinting up the foul line? Does he do that, or maybe sprinting from center field to
from left field to right field?
Yeah, what's he doing to get back in the shape? But what we know is he's traveling with a team. He's just not at a point where he can play. But at least he feels good taking hacks. So some progress is being made. I don't think they've been like that overall. Like, this is the year where their information doesn't match up with what happens. Their initial information doesn't match up.
I think the last couple years, or last like 3 years, it was a lot of it was on the blood of, wait, what's the injury? Was on the hands of Dusty Baker, who
we would. Oh, that's just Dusty being Dusty.
That's the thing. You're like, oh, that's just the way Dusty explains this injury. He's not meaning to mislead us, or he's not like have any ulterior motives for misleading us. He is just misleading us because, I mean, he might not even know what the nuts and bolts of this injury is. It's a little bit hard. Joe Espada and Dana Brown don't have they're 75 years old trying to explain to us what a lat strain is. Like that, they don't have that cover.
Where we'll just accept that it's an old man just talking about injuries, whatever.
Old man, old baseball
guy, all the things that we kind of push aside. Now we just think
it's like, no, Joe Espada, tell us what's wrong.
Now we just think there's maybe a level of incompetence we didn't suspect before.
we thought the lack of clarity was just at the manager telling the media. Actually, the lack of clarity might be higher up the totem pole. The doctors might be looking at these MRIs being like, I don't know.
They're all Dr. Nick?
Yes, Dr. Nick definitely works for the Astros.
In some way, shape, or form. He's out there looking at MRIs upside down and x-rays reversed. So, hey, Kyle Tucker's alive. He's running around. He does have a leg, despite what that one tweeter suggested. It just doesn't feel great right now. And when it does, they'll tell us, and then we'll let you know. Or maybe you'll probably find out before we do, or at least get the opportunity to tell you. So, Astros, as far as Kyle Tucker, we'll see. But the other stuff, they go into Oakland and lose. They lose that. They've lost that series. Now they have to hope Hunter Brown keeps a sweep away. They have to hope Hunter Brown saves this series because you had to feel pretty good. You're coming off 2 out of 3 in Seattle, even though you lost the last one. And you think to yourself, okay, yes, Arrighetti, Bloss, not your top level pitchers, but at least you're running into the A's. Not a bad matchup for you, despite the fact that it's your 4th and 5th starter. Turns out it's been a terrible matchup. You can't hit them, and you turn Lawrence Butler Jr. into the best player in baseball for a night. The man would have hit for the cycle if not for you walking him and upsetting the 4 fans that still remain. So they're an average baseball team. I think that's the conclusion until the health changes, and that still seems a bit far away. Now you just have to hope you find some pop from a trade, whether it be getting a pitcher. We talked about it with Dana Brown. Well, at least he told us what the approach will be. We talked about his approach. A 3rd or 4th starter, and a reliever. Now that can cost. He talked about a 1 or 2 being out the window, but even 3 or 4 might cost them a little bit too much. But that's the approach. Go get yourself some help in that rotation in the bullpen. I didn't see much about acquiring a hitter, which is something some people are focusing on as well, considering what that lineup can look at times. Because the whole, hey, let's platoon Aledmus and John Singleton at first doesn't feel sustainable in a playoff series or really down the stretch because they got to get to the playoffs first. We'll see. Trade deadline just a week away now. Prediction, Sean. Will the Astros be a better team because of an acquisition?
Yes.
Yes. They will make one, and it'll make them better.
I think just getting like Dana Brown laid out, just trying to get a third or fourth starter. Just if I guess if they can deliver on that, which I think they can. I mean, you see what happened last two nights. Now they didn't score enough runs to win it
Either of those games.
either of these games, but you just can't be depending on Arrighetti and Bloss in when it gets real down to the wire in August and September. I just would rather have a steadier hand there. And so yeah, I think that if they make a move for a starter, which I think they will, that will lead to them being better.
Yeah, and then you combine that with the hope that Verlander's back in a short amount of time, maybe mid-August. Then you all of a sudden go from questions from 4 and 5 to maybe no questions at all outside of can your guys like Brown and Blanco survive a season, considering how many pitches they're going to have to throw.
Yeah, that the hope would be to get to a point where the question marks in your rotation is can Blanco and Brown keep this up? Not, oh my God, Jake Bloss is starting. I hope he keeps us in the game.
Yeah, and we had a lot of guys, and Hunter Brown was one of those guys at a point this year where just keep us in the game. If you can get through 4 with only giving up 3, we've got a shot. He's far outseated or exceeded those type of expectations. He's been very, very good, and Blanco early part of the year definitely best part of the team, at least best part of the season. And, there's been some fluctuations the last month or so, but he's still someone you can depend on. So Dana Brown spoke today. The Astros are going to look to make a couple moves, and the focus may simply be on adding arms. We'll get to this thing I've been talking about for the last 30 minutes or so. We have a torchbearer that no one, at least as Sean pointed, would have expected. It was off the air, but we'll kind of lay out the context of it, considering this man was not someone that middle America would have accepted. But now I think, oh, yeah, we love him. It's not the guy I grew up with, though. Not my Snoop. We'll talk about Snoop and being a torchbearer when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We're back, and the show rule is callers take priority unless you're using a fake name. So we'll get to the Snoop story here shortly. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. But Eric wants to talk Cowboys. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Bill, what are the chances of the Cowboys re-signing CeeDee Lamb and Trey Lance starting or playing this year? And do you think they'll let go of Dak or trade them? And is John Granado leaving since Wendy got that job in L.A.? I'll hang up and listen.
Okay, John Granado is not leaving. His wife is the new general manager of the KABC station in Los Angeles. So he will be going back and forth between Houston and L.A. He'll spend time here. He'll spend time there. He'll do the show from both spots. That's how it'll be. So sometimes you're going to see John in the building on camera. If you look at us on Twitch or YouTube, sometimes he'll be in L.A. and there'll be just a graphic of John on remote with Lance in here. So that's what it will be for the foreseeable future. You also asked about CeeDee Lamb. I don't foresee CeeDee Lamb going anywhere. If it comes to a point where they don't think they can sign him, they'll trade him. He'll follow the Tyreek Hill model, where the Chiefs decided it would be better for them not to give Tyreek Hill a giant deal, so they traded him for a lot of picks and helped bolster that defense. I think that it'll be the same for CeeDee, but I think he'll be back. As far as Dak, that one's tough. I don't know where the Cowboys go. We've had this conversation a couple times, depending on the month. It's been a thing since really the season ended and the show started. What do the Cowboys do with Dak Prescott? If you decide that the 30-year-old quarterback can't win you a Super Bowl and you would rather devote those resources to somebody else and draft the quarterback, good luck. You should trade him this year. Why would you want to go another year where Dak's going to be competent enough and more than competent? He's a better quarterback than that. But I just mean he's too good for you to be bad this year. You're going to go through another year of not being in a position to draft the top quarterback? I just don't know if they're any place but stuck if they don't pay him. Pay him or don't. If you're not going to pay him, he shouldn't be on the roster. And John informs me that they're working on video so he can be seen from L.A. Joe just told me that, and I forgot about it already.
I like that Granado's let me clear this up.
Hey, excuse me.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. I'm glad I got the rest of it right. I should have been like, yes, John's done in August.
Yeah, he is leaving the city of Houston.
Yes, from
Full
time to time. He will be a part-time Houstonian.
He is also arriving to Houston.
Yes.
Part-time.
If you want to put it into work parlance, he's a part-time Houstonian. And that's what he'll be. Maybe he'll always be a Houstonian in his heart, but at points he'll be in LA. We might even call him bi-coastal.
I'm sure they'll love that.
It's better than not finishing that phrase and just calling him bi, which he does not like at all. I know that to be the case. Dak, I think he'll be a Cowboy because I don't know what else they'll do. I understand not winning in the playoffs, all the disappointment, but what are you gonna do? You wanna trade up for Shedeur Sanders or
Jerry Jones? Yeah, actually,
that would be great. And I can hire Dion too.
That doesn't sound that bad.
It's a great idea. Who are you gonna get? Are you falling in love with Cam Ward? These are the quarterback class this year.
Quinn Ewers?
Well, of course. The guy Texas people don't even want to start.
Carson Beck?
Make you all warm and fuzzy, those names. So I think they're kind of stuck. But, maybe you fall in love with the quarterback in the process. But at that point, Dak's still on the roster, and you're still too good to be in a spot. Because it's a quarterback position, unless there are 4 or 5 guys in the first round, maybe you can trade up for one. But I think, being stuck isn't a reason to pay a guy. I think Dak's pretty good. I think he's better than that. And I would say, like I do a lot of things, let me see Dak with a great coach or a more competent coach than Jason Garrett or Mike McCarthy before I make a determination on the 30-year-old and say, yeah, he'll never win. He'll never win. He's 30 years old. I know Patrick Mahomes has changed the dynamic, and Brady did too. But for the most part, being 30 is about the time you start winning Super Bowls over the course of history. There are some guys, because they're in great organizations, they win earlier, but I wouldn't kill the guy now. I wouldn't say he's never going to win. Of course, I'm not a Cowboy fan. I don't understand their frustration.
I also don't trust the Cowboys to hire a great coach that maximizes what Dak Prescott can be. So that on one hand, I agree with you. On the other hand, I'm like, I also don't think he'll win, but that's not because of him or really the coaching.
I think we've had this talk. If Dak Prescott was in San Francisco, would they have Super Bowl already?
Yes.
I think so, too.
They would have won the Jimmy Garoppolo one.
Yeah, and maybe. Well, the one against the Chiefs last year was a close ball game.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
Patrick Mahomes is on it. Well,
and now you're saying they're downgrading from going to Purdy to Dak.
Well, Patrick Mahomes is in the other one, too. I think acquiring Dak Prescott, if I'm the 49ers, I'm not paying Purdy. I'm like, hey, Cowboys, are you sure you don't want him? I would trade for Dak Prescott if I'm the 49ers. It would cost so much money.
A lot of 90s Cowboys fans would be upset at that, which is most Cowboys fans.
Yes, but that's where they all became fans, and still think of those years.
They would be upset.
It's crazy.
Like Charles Haley.
The money, Deion too went back and forth. The money would be a huge expenditure, but if I'm thinking about making a move, if I got to pay Purdy or Dak, I'm paying Dak. Sorry. And Brandon Ayuk, either way, that quarterback's going to affect your salary. It's going to affect the team's cap.
Yeah, Ayuk and Debo both later, no matter what.
And Debo's on a deal right now. He got his, and maybe if Ayuk has to go, he has to go. But you're going to have to pay a quarterback there.
Yeah, it's either you're paying Dak or Purdy.
Yeah.
So I get it from that point.
So,
but you also have to give up the draft picks.
True. But they didn't, and, they're recovering from giving up the pick for Trey Lance, another guy Eric mentioned.
And giving up the picks for McCaffrey.
True. They don't have a lot. But I would find a way. If I'm making a decision, the Cowboys say he's on the block.
Or tamper. Be like, hey, don't resign a contract.
That's the other thing.
Trust us.
Tell them.
Because I don't think he can be franchise tagged.
That might be the rule for him right now. So that's the alternative. You let him go, and then you
tamper.
And you're stuck in the mid-20s, and then you try to make a pick.
Oh, yeah.
For the Cowboys. For the 49ers, yes, tamper all the way.
Tamper.
Just don't get caught like the Dolphins did.
Don't do a lot of things the Dolphins did, which I think they can do because Stephen Ross isn't their owner. I think they can pull this off.
Or maybe don't try to trick your way into acquiring the best quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
Because the Patriots are going to be pissed off, and they're going to let everyone know. Don't get caught. Don't get caught. Mostly the whole thing is don't get caught.
No meetings on yachts.
Because yes, don't be so public. Or don't fire the coach who can snitch on you. That's the other thing.
Yeah, also don't fire a coach that, is willing to snitch.
There are multiple things in play there that got the Dolphins caught up. But tampering is fine. Just don't get caught. Those are my rules. Do what you got to do. Cheating, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Lazy J, I see you. I can't imagine what you want to talk about. I really can't because it's not up on the board. Also, there's another caller. Well, there was one. So if you want to get in, I don't want to make this what should the Cowboys do to further their future? But if you want to call in about that, sure. Oh, yeah, Snoop's going to be a torchbearer. We still haven't got to that story. It's very simple. The fact that Snoop is going to be a torchbearer, is that the biggest brand update and, rebrand other than Mike Tyson? If you think about it, both guys who were really famous in the 90s. Mike Tyson, he had the whole Desiree Washington case, going to jail for that. He was in The Hangover. He's doing appearances on nighttime, late night TV back when The Hangover is coming out. Now he's not so much. Now he's either going to fight a influencer or not fight an influencer. But the fact that Mike Tyson is just accepted. And I was like, that's whatever. We don't even think about that anymore. But Snoop wasn't. By the way, just to be clear, Snoop wasn't convicted of anything.
No.
But he was the Death Row Record guy. He was all he does is talk about weed and rap. And now he's just, hey, we're just going to put him on NBC or whatever it's going to be on, and he's going to hold the torch. I'm not even going after Snoop. I just can't believe.
Yeah, the rebrand.
The rebrand.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Another rebrand, may God rest his soul, O.J. Simpson the other way.
True.
This the opposite of going from
He was beloved.
Commercials, TV, movies.
He thought he was so beloved he can escape being a black man. He said it, not me. Yeah, I'm not black. I'm OJ. He thought he was at a point where
also was never convicted of anything.
He was found liable
in civil court.
In civil court, yes, and he was in jail for, as he would say, taking his own stuff back. So he did spend some time in jail, but not for the big case. No, but the OJ rebrand, in reverse, crazy.
I can't. I really can't think of other ones that are that crazy of criminals, or accused criminals,
but in
also,
major cases. Yeah,
gangster rap in the mid '90s probably wasn't a huge hit in the flyover states.
No, it was not.
I'm sure they weren't crazy about it.
No.
And now he is basically being marketed to that audience, which is what the Olympics is.
And they love him.
Yeah.
Credit.
They really do love him.
And he's kind of the same guy. I mean, he's not involved in cases where he can lose his freedom. But Snoop hasn't changed that much.
Smart to tweak that part.
Yeah. That's things to avoid.
Stop hanging out with Suge Knight. That's a good one.
Well, I think that's a thing for everybody. Stay away from him. La Salsa, Lazy J, I see you. But I don't think Mike Tyson's ever going to be a torchbearer, so I think Snoop's going to win the award for the greatest rebrand of all time.
I don't know. There's another Olympics. The Olympics in L.A. in, 28?
Yes.
So, still time for Tyson to catch up.
That torchbearing belongs to Kendrick. He owns L.A. That belongs to Kendrick right now. It's 4 years from now, so who knows? But right now, he owns L.A. If there's one in Canada, maybe Drake will get one. So,
a Winter Olympics?
Well, what else would it be?
A Winter Olympics.
They've had one recently. So
they?
maybe Drake's out of luck. I think maybe as far as Olympics are concerned, recently, maybe 10 years ago or so now. Yeah, maybe a little bit longer than that. La Salsa, Lazy J, we see you. Maybe Lazy J needs a rebrand because he's a Cowboy fan too, I believe. He's a LeBron fan, a Cowboy fan. He's all the guys you can't stand talking to on Twitter.
Ronaldo fan.
Yes. He has all those things in his bio. And you're like, oh, I'm not having a conversation with you. You're the worst.
Mute.
Yeah.
But not on this show.
Well,
this show he has a platform.
He is the worst, but we're not going to mute him. And La Salsa, who is competing for the worst as well, we'll talk to you too. A couple of our frequent callers we'll get to when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We got a couple more segments to go, and people want to talk on the show. So we're going to start with Lazy J. He wants to talk a little soccer and probably something else as well. What's up, Lazy J?
Dale, what's going on? Yeah, I wanted to talk soccer, but damn, Dale, what's up with all the hate, man? One time that you still on that one time that I said Raheel was more blacker than you? You just won't let that go, huh?
I mean, if you of all people should know that doesn't bother me, but it bothers you. I mean, you know, the guy who does the show from 7 to 10 has questioned how black you are, and you haven't liked it. So maybe don't throw stones, because I seen you too.
Well, I'm the super minority, so I don't know. I'm black and Mexican, so that's super minority right there. So, you know. But anyways, I had a couple quick questions. Is there an age limit on stay-at-home dads? You know, because I heard that John over here was doing it, so it looks like John is going to join the party, be a stay-at-home dad. I thought there was an age limit on that. And then also, man, quick thing on the Cowboys, since I hate on the Cowboys on every show that y'all get on. Of course, they're going to sign Dak. Dak's going to be a long-time lifer. They're gonna sign CD Lamb. If anybody needs to go, it's gonna be Parsons. Hey, if we can get like 2 firsts, or maybe like a first and a second, you know, maybe we can ship him to Houston. He likes to hang out with that other light-skinned ass on podcasts and all that. I'm tired of Parsons. He can go too. So love the show.
Yeah, there was no soccer conversation. The Cowboy stuff made him upset. Lazy J, frequent caller to this show. I don't suspect Dak's gonna go. I think he'll be there. I don't know what other option the Cowboys have. I'm not sure what they see in him that would lead them to not pay him. As I said before, I don't really blame him for the playoff failures. They've got a coaching problem, I think, more than anything else. Getting rid of a productive elite pass rusher, that's a tough one, man. Now, if you want to capitalize, you'll get picks. I don't know if you'll get 2 firsts. I don't know if anyone's given up 2 firsts for a non-quarterback. Maybe you'll get the Brian Burns package. Or I think the Rams at one point, before the Panthers decided they weren't going to trade him that year, may have done that because the Rams were in full-on F them picks mode even then. 2 firsts for a pass rusher who you're going to have to give a lot of money to seems like a lot. A first, definitely. Maybe a couple second-day picks, or 1 second-day pick and maybe a couple third-day picks is how the draft is set up now.
What was the Khalil Mack trade?
I think it was 2 firsts, but how long ago was that now?
That was like 2018-19 range.
Trade from the Raiders to the Bears or the Bears to the Raiders? Which one? Which way did that go?
Raiders-Bears.
Raiders-Bears. Let's see how much the Khalil Mack go for. I'm only getting his contract. I'm not seeing what he. It was 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, and then more. So that was back in 2000. Was it 18? No, 2018.
I think so.
So that, I don't know if that price is today's price.
Yeah, I don't. But Micah Parsons is better than Brian Burns.
He is. I just don't know the value of a defensive end.
So is there another defensive end that got traded? Like a young, good one that got traded?
I mean, Bradley Chubb went for a first, but he had some injury concerns. He went for a first a couple years ago now. Parsons is better, definitely. More productive, a better player overall. But I think having to pay him, which you would have to do, and that's the only reason the Cowboys, I think, would trade him, plays a part in it as well.
It'd be tough to trade either Dak, CD, or Micah Parsons. Like, all of them, they're not a good position to be in, to be trading.
They're all elite players at elite positions, the high-impact positions. They're going to cost a lot. You can't sell it to your fan base. You're trading away these players.
Yeah.
It'd be a rough one.
I guess receivers go for 2 all the time.
Even Tyreek only went for 1 plus more.
Oh, was
he
it
went
only
for
1?
1, but they got a lot of picks.
Was it 1
that.
in like 2 seconds or something?
Not even. I think it was a 1, a 2, a 3, and they kept descending. But I don't even think they got 2 twos for him. But it was a lot of picks.
Okay.
So I don't think we're at. Michael Parsons is unique as a pass rusher, an elite player. I think teams just balk at it. They hear 2 firsts and go, you know what? How did it work out for the Bears when they got Khalil Mack? How well did that work out for them?
Awesome. Well, yeah.
Did it?
Yeah. I mean, other than
not winning,
the not winning part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that part was bad.
Yeah. So if you're a team who has the capital and you want to go all in, and you think a pass rusher is the difference between you winning a Super Bowl and not, then I get it. But you think about that Bears team. Why are you giving up so much for Khalil Mack? You weren't in a position to win a lot. Why are you giving up all that? And the Bears are like, hey, don't use logic here. We see an elite player.
Hey, they went 12-4 that year.
Who was their quarterback?
I actually forget. Who was it? Was it Trubisky? Yeah, it was Trubisky.
Yeah, backing Trubisky is your problem. I guess they thought they had a young quarterback, so they didn't need top of the draft picks anymore.
3,000 yards, 24 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Yeah. Great.
Was this right at? I think this is the year after the double doink.
You would have to be a team.
Oh no, that was the double doink year.
Yes, you would have to be a team who's a piece away, and maybe you even have extra capital because you've made a trade or two that allows you to trade a couple first round picks and not be bothered by it. But this is just a hypothetical we're dealing with a nonsensical Cowboy fan anyway. We're spending too much time on it. Lazy J.
Okay, away from the nonsense.
And mostly it's because he doesn't like him hanging out with the Texans quarterback. That's how nonsensical it is. Away from that nonsense and getting to this nonsense when we come back. We're late, trying to stay on the clock as much as I can. I actually got called out for it by La Raza at East River 9. Hey, you talk about John and Lance not being on the clock, but you're kind of like them. Well, I learned it from watching you, guys. I learned it from watching you. Never going to call him dad. It's too far. Not going to go full in on that commercial or PSA. But I learned it from watching them. So La Salsa, we'll get to you when we come back. One more segment on the show. If you want to divert the conversation to anything you want, you can get in 713-780-3776. We'll talk to you when we get back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We just got a couple minutes left in the show, so let's get to La Salsa here quickly. He's pretending like he wants to talk about the Astros. Then we'll get to what he actually wants to talk about. What's up?
Hashtag it always sucks losing to the A's. And also RIP from 7 to 10. And hey, Deli Jelly. Hey, buddy. Got a question for you. Hey, are you seeking professional help from your porn addiction to old ladies? Later.
Yeah, that became a topic late in the show. John's narrative is I have an OnlyFans / porn addiction. The old ladies things is my bit that I created that I lean into, so I don't mind it so much what he referenced. The other things, 7 to 10 isn't dead. In fact, John, when he was listening, alerted me to the fact that not only will he still be around, but there will be video capabilities where you can see him and Lance even when he is in LA. So relax. Stop burying that show. They're not dead. I mean, I do enough burying of that show. But actually, they're going to be around from 7 to 10 for as long as they so choose, and it's for the foreseeable future. I can't predict anything. I don't know exactly what they want to do for the rest of their lives. But don't worry. They're going to be here. Relax.
Are they going to Brett Favre us and just like every year right before football season, it's gonna be, I don't know. I'm moving to Los Angeles.
If I'm the decision maker, like, all right, go ahead. Wouldn't bother me. I'd be the worst general manager. Oh, you're a legend here? Oh, you need a little couple extra things to hang around? Or are you gonna threaten me about leaving? All right, cool. Yeah. I'll see you when I see you. Go be a Jet. See how you enjoy that.
Is Griner just trying to get out of training camp? Is that what's happening?
I think he wants to be a coastal elite.
Yeah.
He wants to hang out in LA.
Go to Rodeo Drive.
I'm sure he's got a script he's working on. maybe he's going to find Bill Simmons and Ryan Russillo and start a podcast with them. I don't know what he wants to do.
It's a script he's working on.
About an Italian man.
Pulled himself up by his bootstraps.
That's right. Maybe at points in his life, he had a less than scrupulous construction company in Chicago. Had to move out of town under suspicious circumstances.
What's the Jets and Sharks, but it's not the Jets and Sharks that he was part of?
He was part. What?
I forgot what the name.
I think he called it a social club.
Yeah,
but I forgot what the name was. I know he was part of Odd Jobs Incorporated. That was his. I love the fact that they threw it incorporated, like they actually went through the process of getting that incorporated.
Yeah.
Odd Jobs Inc. As he was convincing old ladies to let them put tile up, and they had to run out as the tile was falling down and take their money. So I want the John Granado story. I'm sure that's what he's working on. That's why he's going out there. And if he hits it big, then maybe he will say goodbye to us. But hey, he's going to work on that script for years to make sure it's right for Hollywood. Yeah. Got
to get Chalamet to say yes.
To be the young Granado?
Yeah, young Granado. Yeah, definitely young Granado.
I thought maybe his buddy. I'm trying because I don't see the resemblance, but a young Granado, Timothy Chalamet is a young Granado. The problem is when they would have their first meeting, John would just call him like a
string bean,
some version of Nancy Boy, and it would be over. Chalamet's like, wait a minute, I was in Dune too. I ain't taking that from you.
I want some Nancy Boy playing.
Yeah, he would say
have a cheeseburger,
and that's me cleaning up what he actually would say. I'm not sure what he would actually say. Something less respectful than Nancy Boy. So, but all joking aside, I'm sure that script is still in development. But he is going to do the show. He will do that show with Lance. Don't you guys worry. You're going to hear all their thoughts on that, on the college football season, on the Texans season, on what John hopes is a Astros deep playoff run. Don't you guys worry. They're going to be around. I mean, maybe you should be more worried that they're still hanging on. But they're going to be around.
That was a little disrespectful.
This is my job. This is what I do. That's my bit. That's my bag, getting in that bag.
So they're not LeBron on Team USA?
No.
They're Kevin Durant, who can't even play.
The whole show is about foul baiting. They're Joel Embiid. The entire 7 to 10 block is a Joel Embiid foul baiting fest. Like if we actually had standards here, like the FIBA officials, we're not giving you that. We're not doing that. The NBA, we're like the NBA refs. Oh, clearly that's not a foul. You threw your body into that guy. We're gonna send you to the line. That's what it's like here.
Wow, you live long enough to see yourself become James Harden.
That's right. John's playing point of attack defense and letting guys go right by him. He's doing that little wave slap to try to knock the ball out of his. That's every show. Well, you know what every show is? It's Game 6 against the Spurs. Then he goes out to party after. That's what golf is. He goes out. The white party is his version. Golf is his version of that serious things. But I don't want to. So let's get to this. Speaking of basketball and the Rockets, Jalen Green, not really on the trade block, but there is a report out there that the Rockets would be more interested in a trade than they were maybe during the season. We know the Mikal Bridges reports were not something that came to fruition. Eventually, Mikal Bridges went to the place he wanted to be. He got traded to the Knicks for a lot of first-round picks. Jalen Green had his great month of March. They kind of maybe validated the Astros' decision not to trade. Astros, keep flipping the team names here. Validating the Rockets' decision not to trade him. But now, after an offseason of considering and thinking about what they could do to impact this team to make them go beyond simply being a playing contender and maybe jumping up the hierarchy of the Western Conference, Jalen Green is a guy that they would take some interest in if teams wanted to have a conversation. They would welcome that interest. And the reports from Clutch Points, Brett Siegel, if you guys are into NBA transaction stuff, you'll see his name pop up every now and again. And he just simply talks about the Rockets' willingness to consider it. Now, they know Jalen Green is talented. They're just not sure they're willing to dole out the cash it'll take to keep him around. We know the timeline can be pushed back, and we've heard Rafael Stone talk about it, but as long as you don't make a decision, that timeline gets shorter and shorter. Is there a spot for him in this guard rotation? Is there a willingness to give him the money he's going to want? And it doesn't help that all guys, not all, but a lot of the guys in the draft class, particularly guys drafted around him, are getting their money. So it's just another report suggesting that the Rockets aren't done looking into improving their team. And I agree. You always take a look. You never know what's going to pop up. You never know who's going to become someone who tells their current team, you know what, I don't want to be in here in this situation anymore. I kind of like what Houston's offering. See if you can make a deal. And Jalen Green is always going to be looked at as a centerpiece of that deal. I do wonder what the rest of the league thinks of him, though. Like, we know the inconsistencies. We know at points he can be an unstoppable player. The month of March kind of solidified that he can be that on occasion. And the problem is it's on occasion. It's the 1 month that he's had that you're like, oh, that's the guy we picked in the top 5. That's the guy who was a top 2 pick in that draft. All the other points are like, man, I wish Jalen Green would play better. I wish he would live up to his potential. Can we believe that month of March is real, or was that 1 point of a career that's never going to be what we thought it could be? It's very early to make that determination, but the potential's there. The question is, do other people see it?
There'll be a team that's like, yeah, the flashes, especially if it is in a situation where it's like, we have to trade this guy. We have to trade our star player. We're going to be rebuilding no matter what.
Definitely.
He's a good piece of being like, hey, see? He can average 30 for a month.
And frankly, if he could do that more often, he wouldn't be on the block. He wouldn't be someone the Rockets would trade. He'd be like, why? We got Jalen Green at home. Why would we want someone to approximate what we already have? So just one report. I imagine those will continue throughout the summer as the Rockets kind of solidify what their rotation will be and how they want to set things up as we get closer and closer to training camp, which is now a couple months away. We're done for the day. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. And because we're done, that means we did one thing. What did we do?
We did it!
That we did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
This will officially be the final out of the game, you would think, although Loperfido hustling all the way made it a close play, but that'll do it for the Astros in the 9th inning. They do get a run on 3 hits, the home run by Jeremy Pena, but they dropped their 2nd straight game to the A's, and they are now 2-3 on this road trip, having lost their last 3-game losing streak for the first time since late May. They will remain in first place thanks to a Mariners 5-1 loss.
I mean, thank God for that last part. Thank God that the Seattle Mariners are playing like the Oakland A's normally do right now because, okay, you lose the first game of a series to an Oakland team that's been playing better of late. I can let that slide. You lose 8-2 to the A's yesterday, Joe. Come on. What are we doing here?
We're throwing a pitcher who is not Major League ready is what they're doing right now.
I mean, that's true.
He's just not. Now, the offense sucks, too. There's no way to ignore that over the last 2 games. You could have won on Monday. You should have scored more than 4 runs against the Oakland A's and got a victory then. But yesterday, the A's hit 5 home runs. They were just teeing off on Bloss, and then it was everyone else was just as bad, it seemed like, in this game. But you're throwing a guy that, the Astros put out in their PR email they send out before every game. They made a big deal in the email about how Jake Bloss is one of 5 guys from last year's draft, including Paul Skeens, who have already made it to the bigs.
Let's put him in the same category as Paul Skeens.
Big difference because Paul Skeens lost his first game of the season yesterday. He went 8.1 innings, struck out 8 guys, and gave up 2 runs. And the Astros will be seeing him next week, which, not going to lie, can't wait. But Jake Bloss is not in that category. He has been thrust into a position that he is not ready for. There is a lot of potential there. It shows that he's already in the bigs and how much Dana Brown believes in his talent. He ain't ready.
Where was this for Blair Henley, Joe George?
Blair Henley was not a 3rd-round pick or a 2nd-round pick. I do apologize to Blair Henley. When we played the Fall Guy Open for the first time in a while yesterday, I forgot that I included him getting rocked in that Open. Well, apologies again. But honestly, maybe it's time to bring Blair Henley back after last night's game.
No.
Maybe it's time.
You killed his career.
It's time for redemption. It might be. It might be. Last night, that was just tough. He wasn't ready, and the A's just dominated him in a way that they shouldn't. They've got a lot of young, scrappy players, a lot of young talent.
Now you sound like the Astros PR staff here. They're plucky. They're the A's.
They are.
They're making $5 an hour.
But it shouldn't have happened.
No doubt. Yeah, we won't even play the Fall Guy Open today because it's punching down to say that Jake Bloss was the Fall Guy, but he was.
Or is it Dana Brown?
It's interesting that you say that. Joe, I want to tell you a story.
Oh, I like story time.
Have you ever heard about the tale of the little engine that could?
I have.
Okay. Well, you've probably heard the fake news version.
Okay.
So the little engine that could, it's this train. Apparently, it's a self-aware train. And it's little. Not to be mean, it's U-sized, Joe. It's small.
Happy Wednesday.
S-M-O-L. Yes, happy Wednesday indeed. And as this thing was chugging along with a load behind it that was probably too big, you know what? It did its best. It tried really hard. I think I can. And then it got towards the top of the hill. But then all of a sudden, the grade that it was going up was actually too much for the little engine that could. And the load that was behind it, oh no, all of a sudden, everyone realized that this train was not going to make it to the top of the hill. So it started going backwards, and the conductor's in there, and he's yelling at everybody, hey, we got to get off the train. And some people are able to, oh no, what's going on? And all of a sudden, the train starts going backwards, and a couple of the cars, they fall off the tracks. And the conductor, he has to think to himself, man, do I go all the way down with my train? And he thinks to himself, you know what, I'm not going to do that. So he pulls out a pistol and he blows his brains out because he doesn't want to die in a fiery explosion or be burned by all the coal. And as the train, the little engine that could, continues to go down the hill, it falls to the bottom and the train moves sideways and it's rolling over and it's falling all the way down. Like, that's what really happened in the story of the little engine that could. They don't tell children that. It's a little
Yeah,
graphic.
I don't think I'm telling my 3-year-old that version of the story, Paul.
But this is the realistic thing that you have to look at. What the Astros have done with their cute little rotation that has featured Spencer Arrighetti and Jake Bloss and the best version of Hunter Brown of late and the best version of Ronel Blanco, they have done all that they can. They're at the point now where the real story of the little engine that could, reality started catching up because it's eventually going to catch up. The Astros needed to make a move to get a pitcher weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
We could say yesterday, Joe, but I saw you tweet this at the same time that I did. They got to make a move right now.
They got to be on the phone. And I know they are. And I know we'll do Down with Dana Brown because he was on the flagship this morning and gave a bunch of quotes about what they're able to go after and what they're not going to be able to get. But they need to make a move quick. And honestly, we discussed it yesterday. James Paxton should be signed to the Houston Astros by the end of the day. He is a better option for you in this moment. He is free 99 on free agency. You don't have to give a prospect for him. He was DFA'd by the Dodgers. Go sign him. Just give someone that can save your bullpen a little bit. Because even Bloss and Arrighetti, Arrighetti, he went, 6 innings the other day, I believe. But Bloss, you just can't rely on him to give you more than 4 innings. You're going to eat your bullpen alive again. This is a moment to make a move like that. Maybe Paxton doesn't have to be a long-term answer to your rotation, and hopefully the deadline can get something better. But you've got a viable option available for you right now. And they need to make a move on James Paxton as soon as possible. Get him in Houston. Get him here so he can make his next start instead of Jake Bloss. It's the right move to make.
I'd like to see Paxton here. There is a gut feeling that he'll get hurt because his entire career, he's just had the absolute worst luck.
I just need him to stay healthy enough for Verlander and Garcia can get back, and then his arm can fall off.
So, I mean, it might fall off before they get back, though. That's the tricky thing here. I'm just going to go through the list of potential targets for the Astros. You say yes or no really quickly because I think we're both in agreement. Hey, look, James Paxton, you don't have to give anything up for him. Right-handed pitcher Jack Flaherty for the Detroit Tigers, who's 6-5 with a 3.13 ERA, a 32.1 strikeout percentage. He's on a 1-year deal. I say yay.
Yes.
Jesus Luzardo, who is on the 60-day DL with a back injury, 3-6 with a 5 ERA, but under team control the next 2 years. Nay. Yusei Kikuchi, 4-8 with a 4.42 ERA on a 1-year deal. Nay. Nay.
I'm a yay.
He is a lefty for what it's worth.
Yeah, I'm a yay on him.
He has had stretches where he has been very good. I saw them in Seattle.
Yeah, I don't want to give up a lot for him, but I'm a yay.
Eric Fetty, a righty for the White Sox, 7-3 with a 2.99 ERA in the first of a 2-year, $15 million deal.
Oh, yeah.
I say yay.
I'm a Kool-Aid man in that one. Give me a yay.
Zach Eflin for the Rays, 5-6, 3.99 ERA, owed $22.7 million through 2025. I'm going to say nay. It's too much money.
Nay.
Chris Bassett, 35, owed $30 million through 2025, 8-7 with a 3.52 ERA. Too old, nay. He's going to get hurt.
Yep, nay.
Blake Snell, nay.
Yes.
You're in from Blake Snell?
I'm a yay.
He's 0-3 with a 6.31 ERA.
Take the flyer.
Okay.
Well, he has to opt out of his contract.
Gotcha.
He has to guarantee that he's not going to opt into his contract the next 2 years.
Okay.
Then I'm a yay. If he won't do that, then I'm a nay.
Tyler Anderson, 8-8, 2.97 ERA. He's 34, owed $17.3 million through 2025. I say yay.
Yay.
Jordan Montgomery with the D-backs, 6-5, 6.44 ERA, owed $8.3 million the rest of this year, a player option for 2025. I'll say yay.
I'm a yay.
He pitched well in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I'll take the flyer.
Trevor Bauer in Mexico with cholera.
No. The Astros can't afford to bring cholera into the clubhouse.
They can't.
If an Astros player...
Is Trevor Bauer cholera? I don't know.
If Trevor Bauer got cholera and gave it to an Astros player, that Astros player may die based on the health staff.
That's true.
I mean, what would happen to Kyle Tucker if he got cholera?
I mean, yeah.
He can't even come back from a foul ball.
I would not trust the Astros training staff or medical staff on the Oregon Trail. You know, we're going on a grueling pace with meager rations, and everyone's getting dysentery. And
yeah, that's not good.
A lot of bodies are getting left along the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of people are not making it to Montana, like in Yellowstone.
You go a lot quicker as you lose bodies if you've ever played the Oregon Trail.
It's true.
It's always you just don't want to be your guy to be one of the people that dies while playing that.
Yeah, you want to
old
live.
game.
We need to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, there should be a way to do it in like a more modern way. But yeah, I love to go
But
hunting.
I kind of want to play the old way, like just like the old pixelated game.
Oh, the pixelated one. Yeah. I loved hunting in that because I would just buy a ton of ammo at every single trade depot and just basically spin around in a circle. Like,
should we become game streamers? Should we start stream?
Oregon
Should we
Trail.
start like the three of us, just like at home? I'll ignore my child, and we'll just play Oregon Trail together. The
Well, I
three
mean,
of us.
you guys have a video game addiction, if I'm not mistaken.
We do.
I have actually beaten my video game addiction. I don't play video games anymore.
I'm getting antsy for college football. I don't have it still.
Sean's playing the NCAA Football 25 game, and
Yes.
Joe, you're a Call of Duty guy.
Yes, big Call of Duty guy right now.
Warfare or Warzone or actual
I
deathmatch?
just put team deathmatch.
Oh, okay.
Always. I don't like Warzone. It's not for me. Maybe because I suck at it, so I just gave up. I'm okay at team deathmatch.
I just don't like how quick everything moves in the team deathmatch. I think it's unrealistic for someone to spawn behind you. I hate that.
That does bother me.
It drives me crazy.
The small maps are tough.
And so Battlefield's better than Call of Duty always was.
Agreed.
Even the bad Battlefield that came out a couple years ago. Who no one cares about that, but no one really wants to talk about the Astros losing to the A's 2 games in a row. They need a pitcher. They needed him weeks ago. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on our Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Dana Brown had some very interesting things to say about what the Astros plan to do at the trade deadline, but I'm freaking out over something else that he said. You'll hear what that is next. Next? What? Gallant George. Paul can't speak English. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Jose Soriano, that ball drilled. Zach Geloff knew that one off the bat. Well beyond the out-of-town scoreboard. Home run number 4 for the A's in the 4th inning. 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 1st. And the A's have hit some shots tonight against the rookie Jake Gloss.
Oh, boy. I mean, look, the Astros, they need some arms. And you know what? Very special announcement because you know how Rock the Mic is back and we're looking for the newest Houston sports podcast. The winner of Rock the Mic, you're getting a podcast hosted on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Send a 3 to 5 minute video to rockthemic975@gmail.com. Again, rockthemic975@gmail.com. The winner will be announced at our live finale August 23rd at Carbach. Get your entries in now to rockthemic975@gmail.com. This is a bonus, and Joe hasn't told anybody about this, but if you enter in an application, you also might have a chance to have a tryout for the Houston Astros for their starting rotation.
I mean, at this point, yeah.
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 I mean,
they need the help.
Listen, maybe you don't want a podcast, but don't you want a chance to pitch in the big leagues?
Mm-hmm.
To throw that 42-mile-per-hour gas?
42.
Bounces before it reaches home plate. Don't you want a chance to see what you got? Okay.
We could have the winner. Should we have the winner throw out a first pitch at the Space Cowboys game night?
Yes.
Next year? We could throw that in there.
I like that.
I could throw that in.
Let's throw some more perks on top.
Let's throw some perks in. I really need like twitch.tv/ESPN975, the trash talkers on there that don't like some things. I want them to enter. I want to challenge them.
Ooh.
The ones that say that, you know, they're unhappy when we talk Texans. They don't like the way we talk Astros. They get their feelings hurt. They think they can do this job so well. I would like them to enter the competition. Prove to me you can do it better than us.
They're just hecklers, man.
But just, come on. Give it a shot.
You just threw the gauntlet down.
Yeah, they won't do it.
Bam! So, Dana Brown. The man is quite political. Generally, when he speaks, everything feels so damn wishful, yet optimistic. But I'm a little concerned with something that he said earlier today with the Astros flagship. It's time for another segment of Down with Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana? Dana Brown on the Astros flagship said this morning, and oh my God, I am now starting to freak out about Kyle Tucker. So here's the good. He's starting light baseball activities on the field and hitting inside. He's dealing with soreness, and the deep bone bruise is really sore. He needs to be fully healthy, but he's making progress. Light baseball activities, making progress. But he also said, I'd be really disappointed if it was September, but we're optimistic it'll be before September that Kyle Tucker returns. Okay, so this has gone from a couple of days to before September.
I mean, at this point, if I was to bet on this, my bet is we'll see Kyle Tucker in 2025. It's just the way it's going. It's going so slow.
Yeah.
And now they're talking about September. Dana Brown never, ever does that. He never gives a real timeline. To say they'd be disappointed if it was September, yeah, they're optimistic, but it's going so slow. That's terrifying. That Kyle Tucker, maybe they're going to have to do a lot more at the trade deadline than just add a starting pitcher and a bullpen arm. Because you're not going back to the World Series. You're not going back to the ALCS without Kyle Tucker. I don't see it.
Especially with the struggles of the offense of late. To the point where in this conversation with the Astros flagship. Brown mentioned that Pedro Leon, who is the Astros' best player in the minors right now, at the AAA level at the very least, he's hitting 300 plus. He's got, I think, 17 homers, 80 RBIs or so. He apparently could actually be up on the major league roster at some point. And that's interesting because of the depth that the Astros have in the outfield that you at least think they have. But all right, if they're thinking about moving Pedro Leon up at some point, that makes me wonder if it's because Tucker is going to take a lot longer to get back.
Yeah, I mean, if they see Pedro Leon coming up, it means to me a couple things. Obviously, they didn't trade him at the deadline, duh. But it will probably speak more to Chaz and his struggles, Jake and his recent struggles, as you know, he's now below 240 on the season. If that continues and you're not going to get Kyle Tucker back, you might have to really explore finding an alternative option. And Pedro Leon, if you're not going to acquire someone at the deadline, he might be that. And I still think that when you talk about a bullpen arm, the most logical player to trade is Chas McCormick or Jake Myers, and trading those to a team that has great bullpen depth but struggles in the outfield. That, to me, is still the most logical trade that will happen at the deadline, is that Chaz is traded for a bullpen arm. And as soon as that happens...
It will or could happen? Logical trade that will or could happen?
I think it will happen.
You think it will happen? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think Chas McCormick will be on the Astros when we start our show next Wednesday.
Interesting. I like that one.
I think he will get traded.
Write it down. I wonder who will actually trade for him with the way he's played this year. But he did have a very good season last year. As far as the deadline priorities for the Astros as we continue, are you down with Dana Brown? He said this. Here he is being a politician. We have a chance to move the needle. That's our goal. We just got to get a deal done. We want to get a starter to really impact our rotation and a bullpen piece. We're in the grind to make it happen. Interesting that he brought up starter and bullpen, not a bat. Continued Brown. We're looking at all avenues. Anything to make this club better. But most important is a starter. If we can add a bat, we'll try and do that too.
I don't think they're expecting Luis Garcia to come back this year. And I don't,
wow, Joe, you're just dropping takes on us. Let's go.
And I don't understand Justin Verlander as much as I don't understand Kyle Tucker. I was talking to Port Marine about this yesterday on Twitter when I put out that, Dana Brown needs to be on the phone. He brought up Tucker and JV. And I'm where I'm at with Justin Verlander, where I'm at with Kyle Tucker. I just don't understand because they're not telling us the severity of the injury. It's a neck injury.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a stiff neck. And it's just, he's not making real, substantial progress. Both these guys, you're talking about September for them. JV's going to need a rehab start as well at this point. Last update we got was he threw 15 pitches last week, I think it was.
Something like that.
So he's a September guy, end of August. Kyle Tucker might be end of August, September guy. The Rangers are on your ass.
They're 3 games back.
They're playing the White Sox, and they're playing bad competition right now.
And you're more concerned with them than you are the Mariners.
100%. And last night just reaffirmed it with what the Mariners did against the Angels.
They lost 5-1 to the Angels.
Yeah.
The Rangers beat the White Sox 3-2.
So I can't trust that the Astros, what they're saying about Tucker and Verlander and Garcia is actually the truth, because these small injuries, supposedly, have turned into major injuries.
They've kept him out for a while, and maybe they are just being cautious. With Garcia, that jumped when I heard you say that.
Well, because he had the little setback.
Mm-hmm.
And
but it felt like the last update for Garcia was, he's doing what he was doing not that long ago again.
It's just he still seems so far away. It still feels he's 2 to 3 rehab starts away from coming back. So you're still talking 15 days.
No, I get that. I heard you say that you aren't expecting Garcia back, and maybe you were talking McCullers.
No, I mean Garcia. If he needs 2 or 3 more rehab starts at this point, I'm negative Nancy right now. I'm just expecting something to go wrong. It just feels like everything that can go wrong has gone wrong for the Astros in their rehabbing of their injured players this year, whether it's McCullers, Garcia, Verlander, Tucker. Like, unfortunately, they're not probably doing anything wrong. It's just a lot of bad luck. But I don't think you can go into the trade deadline on Tuesday next week and say with confidence that Justin Verlander and Luis Garcia are the saviors to the Houston Astros in 2024.
What are you talking about? Dana's going to tell us that those were the trade deadline acquisitions. And Pedro Leon, also a trade deadline acquisition. And, well, if Kyle Tucker comes back, also a trade deadline acquisition. But it's like the waiver trade deadline.
It's September
the old school trade deadline.
Yeah, when they got JV.
Yeah. Dana Brown's bringing it back, at least with how he frames it. Are you down with Dana Brown? The last couple of things that he had to say, he is focusing on pitchers. A third or fourth starter would be great. It's going to cost you. It would be nice to lock one down and put them in our mix. It'll be difficult to try and get a number 1 or number 2 in this market. So they're looking for a 3 or a 4. Continue Dana. We're in the market and acquiring the best pitcher possible. Well, hang on. I mean, then try and get a 1 or a 2, right, Dana? If we can lock down, continue Dana, a starter, we feel really good about that. And also adding a bullpen piece, we're working our tail off to make that happen.
It makes a lot of sense. They don't have the prospects to go get Tarek Skubal or Garrett Crochet. The White Sox pitcher you mentioned, I can't remember his name. I was talking to a buddy about him last night.
The White Sox pitcher's name is Eric Freddie.
They might have enough for him, but if the White Sox have the fortunate position that if they're talking to 3 teams about Garrett Crochet, then they can say, hey, well, if you don't get Crochet, what do you want for this guy? And they can kind of raise the price of him as well. So you might be out of that market, and your best prospect right now is Jacob Melton. And TK and Blum talked about this last night.
I heard that last night.
Dana Brown has been quoted last year at the deadline saying that he would lose sleep if he traded Jacob Melton.
Imagine having nightmares over that.
That's your Kyle Tucker replacement.
What a weirdo.
I know, but that's who's
replacing.
Oh,
I traded Jacob Melton. Oh God. Oh man. Oh God.
Just waking up in a cold sweat.
I mean, I would more have nightmares about, I don't know, my training staff being a bunch of 1600s barber surgeons accidentally hacking people's limbs off.
Yeah.
Allegedly. I don't know if they're actually doing that. It just feels like that at sometimes. That is Down with Dana Brown, Astros GM. We react to what he says over on the Astros flagship. It is Gallant George, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Yesterday, Joe George said that no one is softer than Kevin Durant. Well, I'm going to try to outdo Kevin Durant in the next edition of Soft Boys every Wednesday at 12:30. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can text in your nominations for who's been soft in the world of sports this week. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Also on Twitch at ESPN 975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. Stick around. In honor of the time that Ime Udoka saw LeBron James bitching and moaning in the middle of a game and called him a soft-ass boy, we do a segment every single 12:30 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's called Soft Boys, where we talk about people, teams, and other things that have been soft, not just in the world of sports, but in a little game that we like to call life. And yesterday, Joe, who's been on a tear, a lot of bold declarations today about the Astros on the injury front.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, you said that there's no one softer than Kevin Durant.
Yeah, in professional sports, yeah.
Based off of his online persona, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Listen.
You want to challenge me on this?
I will challenge you with one immediately. I think that Joel Embiid in a podcast interview the other day, whining about the Celtics having a super team, I think that's soft.
That's very soft.
Yeah.
Especially when they drafted like the super parts of it.
Yeah.
So get over it.
I mean, you know what could have been a super team? You guys, if it wasn't just a God-given right for you to mail it in for a couple of years so that you could stack up on great players and draft at the top of the draft when you actually got the number one pick.
Yes.
When you had sucked completely.
And they took Markelle Fultz over Jason Tatum.
That's the best
So,
part.
like, Joel Embiid, go complain to your ownership group.
Yeah, 100%.
Scottie Pippen, after the show, came to mind because he has been a mental disaster since The Last Dance came out.
I would agree with you there.
So he's up there for sure.
You know who's not soft? The Houston Texans. I was at training camp earlier today, and we'll touch on this a little bit more when we talk about training camp at 1 o'clock. But Stephon Diggs, diving catch over the middle. Jimmy Ward hits him while he's down on the ground. Not too hard, but enough to the point where it was annoying to Diggs. Diggs got up in his face, shoved Ward. They started jawing. Both teams, the offense, the defense, came out, pushing and shoving. And then I looked down for a moment, and then I was told that Derek Stingley Jr. somehow clocked Dalton Schultz on the side of the head, knocked him down. Yeah, it was a chippy practice. Derek Stingley also had an awesome interception, stepping in front of Tank Dell to catch it. He and Tank Dell played tug of war for like 10 to 20 seconds to the point where a bunch of players were trying to separate the two of them, and Stingley stuck with it. Hell yeah.
Hey, I like this. This is the opposite of soft.
Texans swarm.
This is what we want at training camp.
Football.
They're ready to fight other teams already.
Football's for strong men, and basketball's for people who don't like contact.
Coffee and Whiskey here on the Twitch says Mike Fires. Yes.
What did he do this time?
Super soft.
Has he done anything recently?
No, I think he's a soft boy. He's always a soft boy.
I thought he was a rat. I don't know if that makes him a soft.
See, I think he's a rat because he wasn't on the playoff team. He wasn't on the World Series.
But why? But I disagree with this assessment of him as a soft boy. It takes a lot of balls to be a rat, right?
But then he was also ducking the Astros for the rest of the time he was in Major League Baseball.
Hurt.
Oh,
he never pitched against the Astros.
Yeah,
And he was in the league for
every time his spot was coming up, like the week before, or like
he was
the
on
day
the
before,
A's.
he would get hurt.
I didn't know that.
I think that would have happened while you were in Seattle.
That was
big pandemic times.
Yeah.
Because I remember specifically during 2020. Because didn't they play the A's in I'm now just talking to Joe. Didn't they play the A's in a playoff series?
Yes.
In 2020. And
I think they left him off the roster.
Oh, okay. Maybe they did that. I
But
thought
during the
everyone
regular
was like,
yeah.
oh my God, they're going to have to go against Mike Fires.
Yeah, he's a soft boy.
Very interesting. All right, soft boys again. Who's been soft in the world of sports?
Also, the beard doesn't help.
No, not at all. The G-shaped beard. Yeah, that wasn't a great look. You know, I almost wore my high school baseball hat to the show today, but it looked too much like the A's. And I've been told at times that I look like Mike Fires, and I didn't want to look like Mike Fires today.
That's good.
It would be soft if the people that are negotiating with the WNBA for a TV rights deal give in to Cheryl Miller, who believes that 11 years and $2.2 billion ain't enough.
Low ball.
Why do you say that?
That's a low ball. You're saying how much?
2.2 billion over 11
Not
years.
enough. Not even close. Now, I'm not trying to inflate it a whole lot, but a 2's nice. An 8 would be better. That's what I'm talking about, because they know. They know. And we certainly have come a long way. And I'm not about gouging, but it's a long time overdue. and we're going to continue to get better and better. All you have to do is look at, college basketball and what's coming next, the next wave of excitement. And you have this now, and pretty soon we're going to add another gold medal. So women's basketball is in a great place right now.
Just what do you need to do then in your mind to go from 2.2 billion to an 8 billion, as you say? What needs to happen?
We need tough and fair negotiators and visionaries, and we need a bully. We need a bully behind the table that's willing to say, we'll break up the pieces and go from there.
Imagine if somebody caves to this. The WNBA, I know that Caitlin Clark's in, but they lose about $10 million a year, and supposedly they're going to lose $50 million this year.
I don't understand what she's basing this off of. Projections of a half a season?
And what's also, Joe, I mean, we've seen the attendance numbers for games with Caitlin Clark versus games without Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, and
they're pretty different. And look, I mean, $2.2 billion would raise the minimum salary from $60,000 to $200,000 a year. Is that not enough?
This is one of those moments where people they show their lack of intelligence with how other sports have operated. And they think that because they're having a little bit of success, that they should skip the baby steps that everyone else has had. Think back to 1992 when the highest paid player in the NBA was making like $6 million and where we are today. The sport changes over time. Now, would I tell the WNBA and the NBA that with where they're at, signing an 11-year contract is a terrible idea? Yes. Because like projection-wise, you're going to be regretting that for a long time if it continues to grow. But like, your sport's going to be gone for 2 months now because of the Olympics. Let's see what your ratings look like when you come back.
Especially as we get closer to football season.
Yeah, like I hear what she's saying, but she's just so off.
I do not know if she meant 2.8 or 8. If she meant 8, she is crazy. 2.8, I could understand. That's still a lot, especially considering how much it would raise the salary floor. To what Joe said, I agree. Baby steps. You can't have it all at once. Nomination from our YouTube. Andrew Sanchez says Jim Crane for this circus to have happened instead of allowing ego to take control with his cronies. That's a little bit all over the place, but Jim Crane being soft, I don't know. I think Jim Crane was being a little too hard here. I feel like Jim Crane was a little bit too much of a control freak.
Yeah, he's hard-headed.
I really think that the James Click situation could have been the ego moment that he's talking about there. We will see what happens with the Astros at the trade deadline.
Oh, I'm watching the fight right now.
Oh, someone actually has video of it?
A fan got it.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
I'll send it to you right now.
We're not allowed to record video, but fans are. Go figure. Liberal media.
Ooh, we got some cheap shots in here.
Yeah, that I think is the Stingley on Schultz. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do a Zapruder-style analysis when we talk about Texans training camp at 1 o'clock. Continuing to go through soft boys, Rory McIlroy at the British Open, his Open, after the fourth hole in round number 2, admitted this is soft.
Yeah, I mean, I think once I made the 8 on the fourth hole, like that was it. 22 holes into the event, and I'm thinking about where I'm going to go on vacation next week. So, yeah, that was basically it. I mean, I knew from then I'd sort of resigned myself to the fact that, I wasn't going to shoot whatever it was, 4 or 5 under from there on in to make the cut. So, yeah, it was a pretty meaningless 14 holes after that, but at least I played okay, and at least feel like as I said, when the wind dropped, my game felt it felt a little more comfortable for me, and I hit some good shots.
I mean, just quit, just go home.
Oh no, I hit an 8 on hole number 4. Oh no, I'm going to think about a vacation. Where are we going to go to vacation when we're in England? Are we going to go to our summer cottage in North Chestertonshire?
He makes me nervous. A couple of those words he said.
Oh yeah, when he says shot, it sounds like he's he's saying.
Thought we might need the dump button.
Dropping the old S. Yeah.
Because us Americans might not understand what he was saying.
So Rory McIlroy always soft. The Bears soft for publicly co-signing Jonathan Owens, their safety, former Houston Texan, attending the Olympics to watch his wife Simone Biles.
Come on,
Matt Eberflus even said he has no
soft.
qualms. It is 100% soft. You have a new quarterback, a rookie quarterback, and
he's
random
a bench warmer.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to start.
He's competing for a roster spot. Sounds like he's a lock to have a spot, so he can go watch his wife do something she's already done a lot.
Look, this is a family-owned business.
Oh, she had the twisties last time. That's an excuse.
They support love.
No, man, this is soft.
This is fake news.
This is soft.
This is slander.
No, you can't see it because you're too close to it. But this is why the Bears will take them seriously.
Slander.
Letting players go watch the Olympics.
What's slander?
If he was on the Texans, we'd be calling Cal McNair and Hannah heroes for allowing Jonathan Owens to do this.
I definitely wouldn't. I would think it's a bad look.
This
no
team's
matter
trying
what.
to win the Super Bowl. You have one of the 55 missing a week of practice to go to Paris.
Look, Simone Biles is a top 5 athlete of the 21st century according to ESPN.com.
Yeah,
she's a Houston legend, and Jonathan Owens.
Does he not have a TV?
Yeah. Hey.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Jonathan Owens. You want to be on that list? Go to practice. You know who didn't skip practice? Growing up? Simone Biles.
That's true. But she did skip the Olympics.
She skipped the Olympics
for a little bit, and then she came back.
Didn't skip practice though.
He'll be back just like her.
Back to covering punts or whatever.
Yeah, we'll see him week 2.
One last soft boys every single Wednesday at 12:30. Yankees broadcaster Michael Kay has been very whiny lately. He got upset that people called the Mets broadcast the best broadcast team in the city. Here he is whining after Astros legend Jose Siri hit a home run for the Tampa Bay Rays against his Yankees.
You're losing. I mean, celebrate when you're winning. Yeah. I mean, they're acting like it's Mardi Gras in that dugout. You're losing the game. But I asked Aaron Boone about it today, and he said, it's a new world. Mm-hmm. He says he tries to look away. Well, the Yankee fans have got themselves a new enemy. They see it, and every time he does that nonsense between second and third, they really boo him. And I think he enjoys it.
Listen, I mean, don't allow the home run if you don't want to get pimp walked. Is it the best look to pimp walk when you're losing? No, but if you believe that you can come back and win the game, may as well.
I love broadcasters sometimes because you know who else does this?
Who?
Juan Soto. He has done it since he was in Washington. He pimps the hell out of home runs, winning or losing. Michael Kay ain't going to say a word.
Michael Kay doesn't want the players to love the game that he supposedly loves.
And he's very angry all the time.
I hope he graduates into grumpy old man calling baseball games.
I think we're there.
Yeah, we need more. I feel like we pushed them all out too soon. Now we get, hey, if anyone flips a bat during a Yankees game, good old Michael Kay is going to be on the case.
I hope so.
Be like, I don't like this.
Sean Mapes behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George. Soft Boys every Wednesday at 12:30. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Up next. Remember when the Houston Astros had a witch hunt upon them? Oh, the signs got stolen. Everyone in baseball was doing it. But they were still singled out as the only team who did it. Well, guess what? They've got a new brother in arms. It's not just the Patriots and Michigan football anymore. Somebody else who was just trying to help their team win just got jobbed. Who is it? We'll tell you about our new brother in arms next. We will defend the wall for them. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We had some more nominations for Soft Boys in the last segment. Someone on the text line said LeBron for flexing after he single-handedly took Germany down at the very end of that game the other night. After he thinks it's soft because they struggled to beat Germany and they almost lost to South Sudan as well. Yeah, but if you watched him play out there, I mean, he looked awesome. I can't even hate, and I'm like the OG LeBron hater.
Yeah, you celebrate. You're celebrating your country.
I think if Devin Booker was flexing, that'd be one thing. A guy who went like 1 for 7 or whatever he was. I think if you actually hit the game winner, you can do whatever you want.
100%.
And you won, so it's okay. Do what you want.
A little soft, Morocco fans. I don't know how many people saw this today, but Morocco fans thought they got screwed in a game against Argentina, so they stormed the field, set off firecrackers, and threw bottles at Argentina players.
Soccer fans are super good people.
They really handle losing well.
Or just, going to soccer games, because that happened while I was out. What happened in Miami?
Yeah.
When they stormed the gates.
Mm-hmm.
And during the what was it? Who was playing?
Argentina, Colombia.
Yeah. That was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen.
Also, Colombia, Uruguay. There was a fight after the game in the stands.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And then the players going to the stands?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think
well,
kids, or no, because they're beefing with the family and friends section.
Okay. And see, that's I understand that.
But I mean, it always
yeah.
To be in that situation is crazy.
Yeah, but when they broke into the gates at the Dolphin Stadium was wild.
They also, you mentioned they had firecrackers. Where are they getting all these pyrotechnics?
Good question.
They always flares or firecrackers.
Can France handle the Olympics? Doesn't seem like it.
No. Do they need America's help again?
Probably to keep the fireworks out. Yeah, they're gonna bring us with guns over. So apparently what happened was Morocco was up 2-1 in the 90th minute. They added 15 minutes of stoppage time, which is an insane amount of stoppage time. And Argentina scored in the 16th minute of those 15 minutes.
Okay, you know what?
And on top of that, there was a red card that Fernandez on Argentina should have gotten for a 2-footed tackle. And there was a goal scorer who was offsides. But no, I mean, listen, soccer is soccer, and you got to respect the rules. We back the blue here. I backed the blue.
Yeah, I backed the security guards. Did you guys see the security guards in Cleveland that were practicing?
I did not.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they were practicing. I don't know if it was actual or if someone just ran on the field during practice. But they had someone. But the way the tweet was framed was that the Browns security guard had someone running on the field and they were chasing him down, getting ready for the season. Love it.
So it's training camp for the...
It's training camp for the security guards, too.
Okay.
Like, that's what we need.
Let's be honest. It always seems like it's training camp for the security guards. Doesn't exactly seem like we're hiring the most fit and able people to do that job.
Yeah, they don't run a quick 40.
I do wonder, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe some of the listeners, some of the security guard listeners out there can set me right. How long do you think it would take for me to get hired to be a Minute Maid security guard and chase... and then later chase someone down and tackle?
Unhireable because of your hair.
That is true.
Yeah,
that's probably true.
I feel like people would be like, "Oh, this guy will let it slide."
Does not project authority. I would say.
You probably could have that job by the Dodgers series.
Okay.
Yeah,
where I'm standing, in the orange jumpsuit or orange.
I wonder who they got to hire some people for that Dodgers series.
Yeah. Hey. I'm ready.
Ready for
security guard Sean.
$12 an hour. I'll
give you $12 an hour to try to stop Dodgers fans from bringing in switchblades. Good luck.
Yeah, I feel like it pays more than that.
Well, hey, the Astros beat the Dodgers in the 2017 World Series, and there's a lot of controversy still over that. And because of that controversy, a witch hunt done against the Astros and no other teams like the Red Sox and the Yankees and the Dodgers over sign stealing. I've always felt that Astros fans should feel a sense of community and solidarity with, one, Patriots fans, who, of course, had a witch hunt upon them that led to our Lord and Savior Tom Brady being suspended 4 games and the Patriots losing a first-round draft pick. Also, Michigan, our brothers in arms. And we're going to, I'm very much team Connor Stallion, the guy who was apparently stealing signs for the Michigan Wolverines. Mm-hmm. You know what? There's nothing wrong with your team caring so much about you, the fan, that they'll cheat for you. Okay?
I do agree with that.
The flag does fly forever. They can't take it away unless there's some sort of weird scholarship violations. That's when they take it away. They don't take it away for cheating. So why aren't you doing it? I don't know. It's just a question I'm asking, but there's somebody else out there who is our brother in arms, or I guess our sister in arms. Because a Canadian women's soccer team assistant coach and an analyst have been kicked out of the Olympics after New Zealand said its team had its training session disrupted by a drone flown by a staff member of their Group A opponents, Canada. The Canadian Olympic Committee said this on Wednesday, so they admitted to it. They fell on the sword. I like it. I think this lady deserves a raise.
Deny.
She's going straight to Canadian intelligence.
Yeah, but it's Canada. They're a bunch of softies. They're going to admit when they do something wrong. So, good for them, though, cheating. Make sure you get that edge in the Olympics.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
You're right.
I mean, look,
Connor Stallions went to another team.
Mm-hmm.
He was on their sideline.
Mm-hmm.
He wore their uniform. He wore a fake mustache.
Yeah, he
went all out. Okay?
He probably was embarrassed to wear an Eastern Michigan hat.
Yeah. If you can't half-ass it. No. Maybe they were just too obvious with the drone.
Mm-hmm.
Like they needed to wear like camo. Yeah. It's get to the top of the stadium with binoculars.
Do you think the drone had Canadian colors?
Oh, just red and white.
It's like really obvious.
Has a maple leaf on it.
Yeah, it's like a maple leaf on it. Who could this be?
Yeah, just throw on a New Zealand sweatsuit and just stand there with your arms folded.
Yeah.
And one of those like lapel cameras from Mission Impossible. And boom, you just film practice.
Yeah.
They're in a 4-3-3. Aha.
The Canadians are just too nice, so they just don't know how to cheat correctly. They just made it too obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, just call Bill Belichick. He knows how to use Spygate.
Allegedly.
And
it was just because of where he placed the cameras.
Yeah.
Because, Mike Shanahan and Jimmy Johnson did it, but no one talks about that. Again, witch hunt.
He could have some notes about where to place this drone.
How do we know that the other countries weren't using drones, Well, China's above using drones? Okay, sure. The commies?
Just the Canadians are the ones who got caught.
Yeah, exactly. I expect every communist country to cheat. And you know what? I respect it. They care. Russia, everyone's juiced up. They care. They're trying to win. Brothers in arms.
I like the idea of the U.S. using, the stealth drones that they have that cost, $8 billion to make each one, but using it to film practice.
You got to see those set pieces. It's an uphill battle. I mean, look, they don't even know who their coach is. It's not Greg Berhalter. What other random guy who got deported from his country in disgrace after sucking with their team? Who can we get? You got to do everything you can. So the U.S. men's team, I mean, they should be cheating in these Olympics.
Well, they're at the point where coaches or television analysts are saying they'll coach for free. Yeah, I saw that where Alexi Lawless said he'll coach for free $99.
Yeah, that's like Desmond Howard offering to coach take the Michigan job or something. It's look, once you get to that point.
If Deion can do it, why can't Alexi? I'm just saying.
Do they have the transfer portal? Does he have a kid that's awesome?
I mean, when I think Deion Sanders, I think Alexi Lawless.
They're both on television.
Also, Team USA has no problem going 4-8.
Yeah, they're good with it. So is Colorado.
I don't see color, but Deion Sanders black, Alexi Lawless black, right?
Yeah.
You got red hair. It's different, but I'm sorry. There are no similarities. I'm being very sarcastic.
They're both on TV.
They literally have, but that's not even. It wasn't even similar. There's no similarities between Deion and Alexi
Deion
Lawless.
was on the NFL Network.
They played in the 90s. And,
played in the 90s.
I truly can't think of one.
Big personalities.
Has Deion ever kicked the ball? I don't think so.
No, but Deion coaches
probably
football.
Harder now.
So Deion Sanders for Team USA.
Deion Sanders contact averse. Alexi Lawless played soccer, probably contact averse. Okay, that's all I got.
All right.
Anyway, there you go.
I don't support Canada, though.
Are those from
sorry.
Florida?
No.
Where's Lexi Lawless?
I'll stand with Michigan, and I'll stand with the Patriots for you, Paul.
Okay,
I will
thank
not
you.
stand with Canada.
Okay.
So, sorry. There has to be lines.
They're brothers in arms. They just care about their countrymen. Anyway.
Sisters in arms.
Yeah, my bad. Sisters in arms. I don't see gender.
Just making sure you know.
I don't see color, gender. I don't see anything, in fact. Hey, it's Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Up next, Texans training camp. I was out there today, and there was a fight. 2 fights, in fact. It was chippy. I'll tell you everything that I saw out there. Stick around, Gallant and George.
LeBurge Lake Charles, best place to go bet on your favorite Texas teams, whether it's the Texans, the Rockets, the Astros. You just want to bet on the NFL. It's college football season. So whatever you're feeling, it's a great place to do it. All the props, all the lines, everything is available for you. So I can't recommend it enough. 19 betting kiosks, so you can bet on your own. You can download the ESPN Bet app, or you can be old school and go right up to the desk and place your wagers there as well. Inside the sports book, there's great food. They have blackjack tables, which are $5 or $10 limit or minimum hands. So honestly, it's one of the best places to go to just for that. If you want to play blackjack, because you can just find a cheap table. It's hard to find those things in today when you go to a casino. We all know that. I can't recommend enough. And when you go, make sure you download the Penn Play app. You can go with $200 in Penn Play cash and tell them Joe George sent you by.
I was out at Houston Texans training camp practice, day number 6 this morning, their second fully padded practice, and things got testy. Started early on. There was a moment where C.J. Stroud threw a deep pass to Derek Stingley, who had a very good day. He had a forced fumble, which he returned for a touchdown. Everything you got to take with a grain of salt because the tackling that goes on is strange, if it even exists. But Stingley, while he gets this interception, sees Tank Dell coming at the last second trying to take the football away from him. Stingley and Dell proceed to have a tug of war for the football for 20 to 30 seconds. Multiple teammates are trying to separate them. So right there, Joe, you felt like this could perhaps lead to some more physicality. I liked seeing it. I mean, these practices in shorts, it's very, very frustrating to watch because there's really so little that you can take out of it unless it's quarterbacks throwing to receivers and the way that the defensive backs are covering those receivers. But there's a little physicality there.
Yeah, I mean, and it's training camp's a weird thing, Paul, because I kind of wish I was around for the days when it was, the two-a-days and full pads and full hitting. I wish I could just experience that, just to see what that was like. Because obviously all the, no offense to the older generation, but they all talk about like how great it was and everything you'd see. And everything you see at training camp now, like they're not going low, they're not going high, they're not really taking guys down to the ground. So it is hard to get a read. It does seem that the most clear stuff, like you said, you get from training camp is what the wide receivers do against the corners and how the quarterbacks do getting them the ball. Like that is the most you can really learn and see. So with Lassiter and Stingley and all the wide receivers, which is probably a good thing for, at least for our perspective this year, because you have the highs of the highs with the wide receivers and the offense, and then you have the biggest question marks around defense.
100%. And as far as those question marks, okay, you're wondering what's happening with cornerback number 2. I did throw out a question on my Twitter at Gallant Says, and I'm curious as to how people feel 1 to 10 on a confidence scale with Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter as your 1 and 2s. We'll talk about that in the last hour of the show. But that was the first moment where things got physical. It got very physical right before the end. For those who don't know, here is what happened. Stephon Diggs caught a pass over the middle of the field while they were in no huddle mode, and he falls to the ground. Jimmy Ward comes in very late and doesn't give him a cheap shot, but is a little extra physical as Diggs is down on the ground. Diggs took exception with it. I didn't think anything of it right after it happened. I did think in the moment, oh, wow. But there was a pause, and I looked away for a second. I look back, and all of a sudden, there are players from each sideline running into the middle of this scrum. And I was like, wait, did Diggs and Ward get into it? So it takes a while for things to separate. You see Diggs removed from this pileup. And then a little bit later, as the crowd of Texans players that are all pushing and shoving each other moves around the field, Derek Stingley, I don't know what Dalton Schultz said or did, but Stingley sees Schultz and just runs up and with his 2 hands shoves him as hard as he can and throws Schultz, who is a massive tight end and bigger than Derek Stingley, to the ground. Shout out to Derek Stingley putting in the work, getting a little more physical. Was a bit of a cheap shot. Not sure.
Yeah, it's a cheap shot.
Not sure Schultz, if he was prepared for that, would have been ragdolled the way that he was. But the boys are getting physical out there, and you love to see it. When your team has a fight at training camp practice, it means that they're ready to go and put that hurting on other teams.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Texans, swarm!
We just put it up on our Twitter account. I just quote tweeted it there at ESPN 97.5. So if you want to see it, you can see it there. Schultz is kind of taking his helmet off, or like it looks like he undoes his chin guard.
Was he about to go Richie Incognito mode?
No, he's just
hit him with the helmet.
This is a pretty dirty hit,
Myles Garrett style.
Like, this is a big cheap shot from
Stingley is who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a big cheap shot from Stingley because Schultz is walking, his head is down, it looks like he's undoing his chin strap, and then all of a sudden Sting is running up in as full speed as he can be and leaving his feet and putting his shoulder into him.
I'll be honest, I didn't know Stingley had it in him.
I didn't either.
I kind of like it.
I do too.
I know it's a cheap shot, but I like the physicality that he showed today. Now, a couple of funny comments. I think Mega was the first one who said it on the Twitch. Oh, wow, Derek Stingley's going to get injured after that one. I mean, Stingley does get hurt a lot, so maybe you don't want him to be this physical at least this time of year. But I didn't know he had that in him. I like it.
CJ Stroud then turns around and slowly just walks to Dalton Schultz, and he's just slightly holding him back. So leadership quality, it's good.
He's willing to step into a fight.
He's intelligent enough to not get into the fight.
Mm-hmm.
He's just, helping break it up. But I can't believe we're here already, though. Like typically the feistiness and the fighting is a little bit later in training camp.
Yes.
They've got a lot of training camp left to go. Good thing they got 4 preseason games to take out their frustration.
Yeah. Are you scared that the Bears are going to catch some of this fire?
Yeah, when Tyler, what's his name?
Badgett.
Badgett and Davis Mills are going toe to toe.
Yeah.
In the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
game.
I guess everyone whose name we've said this segment, they will not be on the field for the vast majority of the Hall of Fame
I wonder if CJ will play like 4 snaps.
No, he's above that. It's Bears. It's like FCS Midwest.
It's more about the Hall of Fame game than it is the Bears.
Well, I think it's also the Bears too. Like they're beneath the Texans.
They are. That field is a disaster though.
Yeah, that's true.
So I would rather none of the starters play in that game.
Isn't it like a high school field?
Basically.
It looks like a high school field, and if I'm not mistaken, they had to cancel the game one year because the field melted.
Yeah.
Which happens.
Oh yeah, like the turf or something.
Yeah,
There's like an issue with the turf.
The turf melted. Sometimes that field turf, it does get melty out there. Our good friend DJ Bien-Aimé kept stats. Do you want to guess what CJ Stroud's numbers were thrown today?
I'm gonna guess a 60% completion percentage.
No.
Am I low or high?
You're high.
40%?
Yeah, 40%.
No touchdowns?
Check that. Let me do a little math here. Lower than 40%.
Lower?
Yeah.
20%?
Higher than that.
30%?
33%. 4 for 12.
That's not good.
4 drops though.
Oh, okay. So he was basically 66%.
Also, I don't know how many of these attempts I can take seriously because Stroud definitely was sacked multiple times in situations where he was able to throw the football afterwards because they're not throwing him to the ground. Will Anderson had a couple of sacks, and he also had a deflected pass at the line of scrimmage. It was a good day for Will Anderson. So if you're looking for Will Anderson to take that next step, this was a very good day for him. But yeah, it's very tricky watching a quarterback stand behind the line of scrimmage for a while, have a defender rush up to him, and then like basically fly off to the side like a plane trying to avoid another one.
So, Paul, this is now 2 days in a row in which yesterday you said it, and you're saying it today, and DJ's tweeting this out, where drops.
Yeah, a lot of drops.
Who's got the dropsies? Is it like a collective thing?
Tank Dell had a drop.
Okay.
Dalton Schultz had another drop.
That's not surprising.
Let me look through my notes. Wotskis.
Schultz has a drop record.
Mm-hmm.
He would feel like a lot of times last year he would drop a big play and then like 3 plays later have a massive gain, so he'd make up for it.
Brevin Jordan had a drop.
Okay.
Dalton Schultz got dropped in that video.
Yeah, multiple drops.
Ayo.
Multiple drops. Robert Woods might have had a drop, might have had a fumble. Not sure.
Oh, Booth needs to review it.
Mm-hmm. He got lit up at the very next play, too, by Jeffrey Okudah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, Okudah making plays.
So if we're doing the, and this is a new award that I'm going to give out, the Matt Khalil Award. For those who don't remember, Matt Khalil was a tackle that the Houston Texans brought in. And my God, he was so bad at training camp practice. And to the point where like he was getting asked Bill O'Brien about Khalil, and he was getting really angry and testy about it. But the Matt Khalil Award for the worst practice of the day, Robert Woods.
I still think he's getting cut, so it's not good for him. That's not good for him. I forgot about Matt Khalil.
It is a crowded wide receiver room because the play of the day was made by Johnny Johnson III, this amazing diving catch. And like that guy's not even like the 5th guy off the roster at wide receiver. There's so many good receivers that they have on the team. Like, he has no chance to make it.
I saw someone, it might have even been DJ yesterday, just tweeting through practice, through camp, and they tweeted about, I think it was about Ben Skoranek. And I'm like, I forgot they got that guy too.
He had the Matt Khalil Award for worst practice yesterday.
That's not good.
So there you go, everybody. That is what I saw at Houston Texans training camp this morning. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, who scares you more, the Mariners or the Rangers in the American League West after the Astros are looking down the barrel of a gun from the broke-ass Oakland A's who could theoretically sweep them this afternoon? You answer that question next, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. I said friend. I meant friends. Mybookie.ag is such an awesome website. You can bet on everything, whether it's with live dealers, some blackjack, some poker, with their online casino, which you can visit from the comfort of your own home. You can bet on who the next president of the United States will be. You can bet on the Olympics. You can bet on, I mean, they've got Taekwondo odds out here. Do you want to hear the Olympic men's Taekwondo odds to win? I'm a real big fan of, I don't know who any of these people are, but Banlug Tub Tim Dang? Oh, dude. Plus 1850 to win the men's Taekwondo 68 kilograms gold medal? Oh, I'm all there. I'm all there, baby. You can bet on that and so many other things at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975 for an awesome deposit bonus. They will match up to $1,000 if you enter that code. If you are a returning subscriber, you'll get a little extra something yourself. It's mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with mybookie.ag.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Who are you more scared of? We touched on this yesterday in the AL West. The Texas Rangers are just 3 games back of the Houston Astros, who still lead the American League West by percentage points over the Seattle Mariners, who cannot get out of their own way.
And they just lost J.P. Crawford for 4 to 6 weeks.
He's got a hairline fracture in a finger.
Yeah.
I forget which one. I think it's his pinky.
Soft.
Whoa, hang on. Joe.
I know. Kyle Tucker would have to have it amputated. I understand. Okay?
That's what I was thinking. I was like, wow, what a specific injury report. I really wish the Astros could mix it up a little and give us a specific... We know which finger and what the injury is. If it was the Astros, it'd be hand discomfort. And then he'll be back tomorrow, and then we'll do that for 6 weeks.
It must be some sort of hairline fracture with Kyle Tucker. And for those who don't know, the update on Kyle Tucker today from Dana Brown during his visit with the flagship was this. He's starting light baseball activities on the field and hitting inside. He's dealing with soreness in the deep bone bruises. Really sore. He needs to be fully healthy, but he's making progress. I'd be really disappointed if it was September that he returns, but we're optimistic that it'll be before September. September! This injury happened June 8th.
Yep. Not great, Paul. It's not great. One day he'll get back.
Astute analysis. You're right. It is not great.
One day he'll get back. Maybe September. Maybe March.
What if he retires from the game?
Maybe August.
What if he's the new Mike Trout? You see Mike Trout.
He got hurt again yesterday. I saw that.
God.
I think I'm at the point.
I feel and look,
it's like the McCullers thing. I just feel bad for Mike Trout. Like,
and he wasn't even in an Angels game. I mean, it was he got removed. He got injured in a rehab start.
Yeah.
2 innings with soreness and a surgically repaired left knee. The expectation was he could be back by week's end. That may no longer be the case.
I definitely.
I'm not scared of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in the AL West at all, especially with no Mike Trout. No chance of a miracle Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim team of 2024.
No, there's not. The Rangers are they're the threat right now because the Mariners just keeps getting worse and worse, and if they're still gonna, I believe they're gonna sell at the deadline. I just don't believe that they're gonna go out and try to acquire talent and try to fix their problems. It's just not how that organization has operated. If they do something different than that in the next 6 days, then they're still the threat. But it's still it's the Rangers. And you look at, the Astros schedule coming up versus the Rangers, they're pretty similar. I mean, the Rangers play the Red Sox a bunch. They play the Astros, they play the Yankees, they play the Pirates, they play the Guardians. You play a lot of those similar teams, obviously with the Dodgers mixed in. But they get the White Sox right now. And they're going to roll through them probably the next 2 days. The Astros with Hunter Brown on the mound in, an hour, need to get a victory to keep holding them off. And you got to hope for the best this weekend. I mean, the fact that Spencer Arrighetti is going to start on Sunday against the Los Angeles Dodgers, good luck.
Yep. And I hate that we're looking to Hunter Brown right now saying, Hunter, save us. Please save us, you with your 8-6 record and somehow 4.14 ERA. Please save us.
Mm-hmm.
And Brown, based off of the way he has pitched of late, should be able to do it. I do think it's worth mentioning that the A's have actually had a pretty good July. So just keep that in mind. I think they actually have a winning record. I think they're something like 11-8 or something.
They've got some good players. The kid who's in right field, I can't remember his name right now, but he had the home run.
Oh, fella McFellapants, yeah.
Threw out Bregman at home. You got Brent Rooker, who's a stud. They're pitching solid. Like they have a good young core, but they're
NPCs,
they're just the A's.
Mm-hmm.
You just know that by the time all these players are good, they're going to probably trade them all.
They do generally play very well in the month of August. That's why I call the Oakland A's the Oakland Augusters, because their greatest moments in franchise history happen in August, like the 20-game winning streak they had, or that other winning streak they had a couple of years ago, where NBC Sports Bay Area put out that "What are they saying about us now?" graphic about the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Remember when they lost it? The A's lost to a team with a losing record in the playoffs. What a bunch of pores.
Yeah, but look, they've beaten the Phillies they won 2 out of 3 against the Phillies before the All-Star break. Then they took 2 out of 3 the Angels, and now they've taken 2 out of 3 at minimum.
Oakland's only 12 games back, Joe.
Oakland?
They're a good week away from being where the Astros are.
I mean, it only took the Astros 24 days to get 10 games.
Oh, my God. Wouldn't it be so funny if the A's caught up
all 3 teams?
Make another movie.
That would be criminal.
This division is such an abomination to the Lord.
Yeah, Dell started calling it the AL South, which I can see the similarities now. I thought it was harsh at first. I can see the similarities between the AFC South and what we're looking at.
It's not even the AFC South. The AFC South, boring. This is the Sun Belt.
This is what the Patriots had. Sometimes that's what helps build dynasties. Is you play in a trash division.
Well, I mean, when you have the same record against all the other teams you play, too.
Yeah.
In fact, a better record against all the other teams that you play.
True.
Some would perhaps look at that and say, hey, noted, and F off. Some would say that. I wouldn't.
But some.
Some would notice that.
Some would point. Someone would point at you. And say that, but not everyone.
Not everyone would say that, but some would say, "Hey, go lose to the Packers 30 times in a row again," and they would say that, and then say "F off."
Packers have an easy division too.
It's true, and they don't win with it.
I really do take things a little too personally.
It's okay. It's okay.
It is funny. I forget who I was talking with out at Texas training camp. I think it was Sean Pendergast and some others on. The other day, and we were talking about the the documentary, the Patriots documentary, and he asked me like, "Have you seen it?" And I just went on like a 2-minute unhinged rant about something I haven't even seen. And he's like, "Well, you should watch it actually." Like he's just trying to show me.
I just imagine like a Texans PR staffer just like walking by as you're just ranting and raving,
just dropping hard F-bombs.
And they're just like, "Paul, what's wrong?" And he's like, "This stupid documentary."
They tried to pin the Aaron Hernandez murders on Bill Belichick.
Yeah, they did. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But okay. I still think that the Mariners pitching makes them more of a problem. And they really just have to stop being the worst offense in baseball. I suppose that's a more difficult ask now, though, that they are apparently starting all of their minor leaguers. They had to, I think, scratch 3 Tacoma starters to play in last night's game.
Hey, and the Astros are starting Lemus Diaz, so all things are equal.
Yeah, I don't get that one.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw. Actually, I haven't seen the lineup today, but it's just
bad. Yes,
they just don't have a good depth right now. He's not playing today.
It's just not good.
But Chas McCormick's playing, so
it's just bad.
You gotta make sure you have a 200 hitter in the lineup at all times.
Yeah, I don't want to see him anymore.
I don't either, and they're playing. They're facing another lefty today, I believe. So it's why Lo Profito's not going to be in the lineup, and same with Cabbage. But
you know what? I get these lefty matchups thing, but like Chas McCormick is not good. Oh my God, the bottom of this order, yeah, Singleton, McCormick, Dubon's not hitting well recently. I don't know why they've underlined Jeremy Pena.
They just random. I don't understand what the Astros social media do. They just randomly underline guys.
Look, if you get swept by the A's, like, come on, man.
Now Jeremy had a great day yesterday. To be fair,
Jeremy Pena.
He was the best player on the team yesterday.
Well, low bar. So.
That one play with Singleton was pretty sick, where he dropped it and then flipped it to Arrighetti, or not to Arrighetti, to Bloss. I think it was still at the time, but that was a pretty nice recovery there. But yeah, not a lot of good things from yesterday's game besides Pena.
I shouldn't have. Look, this is how I look at it, and this is how every Astros fan should look at it. You shouldn't have to watch a game against the A's. You should assume a victory, and you should be able to take the night off. You know, because it's a hard life watching every single baseball game over the course of a season. You know, some people are paid to do it, and my heart is with you in these difficult times where they're playing against the Oakland A's on the West Coast. So we'll see what happens this afternoon. But my God, don't get swept. Please don't get swept. You should be building on your AL West lead with how poorly the Mariners are playing. And yet, here we are. Make a move to get a pitcher. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, we are 43 days away from the start of the NFL season. And we're going to play some games of what's worse and what's better based off of some images we're seeing at at NFL training camps. It's Gallant George, Joe George, Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We are 43 days away from the start of the NFL season. In my opinion, the best number 43 of all time is former Steelers safety and head and shoulders spokesman with his long locks of curly hair, Troy Polamalu. What I liked most about Troy Polamalu was when he would freelance and do stuff like, I don't know, launch himself over the center, perfectly timing it so that he could tackle a quarterback as they were getting the snap.
How about that? Oh, my goodness. Why not? He's had that kind of a day. Wow. He makes that kind of an impression and impact on every game he plays.
It felt like he did that, Joe, every sixth game or so.
It was awesome. I love Troy Polamalu. He's one of my favorite players of all time.
I enjoyed him specifically as a safety because I liked how much free reign he had.
Yeah.
I'm sure his coaches probably went crazy very often. You're supposed to cover deep, and all of a sudden you just decide, I'm just going to fly up to the
But
line
it's like that era of him and Ed Reed, in Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Those guys could just do whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted. They were in charge. They knew best at all times.
Reed was more smart. I know we're smarter. I know we're all biased because of how poorly he played for the Houston Texans, but Reed was the best center fielder in the history of the NFL. Polamalu was fun because he was, I think, the most versatile safety because he was flying all over the place. He was pretty good in coverage, but he would kill people out there. He really hit them hard.
And the commercials were great.
They're all right.
They were great.
It's a lot of hair. It's funny to think of a soft-spoken man like him being an absolute killer out of the field the way that he was. The only other Hall of Famer to wear 43, Cliff Harris. I liked Darren Sproles back in the day. He used to wear number 43.
He was so much fun in Madden.
Mm-hmm. He was.
Oh, so much fun.
NCAA football 2003, if you imported the draft class, you draft Darren Sproles first overall because he was the fastest running back possible. Houston Texans, who are wearing the number 43, Neville Hewitt. Every time I see Neville Hewitt out there, I am reminded that it would be nice if Christian Harris was healthy. He has not been at practice. Jonathan Grimes is my favorite number 43 of all time. Running back, William & Mary. Always seemed to average about 5 yards a carry, and the Texans just never gave him the football all that much. But that's neither here nor there. We're going to play a little game of what looked worse right here. Patrick Mahomes showing up for Chiefs training camp, looking a little thick. Or Bryce Young going viral for looking like a middle schooler with a backpack as he showed up to training camp.
It's Bryce.
It's definitely Bryce.
Because one of them is the best quarterback in the NFL and could be one of the best quarterbacks of all time. The other one looks like a child.
Bryce should not wear a backpack.
No.
In fact, unless you are carrying a lot of stuff on your back, no man should ever have a backpack. Yeah, that's right, Joe.
Is my bag okay?
No.
It's single strap.
No backpacks.
Wow.
You notice how I've got a briefcase here?
Fancy Paul.
Yeah, and you never have trouble with loading stuff
Doesn't
up
matter.
or unloading
I'm a man.
stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
just like I never have troubles going from my car to my home up a giant steep flight of stairs with one trip, getting all my grocery bags in. I never have any issues with the bag. It's more just carrying my computer and my mouse in, and I drop those often.
Yeah, how's the mouse doing today? Working?
It's still working.
That's good. He just pulled something out of his pocket.
There's a piece of my headphones, I guess, are falling apart.
Okay, I was like, I thought you pulled out a screw out of the table or something in your pocket.
There's a screw in my leg. But Bryce Young, in particular, if you're a smaller guy and you're trying to have people take you more seriously as an NFL quarterback, Bryce, you got to carry a briefcase from now on. You can't do a backpack.
I wonder what he had in there. I always wonder that
pretty full
when guys have backpacks walking. I'm like, shouldn't it already be in the locker room, or don't they give you your cleats and stuff? Like, what is actually in the bag that he's having to carry to go to practice?
Clothes, but you have clothes there. Your iPad or your Surface.
Yeah,
whatever they're using these days. You don't need a full backpack for that.
He should hire an assistant who's 5'5".
No, he needs to hire a midget. Like a
Whoa! Dropping M-bombs.
Back-to-back days.
Press the dump button, Sean. My God, we can't have you using this offensive language.
He needs to hire Tyrion Lannister to be his assistant, so that way there's certain angles in which Bryce Young looks tall.
Number one, his name is Peter Dinklage, as you continue to be offensive to the smaller people of our country.
I was just watching the OG Game of Thrones last night because that's how the Astros game was going. So I restarted Game of Thrones.
Oh, that's fine.
I was like, I'm over this. They're not going to score any runs.
Bryce Young cannot afford Peter Dinklage. Peter Dinklage could hire Bryce Young to be his person that looks like it's his intern from college.
I like the game of who could hire who. Who's more likely to hire the other as an assistant?
I mean, Bryce Young gets a pretty fat paycheck. He's well paid. Peter can't cost that much.
For the next 3 years.
Peter Dinklage 100% has more than Bryce Young.
See, Junior Bronco says here, Joe can say midget because he's a little person.
No, you're saying that word.
I know. And it actually makes me uncomfortable.
It's so offensive. Every single time you say it. I mean, my God.
All right, I'll stop.
Wow. You just said it. I mean, you've said it like 3 times in
I said
24
twice.
hours.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I won't say it again.
For the next minute? The next 2 minutes?
All right, next story. Darren Sproles.
No, Darren Sproles was just vertically challenged.
Juice Vaughn. Thoughts?
He's real little.
Wow.
Real little.
So I'm trying to be better, okay? I'm trying to be better for the show.
So if he's black, he's little, but if he's white, he's
no.
Sorry, I said that. I had Joe's just bringing some mean things out of my mouth right now. What's better? Joe Burrow going viral, showing up to training camp with hair that made him look like Eminem during his Slim Shady era, bleached blonde and short, or Aaron Rodgers wearing a shirt that he clearly bought at a gift shop in Egypt of an Egyptian cat wearing like sunglasses or something.
Rodgers, for sure.
Rodgers. It's pretty
such
funny.
a good troll.
It's pretty funny showing up wearing something that just completely skewers the situation where the Jets created for themselves by saying that Rodgers was not excused to go to Egypt. All they had to do was say, yeah, he was excused. That's all they had to do. Robert Saleh is going to get fired. I can't wait. I can't wait for another Jets disastrous season. People are starting to talk him up again. Salivating.
Don't quite understand the whole bleaching your hair though. It's not for me.
Why not?
I mean, now look, we grew up in the late '90s, early 2000s, so
we did.
There's photos of me out there, probably in my parents' house, where I've got the bleach top.
Really? Oh, you did frosted tips?
No. The whole top. Right here.
So you've done this before?
Not the sides though. Like just the middle part.
The top?
Just the top part. I don't know. Maybe that's what us Illinois people did.
What?
But it's was very common.
It was very common?
Yes.
Just to do just the top.
Just the middle
and not
part.
Not just
I know.
tips.
It was middle school. I don't understand.
Highlights?
No.
That's crazy. That's a crazy look.
I think that's why I lost my hair, honestly. I really think it's why my hair is just missing right here. It's because of that.
This seems like something you would do in 2024, but it would be blue instead.
Yes. But when I was in middle school, it's like all the dudes had it. It was really weird.
Man, what a follower.
This feels like...
Yes.
This feels like when...
I wanted frosted tips for what it's worth.
A high school team, like a high school football or baseball team, like that's what they do. Is like they'll all, when they go to state, they'll all shave their head or have mullets or something. Like that's what this feels like, hazing of some sort.
It does.
Yeah, it's just being stupid.
I think the swim team in my school did this.
And then their hair turned green?
Yeah.
From the chlorine. But yeah. So I don't know why Joe Burrow did this. So Aaron Rodgers better.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, you can just take off the shirt. You're kind of stuck with this look for a while for Burrow.
I like that Burrow did this. I think you guys are hating.
I just don't understand the point.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to be at the podium, being explaining his process.
You should look back with pride at your basic, mid-2000s era. There's nothing wrong with that. I had a, not a puka shell necklace, but I had beads. And I remember one time I forgot to take it off at practice, and someone snatched my $9.99 beads out there like I was Michael Crabtree.
But also, I mean, Joe Burrow was born in '96, so like it's not like he grew up in this era.
I was
of
gonna say he's literally
Eminem.
my age. He's
Yeah.
my age, and when you're like, yeah, we all grew up in the late '90s. I was like,
So what? He was 3 when Eminem's debut
Everything
album
comes
came out.
back. Everything comes back.
Maybe it's because Eminem just came out with a new album.
yeah, probably
That might be
He,
why.
he probably loves.
Is
the
he a
new
Cody
album,
Rhodes
though.
fan? Isn't that a wrestler who?
Oh
bleaches
yeah, a lot of
hair?
people say he looks like Cody Rhodes.
He looks more like Cody Rhodes than Eminem.
Yeah, he does look like Cody Rhodes. Yeah.
All right.
I could see that.
More training camp reporting news. Jordan Love, he's not holding out. He's just not taking the field until both sides can finalize an extension. But he's there for work in the film room. Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers, he's reporting to training camp despite desires for a new contract. CeeDee Lamb, meanwhile, for the Cowboys, even though they are prioritizing his contract over Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons, he's not reporting to training camp. Jamar Chase looking for a new wide receiver deal. Mike Brown's the owner of the Cincinnati Bengals. I saw this clip online, and I mean, you guys think that the person who is running the United States of America sounds old and out of place. Mike Brown, oh boy.
He's a key player. Next to Joe, he's our next one, and he knows it. We know it. This may take a while. We are going to bend over backwards to get it done. I can't tell you when, no.
I saw this clip online.
What was that noise?
It's his voice.
That's just the noise you make when you turn 88 or however old he is.
That is the guy running the Cincinnati Bengals, and yeah, clearly up there in age. I think Bengals fans low-key wish that there would be somebody else who owns the franchise. They got to be somewhat valuable with Joe Burrow on the team. Like, you would think that somebody would think about buying them, but the interesting thing is, I mean, it's always belonged, much like with the Bears and the Hallis family.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals have always belonged to the Brown family. Paul Brown, famously of the Cleveland Browns, who I believe the Browns were named after, was somehow ousted from the Browns organization and created the Bengals in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And it's only been the Brown family since then, and he is the cheapest owner, Mike Brown, in the NFL.
They need to... Those families need to sell the teams because their organizations would be much better off because they've got no place. And then I love the story where he last year at week 3, when Joe Burrow was dealing with a calf injury, drove over on his golf cart and tried to tell Joe he wasn't playing that week. And Joe played. But the idea that the owner was just like, hey, man, you're sitting this one out. Like, what?
You're not playing this week.
Like, could you imagine if Cal did that and we got wind of it? That Cal like went up to CJ and was like, hey, man, let's come flip some burgers. You're not playing this week.
Come over to my place.
Yeah, let's play some Let's play some video games.
Cook some burgers for Barrel.
We'll play some. We'll play some Guitar Hero.
Sounds like a date. We're gonna bring over a GameCube and something else in a backpack.
When that story came out about Cal McNair playing video games, I researched what were the top video games at the time, and that was when Rock Band and Guitar Hero were like at their peak. So I just like in my head, it was just like Cal McNair in a room with no furniture, just like hitting the fake drums.
I can't hate on
or
Cal
playing like Cheap Trick, Surrender on guitar. Like,
listen, Cal McNair landed Hannah McNair, who has changed this organization. I can't hate on Cal.
I'm not hating on him.
No, it sounds like you are. It's not quite as bad as when Joel goes on his anti-Cal impersonation.
Yeah, we're not doing an impression.
Yeah, it's just still it's one of my favorite stories of all time. Like he was a younger man.
What's wrong with that?
Just playing video games with a backup quarterback.
Yeah,
and they're playing Rock Band.
You're playing video games instead of taking care of your son, but it's mainly because he won't.
Oh, he's sleeping or watching my phone. So I can
Ooh, great parenting.
Hey, look, there's certain times where like, Daddy's got to kill some people on Call of Duty. Okay, so you can have my phone, watch some Miss Rachel.
Yeah,
you're good to go.
All I can think about going back to Mike Brown and that audio we played of him, where he's like, essentially, while talking about how he's going to bend over backwards for Jamar Chase. Please don't. I feel like you'd break a hip. All I can think of is Mike Brown going up to someone like Jonathan Joseph, who eventually came over to the Houston Texans, and saying something like, you forgot to pay $2.99 for your Gatorade, because the Bengals had to pay for their Gatorade at practice. They had to pay for laundry. The amount of things that the Bengals had to pay for back in the day because of how cheap that organization is compared to other teams is jarring. You will wonder how the hell they're $1 billion corporation.
They're definitely going to sell when this guy dies, right?
You would think. I doubt that the family, cheap as they are, is going to be able to afford the inheritance tax.
It just depends on how many kids he has.
Well, also,
that's why the Bears are getting sold. Is because there's all these kids, and three of the five, I think, already have publicly said they don't want the team. Man. They want out. So
much for caring about your family's legacy.
They want the like billions of dollars.
Yeah, I was gonna say if that's what surprised me about Mike Brown. He's cheap ass, but it's like, hey, someone will pay you $3 billion for this right now.
For this constantly appreciating asset. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. All right, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Sean Mapes' alma mater saw a little story about love finally come to a conclusion. And this is honestly one of the greatest stories in the recent history of college football. You'll hear it next. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Oh, speaking of college football, we'll be up at LaBerge Lake Charles towards the end of August, getting ready for college football week 1 and getting ready for the NFL season. If you're looking at the lines already for A&M, Notre Dame, you want to look ahead to Texas versus Michigan. What is that in week 2? All of that you can already bet on at LaBerge Lake Charles. All your Texas teams are right there for you, whether it's the player props, the season over-unders. Each week you can go in there, get your bets in. When you're there, you can go to the betting kiosk, you can go to the front desk, or you can just use the ESPN Bet app as well. Great casino and restaurants. I can't recommend going to the steakhouse enough. It's absolutely incredible. It is so, so good when you go. Tell them Joe George sent you by, and when you go, make sure you download the Penn Play app, and you can win up to $200 in Penn Play cash. Make sure when you go to bet on your Texas teams, you do it at LaBerge Lake Charles.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
They found love.
They found love in a hopeless place. I'm, of course, talking about Texas assistant football coach Jeff Banks, who finally tied the knot with the pole assassin, a stripper who was once on the Jerry Springer show. You can actually study her work. She's fantastic, very talented. Pole dancing, very hard sport, and it is a sport, you know. And Danielle Thomas, the pole assassin, and Banks tied the knot. Now, you might know who the pole assassin is because her name at the time legally was, I believe, Pole Assassin, and she found herself in the midst of a police report because, why? Well, because at a Halloween party, her pet emotional support monkey bit a human. And some questions were asked about, hey, should you be able to have an emotional support monkey? Number one. Number two, should she be allowed to keep this emotional support monkey, or does it need to be put down? Lots of big time questions.
This is such a great story. I truly forgot about this whole thing. But you know what? I'm glad that they're in love. That they tied the knot. This is a great thing.
They found love in a hopeless place, you know? Sort of like I think that song by Rihanna is about Chris Brown. Speaking of, see Tony Busby suing him?
Oh, I did see. Yeah. Tony Busby loves to sue famous people.
I'm cool with it. I'm cool with this one.
Oh yeah, it's his go-to.
Chris Brown is the absolute worst. For those who don't know, music star Chris Brown, his entourage, and the entertainment company Live Nation were named in a lawsuit filed by Houston attorney Tony Busby on behalf of 4 men who claimed to have been beaten after Brown performed in the Fort Worth area last weekend. The plaintiffs were invited backstage with about 40 women. The men were waiting in a room for about 30 minutes before Brown came in. After greeting them and shaking his hand, they tried to leave, but apparently Brown remembered they had previous beef and instructed his entourage to attack the men. The entourage surrounded them, threw chairs at them, and kicked and stomped them. So there you go. Well, at least it wasn't Chris Brown doing it this time. It was his entourage.
But
Plausible
he's
deniability.
Boss, so I guess he gets sued as well.
I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's the moneymaker. And the moneymaker for the pole assassin, former stripper turned wife of Jeff Banks, they found love despite Monkeygate.
Man, I'm looking back through this story and like the original tweets that come up, and this first one from Tom Campbell, who I think he was a UT reporter at the time.
Yes. Imagine reporting this.
Yeah, and the tweet just says, "I'm hearing a report from a credible source that Texas Longhorns special teams coach Jeff Banks, monkey, allegedly attacked and seriously hurt a young trick-or-treater last night on
As
Halloween.
one does.
The monkey's jaw apparently had to be pried off the small child."
Yeah. Hey, shouldn't have been sticking his finger in the cage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's the kid's fault.
I don't know, but it does feel
Horns
that
down,
way.
Sean.
The old pole assassin actually, once this incident happened, tweeted a couple of paragraphs about it. People lie so much, it's ridiculous. Stop believing everything you hear and more of what you see. Shaking my head. No one was viciously attacked. This is a lie. A whole lie. She was not a part of any haunted house. The kid did not have permission to be on the other side of my property. That's true. Children do need to learn about property laws, and a monkey biting you on the wrist, well, you'll learn about property laws the rest of your life.
Stay in the haunted house, kid.
Yeah, don't go to the other side where you know there's a live monkey.
Yeah, you'd have all your fingers right now if you could read signs.
That's true. Let's continue reading the pole assassin's account of what happened. I had a haunted house on one side, gated off. He had no permission to go past the gate. Gates, another important thing for this child to learn about. I had no idea he went in my backyard. Neither did I know anything about a bite until a doctor of a neighborhood told me to treat a small bite. No parent contacted me about it. The 11 or 12-year-old, he's older, should know better than to enter someone's yard without permission and old enough to also follow the rules. Stop with the lies. And this is my monkey, not Jeff's. It's her emotional support monkey, but they were blaming Jeff Banks' monkey.
Yeah, got to get the clicks. No one's like, hey, recent or local
stripper. That's a
local
better
stripper's
headline.
Monkey. But it doesn't get the clicks if you don't go Texas football's very own monkey.
Well, it does say that he left his wife and kids.
That was part of it.
For the pole assassin.
I mean, with a name like that, what would you do in that situation?
Not leave my wife and kids.
I don't know. How hot is she?
Yeah.
Listen, I'll
Did you hear about the pet monkey?
Has a pet monkey and is a stripper, suing stripper pole at the house. I mean, a show from time to time.
I feel like you have to buy one.
Probably a big house. If you have a haunted house, a gate, and then a monkey.
Yeah, she does sound.
Pin.
She's making some good money. Is Jeff Banks still coaching college football somewhere?
Yeah, he's still the Texas special teams coach.
Is he really?
Yeah, and tight ends, I think.
Jeff Banks.
Wow, good for him. I didn't know if he. I didn't realize he survived Monkeygate.
He's 49 years old.
Honestly, at the time, surviving the 5-7 season was probably a bigger obstacle than Monkeygate. But yeah, boom, came out smelling like roses.
He was an Aggie for a little bit. He was Texas A&M's interim head coach in 2017.
He's 0-1. He lost that bowl game, so he's a loser.
he lost the bowl game after Kevin Sumlin got fired.
Yeah, but yeah, he's been there since 2021. Survived Monkeygate, and now he's married to Pole Assassin.
Yeah,
you think like on their wedding certificate it says
Mr. and Mrs.
Mr. and Mrs. Pole Assassin?
I think her name
Pole Banks.
I think her name is 100% back to what it was before. Danielle Thomas.
You don't think she was just
Wait, you think that maybe
I think if you're going to get married, you're probably not going to have on your marriage certificate
the stage name?
The old Pole Assassin.
Yeah. Probably keep it on the birth certificate.
Hell yeah, dude.
That's one of those moments where like I imagine like them having like kids, and like your sixth grade son just like one day is like, "Hey mom, why do my friends call you the Pole Assassin?"
Or
and having to have that awkward conversation.
I'm sure if you have like parents of some note, you Google your parent's name, and you Google Jeff Banks, and I already forgot what Pole Assassin's actual name is, but you Google their name, and this story comes up.
If I'm Jeff Banks, I want to change my last name. I want to be really forward for the gals.
Oh,
I want to
Assassin?
change my last name to Assassin.
Oh, Jeff Assassin.
I would love if Texas had a coach named Jeff Assassin on staff.
Especially if he's your special teams coach.
Jeff Assassin.
That makes him sound good.
When they show him like calling a play when they're sending out the punt team, and it's like, yeah, special teams coordinator Jeff Assassin has really done wonders with this unit. Yeah, I like it.
Sean Mapes behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros needed to get pitching depth yesterday. It is 2:01 p.m. Central Time. Why have they not added an arm after Jake Bloss was brutalized in front of all of us? Look what they did to my boy! Gallant and George, stick around.
This will officially be the final out of the game, you would think, although Loperfido hustling all the way made it a close play, but that'll do it for the Astros in the 9th inning. They do get a run on 3 hits, the home run by Jeremy Pena, but they dropped their second straight game to the A's, and they are now 2-3 on this road trip, having lost their last 3-game losing streak for the first time since late May. They will remain in first place thanks to a Mariners 5-1 loss.
Thank goodness for the Seattle Mariners and poor Jake Bloss, who had himself a rough outing. Just 4 innings, 4 home runs allowed. And the Astros fell yesterday 8-2 to the Oakland A's. They look to avoid a sweep, Joe George, against Oakland, of all teams, this afternoon with the first pitch in about 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, that'd be nice to avoid it. Now, it's not the end of the world. We've seen it happen before.
You know what? I'm going to say it's the end of the world. If they back in first place by percentage points, but just for the sake of embracing debate, Joe, I'm going to say it's the end of the world. Now, getting swept by the A's is so embarrassing. It's not quite peeing your pants or pooping your pants embarrassing, but I mean, it's certainly up there. It's having a pants tent in the middle of class in middle school accidentally, and there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. It's just protruding, and you're like, what am I supposed to do? I'm just a person growing up.
Now, last year, these games were at home. They were not on the road. But as the season's coming down to the end of the year, the Astros got shut out 4-0 against the Oakland A's on September 11th. They lost 6-2 on September 12th. And then Hunter Brown and the Astros won the 3rd game of the season of the series 6-2. So, you know what? History repeats itself today. Hunter Brown gets the dub. And the Astros get a win to get back on track. Now, they lost their next 3 series, so let's hope that doesn't happen. But we're going to at least pretend like for this moment that today's the day where everything gets back on track before the Dodgers come to town.
They need some help. They need pitching. I'm a procrastinator. Let me tell you a story. No, not the story I told earlier in the show about the little engine that could. The real story, the little engine that could. Little engine, the Astros rotation is this little engine doing its absolute best, trying so hard, going so far, only for the train to stop about 3/4 of the way up the hill and crash back down to the bottom of the mountain, exploding and leaving toxic fumes in the air, which cause a chemical cleanup crew to come in with hazmat suits to scrape up some of the, wreckage and carnage of everybody who was lost on that train. Because that's where the Astros pitching staff could be taking. But this is my other story. I'm a procrastinator. Toyotas are very reliable cars. No, the first car I had when I moved down here to Houston was a 2002 Toyota Corolla. This thing had close to 300,000 miles on it. I think the actual odometer was like about 272,000 or so. And it was in great shape. Unfortunately, your boy was a master procrastinator. I knew that I had to get the oil changed in this car at some point, but I just was too lazy to, 1, do it myself, 2, take it somewhere to do it. And I kept on kicking it down the road and kicking it down the road, thinking that I'll be okay. I'll just do it then. The Astros are at a point like this when it comes to the way that they are not addressing their pitching staff. And they have been extremely fortunate that they have been able to get all of the miles that they have out of 1, Spencer Arrighetti, 2, the few starts with Jake Bloss, 3, all season with Ronel Blanco, 4, the majority of this season with Hunter Brown. They are so lucky that they're at this point and in first place without having done anything about it. Not before the season and not during the season. They needed help the other day. I don't want them to find themselves like I did while driving back from doing a TV show shoot for Cube 57 TV, Sports Zone Unfiltered, while in the middle of the highway hearing a bunch of cranking noises in my engine, which required me to pull over to the side of the road and call a tow truck to get me back to a shop, which ultimately found that my car was dead. The engine had ground out to a sick and despicable death. Okay?
That's tough, Paul.
The Astros need to not do this, and I feel like their patience, understandable, but with every update essentially being, hey, Luis Garcia, setback. Hey, Justin Verlander's neck. I don't know. He's nearly headless. Dana Brown didn't say that. Lance McCullers. they have been procrastinating because I think they have been of the belief that they are going to get somebody back. But if the window is always open while Jim Crane is here, they should have done something already, and they should do something literally right now. And I saw you tweet this last night, Joe. Dana Brown should be picking up the phone, making calls. I'm assuming he is, but I don't even think you can wait for the deadline anymore. I think you need to make something happen right now.
If they can find a way to skip, so Bloss right now is scheduled to start on Monday. At least that's the estimation. He'll go against Paul Skeens versus the Pirates. Arrighetti's going to go on Sunday versus the Dodgers. Arrighetti's going to start on Sunday. But if you can find a way to not have Jake Bloss pitch on Monday, the day before the deadline, that would be in the best interest of the Houston Astros. Will they get that done? Probably not. The baseball trade deadline is such a weird thing. It really is in all sports. I don't really understand the logic behind all these teams wanting to wait until the last day to do it. When you think back to the Miles Straw trade, it was very odd. It was around July 20th, and it was a week and a half before the deadline at that point. If they can make a move right now, they should. Anything to take Bloss out of the rotation and to get him back into the minors is what's best for this team. So now you have to acquire someone that's on that rest schedule as well. So you might not really have that, but they got to make a move, and they got to make a move quick. And I would prefer them not to wait till Tuesday, but my guess is we're going to have to wait till Tuesday.
How does waiting until Tuesday benefit you?
It doesn't. It's just for some reason, the way the sport works. All the trades happen on one day or within 24 hours. Like starting Monday night. Like
are they center point energy because it's the 4th of July weekend and we got to wait until the actual deadline happens? Like we don't actually do any of this until that day? This idea, like some teams that are waiting in a holding pattern, thinking like things are going to turn around for them.
I think because it goes both ways. Like Dana Brown is saying, if I just wait, the deal's going to get worse. And then if you're talking to the Rays, they're saying the deal's going to get better. But part of the other reason why you have to wait is because while the Tampa Bay Rays are brought up all the time now for the Houston Astros, whether it's Isaac Paredes or Yandy Diaz or Zach Eflin, who we mentioned earlier, they're only, 4 games out of the wild card right now? Like they're kind of like the Mariners, where is a team that's 51-50 and 4.5 games out of the third wild card spot. Are they really going to sell today? Or are they going to wait to see how the next 5 days go and then have to make this gut decision? That's what's so hard about
because I guess
the expanded playoffs.
If you're a seller, you also, to have the best possible leverage, probably need to wait. Because if they come to you, you can ask for more. But if you come to them, they're going to perhaps realize, they're looking to get rid of this person. We can sit and wait. But you know what? Like this weekend, I don't think the Astros can really afford to wait anymore. Do you really want to see Spencer Arrighetti out there on Sunday?
No.
I don't. I know I don't. I think he'll get smacked around.
If you're going to win the Dodgers series, you have to win the first 2 games.
Yeah, I do feel that way. I know that we felt that for the Astros-Orioles series a little bit ago, where Jake Bloss was starting on that Friday, that they needed to win the last 2 games, and then they won somehow that Friday game because they scored all the runs, and then they got a sweep. But I'm with you. I feel pretty bad about Sunday. Like I'd rather start Sean Dubin, honestly.
Yeah,
and that's where we're at with this starting rotation. Yeah. They needed help yesterday. They needed help at the beginning of the year. Stop procrastinating.
Yeah, if they could somehow manage to get through Friday and Saturday with Valdez and Blanco on the mound, and could not use a lot of their bullpen, I would not be anti-pivot to a bullpen game, or have Arrighetti go out there and give you like 2 innings, and then move on to the next guy, and then get. I don't really want Dubin either. He stinks too right now. Like the bullpen's in a tough spot. Arrighetti is going to help this. He's going to stay in the bigs, by the way. I think he's going to.
You're not setting him down.
Yeah,
I would imagine
he's going to become a bullpen guy
until you get a couple of guys back. Oh, you mean
like after post deadline,
post Garcia, Verlander,
or whoever
McCullers potentially returning.
Yeah, and whoever they trade for.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want him in the bullpen. You know, I don't know if I'd have wanted J.P. France in the bullpen last year.
Yeah,
I know they used him in that.
Yeah, I
a
understand.
couple of times. From the 409, this is Big Art texting, and James Paxton needs to be in an Astros uniform by the weekend. Anybody, just get somebody else. Do it. Do it.
I mean, James Paxton, while it's not the best solution. It's a solution. It's better than Bloss. It does not preclude you from making a move at the deadline. It does not, preclude you from doing anything you want. But getting a guy like Paxton to try to just help you get through this injury wave, it just does make a lot of sense. So I would rather sign him now and then get to the deadline and see what happens.
He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Rangers are getting closer and closer in the rearview mirror. And is it a good thing to get in a fight at a training camp practice? Gallant and George, stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Joe George is more scared of the Texas Rangers than he is the Seattle Mariners. I'm still looking at the Mariners pitching and thinking that their offense will get it back in some way, shape, or form by the end of the year. And by get it back, I mean go to being like the 24th best offense in baseball from the second.
Uh-huh.
Which I know there's only 30 teams in baseball. That's sort of the point. They're really bad offensively.
The Rangers are in a position where they're going to get healthier and they're going to get guys back and they're willing to spend money, and the Mariners are not. And that's why they're the bigger threat.
The Rangers have more money. That is true.
Yeah, the Mariners just don't spend. Now, like it is interesting to see when you look at all this deadline stuff that people are projecting that a guy like Max Scherzer could be traded. I don't know how. He's absolutely cooked. He gave them 2 innings and then his arm was fatigued. His career is over essentially at this point. It just feels like every start he trots out there and he's got nothing left for them. But they're just a better baseball team at this point in the season, and the Mariners are just, while the Astros are in a small slump again. I believe. I don't believe that this is reverting back to the beginning of the season. This is a rough stretch of baseball that this team is good enough to where once again they will come out of it and everything will be fine, and there will be sunshines and rainbows, and everyone will love the Astros again, and the frustrations will be gone. The Mariners, I just don't feel that way. It looks like a spiral.
Can you entirely rule out, though, by that same logic that the Rangers will be sellers at the trade deadline because of how much they are spending for this roster that is, while, yes, only 3 games out in the American League West and attempting to defend a World Series title, I mean, it's still a team that's 49-52.
They're a hard team to get a read on because of what happened this offseason, that they spent all this money for 2 straight years. They got into this offseason. They lost their regional sports network. And what they kept telling people and telling reporters was that we don't have any money and that we don't have the money to go buy guys anymore. Could ownership sell and get rid of money? Yes. It's very possible. They're hard to get a read on. I could be very wrong about them.
They just need a push. And that is, I mean, they're playing against teams like the Orioles. They lost 2 or 3 to Baltimore. I think right now, like, this is one of those situations where, yeah, the Rangers are a little closer in the rearview mirror, but look at who they played. By the way, I forgot to play this. I just like to play this song because Walker, Texas Ranger, what a great TV show it was. It's time for another episode of Rangers Watch.
In the eyes of a ranger, the unsuspecting stranger had better know the truth of wrong from right. 'Cause the eyes of the ranger are upon you. Any wrong you do, he's gonna see. When you're in Texas, look behind you. 'Cause that's where the ranger's gonna be.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
Just wanted to play that.
What did Walker tell me is?
You heard what he said.
Did he say AIDS?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an actual Haley Joel Osment, Chuck Norris interaction on the TV show Walker, Texas Ranger.
I don't think I ever watched it.
I've only watched that clip.
Okay.
I've never actually watched an episode
I've watched
of that show.
a couple episodes. It's not good.
I've never met anyone that's like watched the whole show. No. But it like on social media it appears like it was this cult classic thing or the show that just wasn't very good, but people watched anyway.
It's one of many old network TV shows that a lot of people watched that doesn't hold up well because TV shows did not have the budgets that they do today. It's sort of akin to watching Chicago Fire and Chicago 5-0 and Chicago whatever else is on TV, you know?
Yep, I know, Paul.
I just think it's funny that you watch those shows.
You're just so critical of my television, you know?
Well, yeah, anyone watching network TV, I feel like...
What? What's wrong with network TV?
It's not good.
It's not. I'm not saying it's like...
It has commercial breaks.
It's not Game of Thrones.
They're talking like 30-episode seasons. Like everything's stretched out. The same thing happens every single episode, so you can miss 1 or 2 and come back to it.
That's right. I mean, look, it's not. I don't treat it like Game of Thrones. It's not, 7 o'clock on a Wednesday night and Chicago Med's on. I'm like, hey guys, leave me alone.
That's the other one, Chicago Med.
Don't want to check my phone for spoilers.
How is there a Chicago Fire, a Chicago Police, and a Chicago Med, but there's no Chicago Gangs? Chicago Gangs as a TV show would be the fun one. People would watch that show.
It would be interesting.
You can't do it. Yeah, you can't do The Wire.
There's a show called Chicago that I've seen a preview for that kind of gets that vibe, where it seems like it's a gang show.
Okay.
But
there's the movie Chicago.
Oh, it's a musical.
Yeah, it's not about gangs either.
With Catherine Zeta-Jones in it.
Good point.
To bring it back to where the Rangers are, I think they are not that far away from potentially selling. And the tricky thing for them is sort of what you were saying. They're going to have to make that decision rather quickly. And it's pretty embarrassing to not even try to defend your title when you're 3 games out at the wild at the not the wild card break, at coming out of the All-Star break. But with some of the teams that they are playing over the course of the next month, and of course some of the teams that they're playing soon, can they honestly look themselves in the mirror and say that we're a contender? Problem is, every day up to the trade deadline, they're playing bums. They're playing the Blue Jays next. They're playing the Cardinals after that. Like, it gets really difficult August 1st, but you have to get to August 1st. And if you're the Rangers, you could probably there is a world where the Rangers are in first place at the end of July.
Yes.
There is 100% a world where that happens, especially with how Seattle's playing and with how poorly the Astros have been pitching.
Yeah, like you are struggling, and they play, like you said, the Blue Jays and the Cardinals, who are meh. They play Boston, and when they start August. But that stretch is, for the Rangers, is going to tell their story between August 2nd and August 14th, where they play Boston twice, they play you, and they play the Yankees, who are unraveling themselves currently in the American League. So it's going to tell a lot. I will say, if I was a Rangers fan or someone part of that organization, like what you just said is so true. I couldn't imagine a world in which you win a world championship, you're in range, and then you choose to not be aggressive and buy at the deadline the following year to try to run it back. Even if it blows up in your face, I just don't know how you do that. Like what the Giants went through from 2010 to 14 or whatever it was, where they would win a World Series in the even years and lose in the odd years. You want to be competitive as much as possible. I just can't imagine throwing in the towel.
Yeah,
the year after winning a World Series.
It's not the Florida Marlins who did that twice. And honestly, like, they don't deserve a title having done that twice.
Yeah.
Because the Rangers have, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's either the 4th or the 3rd biggest payroll in baseball. I think it's right behind the Astros. I think the Astros surpassed them this year. So if you're the Rangers, you look kind of like a bitch.
Yes.
If you decide to, like, you know what, whatever. But at the same time, there's enough players on the Rangers where, and we touched on this last year, where it felt like the Rangers sort of went all in. There's enough players on the Rangers that you can look at them and say to yourself, man, these guys are old as hell. Let's just get something for them,
If they
take them to a pawn shop and get ripped off.
Like if someone gave them a Forrest Whitley level prospect, one that
Whitley.
AKA is just hurt all the time,
That's
for
what's
Max
been holding
Scherzer,
Forrest Whitley
that's a
back.
win for the Rangers. If you got a guy who's had 6 Tommy Johns for Max Scherzer, you take it.
Is that how many?
No, Forrest has had. I think it's only 1 Tommy John. It might be 2, but he's had suspension, just a million injuries. I think he's still healthy right now, but I'm not totally sure.
I'd venture, given the Astros training staff, which I imagine carries over from one level of the organization, from majors to the AAA, I would imagine he's not a la Luis Garcia, a la Justin Verlander, a la Lance McCullers. I forgot his name for a moment. And
Well, I mean, he's not relevant.
Kyle Tucker. The Kyle Tucker stuff should be back by September is today's update from Dana Brown. I mean,
hopefully.
What are we doing?
He would be disappointed if he's not back in September. So.
Yeah, it is possible for him just to be disappointed.
Yeah.
like that. He left.
Like Dana Brown put that on the table.
Very specifically worded, where it's like it would be a real bummer if it was September. We think it's August.
My God, I just want to repeat it one more time. And Dana Brown, usually so damn political. This is very politically crafted because there's so much. The language is such that it can be interpreted a variety of different ways. But after saying Tucker's starting light baseball activities on the field and is hitting inside, whatever that means, but the soreness and the deep bone bruise still really sore, making progress, quote, I'd be really disappointed if it was September, but we're optimistic that he'll be back before September.
Day to day.
Zero promises.
Why did you start it off with the first part?
Yeah, it feels. Also, if
I'd be really disappointed too. I'm really disappointed now, to be honest.
If he would have said, we expect him back in August, I think that's better than we'd be disappointed if it was September. Because you're already putting September in people's brains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And September in everyone's brains is, well, that's the end of the season.
Well,
what are we talking
it
about?
might be intentional the way he's saying that. Like in terms of August. Are we talking like August 29th? like is that August?
I would take over August 20 or 15 and a half. I think it's October like 20th or August 20th would be my guess.
Yeah. I would say that's a good line, August 20th. I'd be fine with that, over under. I'm going over.
20th and a half?
Yeah, I'm going over.
Damn. I'm going to go under just because I'm depressing myself.
I just don't think he's back in the next 25 days.
Don't get swept.
If he can work out sometime this week, then just a couple rehab starts or keep rehabbing and then rehab start and then then you can be back by August 12th. But if you keep working, every time you work out, it gets sore. Like you just can't play.
Which is crazy because he apparently like just can't do many things, and you would imagine that you'd have to do some things to actually feel comfortable, walking.
Yeah, because they said They said on the broadcast last night.
Not
that
a doctor.
He can swing the bat.
Yeah, they said he has no problem in the batting cage,
but he can't move laterally, so he can't play outfield, and he can't run the bases. So it's not even to the point, and that's where I wonder if we get there first, where if at some point maybe he can he run the bases. And he's just your DH? Because I would take that over just not being able to play. I guess when Bryce Harper came back from his Tommy John, he was just the DH until he played Kyle Tucker first base. Problem solved. I fixed the problem. I fixed two problems in one. Yeah. Kyle Tucker's back.
Yeah, I like this.
Kyle Tucker's back and
this.
better at first base.
I like this.
Boom. GM Joe George.
Only downside, now we're getting into everyday Chas McCormick territory.
Pedro Leon.
Boom. Solutions oriented.
Yep.
Joe George.
I like it, Joe.
Here we go. Kyle Tucker, first base, problem solved.
Joe's been dropping some baseball takes
If
today.
Bryce Harper can do it, why can't Kyle Tucker?
Yeah. That's my challenge to you, Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
Be somebody. Raise your compete level.
Be someone.
Serious question. What would you rather watch? The United States against the French in soccer, where no one that's playing is... actually important, right? These aren't the national teams. These are like the like next generation.
It's like
teams.
under 22 or something.
Yeah, but don't you get like 2 or 3 older guys?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like 3 exceptions.
Or the Astros trying to avoid a sweep against the Oakland A's. What would you rather watch? And again, there's only bad that can come from watching an Astros A's game. You get to answer that on the other side. 713-780-3776. We're giving you a difficult choice. It's Gallant George. Stick around.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Shout out to our producer, Sean Mapes, playing How Long Will They Mourn Me in honor of the last ever Houston Astros game in the Oakland Coliseum. Unless the Oakland A's have a miraculous finish to the season. They have been playing better of late. They have won 2 games in a row against the Houston Astros and make the playoffs. This is the last time that we will see Houston playing in a stadium where one of the press boxes, one of the broadcast booths was taken over by a violent possum.
There was a photo from someone in the stands last night. It literally looked like a bomb went off. And that's like the booth. Like It literally just looks like a booth that is decrepit.
Well, define why bomb went off. Is like
it looks
falling
like
apart.
It just like it's just like there's no paint on the outside. There's no glass pane. Like it literally like looks like what you would see in like a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, it's like a
and Jeff and
disaster
TK are just sitting in it.
Oh boy.
Like it's embarrassing.
Yeah, I think it's the Road TV studio, because I think we played audio of like Keith Hernandez talking about it.
Yeah. It looks awful. It's so bad.
Not good.
Almost as bad as just watching the game last night.
By the way, guys, the 2024 Hunters Extravaganza, it's here. Go see the newest in hunting products, clothings, rifles, knives, and more. It's August 2nd through 4th, and we're giving away a pair of tickets right now. Caller 3 to 713-780-3776. If you go on next Friday, make sure you find us, Gallant George, and the Killer Bees, because we're going to be broadcasting live from the 2024 Hunters Extravaganza from noon until 6. This is at NRG Park, correct, Joe?
Yes. NRG Center.
NRG, it's somewhere there.
It's in NRG area.
There will be signs.
Yes.
They will point you in the proper direction. I've always wanted to go hunting.
Never been at all?
No, I've never been at all.
Oh, okay.
There's people in my family who do it. My cousin does it a lot. My stepdad's done it a few times. I have never done it. I once saw my stepdad come back from doing it, and I think he had not quite placed the shotgun that he was using to shoot. I believe they were hunting turkey.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't as tucked in as it needed to be, so he got a massive bruise on his bicep. Oh yeah, it was beyond black and blue. I was shocked by how bad it looked.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've gone hunting. I haven't gone since high school.
Oh damn! So you've gone hunting?
Yeah.
What'd you hunt for?
Deer.
Oh, nice! You killed anything? Are you the deer hunter? Did you, when you killed the deer, did you pull out its heart and eat it like it's Red Dawn?
No, I didn't. I missed.
You missed.
My buddy got a deer when we went.
Damn, Joe.
But
did you shoot anybody accidentally, like Dick Cheney?
No,
okay, that's
no.
good.
I promise that didn't happen.
That's good.
But yeah, my buddy hunts. Used to go hunting all the time, like every Saturday morning with his dad. So I went like 2 or 3 times. So I'm not like an avid hunter, but I've gone occasionally.
Well, the Houston Astros are being hunted by the
we
Seattle
can't see it
Mariners
because
and
the
Texas
TV's
Rangers.
broken. So
our TV's broken?
I don't understand what's happening right now.
Well, the Astros have 2 runners on to open up the game as they play the A's. I mean, there's a part of me that, again, you can only have bad things happen if you watch an Astros-A's game with the Astros trying to avoid the sweep. If they win this last game, I'm just going to be mad that they didn't win either of the first 2.
That's a good point. So what would you rather have watched? USA France?
Yeah, I think USA France.
And soccer?
Yeah, I would have
To
rather
be fair, it was only on because I wanted to watch rugby a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed that you forced rugby on me for the first couple hours.
I was supporting our country.
But now you just choose to turn your back on our country in a sport that actually matters. No
Better
offense.
sport.
Soccer, yes.
Rugby
better
than soccer.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know how it works, so I disagree.
And they're only 14-minute games, so they're fun.
They're 14 minutes?
Yeah, because they don't. So there's 2 versions of rugby. There's 15s and then there's 7s.
Okay.
So 15s is where they play like the full 40-minute half with the SaberCats play, and then there's 7-on-7 rugby where they play on the full field, but each half is only 7 minutes. So it's very fast paced. It's very different than like traditional rugby.
Gotcha.
Because it's just such a wide space with such few guys on the field. So it's a very it's a more like it's the not modern day version, but it's the way they're trying to appeal to like the younger generation of fans.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a 14-minute game.
Yeah,
great.
it's
pretty great.
That's not catching me at all.
But yeah, I can't get this stupid TV to work, so we're watching the Astros.
Well, listen, actually, we're doing a radio show, Joe.
Well, I just want to see what the Astros are doing. I want to see if they're making Paul mad or not.
Well, we'll find out later.
Okay, we'll find out later.
They're in timeout today. I don't feel the need to watch today's game.
It's been a while since we put the Astros in timeout.
Well, I mean, listen, you got all this positive mojo going. You take first place away from the Mariners, and then you followed up with 2 losses to the A's. Like, It's embarrassing.
Hey, 2 men on, no outs, top of the first.
Let's
go,
dude.
You're on Alvarez at the dish.
I'd rather talk about whether it's good or bad to get in a fight at Texans training camp practice, and that's what happened today. For those who don't know, that was the big story coming out of it. It was a physical practice. You had Derek Stingley and Tank Dell in a tug of war when Stingley intercepted a pass for Tank Dell. They were fighting over the ball for like 30 seconds. Players had to come in and separate them. And then a little bit later in practice, Stephon Diggs has a catch. He slides down across the middle of the field. Jimmy Ward comes in late and doesn't really hit him hard, just comes down on top of him in a way that was probably a little bit more forceful than it needed to be. Diggs took issue with it. They got in a shoving match. Every single player on either side of the ball, offense, defense, came in. So it turns into this big mosh pit. And the next thing you know, at some point, Derek Stingley sees Dalton Schultz and just comes up to him and winds up and, yes, cheap shots him, but did send him flying. And I didn't know Derek Stingley Jr. had that in him. So the Texans got into a fight at their 6th practice of training camp.
Hey, you know what? You gotta get the squad going a little bit. You got competition. You got the most important position battles on the team.
Do you think
corner and wide receiver?
Did D'Amico Ryans tell Derek Stingley to start a fight as a false flag kind of operation in the same way Bill Belichick used to do that with Rodney Harrison?
I can see it.
That's how winners are made.
Yeah, like Derek Stingley. Hey man, take out that Schultz guy. He got too much money. You got to keep him in check. Make sure he knows that it's still a battle. Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan, they're here. So make sure Schultz he knows.
No days off.
And no days off. Like, keep your head on a swivel. Dalton Schultz's head was not on a swivel when Derek Stingley cheap shot at him.
That's true. You do always.
He was looking down.
Keep your head on a swivel when you're on a football field.
Yeah, you never know who's going to get you. Your own teammates.
Even after the whistle.
Yeah. Also, Sting, please don't do that. Don't get hurt.
I don't think he's hurt.
Make a habit of this.
Yeah, like Jimmy Ward, fine. You want to get hurt? Whatever.
That's ugly.
If Stingley has a wrist injury afterwards, that would be a bummer.
That would be a really tough thing for the Derek Stingley Jr. brand. If he got
seen in a light cast.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I even posted a little video of him doing some drills today, and I made sure to include the important thing, a couple of B's afterwards, because he's put the Sting in Stingley. Because you got on one side you got Sting, and on the other side you got the locksmith, Kamari Lassiter, who gave himself that nickname.
He's the second corner on this team?
He is the second corner on this team.
Are they rotating much?
Not
I know the DBs you said are a little bit farther away from you at times, but
the starting unit is not rotating at corner at all.
I'm really surprised by
It is
that.
Stingley and Lassiter. I'm not, because the other guys are Jeffrey Okudah, and I have not even seen C.J. Henderson out there. It's been Mike Ford who's been the other corner.
Interesting.
Is when they're in nickel, is it still Petrie as the nickel corner?
Petrie's moving around.
Okay.
So he's been at safety. He's been at nickel corner as well. I think the problem for them at safety is there's not necessarily somebody else to put in yet. But I will say Kalen Bullock has been sort of in the mix. And Bullock had a deflected pass today on the sideline coming over to help Jeffrey Okudah in coverage, but it was against the second unit. And he almost had an interception. I want to say, what day? It's on Tuesday. Or maybe it was Monday. I don't know. Everything's blurring together. I'm tired. I'll be honest. Getting up early to go to this.
Paul's grinding.
It's 3 different practices that you have to parse which one of it.
Yeah.
We're forgiving.
And I still have to do my live stream, which is like where I add all this stuff together. And I'm like, oh, I'm tired. I'll be honest.
Paulie the workhorse right now.
No.
I need some coffee. Anyway, hey.
It's not the off-season.
You have no coffee today?
No, I just haven't had any in over an hour. That's a long time for me.
I would say like that's concerning.
Yeah. Hey, the PG train needs its coal, all right?
Yeah.
Woo woo.
I'll bring some K cups for the Keurig machine for you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
That we can just make sure Paul's fueled at all times.
Oh, that's when I first started drinking coffee. You know why I first started drinking coffee? Because I kept on showing up legitimately 2 minutes late for work over at the flagship. They were giving me shifts like where I just run the board, and I kept on not being able to get up when my alarm went off. This has been a lifelong problem. So I would get in at like 6:01, and somebody else, rightfully so, tattled on me for showing up at 6:01.
Bad teammate, not you.
No, I understood it. This person wanted the hours I was getting.
Oh, so he wanted to stay.
She wanted the hours that I was getting. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
She.
Yeah. What? No, she was right.
Once upon a time.
No, he was assuming genders over there.
You're right. I was.
He doesn't think a woman can run the board.
That's not true. I've hired 2 female producers.
Why aren't they running the board then?
One of them got promoted, and
promoted past
so
it.
He's too good at his job.
What a way to tap dance around that opportunity.
Once upon a time, I used to produce a morning radio show. Actually, I was just a board op on a network.
Oh.
And I was really good friends with the overnight producer.
Okay.
And but I would way oversleep. So like I would show up like 30 minutes late.
Oh,
That's bad. That's bad.
Yeah,
I would have some issues.
I would just show up with like a case of beer every 2 weeks as an apology.
There you go.
And he was okay with it.
Well,
I made sure to take care of my guy.
That's as long as you make the effort.
Yeah.
Some people are gonna like the
And
other.
that, folks, is a look behind what really makes the magic happen on Sports Talk Radio.
Right. That's
just
the favor
beer.
trading. That happens.
Just beer is like it helps you.
Man, I you know what? When I was trying to get afternoons, I should have done that. I just walked into the office of Repeat. Hey, here's some beer.
Well,
here's some natural lights. You know the upper class stuff.
Yeah.
All right, it's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump aboard, you can. 713-780-3776 to call or text in. Coming up in garbage time, you can buy one of the Dream Team members' Olympic gold medals. How much does it cost? You'll find out next. Gallant and George. It's legitimately for sale. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm Paul Gallant. He's Joe George. We've got Sean Mapes behind the glass. So we'll see what the Astros do against the Oakland A's today, looking to avoid a sweep. Texans get a day off from training camp practice tomorrow. And then it's time for the Los Angeles Dodgers. El Doyers. You have a couple of texts here. The Astros don't want to go into the weekend on a losing streak with the Dodgers coming into town. That's for sure. And I am a little concerned about them. Another texter, looks like Joe has high hopes again, looking to take the first two games from the Los Angeles Dodgers. I don't think you predicted them to win the first two games.
Yes, I have high hopes. Just like this texter who clearly doesn't like me. It's okay. Said that I had too many high hopes when the Astros were 10 games back, and now they're in first place. So,
oh, damn.
Yes, I have high hopes that they're going to beat the Dodgers.
That was a mature way of saying it, too.
That was so mature.
Yes, I have high hopes they're going to beat the Dodgers.
I kind of like that, though. Let's bring fart noises back.
I think so, too. Fart noises are funny.
Fart noises in disagreement. Disapproving. That fart in your direction. It's very French.
Like, what's wrong with having high hopes that they're going to beat the Dodgers? We didn't predict they're going to beat the Dodgers.
I don't even think you had high hopes. I just think you said you have to win on Friday and Saturday because Sunday you're throwing Jake Bloss out there.
Arrighetti, but yes.
My bad. Same thing.
Like, he's going to get smoked.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're going to win the series, you have to win the first two games. Those are facts.
I don't feel great about Arrighetti being able to adjust between a start against the A's and a start against a very superior team to the A's. Can he bounce back before the end of the year? Sure, but
especially when Ohtani is hitting just rockets everywhere.
You're at the point right now where, I mean, you got to do something about the starting rotation. You've gotten a lot out of it. You deserve credit for it, but I think I can. Little engine that could. Like, this thing's about to go off the rails.
Yeah, they need to. It has to be the last Bloss start, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what, like Monday, it's got to be it. Arrighetti, I would prefer Sunday to be his last start as well for 2024. In a perfect world, that's where we're at coming out of the trade deadline. A week from today, the deadline will have passed, and we'll confidently be able to say that Bloss and Arrighetti are no longer in the rotation. At worst, at least one of those guys has to be out. You can't wake up next Wednesday and not have added significantly to this rotation. Like Dana Brown said today on the flagship, add a third or fourth starter. You have to do that. There's no question about it.
Garbage time, me. Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. This one's quick. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? According to court documents, Diddy faces questions about his involvement in the murder of Tupac.
Good.
Not surprising.
Not surprising.
Some would say like 30 years too late.
Yeah.
But okay.
The TV show that they did,
when no one can find him, great, fine.
About Tupac and Biggie, they really paint it as Diddy is in. About Tupac and Biggie, they really paint it as Diddy is involved in this whole thing.
Interesting.
So it's
I
about
haven't
time.
seen it.
It was pretty good.
How much do you think a gold medal for the 1992 Dream Team cost? Because one is available. Houston's own Clyde Drexler, his authenticated gold medal is for sale at the Golden Auctions.
90 grand?
Sean, what do you think?
I'll guess 50 grand.
$250,000 for a gold medal for the 1992 Dream Team. I got to say, it doesn't look like it was taken care of. It looks pretty gross. It's kind of rusty, corroded.
Did Clyde have it and he's selling
He did? Well, listen, there's a letter of authenticity in April where he claimed he has no intentions of fighting to get the prize back at any point in the future. But I'm wondering if this got stolen or something like that.
Yeah, or if he sold it and then at the time.
No, I don't think he sold it. I think it's unclear why he parted ways with it, but I don't know.
Huh.
From the sound of things, it feels like someone took it.
Interesting.
Did he leave it at someone's house or something?
Whoops! I hate it when I do that. And they sell it. Well, they sell. I hate it when my friends sell my iPhone for $250,000.
It's crazy. I couldn't ever imagine. I'm not a collector, so the idea of even having that much money and then saying I want a gold medal just doesn't do it for me.
That's a pretty cool one, though.
But it would be cool to have.
I mean, yeah, that's
Dream
like
Team one. Yeah.
it's basically a championship trophy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's from the Dream Team. Yeah.
Yeah. That is true. But yeah, my natural bias against like all this, there's so much cooler things to do with $250,000.
And it's a starting bid of $250,000. So it could be sold for much, much more.
We'll see. We'll see. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, and YouTubers. For Sean Mapes and Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Jeremy on vacation all week, as I've mentioned several times. If you've been sticking with us, and if you haven't, there it is. Now you have it. Barry Laminack in with me for another day as he will conclude his week of festivities after today's show, and Brian McDonald will pick up where he left off and take us through the rest of the week, as Jeremy will be back on Monday. And fellas, much to my remiss, you gonna be okay?
My bad. I'm good. I'm okay.
Unlike others, I hate when I have to point out that I was right about something. But after watching what happened in Seattle and then warning people that you don't want to pull what you did the last time the Mariners had a World Series in the middle of a season and you ruined it, they're on their way they're going to lose the series no matter what. But the debacle again last night also sets up what we discussed yesterday, which is now that we've seen Arrighetti and Bloss pitch, I don't know how much more they can do of throwing those two guys out there without feeling the sense of urgency as whether it be Paxton or somebody else. I think you need two starters, and I think you need them yesterday.
Yeah, but yes, okay, agreed. That
didn't sound confident.
You're going to have bumps, and you're not. Okay, well, first of all, yeah, the guys, these two cats, these two kids, two youngins, tongue in cheek, I say. Yeah, they're not great. They're young, they're learning, they're figuring it out. I mean, you kind of went through this a little bit with Hunter Brown last year, and unfortunate that it's happening against right now when you just got back to first. And yeah, it's just the worst possible time for this to be happening, for them to both just boo-boo the bed right now, right?
Right.
But I'm with you in that it kind of puts some urgency, because at least it happened this week, so that now if Dana Brown and if Jim Crane was even remotely on the fence, like, hey, you know what? We're good. We don't need to do anything. We're okay. Now maybe they'll be like, okay, we definitely have to do something to get an arm. I think they knew that, but if they weren't, they know now.
Well, and I think the other thing, too, is you hear all these conversations, and now maybe it's just the fact that once John Heyman started reporting things, Chandler Rome felt like he had to get it out there, too. But now the Paredes rumors are coming out, strong all over the place, with people talking about the fact that the Astros, this is the perfect fit. This is the guy they've targeted. They want to have conversations. They're talking to. They're interested in, whatever the case may be. He's a bat. I understand. He'd be a great fit, both short and long term. But priority right now for me, priority one, has got to be addressing starting pitching. Because after you get done with a team that you were supposed to just take to the woodshed, that's going to win the series no matter what you do today, you are going to be faced with the Dodgers at home. That is going to be a tough series, but thankfully you've got the top half of your rotation for the first two games. But then you're going to be faced with another Arrighetti and meatballs, because Arrighetti and meatballs is what he has been.
Yeah.
And he's not a guy I have confidence in. And then followed by a Monday night experience with Monday Night Raw with Mr. Bloss.
Yeah.
By the time we get to Sunday, Monday, I'd really like it if they could start the wheels a-turning to focus on what has to be priority 1 and 2 in my mind, which is starting pitching.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. But it's not like I just pulled up the MLB trade rumors, and you're right. Steve Adams has an article written today, updated at 8:56 a.m., that he talks about Isaac Paredes of the Rays, and Chandler Rome wrote about it. And one thing he mentions is that Rome explains the bottom third of Houston's lineup has a disastrous 254 OBP. And yeah, that's bad. I'm not worried about this lineup necessarily, but you do want to make sure that you don't fall behind in that category as well. And we were talking about it pre-show. How bad is the Tucker situation? Is it going to linger? Is this going to be a thing? So,
well, I
don't think you just ignore a bat completely.
No,
right?
I'm not saying you do that
priority
either.
one is
Right.
obviously an arm, but I think also you would be wise to discuss or also be in the market for a bat, right?
I agree.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not discounting the fact that you still can address that too. But am I wrong? What you guys tell me? We all watched the game last night. To me, it got out of hand before you even had a chance yet again. And you've got a guy that's given up multiple bombs, and you got a guy that, look, again, I say it, he still could end up being a big piece of your future. But for this season, he's not the right guy. I'm putting my focus on the starting pitchers of the last 2 days. You guys tell me, because the offense wasn't great either, but they did get hits, especially in the first game, and they did have opportunities.
Okay, yes and no. You're right, but you got to remember, you're going to be getting some arms back.
When?
I mean, Verlander's coming back at some point.
You sure?
Yes.
This is coming from the Astros, right?
This is coming from.
You sure?
This is coming from B-Lam. Blam.
Okay, hey, shamalama ding dong. Let me just tell you.
Shamalama ding dong.
Let me just tell you something here.
Ding dong.
Multiple times, the neck bone is connected to the arm bone, which is connected to the gone bone.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
You're gonna get. Would you guys agree? You're going to get at least one arm back in this rotation?
One.
Out of all of them, you're going to get one starter back?
One, yes, but you can't predict when and who.
But fine. But you're going to get one arm back within the next 6 to 8 weeks?
That's fair.
Okay. Why are we worried?
Because you still would have Arrighetti and Bloss for the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Nah. That's like 4 starts.
That's 2 guys out of if you're going 6-man rotation, it's
but
or
or 5-man
4 starts. I mean, if it's 6 weeks, they're both starting once a week
per guy.
We're talking like 12 starts.
No.
If they're
you got off days factored in there. No, you can maybe you Nancy Kerrigan one of them. You could go bullpen by committee. You go starter. You could go opener.
Bloss really is bullpen by committee.
You could go opener instead of starter, which honestly, all jokes aside, I was thinking about that last night. Why don't they try that? Like if Bloss is this bad and Arrighetti is this bad, let's just try it once and just see. I get it. You wanted to give Bloss a chance. Your Arrighetti is up here and you're trying it, but hey, maybe opener. Just give it a shot. See what you got, right? I don't know.
And here's the thing, because that's why I asked the question. Are we looking at...
But my point is, real quick, you're getting a starter back. So, yes, you need to still make a move for an arm, but let's not forget, you're going to get an arm back at some point. So, there's no reason to absolutely freak out and melt down. It's going to happen.
Okay, but here's the thing. When you look at the scenario that has been painted with the way that this season has gone, right now, you're in first place.
Mm-hmm.
And the Mariners keep doing you favors. But boo in the fact that if you don't win the division, you're probably not going to the playoffs because everybody else around you is continuing to play better baseball, and you know how many wild cards there are, and you know that this division is just ass right now.
Mm-hmm.
And even the Mariners now have more than hope on their side because of the fact that the teams in front of them have been doing them a favor. It's not a given you're going to get to the playoffs and win the division. So that's why, to Brian and I's point, I think, Brian, you're on board with me too, but that's why it's sooner rather than later, because you can't wait to get one of those arms back.
Well, it have to be sooner because the trade deadline
I
is
get
Tuesday.
that too. Yeah, but I'm just saying, even still, I can't wait because of the fact that I know that every win is pressing right now because I don't have that luxury of all the years past where I can experiment with guys and I can just ride out the storm because you're not being chased. You are chasing, and right now it looks like you're only chasing the division title because you're not playing great baseball.
No. Well, I mean, the Mariners are 3.5 out of the wild card, I think, is what I saw last time.
It's something.
There's something like that. They're like 3 back of the wild card, which is not insurmountable. Yeah. So if the Astros and Mariners are essentially tied, percentage point. We're talking percentage points. The Astros, if they were to flip flop with the Mariners, they are essentially. You can say the Astros are essentially 3.5 out of the wild card if they don't have the division lead right now. That's not insurmountable. You got to overcome Boston and the Royals.
But that's to my point. They have to be worried about right now. They can't wait for one of those arms to come back. Because if I hear that Verlander threw 25 pitches in the bullpen, super duper, but that tells me he's pretty far away from joining this club and being a horse at the start of the rotation. Right?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I need to be less optimistic and more doomsday like you guys. I just
look at it like
the last 7 years have taught me this team is knows what they're doing. They're never out of it. Things are never as bad as they appear. And honestly, it's going to work itself out. This is not the Drayton McClain Astros. This is a dynasty level team, and until it proves to not be, I'm not going to sweat stuff like that.
Well, certainly not Drayton McClain's Astros, because they got rid of Sheriff Blaylock's nachos, which is a damn shame.
I don't even know what those are.
But I guess to piggyback off of what Joel said, the fear, like going off your timeline, Barry, if they're not getting, let's say, Verlander back for 6 weeks. Right now, you've only got enough arms to go 5-man rotation, and 2 of those 5 with Bloss and Arrighetti are likely to blow up and or feel like you're giving away games every time they go to the mound. So it's going to be hard to stay with a resurgent Texas and the other teams around them if you're giving away 2 out of every 5 games.
Yeah, I'm looking at this by the perspective of who they're going to play too.
Yeah,
their schedule's tougher. They got the Red Sox coming up after the Dodgers. They've got good teams that are going to be. You're right. They're still within striking distance of the wild card too. But that's why you can't afford to sit around and wait. That's why.
Again, I'm not saying you don't make a move.
Okay.
I'm just saying you don't have to make a panic move. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to. Just because of these last 2 starts, we're talking about 2 games, and the offense didn't do them any favors in game 1. You getting shut out 4-0. Hey, how about you put up a couple of runs at least? Show a little bit of pride. I mean, you put up 0 runs, right? Which I get it. Things like this are going to happen. You're going to get beat by bad teams. The A's are hot right now. I just told you guys before the show they're 11-6 right now in the month of July. That's really good.
Yeah, that's different than the run differential stuff and the runs per month. This is a team that does have some good
You ran into a
talent
buzzsaw, and you ran into them with your 2 worst pitchers by far.
But you've done this before, and that's why I said this series, because of these last 2 starts, should be indicative of what they need to do and how quickly they need to do it.
Yeah.
Because you've got people even clamoring to try Zach Greinke again because people realize that this is what I brought this up.
They just run you out there.
No, he's not. He said he was bowling and doing other things and realized he missed pitching. I don't care because I don't want to hear him grunt.
They can run you out there, Joe. You got a better fastball than Zach Greinke at this point.
I can grunt this loud.
And you can sit behind the mound, crisscross applesauce and watch him work on it.
I could sit with his cardboard friends in between games and chart pitches too. But I'm saying
crazy.
You have to explore all options at this point because this is what I threw to you guys yesterday. Do you feel more confident in a guy like Paxton?
Yes.
Or a guy like Bloss or Arrighetti.
Paxton,
for
100%.
This situation, for me, it's
Paxton.
Yeah,
exactly.
100%. That's why I said they have to kick the tires on that guy. I would be stunned. I would be disappointed. I would lose a ton of faith in this organization if they have not already made a call.
They better have.
Did
That's
some,
all I'm saying.
Had a discussion, looked at, kick the tires, whatever you want to say. My feeling is as soon as the Dodgers made that move, they at least went, all right, let's pop in a tape. Let's see. Let's talk to our scouts. Does he fit?
Still got a VCR?
Well,
Okay.
It's.
You got an 8-track in the car?
Yeah. I pull out.
I'm the guy that takes it.
I will say it's a pull-out 8-track.
Whoa.
You don't want anybody stealing it, so you still got to have the pull. Did you ever have a pull-out radio back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, bro, those were so fancy.
And
the pull-out radio was strong.
And
yeah.
That, like the little lunchbox with the handle
Yeah,
on it when you pulled it out.
I got in a fight one time. I hit a guy with one.
That's not shocking.
Oh, no.
Because
they busted him right on the
because
head.
they parked crooked at Chick-fil-A, right?
No. They tried to jump me at the Willowbrook Mall.
Oh.
I had to let him have it.
You're wearing parachute pants?
No.
Okay.
I was wearing Jabot jeans.
Ooh, with the label. All right. Hey, all right. So here's where we're at.
Well, real quick.
No, because we got to get to break.
Oh, my bad.
We're going to get to break. We're going to continue the
give you an
conversation.
injury update on Luis Garcia and Justin Verlander.
That's what you can do coming up
They're
after
still
the
hurt.
break.
Both.
Hey, look, both guys still hurt. Barry's going to tell us that they're experiencing either discomfort or no discomfort. But the question for you guys, Has this A's series changed your mind and how aggressive the Astros should be at the deadline? I think you know my answer, but we want to hear from you as well. 713-780-3776. Call that number, text that number. Hit us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. We're there as well. At Sacked by BMAC, at Barry is Funny, at Pac-Man Joel with the K. We are going to have a whole lot more on this and much more going on throughout the next 3 hours. So stick with us, won't you? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, back on the Bees. It's BMAC, Barry, and Blank as we were kicking around this whole thing. And I'm curious from your guys' perspective, has this A's series changed your evaluation and what you think this team can be, what it needs, and what you want them to do? Because some people are jumping ship. Some people are, of the mindset that, hey, maybe this team isn't World Series caliber, so maybe don't do too much or mortgage the future or give up too much to get where you think you can go that you don't think you can get there. I look at it and say, look, there's still too much talent on this team, and there's too big of an opportunity. And every year you got to take care of it if you're in the running for the opportunity to do whatever you need to do. And you guys, the three of us discussed this yesterday. Like, I'm all in for, I'll give up some assets for the future if it means that I've got a better chance to win now. But is that wrong? Because I see people jumping ship. I see kids that used to intern for me that now are established and big sports fans in Houston that are saying, nope, the A series shows me they're not good enough. Well, that doesn't mean they can't get there.
Who's saying that?
I'm not giving out names.
I want names.
I'm sure you do.
I want names because I want to ridicule those people publicly for saying such a dumb statement.
I think from night to night, all you got to do is get involved in an Astros Twitter chat. And you can pretty much find all
now
angles.
you say less, fam. Say less. Astros Twitter. Oh, there's the scourge of the earth.
Stir it up. Look out now, because when the orange swarm comes at you,
bring it.
mean,
that is the least. Oh, those people drive me insane. Hey, Astros Twitter. Hey, get a job. How about let's start there? Get a job, and then you can afford to get a life.
Or get on
There's
Twitch.
no such thing as Astros Twitter. First of all, that's stupid. Second of all, stop it. Okay, to say that this series has shown you that this team can't compete. That might be the stupidest sports take I've ever heard.
Because I think when you start reading some of
it's their two worst pitchers. I mean, like, what are we talking about?
But here's the thing: when people start reading between the tea leaves, they start analyzing the fact that, okay, so in a perfect world, they need two pitchers.
These guys aren't even supposed to be on this roster.
Okay, but wait, they also need, in some people's estimation, and we've talked about this, not in the same in order of importance, but they need a relief pitcher, and they need a bat with versatility, corner, outfield, first base, kind of guy, right? So is that too much of a laundry list to be able to get what you need before the deadline to be where you want to be? Or is this team talented enough to still compete even if they don't get all those things?
Yes, this team is plenty talented to compete with anybody in baseball when healthy. If they get Verlander back, which, by the way, since you wouldn't let me do it before the break, because
it's called the tease, man.
Yeah, because tease. I get it. I know. Brian McTaggart had, I guess, reported on July 20th that Luis Garcia threw 15 pitches in a bullpen session on Saturday. Justin Verlander threw 40 pitches during a bullpen session on Saturday as well. So they're throwing. That's a great
Garcia
start.
threw 15 pitches.
Yeah. It's a start.
That means he's regressed.
And that was a reset from when he went down to Florida.
So
That's
God only knows when he's going to be available, and when he's available,
throwing.
Will he be stretched out?
He's throwing. Well, Verlander threw 40, so that's a really good start.
But it's a bullpen though. It's not even live batters.
It's a start, is what I'm saying. He's throwing. He threw 40 pitches.
Did he wear a full uniform?
I don't know.
He's not Lance.
Because that's what Lance McCullers does, and that's the only way we know he's throwing. He wears a full uniform for bullpen session.
Like he's going out for Halloween.
And if he's not wearing a full uniform for the bullpen session, then he should be wearing a full uniform on the mound for somebody so I can call it a start.
I don't know. It does have an update on McCullers, which I think is hilarious.
Well, that's the first one.
McCullers said Friday he has no structural damage in his right elbow or forearm.
That seems not ideal.
Is that from the Astros, though?
No, it says McCullers said Friday.
Exactly, because all news on Lance we get from Lance
that he has
and not from the Astros.
He has no structural damage in his right elbow or forearm. What would be great is
every update from McCullers just needs to be the shrug emoji.
What would be great is if Lance gave us updates on every other body part. He was like, I have no structural damage in my spleen. Just wanted to give you guys a health update. I want everybody to know that my kidney is fully functional.
Put it in with all the other things that we don't care about. Because Lance saved 10 dogs this week. He actually sold a bunch of coffee and booze at his new coffee booze place. And oh, by the way, he's got nothing structurally wrong with his arm, but
Bury
his
me in the
hamstring's
H.
killing him.
Bury me in the H. How about we heal you in the H? How about that? How about you get better in the H? How about that? How about go to work in the H? Forget this bury me in the H. How about pitch in the H?
Yeah.
My goodness.
I mean,
I love him to death, but come on, bro.
so that's what I'm saying. But I think, B-Mac, that's to our point. We don't know if we're ever going to see any one of those three guys this year.
You guys are crazy.
The last time Dana Brown mentioned Lance McCullers, he said, hey, we know that it's passed us by in terms of him being a starter this year, but we're hoping in September he can be an arm in the bullpen.
Okay, now see, even my pessimistic self is not going to be like, no. You're not going to see.
On Lance.
Yeah, you're not going to see
so
Lance
let's go to who
McCullers.
you mentioned through a
You're
whole
not going to see
whopping
Lance
15
McCullers.
pitches.
You're definitely going to see Justin Verlander again.
Definitely.
100%.
I would believe
100%.
of the three, he has the best chance, right?
100%.
When?
I mean, I would say within a month.
Can you wait that long?
Yeah. 100, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This division is the worst division in the AL.
But you're not running away with it.
Then neither are they. That's the point. You've lost. You just got beat by the A's twice, and guess how much ground you lost? 0, because this is a terrible division. I mean, yeah, the Rangers won, but you're not worried about the Rangers.
Okay, so let's get back to Garcia.
That's my point. Like, you're not losing any ground, and you just ran two, terrible pitchers out there. Two guys that shouldn't even be on this roster. They should be at AAA. They go out there, they crap the field, look terrible,
It's good
and you
fertilizer.
didn't lose any. You didn't lose any
You didn't
ground.
lose any ground, but you got to start creating space, and you
do.
haven't made a move.
Should.
So
Yep.
you don't have help on the way. You know that if Verlander's going to be, if we take your scenario, Verlander's a month away.
Yep.
Okay? Garcia's
Or
at
less.
least that. I think Garcia's at least that. If he's only throwing 15 pitches. Okay? So
Let's
you're
ask
a month
Jeeves.
away, which means until you, and because you haven't made any moves yet, you're going to have to rely on those two guys, Arrighetti and Bloss, for at least another month.
No, I would say still and again, I'm not saying you don't make a move. I'm not saying,
I know.
Yeah, you go get Paxton or you go get another arm, but I'm just saying people that are suggesting that this team that it's not worth it because it doesn't matter because these two games have showed you that. Bro, you've ran out 2 AAA pitchers. And they got beat by, right now, what would appear to be one of the hottest teams in the American League, at least, in the Oakland A's, believe it or not. At least one of the hottest offensive teams in the American League. What are you talking about, Astro fan? What are you talking about? This team doesn't belong. If that's your sentiment, I don't know what you've been watching for the last 7 years, but please don't sprain an ankle jumping off the bandwagon.
But I think there's a difference, right?
Silly.
Right there, there's a fine line. To me, it's not jumping off the bandwagon, but it's trying to.
If you're saying this team is a World Series contender because they just lost 2 games of the A's, that's exactly what you're doing.
But if it's followed up with, they don't want to mortgage Joey Loperfido. They don't want to see them give up top prospects because they don't think this is the year that it's worth chasing the biggest dream.
I mean,
and this ain't me because I just went off on a tirade on how they need to go now.
Yeah. That again, I think those people haven't been paying attention for the last 7 years.
Okay.
I mean, obviously they have not.
It's just the thing that concerns me the most is the lack of assets to do what you need to do,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
And so I love the Paredes move. I think that the Paredes move to me or Yandy Diaz, I think either one of those two guys would be a perfect addition to this team. But because you have to prioritize, because you're limited with assets, it really kind of handcuffs how much you can do. That's why I'm with you in the fact that we're both in agreement that Paxton should already be somewhere on a plane getting to Houston as fast as he can. And, oh, by the way, they're playing his old team this weekend. You could get some intel along the way. But I'd sign his ass up to pitch Sunday.
Well, they're probably dealing with several teams.
With the waiver claims and all that.
Yeah,
Sure.
and there's probably teams that are – I know they said who was interested in him? The Red Sox were interested in him. The Orioles
Well,
were
the
probably
Yankees used to
interested
have
in
him.
him.
The Orioles should be.
Yeah.
'Cause they
I mean,
need
there's
start-
going to be several teams that are going to at least take a look. So, yeah, you're gonna have to get in line.
All right,
for sure.
30 minutes down. We've got more to get to in the second half hour of the program, taking you all the way till 6 o'clock. Dana Brown was on the flagship this morning, and he was spewing quotes as a quote machine should do, and we are going to get into those as well with you because they are interesting as we continue to fight through the fact that starting pitching is not only a priority, it's a need and a necessity that has to be handled as close to immediately as you possibly can get to. All right, second half hour of the show comes up after a break. We'll be back as we continue to discuss this Astros problematic situation, and your thoughts are welcomed as well. 713-780-3776 to call or text, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. You know how to get us. We'll be there for you as well. Second half hour coming up right after the break. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, sunshine and rainbows on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Regardless of what's going on outside with the weather, inside, so nice.
Very harmonious. Never any bickering before we go on air.
BMAC is getting an overdose of what has been my existence when working with this guy to my right.
What, him helping you out and fixing the TV?
Thank you, B-Mac.
Okay, this is what I deal with when Jeremy's here. The two-on-one situation. But this is what I'm saying. The fact
he fixed it for you and you attacked him for it.
Thank you, B-Mac.
Did you know how long it took him to get the game on? You don't.
The fact
because
is,
you know what?
How long did it take you to get the game on?
He has the remote.
It still wouldn't be on if it was up to you.
You are sitting there enjoying the, comforts
you know
of
what,
DirecTV.
Joel? No TV for you. Now what? Just turned it off.
Boy, you two guys.
Now what, Joel? Okay,
but
I want to watch it too, so I can't. I just
Barry's going to turn this car around so fast.
You ever done something and you're like, I really want to watch it, though. I should have done that.
I believe I made my point. All right, let's get back to it.
I do that with my wife. I'll do something. I'll be like, okay, I was just kidding. Never mind. I'm going to put that back on because I really wanted to watch that.
And at the moment, by the way, the man who has turned the TV back on does not have the Astros game back on.
Okay,
which
fine,
is why
I'm
your glasses
hurrying.
went back on.
Because I'm
Which,
blind.
and then why you were talking to
'Cause I'm
B-Mac, stalling
old.
for time to get the game
I'm
back
old.
on.
Hush, I'm old.
Connect the wires, Barry. Let's see if work your magic in.
Let
You
me-
got the
let me
remote,
move-
I don't.
let
But
me move
B-Mac's
these
giving you total credit.
You acting like it's got rabbit ears?
You are a genius.
Let me move these rabbit ears.
All right, while we get to Geek Squad over here trying to put the game back on, the fact is that Dana Brown was on the flagship this morning. He had plenty to say, as he always does. And, of course, it also related to what everybody wants to know, which is we don't want you to give us, like, word salad for 6 minutes at a time on stuff we don't care about. But what exactly are you and the team trying to do to help this squad? And he honestly, said that he was attacking the starting pitcher market. And ideally that they would like to add arms to this team. But the fact is that there's so many teams that are not out of it that want to be players. And you mentioned some of them. The same way you think that if teams are looking at Paxton going, we could add that guy. Well, part of the reason why they think they can add that guy is because they know they may need more than one guy too. And they know the price tag is going to be through the roof. And I'm not even talking about Crochet. I'm not even talking about Scooble. I'm not talking about the guys that a lot of people put, like to Brian's point, Tyler Anderson. Tyler Anderson, at a certain point, is going to have a market of multiple teams in which you have to ask yourself, are we going to be in the market to be able to compete in a bidding war?
And he'll be in the bottom third-ish of the top 30 free agents. He'll be in that bottom third, I guess, of the, yeah. So
I'm so pissed off at you right now.
Why?
And you too, Bryant, because you're both going to eat this one. The technological genius that just did what he did, and with you guys ganging up on me, he just got the Astros back as Todd Callis and Jeff Blum, wait for it, started their pregame monologue. We're not even watching it live. How you doing over there?
I'll get us live. That's super easy to fix.
Yeah, just fast forward.
Yeah.
Even the guy with the AARP card can figure that one out.
Okay, you know what? Turn his mic off.
Screen
Joel.
is still has no baseball.
Oh, I could. It's fine.
This
I
is why
got
he
it.
doesn't play video games, because his button speed is terrible. He's trying to forcefully
have you
get the
know,
fast forward.
I can't
We
see.
got nothing. But Brian, you were right. Now,
I can't see.
Brian, since no, I can't even say this. I'm trying.
Boom! There it is. You happy now? I hope they're losing by 30, and you missed it.
Game's at 7:05.
Hope they're losing by 6 touchdowns.
Okay, so
And a three-pointer.
Yeah,
boy, you two guys.
and they pulled the goalie.
I mean, I don't know what you're doing on Saturdays, but you need to be a part of the bullpen. And you guys need to podcast immediately. I mean,
Barry can call in noon to 2.
Brian getting up at noon on a Saturday, you lost your mind.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So, to my point, the price tag's going to be so high.
Yeah.
But I also think that, I heard Joe and Paul on the way in talking about, well, why do they wait till the deadline? Why don't they make a move now? Because if you're a smart team, and most GMs and teams are, they're not going to just make a deal for the sake of you having urgency to make a deal. They want the market to heat up. If you're a team like Detroit with Flaherty, because I don't think they should trade Scooble. I think they should actually build around him. I think he's too good to give up. But whether you're entertaining offers on him or not, let's just say at a certain point, Crochet and Scooble go by the wayside one way or the other, whether they're going to be traded or they're off the market. Well, they're sitting on, there are guys out there like you mentioned, Brian, Tyler Anderson. The Angels are going to have, they're waiting for that. They're not going to give him up now because they know once those top arms are off the market, if teams make a push or are still in it, they're going to throw you more of their prospects to try and get what they need that they didn't get from those type of guys.
Yeah, the only advantage is if you get, if you're a team that's selling, obviously you're right, you want the market to heat up. But if you're a team that's buying, you can get in and make a really good offer early, then that's to your advantage. And if a team understands value and they realize you're making a really good offer and maybe overpaying early, then they take that, right? But obviously they're going to take whatever offer you make and, hey, this is what Team X has offered us. So they're going to shop that offer, and that's the problem is no team wants to go first, right? So that becomes the conundrum at the trade deadline is, Dana Brown doesn't want to go to make an offer for Tyler Anderson and be like, well, we'll give you player X and player Y, thinking, okay, this is more than what Anderson is worth, but I'm going to make the offer hoping they take it because they're just going to turn around and go, all right, well, this is what the Astros offered.
Sure.
Astros offered. Anybody want to beat that?
But that's what I'm saying.
And
That's
now
why-
the market opens. But at the
So
same time,
here's Dana Brown. He was on with QB1 and Killer B. Lima this morning and basically said, we're looking at all avenues, anything to make this club better. But most importantly, as a starter, if we can add a bat, we'll try to do that too. Good luck, because the price tag's going to be exorbitant for either guy, if not both. And you can't gut the farm system yet again, because he also said, hey, we're in the market inquiring the best pitcher possible. If we can lock down a starter, we feel good about that. And also adding a bullpen piece. We're working our tail off to make that happen too.
Dana,
That's like
just
me
run
going
for office, dude.
That's like
Just
me
run
going
for
into the car
office.
showroom and going, well, I like the SUV, but I also think I can add the sports car with the convertible. And then I think I'm also in the market for possibly more the sedan for during the week. You don't have that in your back pocket.
To be honest, though, when you read all his quotes from the show, it's pretty obvious what they're going to do. They're going to add a starting pitcher. The rest is, well, if we can also afford it, if we get a sweetheart deal for a middle of the bullpen type guy, if we get a bat off the bench that gets thrown our way at the last minute, that's fine. But when you read all these quotes, there's one common piece in all of these. It's starter, starter, starter. They're going to get a starter.
To me, what that sounds like is Dana Brown is an excellent politician who covers all the bases and says,
baseball talk.
Yeah, we're going to go after a starter. Oh, we're also looking for a bat and an arm in the bullpen. And we're looking for a pitching coach. And we're trying to get a first base coach and a third base coach and probably an outfielder. And we're looking for a popcorn guy. Like, he's just covering. That way, if any of those moves happen, he can go, well, I told you guys that's what we were looking for, right? And he can say he was doing that's what he was looking for. Because if the fans are saying that was a point of need, or if they feel like that was a point of need, then he can say, well, yeah, that was on our radar.
But he also said we have a chance to move the needle. That's our goal, to move the needle. Oh, great. We just got to get a deal done. We want to get a starter.
Again, that's
but
such a
wait,
political
we want to
answer.
get a starter to really impact our rotation and a bullpen piece. We're in the grind to make it happen. I don't know if they have enough resources, or they should. I'm very curious.
Is he
I
going to
hope
be
he's
be the nominee for the Democrats? Is that what this is? Because I mean, this is honestly just politics. That's all this is. This is such a political answer. This is all fluff.
But he's basically coming out in that statement and saying we'd like to add a starter and a bullpen arm. That's
not unreasonable.
Okay.
And a bat.
Depends.
But he also has said and a bat in the same interview.
No,
He's
I know.
Literally,
You definitely have to.
This is the equivalent of Bill O'Brien standing at the podium or Gary Kubiak standing at the podium and saying, we got to be better in all three phases of the game.
Look at the film,
we got
John.
to play complementary football. We're going to go, I got to coach better. We got to play better. We've got to be better in all three phases of the game. Well, no kidding.
I mean, there's no doubt you have to filter through 5 levels of BS to find the truth, but I think in that last answer that Joel just read, you filtered through and found the answer. The answer is a starter and a bullpen piece, and I think it obviously depends on what level of the market you're shopping from. It's not Garrett Crochet, obviously, but if you're shopping from a forced starter mentality, which you said in the other quote that we read earlier, you can afford a fourth starter type plus, a 6th-inning guy in the bullpen.
But see, that's the difference in what good information is versus political answers, right? I mean, this is fluff, which is great, cool, we're getting quotes, but he's not really telling us much. He's not telling us who he's going after, and I don't expect Dana Brown to give me a name. I don't expect Dana Brown to come out and tell us, we're targeting, whoever, but it would be great if he said, yeah, we're looking for a guy to slot in and give us, we're looking for a guy to slot in somewhere, and fill in that third slot in the rotation or that fourth slot in the rotation. That's the kind of answer I want. Not,
but he's
we're
not-
looking for a starter. Well, no, so is everybody. So is every other contender in baseball. We're looking for a bullpen arm. So it's about every second team that's in the playoff hunt. So I mean, it's a fluff answer, which I get. That's fine. But from a guy that's been so transparent all year to all of a sudden be so vague, hey, okay, cool.
It's just, I don't know what, like, you're not going to show your hand, right? You're not going to
No.
tell the world what you're trying to do. But at the same time, you're also setting yourself up to get hammered if you don't do what you're saying you want to do. It's like when Bagwell came out and said, well, the great thing is that Brantley's going to be ready opening day. And then on August 15th, you looked at it and went, well, the not so great thing is that he wasn't ready opening day and he's barely ready for the regular season.
Yeah.
So,
well, no, in that regard, I get it. But I don't expect him to show his hand, but I mean, he's not really giving us anything other than what we knew already, which is they need a starter.
yeah, and they also need a lot more. All right, we got calls lining up. We're going to get to some calls. We're going to get to a whole lot more. Before we get to a break, I do want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Look, he's the best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. Basically, if you are struggling with hair loss, if you've got thinning spots, bald spots, you don't think there's anything you can do about it, you're not interested in the sprays and the creams and the foams that just don't do what you want them to do, and it's really not your real hair, you need to listen to what I'm telling you because you're listening to us and you want to talk to him and see what he can do for you. You get a consultation with Doc Linville and his staff so he can explain everything to you for free. It normally costs $150 for people off the street. Because you listen to us and want to talk to him, you get it for absolutely zero. No signing on the dotted line, no commitments to be made. Just you getting your questions answered and them explaining what the NeoGraft procedure is and what PRP is. And both of those are things that Doc Linville does here in Houston. It's phenomenal. It's simply with Lawn Talk, like to pay homage to the guy next to me. It's really simply put, your scalp is like your lawn. If you've got some spots that are thinning, you can get the PRP treatment. It's like fertilizer, and it can strengthen and really develop your hair again. If you're too far gone, Doc will be the one to tell you. And instead of the PRP, you can get right to the NeoGraft. And the NeoGraft is really like resodding your lawn. It's taking areas where you don't have, you're never going to lose your hair, like the sides and the back, putting it where you don't have as much hair. And that would be maybe in the front at your hairline or maybe in the back where the baboon's butt is starting to show and you don't know if there's anything you can do to fix it. He's got the answers if you've got the questions. Just go to 975hair.com. 975hair.com. Set up an appointment. It's absolutely free of charge. They're going to get you in. They're going to explain the procedures. You ask questions. They give you answers. You consider it. You don't have to sign. You don't have to agree. You don't have to commit. You just get the answers that you need to the possibilities that the NeoGraft and PRP can present to you. I'm telling you, he's the best. Check him out today. Tell him I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, before we get to more of the show, Rock the Mic has returned. It's time to find the newest Houston sports podcaster. The winner of Rock the Mic is going to receive a podcast hosted on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel, whether you already have a podcast or have always wanted to start one. Now is your chance. You can enter by sending a 3 to 5 minute video giving your best Houston sports take to a rockthemic@gmail.com. That's rockthemic@gmail.com. Whether you do it solo or you do it with help, the winner is going to be announced at our live finale August the 23rd at Carbach Brewery. Get your entries in now. Give us your best Houston sports takes, and let's see if you can rockthemic975@gmail.com. Hurry up. Entry time is running out. I could give you the name of a certain podcast that I have a different name for, but that probably wouldn't be FCC ready as we continue to roll the show. So, Dana Brown said a whole lot of word salad today.
Yes.
Okay. You guys and I were dissecting, like, what do we make out of it at the end of the day? And it is, I mean, here's the biggest, I guess the first question to both you guys is, do you believe him?
Yeah.
Do you believe, not just what he's targeting.
Which part?
Do you believe Dana's going to, how many deals do you think he can get done? And do you believe he can get a starter and a reliever?
I think he can get 1.5 deals done. I think he gets one deal done that has some meaning, and then I think he just gets another deal done where you're like, oh, it's a guy. Right? One of those deals where you're like, I don't know who that guy is, but he's a guy, and he's probably better than some rando that they have up here that shouldn't be up here, like Bloss.
So he's not Bloss isn't a rando, though.
Bloss is a rando. Did you watch him yesterday?
Yeah, but
right now he is.
Fresh
He
out of college.
I know. Right now he is. He won't be. Hopefully next year, the year after, whatever. But right now he shouldn't be up here.
So
he's up here because
what did you say, 1.5?
he needs to be. Right? He's up here because he needs to be. He's not ready, but he's just forced into service. I get it. So, but that's what I mean. Yeah, 1.5 deals, meaning the one deal that matters, and then just a guy to fill a spot because
that might
they're
be better
desperate.
than what you have.
Right.
Okay, what do you got?
Yeah, kind of basically the same thing. I think there's going to be a starting pitcher that they acquire that, to use Dana's own terminology, moves the needle. That we come back the next day after they make the deal. Actually, I think the trade deadline is at 5 o'clock, so we'll have an hour to react to it. But there will be one name in there, and I think it's a starting pitcher that has us and everyone else in Houston going, okay, that's a move that makes a difference, helps them out, gets a guy like Jake Bloss out of the rotation, and improves the Astros going forward. And then I think the other piece of this, and it won't be a bat, I think the bat's off the table. I think the asking price for Paredes is going to be too high if you want to acquire a starting pitcher that matters. You don't have enough to get both. So that other piece is going to be a bullpen arm, but it's not going to be a big, sexy name because they have their 7th, 8th, and 9th guy. They have their 6th inning guy with Taylor Scott. Until recently, we trusted Seth Martinez. So I think it's going to be like a 5th, 6th inning guy, someone that's not going to be a huge contributor. And when you get to the playoffs, probably won't even pitch that much.
See, and that's the problem to me is that I need a guy that's going to be an innings eater, that's going to be a 4th, at the very worst, like a 3-4 starter, that's going to get me through the dog days of the second half, the last 62 games. And then I'll figure out where he fits in the picture going forward for the playoffs. But what's that going to cost you, right? What's that, to the original point, what's that going to cost you in the grand scheme of things if you get in a bidding war? Even if it's your guy Tyler Anderson, even if it's a guy like that I like Flaherty, even though he's had some back issues lately. Even if you get that type of guy, which I categorize as a kind of a 3, 4, 5 type starter, if the market's good, how much are you willing to give for that guy? Because he's not. Maybe Anderson is in the big picture for another year, but with those guys, I just don't know how much of the future you're mortgaging for a guy that's basically a rental for a year and 2 years. Are you giving up Loperfido?
For Anderson, I would.
You would?
Yeah,
Would you?
I would.
Yeah.
He's under team control for $13 million next year.
I know.
Yeah, I would.
You giving up
I'm
Leon?
not enamored with Loperfido like you
Leon's
guys.
27. He's the offensive equivalent of J.P. France last year, an old prospect.
You've got so many young guys at the top of your prospect list that are outfielders already.
But how deep are you diving? Both of you guys. How deep are you going into the prospect list? Are you going into the Matthews? Are you going into the guys that a lot of guys are saying are higher
depends,
up
again,
on the rankings in the
Depends on
farm
who.
system?
It just depends on who you're going after and how much team control you have. Is it a rental? Who's the name? Is it, is this a Justin Verlander move? Then there's no name that's not on the list. Is this is it that half move, that 1.5 move? Then no. So it's just, again, it's all about the value of the person.
Well, sure, it's got to be equal for both sides, and I think they can't be short-sighted in saying, well, I just need a guy that's going to get me through the rest of this year. Brian, I understand that Anderson has at least one more year at a cheap salary. That's great, but I'm still not willing to dive into my farm system too deeply for that type guy because the Angels are going nowhere, and I don't think – and normally they don't make the greatest trades, but someone's going to – like the Yankees, like the Dodgers, like teams that have a ton in their farm system are going to go – well, that's cute. The Astros are willing to do this and this. Well, I'm going to give you 2 of my top 25 prospects or top 50 prospects.
For Anderson? I don't think the Yankees would offer 2 top 25 prospects for Anderson.
I'm saying in a bidding war, they have the chips to be able to up the ante. So that's not going to be in the initial discussion. But like to Barry's point, if all of a sudden the Angels are out there going, well, the Astros are offering this and this to get.
Well, then let the Yankees have them. I mean, maybe that's not the attitude that Astros fans would want. But if the Yankees want to pay some insane price that you couldn't even get to go through on a Madden deal, then let them have them. Move on. Go to the next guy.
What's a non-Madden deal for Anderson?
If it's low Perfido plus, let's say, Melton and Bryce Matthews.
Oh, that's way too much.
Yeah, exactly. So what if the Yankees want to offer something similar to that, let them have Tyler Anderson.
But what if
walk
it's 2
away
of those
from
guys?
It. Sorry?
What if it's 2 of those guys?
So
it's Melton and Loperfido.
I could be talked into that.
Really? Okay.
It's pricey, but I think I don't remember which one of you said it yesterday, but especially on the pitching side, to me, I never count on a pitching prospect. And even hitting prospects are.
Well, that's what I said.
Look at Seth Beer that was in the Greinke trade. He did nothing. So I think 2 of them I could be talked into it. That is a bit pricey, but I could be talked into.
It's like I mentioned yesterday. It's a fine balance because 1, you never count on a prospect, but 2, you don't just want to go back to the old days of what this organization was, where you just don't care and you don't have a farm system. So you want to make that balance where, you do have and you continue to develop some talent. You don't just want to always be giving it away in situations like this where you're giving it away for Tyler Anderson's, right? Just for an arm that's a 4 on this staff, right? Just because you're kind of desperate right now in the situation that you're in and you're impatient and you're worried. So, I think it's something that you have to consider. Is it worth it?
Well, that's that, and to me,
you have to weigh that. I'm not saying that's not. I'm not saying you do, don't, or whatever. I'm just saying that's something the organization definitely has to consider. Is it worth it? Are we desperate enough? Because when you start giving away these young assets that are down in the minors, you're starting to give away. Look what happened when they got Verlander and got him again, right? You gave away a lot of future.
The first time you gave him away, really you didn't suffer too much because the guys you gave away didn't turn out.
Luckily.
Right. But the second time, the jury's still out on Clifford.
But you never know, right? And that's the thing.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. But I don't know. I don't mind a Leon because Brian brings up a valid point that if he's already in his late 20s.
How old is he?
27, I think.
27. So he's 1 year younger than when J.P. France came up last year as a noted non-prospect.
But I don't want to give up him and Loperfido because Loperfido is not as old, and the ceiling is higher for Joey.
But
Loperfido.
aren't you set at the outfield for the next?
You don't know what Tucker's
going to
do in a year.
Man, I tell you what, I would lose all faith in this organization if Kyle Tucker isn't an Astro.
Well, you better start getting ready to lose all faith.
You've done this. I'm telling you right now, it's one thing to say, you know what, I'm really proud of this organization and it's a dynasty. And I as a fan, I faded them. I'm cool with them. They let George Springer go. It was fine. I was good with that.
But the track record is telling you're answering your own question. You get. That's why I said you better be ready for him to go.
Yeah, I know. I was cool because they kept winning when Springer walked, and they kept winning when Keuchel and Morton walked, and they kept winning when Correa walked, and about to let Bregman walk, and they're about to let Tucker walk.
Garrett Cole.
And Garrett Cole. And then all of a sudden, they're going to stop winning at some point if they keep doing this. So that's my point. To me, that line is probably going to be Tucker because the rest of this core with Altuve, and they're getting older.
I'm just telling you,
and
buckle your seatbelt, my friend.
That's what I'm saying. So you better be careful.
I think he gone.
Okay. I think that's a huge mistake if that's the case.
All right, we'll get back
And
to
they're gonna lose the
talk a
fan
little
base
later
if they
on,
do
but we got to ask another question, and this is a bigger question. Is this season Super Bowl or bust for your Houston Texans? Is it fair? And that's something that we're going to discuss as we open up hour number 2. Don't go anywhere. Second hour right around the corner. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back for the second hour of the show on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM. It's Brian McDonald behind the glass. Me and my good friend Barry Laminack reunited, and it feels as we get day 2 out of the way. Before BMAC and I take you through the rest of the week with Jeremy on vacation. We were talking a lot about the Astros in hour number 1. Let's get some Texans in hour number 2 to start off the festivities. Look, we had our first camp fight. Camp has really begun because we had a skirmish today, a kerfluffle with Stingley and Dalton Schultz.
Oh.
And Stingley pushed Dalton Schultz down, damn it.
Ooh.
And then both benches cleared.
Oh,
Everything was fine when the dust settled.
Oh, good.
Okay, so with every passing day as camp continues to roll on, and you know how I feel about activities at camp and how meaningful they aren't, the biggest thing is that more national people are talking, more people pointing fingers are looking and saying, hey, look, this Texans team is for real. This Texans team is a team that should be considered one of the top 3-4 teams in the AFC. And then it's, can they contend with the Chiefs? Can they contend to get to the Super Bowl? And it's real, and it's out there. And Travis Johnson was out there even last night and basically said, I don't want to say it, and then said it. It's a Super Bowl or bust type year for the Houston Texans. I thought that was a little extreme simply because I don't think the window closes this year if you don't get there. But I think that it's fair to discuss it because of the fact that they've done so well this offseason in setting themselves up for a roster with a quarterback and a coach that looks like they can compete. Is Super Bowl or bust too much?
Yes. Okay. Super Bowl or bust is entirely too much for a team that went from 2022 being one of the worst teams in football, 3 wins and a tie, to making a huge leap forward, obviously going to 10 wins and making the playoffs and learning how to win. And let's get this team to an AFC title game, right? Let's get this team to an AFC title game. Remember, I talked yesterday about the Astros showing you how a rebuild is supposed to go. The Astros just didn't go from a 100-loss team to a World Series. They had to make the playoffs, and then they had to learn how to win in the playoffs, and then they won a World Series and, banged a couple trash cans along the way. And then they were off and running as a dynasty, and that's kind of what this team is going to have to do. And football is a little bit different beast. You don't just go from one playoff season to Super Bowls necessarily. But I think that this team is going to need a year or two of making the AFC title game. It's tough to beat Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and the Bills. And, oh, by the way, you still got to contend with whoever you're going to face in the NFC. So the AFC is tough, man.
It is. So 713, we want to hear what you have to say, too. 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on social media. So then the question is, because I tend to agree with you. Look, when I look at this team, I say the one thing that I get hammered on because I bring it up all the time, but it really means something to me. It's a tough schedule. It's a first-place schedule. It's a really tough road to hoe no matter what your expectations are. So the fact that if you say it's Super Bowl or bust, or Trap says Super Bowl or bust, or a national pundit says Texans are my pick to go to the Super Bowl, that's all fine and dandy. But one, what's a fair expectation for how far this team should go for it to be a successful season then, because of the fact that Super Bowl might be too grand this year?
Because I hate to tell you, but the Chiefs are better.
Oh, there's no question
the Chiefs are better this year.
Because of the receiving core alone.
Yeah. So let's say this. Let's say instead of Super Bowl or bust, let's just talk about what's a disappointment. If they don't make the playoffs, is that a disappointment?
Oh, for sure.
If they are a wild card, is that a disappointment?
This year, I don't think it is.
That's a disappointment.
Is it?
If you only make the
I
playoffs
agree.
as a wild card?
I agree.
It's not a good division.
So if they don't
It's a
win the
mediocre
division, is that a disappointment?
To me, I think because of their schedule alone, and they're playing the first place schedule.
It's a difference of 3 games, though. I mean, between them and the Colts, the difference on the schedule, first place to second place, is 3 games.
And 3 games could be the difference between
I
winning
know.
the division and getting the
We've
wild
hashed
card.
this 100 times. I just think the schedule concerns a little bit overblown. But I mean, to go from division win or to go from division champion, adding Daniil Hunter, adding Danico Autry, adding Joe Mixon, adding Stephon Diggs, adding players that have gotten rave reviews so far in camp and the draft, and then to take a step backward and not win the division, I don't see how that could be not a disappointment.
Because if you win,
Because I don't think the Jags and the Colts and the Titans got better than the Texans did.
But I'm saying because of the schedule, they have tougher games than the other 3 teams. But here's the thing: to Brian's question, I'll answer that. Great. Well, what if they win the division and then they bow out after 1 game?
Well, that was going to be the next step. So I'm saying,
but wait, but
I'm just
as
going in
opposed
order.
to being a wild card and then getting further in the playoffs.
But
okay, well, I'm just going in order.
Okay.
So don't make the playoffs, disappointment. If they make the playoffs as a wild card, to me, that's a disappointment because they don't win the division.
I understand
so
it.
if they don't win the division, disappointment. If they win the division, that's what they should do, right?
Okay.
Now, if they make it as a wild card and win, great. If they win the division and lose, is that a disappointment?
I think it is.
I do
Yeah,
too.
of course. Yeah.
I agree.
Anything less than winning at least one. Oh, sorry.
No.
Not to get ahead, but anything less than winning a playoff game is a
So
disappointment.
now where I think we're at is AFC title game.
Yes.
That's where I think we're at. So
Yes.
we've already established basically they've got to get into the playoffs. Essentially, we differ on how versus winning the division or not. But essentially, if they need to get to the AFC title game, is that a disappointment if they don't?
I don't think. See, I'm not sure that it is. I mean, if you get to the divisional
I would
round
say it
again
is.
and you lose, you at least did what you did a year ago. But you're saying because of what they invested in,
But they
that's
got
fair.
better
That's
across
fair.
the board.
That's
so
fair.
I think instead of
So you're
Super
saying
Bowl or
AFC
bust,
championship. Okay.
I'm saying AFC championship game or bust. Not even winning it. I'm just saying the bar this year now is you got to get to the AFC title game. Lose it, get blown out. I don't care. Just get there. That's the bar
that's
this
fair
year.
because of the fact that they should at least have done what
Right.
they did.
And then next year we could talk about now you got to beat the Chiefs or the Ravens or whoever's there in the AFC title game. And if you don't do that and make the Super Bowl, now we can talk about disappointments.
Well, I also think you can't get your doors blown off in the.
I mean,
I don't think you're supposed to get your doors blown off with. To Brian's point,
is
if
the
you
Chiefs.
invest all the, but if you invested all you invested in your defense,
Yeah.
you shouldn't.
but
get
that's
your
how
doors
you learn
blown off.
too. You know, you're gonna learn. You're gonna learn today.
You got bills to pay.
Yeah. But I mean, heck, they got there, and things happen, and so but I still think getting there or not getting there is the barometer this year. That's got to be. After every,
It's to Barry's point. It's AFC Championship or bust. If no matter how they get to the playoffs, if they get to the playoffs and lose before getting to the AFC title game, after adding all they added on defense, after adding Diggs, after adding Mixon, year 2 maturation for Stroud and D'Amico as a coach, to not then get
Play caller.
beyond where you were the year before, that would be a disappointment.
Slowick has another year as a
Right.
play caller. I mean,
Because then almost, especially when you factor in all they added, to me, it's not even being at the same level you were last year. That's a step back. To have added that much to your team and not progressed any further, you've actually taken a step back.
But you can progress as a team. But have you progressed enough to beat the team that beat you twice last year in Baltimore?
Well, they'll answer that question. But if they don't get past the Ravens, who they didn't score a touchdown on in 2 games,
right?
Then they haven't gotten any better, and that would be a disappointment. Because the disappointment is they haven't gotten better.
See, I think
if you can't get past the level you were last year, then you didn't get any better.
especially after all the moves.
Right. Yeah, if they didn't make the Daniil Hunter and the Diggs and all those moves, then
Right.
I would have been disappointed with the offseason, but I would have understood why they wouldn't have been able to take the next step. But
And
having done all that,
But you also know injuries happen.
And that,
you also
yeah,
know that
and
things are going to
that's
happen.
the thing.
Sure,
that's the
that's the excuse for everything.
Well, yeah, but that's I mean, look at the Astros, right? Honestly, if the Astros have a down year compared to their normal years that we're used to, at the end of the season, if we all sit down and talk about it, are we really going to just be like, this is the worst thing ever? I mean, you look at it, look how many arms they lost, and you're like, I kind of get it.
It's the
you know
difference
what I mean?
between
You lose.
disappointed but not shutting the window of
Right.
expectation.
It's not like they lost this with a rotation of Verlander, Fromber, Javier, McCullers, Urquidy, Garcia, and they went out and lost the division and didn't make the playoffs or got bounced in the wild card. That didn't happen. They lost it because they're running out Bloss and Arrighetti every third, fourth, and fifth day. So same thing with the Texans, right? If CJ Stroud, God forbid, if something happens to him or whatever, that's a whole different thing completely. But I think that to me, I think the learning curve for everybody, that's going to be the interesting thing, right? You've got a year under everybody's belt, and we're going to see how much that translates. And they better be better. That's all I'm going to say. They better be better.
Well, I mean,
with the
'cause
Ravens.
you're right. The bar has been raised to a certain level that I think that
Because if we saw this with the Bill O'Brien teams, right? We saw this where they really didn't do much in the offseason. They would have a meh draft and 9-7 AFC South champions, John. And that's what they did every single year. They stayed the same. They were a stagnant football team. This was not a stagnant offseason. So you expect tremendous progress.
All right, let
based
us
off
know
a
what you think.
tremendous offseason.
713-780-3776. Text or call. You can also get us on social media as we're interacting with you guys throughout the show as well. We've got much more to get to, including the fact that PFF's top 10 player in the AFC list features exactly 0 Texans. What? Are you upset? Like someone might be here in the studio? Do you have someone in mind? Tell us, won't you? We're going to cover that next. Before we go to the break, though, I do want to tell you about MyBookie, because MyBookie.ag is the place you need to be if you're looking to put some money down on some games, and or you think about casino games, but you don't like flying to Vegas or driving to Louisiana. You don't have to, because MyBookie.ag has you covered every angle all the way through. They're phenomenal. They're fantastic. The website's great. You can actually watch games while you're betting on them, live in-game betting, having chats with people that have like minds like you, betting on the sports. And even when there's no sports to bet on, they have dealers standing by, live dealers, to do poker games with you, like blackjack, like poker, and so much more. They're accessible because they want you to be with them when you're placing your money down, and that's why you love them, because they take care of you every step of the way. Right now, again, they're doing it with bonuses. That means if you've never been to MyBookie before and you're signing up for the first time, there's a sign-up bonus, and when you put your money in your account for the first time, they're going to put money on top of that for you to use instantly, which means more money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. Same thing for those of you that have already been customers of MyBookie.ag. When you reload, you do the same thing. Use our promo code any and every time you can. Bet975. That gets you the bonus. That gets you the extra cash. That gets you the extra opportunities to put money on games and win. It's phenomenal. Check them out today, mybookie.ag. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and use that promo code BET975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, continuing with more of the bull talk that is Texans training camp as we get our football on, getting closer and closer to real football, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw this or not. BMAC, I know you did. PFF top 10 players in the AFC. And regardless of who you think they might be, I am here to tell you that there are no Texans involved in the top 10.
What?
In the top
How
10,
dare they?
as it relates, I think it's pretty obvious to think that Patrick Mahomes would be on the list, along with Myles Garrett, Chris Jones, Tyreek Hill, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Watt from Pittsburgh, Kelsey, Sauce Gardner, and Burrow. Where is the snub if you feel like I would think first and foremost on people's minds is going to be CJ, which means you'd have to take out Burrow or Lamar or Josh Allen. And if there are others that you're considering, who are you removing on this list? I have some thoughts, but I'm curious where you guys are at.
Why do you say you have to remove?
Because if that's their top 10,
Burrow.
I would assume that you're going to replace a quarterback with a quarterback. You don't necessarily have to, I guess. You're right. You could just have all quarterbacks if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But I'm just, I
You can take anybody you want off the list.
Yeah, I think there's one name glaring at me that I personally would take off the list. But I'm curious where you guys are.
Go ahead, B-Mac. You go first, buddy.
Yeah, I would. Look, I know Sauce took the world by storm as a rookie. I'm about to say he should be replaced by another rookie who took the world by storm as a rookie. But I would put C.J. Stroud in over Sauce Gardner. Sauce Gardner's great. I mean, although I think you could argue Derek Stingley had a better year too than Sauce Gardner. But with what C.J. Stroud did, leading the league in passing yards per game, the ridiculous touchdown to interception ratio, turning a team from 3 wins to 10 wins, especially when he had Nico Collins and nothing else for half the season. I would put C.J. Stroud in the top 10, not in place of Burrow, but in place of Sauce Gardner.
Okay, Barry.
This is going to sound crazy.
I love it.
I like it.
This is going to sound ridiculous. You guys are going to say, that fella there, he's lost his marbles.
I mean, we already say that.
I say that daily.
Yeah.
Wait a
if
minute.
not more frequently than that.
We were saying that right before he came in.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
You're not an Aggie in Marble World, but you have lost him.
On this list, I mean, I kind of agree with you on Sauce being a top 10 player in the NFL. Yeah, top 10 defensive player, sure.
Sure, defense,
yeah. Top 15 if we want to get that, down in the minute. Yes. But when you talk about impact and all of those things, I don't necessarily agree with that. But having Travis Kelce in the top 10.
Ooh, I'm not removing him.
I am.
He's tough to stop, man.
He is
still
tough
a
to stop.
force.
He is tough to stop. He didn't even hit 1,000 yards. He missed a couple games
He was
because
hurt.
of injury. I get it. He's 34 years old, going on 35. He's slowing down a little bit. He only had 5 touchdowns on a team that had nobody that could catch the ball. Nobody.
You don't want to throw to Kadarius Toney?
It was
And then in the playoffs,
It was dropsy season all season, and the man mustered 5 touchdowns and 900 yards in 15 games.
He's now powered
That
by
is not a Travis Kelce that I would be scared of in 2024.
He's now powered by Swifties.
Okay.
He was unbelievable in the playoffs.
Yeah, he was. Because he was.
I think he dialed
saved
it
it
back,
all.
honestly.
Put
saved it all.
a defensive back on him that's going to shut him down.
Oh, well, he'll be 35.
Okay.
He'll be 35. He turns 35 in October.
I'm
That's
not
old in
taking him off the
football
list.
years. I am. That's enough to bump him from 7 to 11 and put CJ in there, baby.
I think there's 2
I'll
guys.
put him at 11. Is that bad? Is that bad to put him at 11 instead of 7?
Well, that's out of the top 10.
I mean, for the first time in how long he wasn't the tight end 1. I mean, he was Sam Laporta.
Actually, he's at 8, not 7. He's at 8 on this whatever list I'm looking at.
Yeah, you're right. He's 8 on this
So if
list.
he goes from 8 to 11, is that just the end of the world? Am I the craziest person in the world to have Travis Kelce at 35 with 900 yards and 5 touchdowns in 2023 as the 11th best player in football instead of the 8th,
Just
and
off
put
the-
C.J. Stroud at 10?
Just off the production, I don't think you're crazy.
Thank you.
But it's
I
hard
love
to
when you guys
it's
agree, by the way.
it's hard to remove who you know he is, especially
Shut
since
up,
they're turning on the
B-Mac. You
playoffs.
had me at I'm not crazy. Shut up, Joel. You're my friend.
I look at Chris Jones and I go, okay, yeah, he got paid like it, but I don't think Chris Jones is one of the top 10 players in the AFC. Look, I mean, Watt's coming off injuries. I'm not sure Watt belongs in the top 10 in the AFC. I think the Texans.
No, I would argue with you on that one.
Chris Jones, I agree.
TJ Watt is top 10.
Chris Jones is the first name that came to my mind.
I would agree with you on Chris Jones, although he definitely he's scary when healthy, and but I don't know if he's top 10. Again, it's one of those things where maybe top 15, right?
Yeah,
but I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I think I'd leave TJ Watt in the top 10.
Look, I know he's got a big motor and all those things. He's
love
coming
a
off
big
a
motor.
couple of injuries. Here you go. But I think that if you're going to justify a Texan being on this list, and I think there's an argument to be made over CJ, and I think it's BS if the only thing that you're going to hear from people that refuse to give CJ his flowers is, well, he's only done it for 1 year. Okay, but he did it better than just about anybody's ever done it for 1 year.
Yeah,
being in their first year. So with that in mind, I miss me with that argument, right?
Yep.
So I think he could be on this list. I think that if you're going to look at other players, whether it's because Danielle Hunter's coming from the NFC or not, is Danielle Hunter a guy worthy of top 10? Probably not. Will Anderson, did he show you enough in year one?
No.
He's been really good,
top 10.
but probably not. I think CJ's the only guy in this conversation. Nico could possibly be, or Diggs could be guys that you could actually try and for honorable mention. But I don't think either one of those guys are worthy of top 10 either.
I think it's CJ only. Where I disagree was just taking TJ Watt out. I mean, he led the league in sacks last year with 19. I mean, he hasn't slowed down at all.
But again, we're talking about for this season coming up, is he top 10 worthy? He's coming off injury. Do we know what he's going to be? Do I feel confident? If he's 100%, you're right. Look, he was the second name that I was looking at because of injury, but my main priority was Jones. But if I'm going to replace Jones, the only guy that I think, to my point, that is Texans worthy for all people that drink the blue Kool-Aid, is just CJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, CJ's the only snub to me.
Yeah, I don't think, people say,
well,
I mean, you could say, well,
only
Tunsil's...
Texan snub. Only Texan snub. I don't know where you're going with that, but only Texan snub.
Well, I think you guys are forgetting about one. Kaimi Fairbairn. That's
top 10 worthy of kickers in the AFC.
Just in general.
I mean, John Weeks, I think honorable mention.
Jeremy loves him some John Weeks.
Does he?
Greatest long snapper of all time.
Greatest long snapper of all time. Should be in the Ring of Honor for the Texans, according to J-Bone.
I mean, he is 74 years old. He was,
and he's worn a Texans uniform, I think, his whole career. I don't know.
I think he was born with one on.
It's
Probably.
quite possible. And he assumes the position.
Wait, what?
He's a long snapper. He gets the ball where it needs to go. I'm just saying. So by position alone, I mean, if you're going to put a spot in the Hall of Fame for long snappers, Texans and otherwise, it's there for you. Just saying. All right, we got to go to break.
So what's
on
our
that
list? What's our final list? Are we going with? Do we all three
I'm
win?
pulling out Sauce and putting in Stroud.
So okay. Oh, we're all putting in Stroud, so we can't all.
He's the only choice
three.
to make. Which one is the point I made?
It's really just a question of who you're pulling out.
Yeah.
I'm pulling out Sauce.
I'm pulling out Chris Jones.
See, I would leave Sauce in over. I would pull out Chris Jones before I pulled out Sauce. Now, would I pull out Chris Jones before I pulled out Kelsey? Probably. I don't know.
Too many Chiefs on this list, man. It's not
That's
fair.
true.
That is true.
They got three of the top 10.
Yeah.
But if you're the favorite in the AFC, aren't you,
which of the three? If you had to remove one Chief, which would you remove?
Chris Jones.
I would remove Kelsey just because of the age.
Oh, shocker, you guys agree. Huh. Never expected that.
You're not always the victim, Joel.
Never expected that.
In his mind, he is.
From 3 to 6, I am. That's what I've learned to accept. And you're taking out Kelsey as well. Oh, don't you start backpedaling now, tough guy.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
So you two take out Kelsey, I take out Chris Jones.
No, I would take out Sauce. Oh, you're talking about just Chiefs. Yeah, I would take out Kelsey.
Yeah, if you're just taking out Okay, so if you can't remove a Chief, if I made
Sauce.
it difficult.
We
know you.
That was my original answer.
Yeah,
so.
if you can't remove a Chief, who would you take, Joel? If I made you leave in everyone that won a Super Bowl last year.
I think Brian's right. I think it's Sauce Gardner.
Oh, God.
Because I think there's too many guys that are on his equal.
Blech.
And if you mentioned, if you're just going
it's okay, you can agree with me, Barry.
Blech. I'm not doing that.
Acknowledge me.
I'm not doing that.
Here's a guy, when he runs, he goes faster.
Just to be
different,
contrarian. Oh, boy, that's tough.
Yeah, go ahead and do that, tough guy. It's easy to say Justin B. Now pull the name.
Yeah.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, to replace him with C.J. Stroud.
Now he won't do it, by the way.
Come on, tough guy, say Mahomes.
No, that's ridiculous.
Say Burrow's coming off an injury.
No, that's ridiculous.
Say Josh Allen because he's washed, never going to win a Super Bowl. Well, that's someone else's job.
That was actually what I was going to say.
Oh, God. Now you're agreeing with Jeremy. I got to go.
No. Actually, you know what? I'll pull Lamar off the list.
2-time MVP.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll pull Lamar.
And on that note, hey.
The guy that beat CJ twice.
Yeah. Okay, I'll pull Josh Allen off the list. One of those two. Get him out of here. Put CJ on the list.
What would a debacle like this be without a classic episode of Wheel of Bits? We've got Wheel of Bits coming up as we start the second hour of the show. We're at the midway point, and I couldn't be happier. We're going to take a break and come back with Wheel of Bits and a whole lot more. Stay right where you are. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play Would You Rather.
Would You Rather is the game we're going to play today, Barry Laminack.
No, I wouldn't. That's not.
Would you rather?
I thought that was the question. My bad. I remember that face. Boy, I used to see that face
daily.
every day.
Multiple segments. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, question number. Well, I guess this question is just for Joel because Barry's already opted out. So just for Joel, would you rather live in a world that never discovered fire or never invented the wheel?
Oh God. I'm gonna have to say the wheel because of the fact that without
That's the one you're not taking?
No, you have to have fire. I would say that of the two, I'll take fire over the wheel because the fire gives me the ability to have cooked food, heat in the cold weather. You can form other way. You can find other.
Be a hell of a walk from Sugarland to get to these studios.
I got a helicopter. You didn't say that we would never have a helicopter.
It has a wheel. The rotator's a wheel.
I thought we were just talking about.
It's not.
It's the same. Okay.
A propeller is not a wheel.
Okay, well, there's got to be gears somewhere inside the motor that would be
They don't have to
considered
be
a wheel.
round. They're not wheels. There's no wheels on a helicopter.
I'm just trying to take away the cheat because saying, "Oh, I'll just take a helicopter" is such a cheat.
He could ski.
Downhill both ways.
I mean, yeah.
This is a conundrum because in my mind, the way I think of this is, wow, without fire, you can't make fast food, but without the wheels, you can't go get it. Which one do I choose?
Well, you could have a jetpack.
What, the fire?
No, because you have fire, not wheels, you can take your jetpack to the drive-thru.
Oh.
If I can, I'd loan you
Nothing unsafe about that.
I'd loan you my helicopter if you needed it.
Nice.
Depending on where I land it.
I think you're right, though. Fire is I mean, I could walk to get to where I need to go.
Yeah.
You can make a sled. You can ride a horse. You don't necessarily need a wheel to get around. I'm with you. Fire, yeah, 100%.
You could burn rubber.
If you
That's
wanted
a
to.
wheel reference.
Exactly why I said
it. Yeah, fire all day.
All right, I think this one
Team
will be
fire, baby.
I think this one might be triggering for Joel, but I'm interested to see where he goes with this. Would you rather have a dog that barks excessively or licks people excessively?
Well, that's easy to me.
As a man with 4 dogs, where do you weigh in, Joel?
You can handle the licking. The barking annoys the hell out of me.
But the licking annoys everyone else that comes
See,
over.
I don't think it's everyone else. It's the people that love dogs that understand that, like,
Even
because
if you like dogs, do you want to be licked excessively?
well, if you're Lisa, no. But if you're me, I don't mind the fact that if my dog jumps up on the couch and sits next to me, and the first thing he does is licks my face, I have no problem with it. Like, but I don't want him to jump and sit next to me while I'm watching a game or a show and start yapping his ass off. Or better yet, the one that's 100-some pounds, it sounds like the door's going to fall down when they start barking. I don't need to hear all that.
I don't mind getting licked a lot.
I understand.
I'm going to clip that.
Yep.
Saving that one for a drop.
So you've already been focused on pulling out Kelsey from your list. Yesterday, weren't you about having enough balls to go around?
What? Yeah. I don't understand.
You have a lot of concerns with a lot of these things. So shocking to me that you don't mind being licked. I just think of the
I'm
two,
just saying.
it's an easy
I'm
answer.
answering the question.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I guess we've settled that one.
God forbid you ever get a dog.
Yeah.
Because I'm signing you up for cruelty to animals. That's what I'm doing.
Is that what this is about?
Yeah.
Yes, welcome to the party, pal. It's about dogs.
Yeah, a barking ass dog? No. I can't do it. I literally moved out of my previous house because of that. I can't tell you how many times I almost fought my neighbor, and I'm not just speaking like,
you came to a fisticuffs with somebody?
Several
Believe
times.
me, he'll do this in a fast food parking lot.
Like, I mean, I could probably go until 6 o'clock telling you about the different things that I did to my neighbor to get his chihuahua to stop barking. Like, it's just, I would spray it with the water hose over the fence.
You'd spray the dog?
Yeah, and my neighbor. Like, yes. Oh, yeah.
You are genuinely insane.
Surprised you didn't get shot.
No, I'm surprised he didn't. What are you talking about?
Oh, because he does. This man does carry a gun.
Yeah, several. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Okay, surprised someone didn't get shot.
Yeah, I would go knock on his door. I'd be like, bro. And we would have screaming matches on his front porch. Like, yeah, dude. That's the one thing. It's just a barking dog that nobody
You
goes
can hear
out.
the Chihuahua in your house?
Yes. Because,
Wow.
I mean, the neighborhood I lived in, the houses were not that far apart.
Okay.
Right? And so it was just, and it was nonstop.
That I take pride in the fact that because again, there's certain, when you have multiple dogs in your household, you are going to be judged and looked at, and people are waiting. Like if I walk my dogs, that's why on the Facebook page and whatever, if anybody's bitching about people not cleaning up their poop, I'm going to be the first one to chime in and go, and believe me, it ain't me, because I'm going to be the one blamed because I got multiple dogs. But the one I'm focused on the fact that I always clean up after them. Both of us do. But the other thing is the fact that I take pride in the fact that I have multiple dogs and not one of them will be that dog. They do not bark unless there's someone around the house or they're protecting me or my kids or my wife. But other than that, they don't bark just for the sake of barking. And in our last house, just what you said, my neighbor only had one dog. That thing would never shut up, including after 10 o'clock at night in the yard.
I mean, as soon as the dude would open the door and let the dog out, it would just run to our fence and just and just sit there at the fence and bark. And I bought this air horn. You know those big?
Yes, I do.
You know those big air horns with the? No, the ones that go.
Oh,
yes.
like an air raid.
Yeah.
Like an air raid. Okay.
And I bought those, and I had 4 of them. And so I could, because they run out pretty fast if you hold them down too long.
Oh, you're going buzzer beater.
I would double fist it. I would go outside, and I would stand at the fence, and because they would just, and I would sneak out the door, and I'd have one in each hand.
This consumed your life, Barry.
Yes. I had to seek counseling. And I'd sneak up to the fence and just be sitting there, and I would get right up to the fence. And I mean, dogs' ears are sensitive.
I was just going to say, how's this dog have any hearing?
And I would put it right up to the fence, both of them, and just like right in its ear. And then you would hear it start squealing, but then it'd come right back. And it was just back and forth. And my wife was like, "You're insane."
Yep, she's right.
You are a crazy person. You are fighting with a dog. I was like, I hate this dog.
Tell me where Dora was wrong.
I hate this dog. Oh, she was right. 100%.
Yeah, she's right.
This dog.
It's the owner, not the dog.
This dog made me lose my mind. Like I would, and one time when those things were out, I didn't know, like I've never had those air horn things before, but the dog was out there and I was just in this rage because it wouldn't stop. And I go running outside. I was like, would you shut the blah, blah? And I'm cussing and I had the air horns. I was like, shut up. And I went to push them and all that happened was some dust came out.
They were both dead.
And it just went, and I was like, okay. I just went back inside.
You just drop them and walk away.
No, I'm in my boxers. It's raining. And I just went, and just puffs of smoke came out. And I just felt the dog laugh at me. I was like, all right, I'm going back.
So that was rock bottom is what you're saying.
Yeah, it pretty much was. I just told the wife, I was like.
In the rain, in your boxers.
Barry's like
I told the wife,
Bill
I was like.
Murray in Caddyshack where he's got the fake bush and he's holding and he's looking for the gopher. Well, Barry's looking for the dog with the air horns.
It was at that moment I told the wife, we're selling the house. Like, I swear to you, that was the moment that I decided we're moving. I can't beat this dog. It has bested me. This man next door is and he was old too. I was like, I kept praying for him to die. He wouldn't. So I was like, we're moving. He won't die. The dog won't die.
I'm surprised you didn't try to kill the dog.
I won't do that. I love animals too much to not do that.
To make them deaf, but
I'll make them lose their hearing. Him and the old man. I would try that for sure.
You do realize that there are people that have the dog's vocal cords removed.
Like having a cat declawed?
Yeah.
So there are tortured animals?
There are people that will there's a procedure you can do to basically take the bark away from a dog.
Now I will say this is a confession, and anyone out there listening, I don't know what statute of limitations is on this. Hey, let me ask Jeeves real quick. Hey Jeeves, what's the statute of limitations on letting a dog run away? I will confess that I did maybe let a couple of fence pickets down because we shared a fence and then maybe just left my gate open. And the dog was gone.
Wait, the dog in question?
Yeah. So, we shared
Never
a
to be seen or heard from again.
2 weeks.
Best 2 weeks of your life.
Oh, my God. It was amazing. But I was like, how do I stop this? And then one day, a fence picket came loose. And I was like, this stupid ass wait a minute.
Epiphany
and
moment.
instead of fixing it, I tore off 2 more and had a big hole in the fence. And then about 30 minutes later, he let the dog out of here. And he was gone. And I was like, I win! I won! Yes!
And
I
then 2 weeks later.
Yeah. And then I saw signs in the neighborhood. I was like, oh, please. I was taking some down. I'm not going to lie. I started taking. I would see.
You are evil, man.
I would see the signs on my street. I'd be like, whoosh, I would take them down and throw them away.
Barry
at night.
Vick over here, man.
Seriously,
I would go
Getting
out
rid
at
of
night.
dogs.
I would on my street. I wouldn't like driving around the neighborhood. I'm not that invested, but he would have them at the end of our street. I would stop and get out, take the ones off our stop sign down. Whoosh, I'd take those down. But they found the dog. And I know because I was sitting there watching TV one day, enjoying my life. All of a sudden, I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
You're a special kind of sick individual.
It was terrible. But what sucks is when I was a kid, we had a dog. It was a Lhasa Apso. It was called Clyde. My dad named him after Any Which Way But Loose, or Every Which Way But Loose, Clint Eastwood movie.
Yep.
When
The
he had
orangutan.
right turn, Clyde. And our neighbor, my dad's neighbor, poisoned him with.
That's free. That's not as
antifreeze.
I mean, that's
infrequent
crime.
as you think.
I mean, that's a crime.
Yeah.
He used antifreeze because apparently it's like tastes sweet to animals and stuff. And so I was like, that's just awful. I mean, I saw that and I was like, I would never do that. I mean, I'd let him run away. But I would never.
Evidently, you would. Yeah.
I would never kill an animal. That's awful.
Well, but now what if you let the dog run away and it got hit by a car?
Well, he should look both ways before he crosses
my
the
God.
street.
We got to go to break.
You gotta.
Whether you incriminate yourself or not.
Well, he can't. You see the car coming.
Do you have
Get
a
out of the
conscience?
way.
Would you find out if the dog got hit by a
Oh,
car?
I would feel terrible. I would feel terrible.
For how long?
Probably 30, 40 seconds.
I knew you were
For as long as it took to put the leg rest up on the recliner and hit the TV button and turn it on.
As long as it took me to take the cotton out of my ears.
But not as long as it took you to get the game on the TV today. All right, we got plenty more to get to. Look, we just recently, Barry mentioned politics and how much he loves it. And we just mentioned the fact that the president of the United States has just pulled out of the race, again, because Barry likes it and likes to talk about when those things happen too. He's pulled out of the race. We have a question for you that we want you all to participate in. In terms of Houston sports, has there ever been, and who are the candidates for being the athlete that you wish would have pulled out of the race before it got too late? We'll answer that question and a whole lot more after the break. 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on social media. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Forgive me while the authorities try to get in contact with Barry Laminack for his animal abuse.
It was all a lie. I made that whole story up. Aha. April Fools. July,
you need a lawyer. I think
July
I know one that
24th,
would
Fools.
represent you.
No body, no crime. The dog's alive.
Yeah.
If you need a lawyer,
Oh, probably not
I
now.
know one that
Well,
would represent
okay.
you.
Huh?
If you need a lawyer, I know one that would represent you.
Oh, yeah. Do you?
I do.
That'd be great.
Hammered him for $18 and Barry's freedom.
Love it.
So the question comes up after our president pulled out of the re-election campaign. Which Houston athlete do you wish had pulled a Biden and quit when they were clearly washed? Because I think the obvious answer, and the leader that I would think would be at the top of the chart, would have to be Abreu, right?
Ooh.
Like, you wish that he had considered himself washed, never signed with the Astros. If you never had to deal with Jose Abreu, how much better would you be, not only now, but maybe for the next, wait for it, 4 years?
Are we just talking now, currently, or are
No,
we going
all time.
in the history
all
of
time.
Houston sports?
Yeah, all time.
Oh, man.
Brock Osweiler's got to be on the list.
Oh.
Well, he was in the middle of his career, though.
He found out he was washed in
See,
the middle of his
I look
career.
at this because it's specifically about Biden as old and washed. Like, Brock was still, theoretically, in his athletic prime. He just wasn't good. That's a different conversation to me. I mean, Jose Abreu definitely applies, though. Like, he wasn't the only name that I thought of, but I mean, Almond Green to kind of take a shot at Joel's Packers.
Yep.
He was completely washed when he got here for the Texans. He
was.
was already a running back in his 30s and was absolute garbage. 2 years with the Texans, under 600 total yards, under 4 yards per carry.
Well, you got one?
You don't have to raise your hand; just
There
say
you
it.
go.
Tony Baselli.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, injury,
He's the
but
one that
yeah.
started it all.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I didn't even have that one on my list, but that's a good one.
I was trying to think Rockets-wise because I feel like there's a couple.
There's several.
I feel like there's a couple, maybe starting with, and I mentioned his name earlier jokingly, but maybe like Kelvin Cato.
Well,
not that he was old,
wish that the deal
but I
didn't
wish he
happen,
would have
yeah.
just.
Because he wasn't old, he just didn't care.
Yeah, he just
Like
was,
the second time around, the Steve Francis experiment. Because you already figured
What about Pippen?
Pippen made it my list. Yeah, Pippen's on my list.
Yeah.
But you know what? He wasn't bad. It just was, he was still blaming everybody else. But
He
he
was
went
good
to
defensively.
he went to Portland after he played for the Rockets, and he played well. They made
Yeah.
the Western Conference Finals against the Lakers, and he was a big part.
Maybe that's a victim of.
Did he just hate it here? Is that what it was?
No, he blamed Charles, and he blamed Charles for all of his shortcomings when he screwed up in the playoffs when we lost to the Lakers, and then he wanted to blame, and that's when we realized, look, both on and off the court, he might be a little bit much for us.
Gotcha.
1984 on the text line brings up one of mine. It's another fairly obvious one, but Ed Reed.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ed Reed has to be on the list.
Yeah, that was the whole. We're going for it, and we're gonna take a swing, and then you swung, and boy, did you miss.
Coach Reed.
2891 brings up not only Ed Reed but also John Wall.
That's a big one.
Yeah, John Wall. I mean, do you think he was washed when he got here, or he just didn't like the culture and didn't fit in?
Oh no, he was still hurt. I mean, I think that when you think about a guy that was coming off ACL surgery, then fell down his stairs and tore his ACL. I mean, his Achilles. He was coming off two major injuries as a point guard that was supposed to be one of the fastest guys in the league.
Mm-hmm.
His salary worked so that you could get out from under another deal that wasn't working thanks to James Harden. But overall, that was a bad fit. And medically, he's shown since. He was never able to play close to the level that he played at when he was an all-star before you traded for him because those injuries he never recovered from them.
Yeah.
I've got like 6 texts in a row that say Ed Reed. He's the clear runaway winner at this point.
Well,
but,
Abreu's got to be the clear runaway winner.
I mean, no one's really mentioning Jose Abreu right now except for us. No, I mean, I'm with you. He's on the list. He's right there with Ed Reed to me at the top. But yeah, like just text after text is Ed Reed, Ed Reed,
So
Ed Reed,
of
Ed
the
Reed.
two people, you participate as well. But of the two, if you just had to choose, if we just narrowed it down and said Ed Reed, Jose Abreu, which was the bigger debacle that you'd like to get out from under? You think Ed Reed would win?
Yeah.
I think
Ed Reed wasn't the difference maker that was going to take you to the promised land.
Well, he was on a team though that went like what 2-14 that year, and he was thought to be obviously he was thought to be Ed Reed.
You mean the team that won 14 games?
No, he was on a team that went 2-14, 2013.
Okay, but they brought him in to be a difference maker, right?
And that's what I'm saying. They came off a season where they went 12-4. They signed Ed Reed, thinking he's what puts them over the top, and they go 2-14.
But is that his fault?
He's part of it.
He just didn't have that.
Because not only did he sign Ed Reed, but he also let Glover Quinn go to make room for him, and he went on to be a Pro Bowler in Detroit.
But
and
my
the Astros
point
still
is,
made an AFC or AFC. Jeez.
Travis Kelce again. You can't get away from him.
Dog. They still made an AL championship.
I'm a dog.
Game with Jose Abreu.
But Ed Reed, even if Ed Reed was still Ed Reed the ball wasn't in his hands enough.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Whereas if you have never had to deal with Jose Abreu, you could have had another first baseman. You could have signed multiple other people with that money. You could have done a million different things that you might not just have an ALCS. You might have another title or two.
I would say a football player, though, a starter, would impact the game more than a position player in baseball.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, look, defensively, sure. But, I mean, at the plate where Jose Abreu was at his worst, we're talking about 4 times a game.
Well, but you got to remember.
Ed Reed's on the field for half the game.
Nah, but you got to remember, you're bringing in Jose Abreu to what you thought was an MVP caliber corner infielder to provide RBIs and to be the hitting the 5 hole essentially
on your squad.
Yeah, I mean he was supposed to be the guy. I mean he was going to protect Jordan and provide 100 RBIs and play at MVP caliber.
You knew Ed Reed was go to sign him.
Yeah, but you knew Ed Reed was older. You knew Ed Reed was going to be a veteran presence, and when you talk veteran presence, you know that those guys are getting older. You hope that kind of like Tyrann Mathieu. That's what you were hoping Ed Reed was going to be. A guy who could give you good minutes on the field, but also be a coach at the back end of the defense and help your young guys mature and become better safeties, which he didn't do any of that.
But, I mean, you knew Jose Abreu was older, and you knew his power had dropped off. Like, he'd dropped down to blow 20 home runs.
Jose Abreu's a middle-of-the-lineup hitter that's going to be an above-average.
He dropped down to, like, 15 home runs the year before you signed him. You knew he'd declined with his age.
But he hit over 300, and he would have had all the kind of statistics you need in the middle of your lineup, which is why he was there. Ed Reed was a guy that was the back end of your secondary.
You're talking about 1 of 9 instead of 1 of 22.
Oh, 1 of 11.
But
on 22 that impacts the game.
Sure. I'm just saying, because his worst flaw, I think we would all agree, was his bat, right? I mean, I know his defense wasn't good either.
His defense was sus,
his last
bro.
year's defense wasn't good.
His defense
no
was
argument, but his worst flaw was his bat, and his bat's up 4 times a game. I mean, I know, but it's less than what a starter on a football team is up.
Yeah, but how many times is Ed Reed actually getting thrown at? I mean, when you consider running plays.
He didn't last very long with the team. So
I know, but when you consider run plays and everything else, I don't think Ed Reed was going to have as big an impact as a starting first baseman on a World Series contending team would.
See, that's where I'm at. I just think just positionally alone, I don't think a safety impacts the game nearly as much as a corner.
If you brought in, I would be more
baseman.
inclined to believe you, or to agree with you if you were bringing in Jose Abreu to be like, a DH, and that was it, and he was just going to be like your, who am I thinking of? I can't remember his name now. But
what
for the Tigers.
Who? Cabrera? I mean, Cabrera?
Not Cabrera, because he still played first. Oh, Cecil Fielder.
Big Cess?
Remember? Yeah. But that's all he did. It was just, I'm going to go up, I'm going to hit once every, I'm never going to play the field. That was it. All you were looking for is either strikeouts or home runs.
Like a Nelson Cruz. He was DH.
That was it. And you knew it was a true 3-outcome guy. He was either going to hit a home run, strike out, or get a walk. That was it. That was one thing, but you were counting on Jose Abreu to really fill the shoes of Yuli Gurriel when he left, and he just flat out did not. I mean, that was...
Yeah, I that's why I'm surprised that Ed Reed would be the winner over Abreu. I think
from the text line, that's the overwhelming response is Ed Reed. There have been a few texts that say Jose Abreu, but I mean, like right now, I'm seeing a text from 1984 saying Abreu at least played decent at the end of last season. Ed Reed never had a good stretch here with the Texans. I mean, at least,
yeah, but you could also cover up Ed Reed with two really good corners and a better, complementary safety. Because what he played free safety, strong safety, whatever it was. You could complement him with, if he played strong safety, if you had a good free safety and two good corners, you could mask whatever his deficiencies were if he played. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't mask a terrible Jose Abreu booting balls at first and striking out, 50 times a game. Like that's just, you can't hide that in a lineup with when you're only got sending nine guys to the plate.
Is it those two guys? We've got a bunch of texts if we want to carry it over, but I've got a few more names. Why don't we carry it over? Because I got a few more names on my list, and we got a bunch of texts to go through.
All right, if we missed it, if we missed somebody, if you think that there's somebody other, I think we might be too. But Ed Reed and Jose Abreu seem to be creating the most discussion right now. If you guys have something you want to add to the discussion, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on all the different social media aspects as we get ready with 2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show coming up next, right here on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Jeremy out for the week. Barry in today. BMAC the final 2 of the week as we roll through the final hour of the program here on the Killer Bees. We had opened up the discussion, much like President Biden bowing out, age and other factors, bowing out of the re-election. Which Houston sports athlete all time would you have wished to have bowed out before you had subjected to having to deal with them? I thought we had it narrowed it down to Ed Reed versus Jose Abreu, but you guys each have found another potential candidate.
Yeah, I had to Google because I couldn't think,
Which is it?
You're old, yeah.
The old noggin slow. Found one. Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, that's one to me that, and I've always said this when talking about that particular deal, but other deals as well. Daryl Morey was a guy, and I think
here's a guy.
Yeah, but here's a guy. Daryl Morey was a guy, and Barry, you've heard me say this before, but Daryl it's like when you first found out Apple was a stock. If you were enamored with Apple as a stock back then, You could have gotten it, and you could have seen return on investment. Daryl Morey is one of those guys that when he decided that he needed Apple in his portfolio, he didn't care if it was right when they came on the market or if it was well after they were established. He was going to get his stock in that portfolio.
He was buying high or buying low.
The first time he went after Melo and they full court pressed him and Melo turned him down, he was so hell-bent on the fact that there's not a chance in life that I won't add Carmelo to my team at some point. And when he did, they still treated him like, if I tell you what the dude that owns the Breakfast Club, he had him cook breakfast for Melo, not at the Breakfast Club, at a house they rented in River Oaks, so that Carmelo could stay the night in a house in River Oaks and have Breakfast Club breakfast delivered to him, made for him in that house. Just because they thought he would win him over.
Jeez.
When he came in the building, he had a lifetime cutout of Carmelo holding the NBA trophy.
I've seen the picture of that, yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah, the guy that was cutting hair in the locker room got fired for it. Because he released the picture. Because Daryl didn't want people to know how extreme he'd go on these things.
That's so crazy.
Like, yeah, Melo was a complete disaster. Then Daryl had to tell him on the road in the middle of a road trip when Carmelo thought he was going to actually start playing more, hey, by the way, you've been cut.
All that, and then he cuts
Yeah,
it.
because he had to find out he couldn't play anymore.
Wow, you don't say. Well, when you sign a guy when he's 87,
yeah,
go figure.
What do you got, B-Mac?
Well, for a few from the textures, 7565. Jeremy Branham is washed. He should quit. I mean, I'm not going to read that.
No,
obviously,
don't, yeah.
That's not something I would read. But that's from 7565.
Jeremy Branham washed with a guy that has an AARP card.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to read that.
I think he means that he just has good hygiene.
Also from
he
75,
washes.
Apparently 7565 obsessed with Jeremy Branham because he also texted us, "Can I nominate Jeremy Branham?" So apparently not a big fan.
So the same person nominated him twice.
Yeah,
or
he
two different
nominated him
people?
twice. Yeah,
I bet
yeah.
you that's
So,
Jeremy.
I mean, I'm not going to read it, but that's what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, from 6055, Jeremy Branham signing with Gallant Media. I'm not going to read that, people. You can stop sending them in at any point. So, not cool. And I'm not going to read them. So let's just make sure that we.
Jeremy's
we
getting the
establish
Jeremy
that.
treatment when he's out. This is interesting.
You like this?
Yeah, I like it.
A couple.
I do. I like
way
this.
too much.
I actually like BMAC right now.
You haven't been this
I like
happy in 2 days.
I don't think you can join me on the Killer Bees anymore than right now.
He has 180'd me from the start of this show to where we are now. Yes.
A couple legit ones that I had on my list that we haven't brought up. Woody Williams, the Astros side. Now they knew he was old, but they were hoping they could at least get some quality out of him. 5.27 ERA. They signed him for 2 years. They let him go after one.
Yep.
It was just he was washed. Bonzi Wells.
Oh,
he was
nice.
not good, and he was past 30. Maybe he was on the fringe of being too old, but he was past 30. His name came to mind for me. Also, Kaz Matsui for the Astros.
Oh,
they gave him the 3-year deal. He had the fissures at one point.
Say, you beat me. I was gonna say that was always the fissures.
He had the fissures.
Fissures.
Yeah, at one point, and he was terrible here.
How old was Swindell and Drabek when those deals were made?
Drabek wasn't awful here, was he?
No, he was pretty good. No, he was pretty good.
I don't think. Well, I'll look it up.
Greg
But I didn't think
Swindell
Drabek was
and
bad.
No, Drabek
Swindell was bad, but
no,
Drabek was okay for a while.
That's what soured Drayton McClain on the whole free agent things to begin with, is because those were two bad free agent
That's
signings.
also two different stories, right? Because Drayton's the guy that supposedly that Terry came out of the dugout the day after Drabek threw a 9-inning shutout, and Terry was talking to the media, Terry Collins, and the next thing you know, the PR guy pulls him aside and said, "Drayton's on the clubhouse phone for you." And he goes, "Excuse me, guys, I'll be right back." He comes back, and he's red, and he's mad, and he's cussing, and they're like, "What happened?" And he's like, "Well, Drayton just got on the phone, and he just asked me the question, if Drayton was so good last night, why isn't he warming up to pitch again tonight?" So I don't think his baseball IQ was quite up to snuff.
That's hilarious.
So I looked up Draybeck. I think you could go either way. His first 2 years he was pretty good, but the next 2 years, year 3 and 4 here, ERA 4.77, 4.57. So second half of that contract was bad.
Yeah, 4.77 and 4.57 back then was like a 5.5 ERA now.
I mean, year 2 he was good here. He only pitched in I don't know how it was. 23 games that year, but 2.84 ERA, made the All-Star team. But Yeah, second half of that contract was bad.
The fringy guys during the Van Gundy era, when we used to call it Van Gundy University, where he kept trying to find jobs for guys that used to be
Like
good
Charlie
back when he
Ward.
coached. So you can start there. You can go Charlie Ward. Then you can go Mark Jackson. Then you can go Rod Strickland. Then you can go Clarence Weatherspoon. Then you can go
Spoon, that's a good one.
Yeah. What's the guy whose son's on the Adrian Griffin? He brought him in too. He Brunson's kid, Rick Brunson. He brought Rick Brunson in, Jalen Brunson's dad. He would bring in all these old ass ex-Knicks, including Oakley, I believe he brought in.
Oakley was here. Charlie Ward was here. Yeah.
All those guys.
Rod
We were just
Strickland.
like, yeah, if you got prime vintage one of these guys, great. But when you were bringing them all in, they sucked.
I was thinking about that the other day. The amount of names, like just notable players that have played for the Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty impressive. It doesn't mean that they were all in their prime when they played here.
No.
But when you look at the notable superstars that have donned the Rockets uniform at some point in their career, it's pretty impressive.
A lot of guys at the top, or was it the 75 for 75 team? There's a lot of guys on that list.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
I didn't do that, by the way.
But when you think about the fact that, like, into that mode, not only that, but they also brought back guys that once were good for you. They brought T-Mac again back, remember, when he wore number 3 instead of number 1. They brought Steve back past his prime, hoping that he could find it one more time. Like, you already knew what they had become, but you were hell-bent, again, because they were enamored with names. Like, I'm telling you this for a reason. My Saturday basketball game used to be the precursor to being signed by Van Gundy. We had freaking Strickland and Mark Jackson working out with us to see if they could work out with them and get in shape to be able to work out with the NBA team. We're like, what are we doing?
Wow. Was y'all used to run at Fundy?
No, down at the.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not even running at Fundy yet?
No, it's not Fundy. It's Fondy, but
Fondy, whatever. We used to call it Fundy. I don't know why.
But I mean, still, the guys they brought in, Van Gundy University, he made Ewing an assistant coach.
Yeah,
he did.
And he had dreams and aspirations that Pat could possibly play.
Really?
Oh my God! People don't realize and remember, like, Patrick Ewing played for the Sonics, and he was awful.
I also played for the Magic.
Yes, he did for a year.
Yeah.
Ewing played for the Sonics?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I didn't even know that.
From 8779, Jeff Bagwell as a visor GM, whatever he is.
Great call.
That's a really good call.
That one could contend with
That
Abreu and Reed.
That would be fantastic.
Bagwell as assistant to the regional GM.
Yeah.
Yes.
What, Dwight Schrute?
Yeah.
Jeff Schrute.
Because you can't,
Dwight Bagwell.
Because you can't say Crane, because Crane's way better than Drayton ever was. So you can't, now Crane meddling.
Yeah, but you know what? That's tough, though, man. There's a big part of me that says guys like Jerry Jones and Jim Crane and all these owners need to stay out of it. But there's a small, very minute part of me that's like, man, if that was my money.
You're talking about.
All right. Well, it was swimming.
Oh, good.
But if it was my money, I mean, I might have some say in it too. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but at a certain point, let the guys that
I get it. But decisions like, are we going to go into the second threshold of the luxury tax? And it's easy to spend other billionaires. It's easy to spend a billionaire's money, but billionaires don't become billionaires by wasting money. You know. So it's easy for us to sit here talking to a microphone and get our little checks and go, you should go into the threshold and it's a window, make a run. And meanwhile, they're like, I couldn't hear you. I was on my jet.
There's one thing to be said about them being at least financially conscious enough to make the decisions that affect their pocketbook. There's another thing to say, you could be better than the general manager you just got rid of that won you a World Series, and you're going to go make stupid moves.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
All right, so do we? Is it still Ed Reed and Abreu?
I think it has to be one of the
I would
two.
put Bagwell on the list, though.
There was
he
one
gets
other
honorable mention.
Yeah.
There was one other submission from 4260, the Wheelhouse. I mean, I'm not going to read that.
Not age related.
I'm not going to read that. I mean, look, if you want to get that on the air, we could maybe do it on Friday. I'm not going to read it 4260 that the Wheelhouse was washed, but it's not cool. We're not going to read that on the air.
That's a tough one.
How did I not make it?
That's where the big boys play.
Or did you just not read it?
I didn't read it. I'm letting people know I'm not going to read that about the Wheelhouse. That's not cool.
No, he meant that he was on the list. Did someone nominate Barry?
Oh no, I haven't seen any nominations for
You
Barry.
must not be reading the Twitch chat.
Well,
Barry's gonna nominate that dog.
You know
that he
that's
was
my
next to.
mistake because I didn't put it on the text line. I texted it directly to you, thinking that you would read it instead of having to fight
guess
through
I
it
didn't see
on
it.
the text line. Yeah, that's where the mistake was made. That's on me. I
I didn't even
apologize.
see a text from you, Joel.
Yeah, that's where I
Yeah,
would
Joel,
nominate
he
Barry,
faxed
but-
it probably.
Yeah.
Joel still sends in faxes.
Yeah, how'd that getting the game on the TV work out for you today?
Shut up.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, we still got plenty more in the final hour of the show, though. How do we top anything that we just did? I don't know. We're going to come back with a whole lot more. You guys could be a part of it. But before we go to the break, I do want to tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, go to allstatesidingandwindows.com. The big thing is that your house is your biggest investment for most of us. When it is, the biggest thing that you're focused on is making sure that you keep it up to snuff, looking great, but also making sure it does what it's supposed to do. It protects the contents. It protects you and your family. It takes care of you at the most dire needed times, like the hurricanes that we just go through all the time every year and just had with Beryl, like the fact that we get hit with extreme cold from time to time, but just unbelievable heat where you want to make sure that your house is protected. Windows and siding are the best place to start because those are the things that can do the biggest amount of damage when they're not taken care of correctly. The big thing for me was my wife and I decided that we wanted new windows in our house. When we got the windows, we went to Allstate Siding and Windows. They came right over. They got the free estimate going. They told us exactly how siding and windows could help us, and they gave us the names of the products and showed us samples of what we should consider doing. When we made the window change, we instantaneously realized the curb appeal went way up. It modernized our house. The look was phenomenal. We were extremely pleased. But where I was really pleased was our energy bills went down about 35%. Absolutely phenomenal. Conserving energy, keeping the heat in the winter, keeping the cool in the summer. It's been fantastic. And that's why I recommend these people to you because Mary, her brother, the family, they've owned the business for almost 50 years. They've been dedicated to this station, but they're dedicated to Houstonians for a long, long time, and they're going to take care of you every step of the way. They got discounts all the time, and including, first responders and all the different military people that get discounts. But the other thing is, you want $2,500 off a siding job, they got you. You want 25 to 30% off of your window deal, they can help you. They're going to take care of you in a variety of ways, but the way you get the process started best is you go to allstatesidingandwindows.com and you reach out and you get them to come and see you. Because once they see you, they're going to tell you what they can do. How they can help and how they can make a difference is how you're really going to enjoy what they do for you. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com, set up an appointment for them to come out to you and see how they can reduce your energy bills and upgrade the overall appeal of your house.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, back on the Bees. Barry, BMAC, their team, and myself as we roll through the final hour of the program. We were talking Astros before. Congratulations to the Astros. We do joke around a lot and tell you that the game is a night game. The game was a day game. The Astros ran away and finally won a game against the Oakland Athletics. They did not win the series, but they got the game. They didn't lose ground in the process to the Mariners. So I guess all is well in the world for at least 24 hours in the world of Astros. Or
You
is
step
it?
off the ledge, Joel.
Or is it?
Is it?
Because my man BMAC has an issue. And he has an issue, and I think he's rightfully so he has an issue. I don't know how big of an issue it is, but I'm interested in your thoughts as well, because we know that Kyle Tucker was supposed to be back within a couple of days after fouling the second straight ball off of his shin. It's now looking like it's going to be almost 2 months, or at least 2 months, before he dons an Astros jersey again and plays for this squad, right, B-Mac?
Yeah, I mean, there was from that same media appearance that Dana Brown had on the flagship today, he said the quote was about Kyle Tucker and when he could return. I'd be really disappointed if it was September, but we're optimistic that it'll be before September. I mean, okay, you're optimistic it'll be before September, but it doesn't sound like you're very sure that it'll be before September from an injury. And we can go over as much of the timeline as you want to, but when you look through the timeline, if you pull up like the Roto Wire, where it has the aggregates of all the different reports that have come out of what the team has said about his injury in this timeline, something's fishy. Something's not adding up. You know, you could choose to be whatever level of outrage you want to about it, but clearly they've lied or at least misled us pretty much every step of the way about how serious the injury was and when he would be back. Because you can't go from what they said at the beginning, which was not even on the IL. Oh, he's going to be back. I think it was like the Friday. Yeah, it was going to be like mid-June. It was like around Friday, like June 12th or 13th or something like that. And from that point to, well, maybe by September. There's something missing in between that.
See, and this is to the bigger picture, too, because of the fact that it's one thing that they, you know, and I've always been talking about the fact that teams don't have to tell you anything. But at a certain point, as we watch this team and we all analyze it, as you said, with microphones in our face on a day-to-day basis and fans just watch the game, you would think that, well, if you knew Tucker was going to be out 2 months, then maybe you should have looked to do something short-term a little sooner to try to do what you needed to do to kind of bridge the gap. But instead, we kept being force-fed like we were done with Justin Verlander before, and because they wanted to prove Chandler Rome wrong when, of course, inevitably, Chandler Rome was right and Verlander needed Tommy John surgery. Like, you know, they do this all the time. We joke about the fact, and every radio program now in this city knows, and every media member knows the word discomfort and knows the minute you hear it, there's only one franchise you associate with. It's because the Astros are never going to tell you the truth, but at the same time, you're lying to yourself, but you're also hurting your baseball team if, to BMAC's point, you kind of teased people, hey, we're going on this road trip in Anaheim. He might be back by Friday when we open up in Anaheim. If not, he'll be back by the end of the road trip. And here we are almost looking at 2 months.
The only question I have is how much blame do you put on the player?
Oh, I don't think this is on Kyle Tucker.
Okay. It's just a question. I'm not saying he...
What would be the reason for the blame?
I don't know. Maybe he's giving them some info or saying, no, it's fine. And so that's what they're relaying. Or, no, it's not as bad. It doesn't feel bad. I should be okay by X days. Or, yeah, I'll be okay. You know, it could be one of those where he's trying to get back into the lineup faster. And so he's not saying it. And then he's unable to do so. So they're just relaying what they're being told. And he's not taking it serious. I don't know. That's the only. I'm just trying to, play devil's advocate a little bit because maybe they're, in the case of some pitchers where they'd be like, oh yeah, my elbow's just sore.
Well, I was gonna say, in the case of a McCullers who kept saying, "Hey, I'm going to be back." McCullers was echoing everything and more to say, you know what, we're taking some time off. I'm going to be back. He spoke to the media a lot. He spoke too much. He overspoke his bounds. But then what really frustrated me was a year and a half later, we finally had the surgery that should have been done before the World Series.
Amen.
That's different than a guy like Kyle Tucker. I can't blame him because he doesn't talk to the media like McCullers.
Right.
And he's not trying to avoid a surgery that inevitably is going to happen, we don't think. I saw people losing their mind. We talked about it. Are you mad? And because Astros Twitter was outraged that they don't want to admit that his shin was fractured. Regardless of whether they have to admit if his shin is fractured or not, that's a different conversation than stating what Brian is mad about, which is acknowledge the fact, like when you say, Christian Yelich just got hurt for the Brewers, and he hurt his back. And when they asked him, he said, it ain't good. It's probably going to be a while. And then the Brewers came out and said he's probably going to miss significant time. That's different than saying, hey, in 2 nights he's going to be playing in right field and starting against Anaheim, against the Angels in Anaheim. We shouldn't be talking about this 2 months later.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I do agree with that. And that's on them for sure if that's the case. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But you're only as good as the information you're given initially from the player. And, of course, once you start getting info from doctors and everybody else, that's a whole different story.
The point you raise is credible, but the problem is it kind of falls apart when you look at the track record of the team. Like we've dealt with this with Javier, where he slept on a pillow wrong and his neck hurts, and all of a sudden it turns into Tommy John with his elbow. We dealt with this a few years ago when Jordan hurt a hand, but Dusty didn't know what hand he hurt. And they kept telling us different hands that it was before Jordan eventually got in front of the microphone and cleared up himself. I mean, you mentioned, Joel, the thing with Chandler Rome and Justin Verlander. We've just done this so many times with the Astros that Brantley too, yeah. They don't have any credibility or stock built up for us to give them the benefit of the doubt when you look at the timeline and all the different times where they tell us, well, he's going to be back for Anaheim. Oh, well, he's running on a treadmill, and then 2 days later they tell us he's about to be cleared for running. Well, he just ran on a treadmill 2 days ago. What are you talking about? He's about to be cleared for running. It's just the nonsense that we see with these updates and the whole discomfort thing and telling us it's a neck injury that turns into Tommy John. Guy doesn't need Tommy John, then he needs Tommy John. Jordan doesn't know what hands hurt. It's frustrating.
Well, because you say all that, and then you look at the fact that in every situation, the way they've handled it has been so bizarrely secretive. When I don't think it's not like when you're game planning in football or basketball when you want to know if a guy's playing or not.
And that's what reminds me. It reminds me of Bill O'Brien. That's what it reminds me of.
Because I dealt with it enough too in my days where they would say, hey, so-and-so, just between you and I, so-and-so's not going to play tonight, but we're not going to release it until we absolutely have to because we don't want the other team to know that they can game plan for someone that's not going to end up playing, right? We want them to game plan for so-and-so and he's not going to play. That's one thing. But when you're talking about baseball, you're talking about guys not being in the lineup. I don't think it's going to factor into why, and it shouldn't be a reason why, you're not going to say a damn thing about a guy that, because to your point, the other thing that's bizarre to me is they say the only thing that he feels really comfortable doing right now is hitting. Well, how did he hurt it in the first place? Hitting, because he kept fouling balls off his damn shin.
Yeah.
And now suddenly the only thing he does well is hitting, so he could hit, but he can't run and he can't field. And
if you hit, you might have to run.
Right.
That's kind of what follows the
Not
hitting.
if you hit long balls.
That's true. That's
just
true.
hit homers, baby.
If he doesn't clear the fence, he just walks back to the dugout.
That's it. It's home runs or outs. That's it. Just go up there with a shin guard and a plan.
Yeah, no. So to me, it's just another situation of frustration to where it's not like a pitcher that says, look, I don't want to do surgery again, and I'm going to do everything in my power to try rehab first before I do it. And at least say that, right? Instead of complete secrecy, all you hear is discomfort, and then you're frustrated even more by the fact that months and months, if not years later, suddenly you're dealing with something that should have been dealt with right away.
Yeah.
So, okay. We've got plenty more to get to in the final half hour of the show. If you missed it, the NFL is talking again. The NFL and its Players Association discussing at a very high level the fact that we might be sooner rather than later going to an 18-game schedule. To me, it should have been done already, but I'm interested what you guys think, and we need to talk about the fact that this is something that could be really quickly on the horizon. Before we do that, I do want to tell you about the good people at Vanderford Air. Look, you can go to vanderfordair.com right now. You can see all the services they offer and all the ways they can help you. If you need a plumber, they got you. If you need a new dehumidifier in your house, in your system, they can take care of you. If you need an HVAC or your water heaters are shot and you need something done with your air conditioning, they're the people to call. There's lots of people like that. But the reason why I tell you about Vanderford Air is because they do it better than anybody else. Yes, they do great work. Yes, I'm talking about that. Yes, they put everything in writing, but they guarantee everything that they're going to do or your money back. That's why I speak for them, because that's something that you need and everybody should have when they're looking to get people to do services for them. It's a game changer when you tell me that, hey, from the time you call us, within 24 hours, we're going to be at your house to do what we need to do for you, regardless of how many people are lined up on our call sheet. That's huge, because you don't want to wait days on end or be told next week or whenever we get a free moment. You want it done as quickly as possible so that you can get back to where you were in terms of your everyday life and the comfort that you're used to. It's phenomenal. So it starts there, but then it goes so much further, from the work that their employees are going to do, the installations that they're going to do, the parts they're going to install, the systems they're going to put in place. Everything that they do is 100% satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. That's what you want when you have people that do services for you. That's why I tell you about Vanderford Air. Check out vanderfordair.com right now, like I told you, for all their services. But better yet, save their number in your phone, because you never know when you're going to need them. But when you do, you need them right now, and you need them to do the work I'm telling you about. 281-557-COOL. 281-557-COOL. Save it in your phone. Whenever you need somebody, they'll be there for you, and they'll guarantee everything that they do. Check them out today, vanderfordair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So kind of going back and looking at some of the texts that I missed while we were talking about our last couple of segments, when we were talking about in honor of President Biden pulling out of the race for re-election, we said which Houston sports athlete would you wish would have pulled a Biden and pulled out before you had to endure what they gave you in terms of their performance? We missed one. Someone texted in David Johnson, the running back that was traded in the D-Hop trade, and that's an absolutely phenomenal answer. I think that is a bigger answer in some ways than Ed Reed.
That's a good one.
That's
pretty strong.
Why? Because people didn't think that.
I mean,
he
David
had
Johnson
anything
had
left.
more left than Ed Reed, but you could definitely argue David Johnson was more damaging. So it's kind of what side do you want to take? I can hear the argument, but David Johnson is definitely up there. He's definitely, I guess, if you wanted to make a Mount Rushmore of most washed, then I think he's up there.
I'm out. Turning my mic off if we're doing Mount Rushmores.
That's how easy radio is done, Barry. Okay, so some other text that we got said in terms of people nominated for Wash, Joe George.
Oh,
again, I'm not going to read that on the air. I just thought that
maybe it's just them hoping he does wash.
Maybe
he doesn't.
Well, I mean, based on how he walks in here, yeah, shampoo and soap are in the discussion before you wash. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Other text messages. I too nominate the Wheelhouse. That show sucked.
What?
I mean, we're not going to read that. That's not
I
nice.
shouldn't read that. Actually.
Yeah, we're not going to read that.
I said I wasn't going to read that. I was just talking.
Did I
to you
hit
guys during the
send on
break.
that? Oh, I did.
Did I say that out loud? I
didn't think I sent that. I was just gonna. I sent it. My bad.
Followed up by somebody that wanted to let us know that BMAC, you're wrong. Did you know? Are you aware the Wheelhouse had better ratings than the Bees? Right?
Ooh.
No, you're not necessarily right. But hey, it's all part of the.
Well,
bid.
I would say to 6246, you took my joke way too seriously. Yeah, you're also not. I enjoyed working with the Wheelhouse, but it's fun to bang on people.
Yeah, I miss Brad.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Save,
What's wrong with what I said? Is it not?
I miss Brad.
No, what you said was an audio clip that Barry would like.
I know what I said, and I stand by it. Oh, someone just texted in. Now you would have to. The only problem with this submission by 8755 is this person never had a prime,
right?
So they couldn't be washed because they were never in their prime. But Jack Easterby,
very accurate. A lot of people texted in Bagwell. If you're going to put Bagwell on that list, Easterby's on that list because your franchise doesn't hit rock bottom, I don't think, and stay there that long without Jack Easterby.
Bill O'Brien was still there to run it.
He had
ground.
part of it. But because he brought him in and then survived it after Bill O'Brien, you couldn't get out from under it.
Sure. I mean, it's fair. But I think even if Jack Easterby wasn't there, and let's say Brian Gain doesn't get fired a year in, I think Bill O'Brien still runs that into the ground either way. It would have been run into the ground a different way, but I think it still gets there.
Wow, some of these that I can't literally read on the air that are taking shots at people on Twitch are just phenomenal. And I can't wait to share this one with you during the break. Because I really noticed, by the way, that you started a trend. Last night. You decided to call out the inevitable and talk about how many people have noticed just how toxic our Twitch chat is.
Oh, my goodness. Every time I do the show.
Are mean?
Yeah.
Every time I do the show, I mean, believe it or not, I have.
You do a show on Twitch.
Yeah, but I have, believe it or not, I know this is going to strike you guys as crazy, but I actually have fans that listen.
First of all, don't rope me into that.
And
I
family.
know what you do.
I have friends and family and fans that listen.
Your
to
mom is great.
What I do.
That old man next door ain't listening.
No. He's still out looking for his dog. But yeah, I'll get texts inevitably, and they're like, "My God, bro! I went to watch or listen on Twitch, and it's just." They're like, it's just like toxic kids. It's terrible. I was like, yeah, I used to try to, be interactive on there, but I just can't. It's just why it just ruins the mood. It's not even fun. It's just like a bunch of angry 6-year-olds. It's just not worth it. They were like, no, it's terrible. I just couldn't even watch or listen. I'm like, I know. And I'll get 6 or 7 of these every time I do the show. I'm like, well, so I had to tell people just use the app or listen on the radio. But some of my people that listen to my show, by the way, and I don't usually plug it, but Barry on Deck, if you want to listen to it when you're not listening to the Killer Bees, you can listen to Barry on Deck on Twitch or YouTube. But they'll be like, yeah, I tell them to download the ESPN app if you're not in Houston, because I have people that listen outside of the city. So it's, y'all need a moderator. Is what you need.
It's steamrolled, B-Mac.
Uh-oh.
After Barry started it on Twitter, John and Lance picked it up this morning. And I mean, they didn't just run with it.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. Good.
Ben Johnson, Carl Lewis,
Good. Usain Bolt.
Everybody. And going, because they were calling out examples. Granado's daughter gets on the Twitch every now and then. They were saying things to her.
Oh man,
what?
I would not let my kid on Twitter.
Lance, they had a caller,
Why don't y'all just
a female
block 'em all?
caller.
Why don't y'all just get a moderator and just block all these morons?
Well, you know the answer to that.
What? Those, trust me, they're running off the ones that are listening. I promise you. Take it from somebody who makes half of his living doing it on that platform. Those are not the ones paying the bills.
The answer to anything is.
But I'm just
when
saying,
you look at your numbers, I promise you, those same six morons are not paying the bills.
Not the
Trust
decision
me.
they
maker.
had a 14-year-old female call in to basically give examples of some of what she's been through.
Yep.
And it was so bad that John tried to make fun of it. And this girl normally does not like Lance and always kills Lance and says she loves. And by the end of Granado going, well, what's wrong with that? And what they say there? By the end of it, she was like, I'm done with you, John. You're just the old man that hates everything. And Lance and Dell are the reason why I listen.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fired up talk right there.
Yeah.
They had. So you created a monster.
Well, I told the truth. I mean, it's.
Well,
it's
I'm not going to say that because I've had my own issues.
It is the truth, but it's whatever.
No doubt about it.
Have fun with it, kids.
All right, we're looking at the clock. It means we only got one segment to go. That means
Wow,
the car wreck of
that
the
went by
day has
fast.
got to be coming up. And we've got several car wrecks, so we need enough time to get to some of them, because some of them better than others, including my wife's alma mater and their new football coach. And, oh, boy, you want to talk about a do-over? Yeah, we'll get to that and a whole lot next. Final segment comes up right around the corner. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 FM. Back for the car wreck of the day, and we have lots to be nominated today. King of Twitch, you caught more than one on text that I luckily saved you from. I can't speak for the other two guys but I didn't think I could even say that stuff on the air.
That's pretty good.
A couple people.
That's pretty good.
Loaded a couple up for the king of the irony of Twitch. By the way, coming up after us is the great Glenn Davis, who no one knows better about soccer than Glenn.
No.
Glenn's got Soccer Matters at 6, Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad at 7. We know the Space Cowboys are going to be on at 7:05 on 92.5. But Glenn will be talking about Griffin Dorsey, Dynamo, Olympic updates, and Atlas and Tigres talk. And if I didn't say it right, Glenn will make sure he corrects me multiple
Tigres,
times
that's right.
before I get out of here. But we got our car wreck of the day. Guys, what are the nominees? I have one right off the top before I go to anybody else.
Yeah, let's get to this first.
Lisa went to UCLA. I used to make fun of her because Chip Kelly, I thought, was not a very good head coach, but he was paid a lot of money. Well, Deshaun Foster is a former running back at UCLA. He got the gig when Kelly surprisingly dropped the head coaching job to take the OC job at Ohio State, which was interesting. He addressed the media for the first time at the Big Ten press availability today, and this is how it sounded.
Coach Foster, welcome to the Big Ten. We'll begin with your opening statement.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA.
Seriously?
Wait, they're in LA?
It's us and USC.
Oh, Southern Cal or South Carolina.
We
He prepared for this?
I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
Your fan base right now has to be going, what are we doing?
I love it. For those of you that don't know a lot about UCLA, we are in LA. You see us. UC is California. We're in LA. Bro, what was that?
For the Big 12 fans who don't know a lot about the University of Houston, I just want to let them know we're located in the city of Houston.
I
excited to be here.
We play football, and that's about it.
I went back and looked on Twitter to see how many people had it.
I wonder how many people
unfollowed. To see if first of all, where's your SID?
Oh, man.
Where's someone going, hey, this is how these things work if you haven't been a head coach before? I don't want to,
Did they make him go first?
I have no idea. But I just know that it's a massive podium with a big, big screen behind you. And it's literally like a political thing. You got all that many media members. Why don't you just say, hey, look, talk a little about yourself, the fact how excited you are to be here after playing here, do all this stuff. But one, it's on their SID or their other people that behind the scenes too to set him up for success, not failure, because that was horrible.
That was scary. I know he wants a do-over, so he could at least be like, also, we're in Southern California, not just LA.
Give us the zip code while you're at it.
We're on the west
I was gonna say,
coast.
I was waiting for it to say we're in the better part of Los Angeles than the other guys.
Yeah. We're not in the poor section.
We play at the Rose Bowl. Yes. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Oh, wow.
So you got anything that can top that, B-Mac?
I mean, that's the winner. But I will add, this is actually a two-part car wreck nominee. First, that Olympic sports have already started playing before the Olympics have started.
Yeah, that's weird.
Which is weird to me because, as far as TV coverage and whatnot, who's even paying attention when the opening ceremony is not even until Friday, but you already have soccer games that matter happening. And mentioning that, soccer, obviously, apparently Moroccan fans invaded the pitch and threw bottles at Argentine players after an Argentinian goal, and they also set up fireworks near the Argentine bench. during the game. So shout out to.
They said the
Yeah,
the Argentinian players had like the yips because they kept ducking like something else was coming at them.
Hold on.
In their head.
Joel, wait, let him get to the bad part. I'm waiting on him to get to the bad part. This sounds amazing. We need this in
I guess you would
American
watch
football.
more Olympic soccer if
Yes.
the fireworks are going off near the bench.
I can't wait for Texans home games. We're getting fireworks and we're going down. Come on, Cowboys. Come on now.
Don't put it by Sweaty Cal to not start to start having the barbecue and going, buy your hey guys, I didn't give these to you, but here's some bottle rockets.
Bro, you
for
know
later.
there's going to be supply.
Those bottle rockets, by the way, were H-Town made.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Hannah's going to be like, Cal, get over here. He's going to be like, what? You forgot your lighter. Oh,
How many
I
times
love
do you
you,
think
Hannah.
Cal's like? How many times do you think Hannah's like confiscated something from Cal? Like, okay, you can't have the fireworks, Cal. I'm taking. No, you almost blew off your hand last time, Cal. I gotta take these away from you.
Cal, now come here. Empty your pockets, Cal. Do I have to?
He's kicking rocks.
These are illegal inside in Houston, but we don't have roof panels. It's outside. Go for it. I won't tell. That's a better Cal.
Yeah, that's a much better Cal.
For all you guys that are critics of my Cal. Car wreck of the day, Barry, for trying to send another dog to the pound
No.
from Honey Glazed Black.
I'm a dog.
What?
No, he's trying to send him to the morgue.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right.
No. All right, I'm going to go, well, I'm going to have to go with the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
Getting swept by the Angels. Mariners
Not
lost.
good.
Mariners lost 2-1 today. Had a 1-0
unreal.
lead going into the 8th inning. Give up 2 runs at the top of the 8th. Get swept by the Angels. All they had to do was win today, and they still don't lose ground to a team that goes in and loses 2 out of 3 to the lowly Oakland Athletics, but instead they get swept by the lowly Angels and somehow lose a game to the Astros in the midst of their own debacle on the road. So my car wreck of the day goes to the stupid Seattle Mariners.
One additional one. Remember the cyber outage that happened last week?
Yes.
So apparently CrowdStrike, the company responsible for that crash last week, is offering an apology to its clients in the form of a $10 Uber Eats gift card. So shout out to CrowdStrike.
How do I get that?
I have no idea. I saw the story on Barstool, so
Do I have
find
to
the link
how
on
do
there.
you prove it?
And at least one airline said they're still dealing with it. They're still canceling flights
Well,
and they're
but the
still
good
trying to
news
figure
is
it
they're
all
going
out.
to get a $10 Uber Eats card. So
Oh, well, that'll make up
that
for it.
solves everything.
Wow. Can I throw in a late one? If you watch the game tonight, Joe Espada for putting Brian Abreu in a 7-run game. That's a car wreck. The win.
I mean, at least they have the day off tomorrow, but yeah.
I don't care.
maybe
He
it was
didn't use
just-
the other two guys.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
it was just his regular rotation. Maybe it was
Because he hasn't been used a lot in the first half.
You don't know. Maybe he's
Glenn
it was
Davis
his
came in
time
here.
to
He'll
work.
have even more to talk about because he says that's the spirit of the Olympics with that soccer thing
Yeah,
we were
it
talking
is.
about. So I'm sure he'll talk about that too. He's coming up next. We're out of here, Barry. I love you. Always great working
Love
with
you,
you.
buddy.
Always great having you in. B-Mac
Appreciate
and I
you, man.
tomorrow and the rest of the week. You guys join us then. Stay tuned for Glenn next. He's coming up with Soccer Matters. Have a good night, everybody.
All right, everybody. Nice to see Barry here tonight, along with Joel in the absence of Jeremy. The Killer Bees wrapping up there. Lot to talk about tonight. Olympic soccer got underway. We'll preview Atlas of Mexico, the historic club coming to play the Dynamo on Saturday. I also want to get this out there real quick. I noticed after doing some posting on Twitter today, people are mixed about Leagues Cup, Open Cup. Would like your thoughts on that. Which one do you prefer? There's a real obvious reason why things are the way they are, but there was also neglect to get us to where we are. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Show always presented by John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm. You need a personal injury attorney, get the best. It's the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com, 713-CALL NOW. I just popped over to Little Patagonia Empanadas and Cafe, got my espresso. Didn't have enough time to grab, and I know Guillermo's probably mad, but I didn't have enough time to grab any of the empanadas. And they're going to be doing the Argentine sandwich over there soon, the choripan. So a lot to talk about, including Argentina in the World Cup today. I've got Griffin Dorsey, in the Olympics. I got Griffin Dorsey coming on the show a little bit later on. I'm going to ask him if there was any teams that were interested in him in Europe. And I'm going to ask him if there is the fire in the belly for Atlas on Saturday and doing well in the Leagues Cup, because now MLS takes a break for a month and the Dynamo go in, obviously, to the Leagues Cup in a great place, taking 6 points on the road. They are really positioned well from a standpoint of earning points. And now we'll see what type of influence Lawrence Anali and Ezekiel Ponce will have on this team. By the way, Ponce, we didn't really get to talk about him much on Monday. But Ezekiel Ponce, the Dynamo designated player, played 45 minutes, had, I think, 10 touches, never really got a good look at goal. He runs well. He's active. Here's what Ben Olsen had to say post-match on Ezekiel Ponce.
Ezekiel, his pressing is really good. And I think you can see kind of the defensive side that really helped us tonight in that first half. Now we just have to build relationships, and they have to figure out, where he wants the ball and where his runs are, and can we get him earlier service. And he's in some great spots. For Coco's goal, I think he takes away 2 at the front stick. He's just got really good habits. He's just a high-quality striker. So, it would have been nice to get him more shots and looks on target, because I know he's going to do well with those when he does. But overall, a nice first stint for him.
So I was talking to a very good friend of mine who's a big Ike fan, and he's Greek. And, man, he had nothing but a lot of good things to say about Ezekiel Ponce. So for those of you who are judging a man on 45 minutes, boy, I hope you don't judge me on my 45 minutes here tonight if I screw up, because he didn't screw up. It was a first half that was much more under control. Ben Olsen bringing out the obvious positive of his play in that game, and that was pressing. Now, for all of us who was on the outside, we don't really want to hear about pressing. We want to hear about goals. And we want goals to rain in off this guy. But it's teammates figuring out tendencies, movement. It's him figuring out his teammates. This is where the Leagues Cup could come in. My gut is he's going to be a starter to accelerate this process against Atlas on the weekend. So it's going to be interesting. Speaking of Atlas, they had a 2-1 win at Puebla. By the way, Puebla is now coached by the former Mexican national team coach Chepo de la Torre, if you don't know that, who was once here in Houston as the coach of the Mexican national team. Here's Eduardo Aguirre, their striker, scoring both their goals.
Balón arriba. El cabezazo ahí, de buen. La pelota. ¡Gol! ¡El Atlas! Error de primer toque. El balón lleno de efecto. Cabezazo la tiene ahí. ¡Gol!
So here's a little bit about Atlas. And by the way, 713-780-3776. I'm going to read a couple of texts here in a minute, but why are you going or not going to Leagues Cup? Because I'm sitting here going, all right, Tigres is coming to town. Tigres is going to do an H-Town takeover, okay, because they're going to sell out Shell Energy for their game. I'm trying to find out. I do know there was a lot of pre-sale for their game against Inter Miami at Energy. Messi's got a swollen ankle. I mean, that's a long shot, but a lot of people probably purchased for Messi But I will tell you, a lot of people purchase for Tigres because this is Tigres country here. So I put it out here right now. Who's the most popular soccer team in Houston? Is it Tigres because of our proximity to Monterrey? Is it Rayados? Is it America? Is it Chivas? Could be FC Barcelona. Might be Real Madrid. Or is it your Houston Dynamo? What disappointed me when I went on Twitter was there were no Dynamo fans who stood up for the Dynamo. What is that? I mean, are we just going to sit here and let Tigres take over Houston? I mean, it's Dynamo Atlas. I mean, I go back to the days of the Super League, when there was Superliga, when those games were taking place over at Robertson and that packed small field, and the Dynamo were kicking the you-know-what out of Mexican League teams and winning some of the games, epic games against Pachuca. There was a fire, and there was an absolute, genuine dislike between teams. I don't think that exists anymore. I think it's all been pacified. I think it's pacified because of the familiarity now, the amount of times teams come here. The Mexican League is working with MLS. And I think with all of this commercialism that's going on, we are going to lose the edge. And that's going to have to be generated a lot from the players. I hope we see that. I'm going to ask Griffin Dorsey about that in the interview. Is there the fire in the belly when you play a Mexican team? In my day in the 80s, when we played Unam Pumas or Negrones, Leones Negros, which was a pro team back in the day with a lot of history out of Guadalajara, when we played those teams, it was a big measuring stick. Like, you were totally disrespected. And, you know, half the time you're just trying to get the ball, which that's not really true because we had a very international team here in Houston. And we drew with Leones Negros. We got smacked by Pumas after being up 1-0 in San Antonio, Alamo Stadium, called the Marlboro Cup. Anyway, I hope that fire's there because that's what they're trying to produce here with Leagues Cup. Now, if you are upset about the Leagues Cup versus the Open Cup and how the Open Cup has kind of been cast aside, well, listen, this is simply about monetization. There was far more money to be made off the cooperation, the collaboration, which is the big word these days, collaboration between Liga MX and MLS, the Mexican national team who plays more games in the United States because there's more money to be made. That's a fact. Now, if you are upset that the Open Cup is being cast aside, you can go back and say, what did U.S. soccer do with it all those years? And what did MLS do with it all those years? You know, we just kind of let it labor. There was never really a lot of investment in it. There's a ton of people around the country who participatorily play in that. I played in it. You listening probably played in it. And that was even before the pro teams got involved. Listen, I called a Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup final once. You know where it was? And I can't even remember the teams. It might have been Columbus. It was at Zephyr Field outside New Orleans. It was at a AAA ballpark. I don't know if it was a final or a semi. It might have been semis. It was at a AAA baseball field with a baseball diamond through it. You know, it's like back in the day when DC United played at RFK. It's a baseball field cut through. So times have changed. There's big money to be made on it. Times have changed with the Copa America. There's big money to be made on it. And the Leagues Cup, is now in year 2. So the Dynamo go into this at 10-7-7. They got 2 road wins, San Jose and Vancouver. Coming off that, wonderful. Atlas is 6th in Liga MX. They have not lost in 4 rounds. 2 wins, 2 draws. They got 6 goals, 4 goals against. You heard their leading goal scorer is Eduardo Aguirre. He's got 3. Now remember, this is a club that was founded in 1916. They play in the famed Estadio Jalisco, which, by the way, looked pretty empty the other day when they played Puebla. Or was it Santos? Yeah, Santos. Their game against Santos looked kind of like an empty stadium to me. I've been in the Estadio Jalisco. It's a legendary stadium in Mexico. Bernat San Jose, a Spaniard, is 44 years of age. He's the coach of Atlas. So this is a team that will either play Jose Hernandez in goal or Vargas. So they've got Luis Reyes, left back, Raimundo Fulgencio. That's the left side of the team. So they got some good wingers. They got a good winger on the right side in John Murillo, who's, I believe, Colombian. He's dangerous. You got Aguirre up front, not a big guy, but he's kind of dangerous in the air, throws his head at everything. Rocha, Rios, they'll likely hold down center midfield for that team. And then they got the center backs, Mora and Nervo. One is a little bit of an older guy at 33 years of age. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. This is the club that produced many, many great players and had a real reputation for player development. All these players came from this club. Oswaldo Sanchez, you go to Andres Guardado, you go to Rafa Marquez. I mean, on and on it goes. Pavel Pardo, who arguably is, well, I don't think there's any question, right? Pavel Pardo won the German Bundesliga as a captain for Stuttgart. I mean, that's as good as it gets for a Mexican player outside of Rafa Marquez at Barcelona. All right, so you got them coming in. Now, you also have a huge press conference, I believe, at the consulate of Mexico with Tigres. And that is on Friday. Now, this is pretty incredible when you really think about it. They're kind of coming in, taking over Houston because they're going to play 2 games here, one at Shell, one at Energy. The Tigres women's team is also here. We'll play the Dash on Sunday. So it's Tigres country. For you, Guillermo, who's the most supported team in Houston?
I mean, I feel like I've only lived in Houston for like 5 years, but the name that I keep on hearing a lot is actually Liverpool. I've met so many Liverpool supporters that it actually surprised me.
Yeah, and I guess we can't discount and Liverpool supporters group is out at Hugh O'Connor's pub. One of those big supporters is Jan Christensen of Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. I don't know what they're going to do without Jurgen Klopp, though. I mean, they were disciples. So we'll see what's going to happen. We'll start getting to Premier League in due time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet for that. So Jess says, Leagues Cup doesn't have the appeal of the U.S. Open Cup to me. It's okay, or instead of an MLS respected and wholly participating in the Open Cup. Let's see. By the way, there's supposedly a lot of media down at the Dynamo practice today, and that's because Atlas is here. Avocado on everything. MLS is getting there. It's a young league. Soccer isn't a household sport yet in the country. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree. We have 3 other traditional sports, but it's totally infiltrated in households. It may not be from the fandom side of it. Let's see. Understood. Okay, hold on. Let me get down here to some of the better ones here. Okay, so I care about the Leagues Cup. Chris says, I care about the Leagues Cup more than the Open Cup because the teams care more about it. Can't argue with that, I guess. I guess that's because of the theory that everybody kind of plays the balance of their roster. They bring up some of their younger players, and then they get serious if they get into the quarters, kind of like the Dynamo did. Let's see. Avocado on everything. Friendlies don't carry the weight that this tournament does, so less people attend or watch. Lack of broadcast. It also wins you a spot in CONCACAF Champions Cup and dollars from fans. If we're being honest, hardly anyone cares about the Open Cup, with most teams playing alternate squads until the end. I don't know if you can argue with that. I think the amateur teams care a heck of a lot about it because they get their crack at MLS teams, professional teams. And that was the whole idea behind it, being like an FA Cup. But listen, it's whatever you want it to make it to be. This is LCD Sound System. Someone great. I know a lot of people that are great. Unfortunately, the ones that aren't great get more of the airtime these days. Hopefully that's not me. Little Patagonia Empanadas. They sponsor a visit up on ESPN in Austin for me every Friday, so I'll be up on the radio there Friday. That's usually a little bit after 9, Talk Austin FC. Excited for this weekend, though. Dynamo Atlas MLS All-Star Game is tonight. By the way, Moroccan fans stormed the field. There's like an hour and a half delay. There's a VAR decision. There was 15 minutes of stoppage time. This is in the Olympics. And you know what I say about that? That is the Olympic spirit. Wonderful. And nobody gets upset at the people running on the field. By the way, where's the security at that? I mean, is this becoming commonplace? Not good. And Rebecca Lobo. I think Glenn Davis said this before Rebecca Lobo about Caitlin Clark of the Indiana Fever. Remember all the people that said, oh, all she can do is shoot three-pointers. She's the best freaking passer in the game, bar none. There's nobody near her. Oh, my God, the turnovers. Well, the turnovers come because she's trying more things than any player in the league. Man, why is it so hard for people to like this young lady? There's nothing about her that's negative. A lot of people look foolish, too, including some of the pioneering WNBA players who are now all walking it back, though. They now have finally gotten it here with the sold-out stadiums, new TV deals. They've finally gotten it. And Rebecca Lobo called Caitlin Clark the best point guard in the world, the best passer in the WNBA. And she's scoring points, too. But I think her shooting's going to get better. You watch. She's going to be arrested and tear it up. Taking a break. We're coming back. We got Jason Longshore coming from Atlanta to talk everything Atlanta United and the Caleb Wiley signing to Chelsea.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the show. Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. My good friend Jan Christensen. Get over there for the best in modern contemporary furniture. Okay, we power on here. I do want to do this right now because I forgot to do it heading to break. I do want to, man, that was abrupt. You can't do that to Goldfrapp. You got to fade them out. Anyway, that's a good band, Goldfrapp. You would like them, Guillermo. Okay, so back to tickets right now. 713-780-3776. I got a pair to Inter Miami and Tigres. 713-780-3776. Caller number 3. You'll get a pair of tickets to Inter Miami and Tigres. Okay. MLS All-Star Game is tonight, 7 o'clock Central Time. Diana Ordonez of the Houston Dash was in the skills competition. By the way, she is a well-spoken young lady. She was interviewed last night. She needs to be out in the public more here in Houston. Tigres women will play the Dash on Sunday at 7. Tigres will play Puebla on Wednesday, July 31st at Shell Energy Stadium. Puebla's coached, by the way, by Chepo de la Torre. Atlas is coached by Banat San Jose. And then August 3rd, Inter Miami will take on Tigres at Energy Stadium. And one last thing, Maria Sanchez, who is got that big contract, left Houston, has 1 assist in, I think, 12 games for San Diego. Never really fully understood that whole thing. Talented player, and I'm not watching the San Diego game, so I keep that in mind. All right, our next guest, one of my favorites. He's on 929 The Game in Atlanta. He's the color analyst on Atlanta United radio broadcasts, which would be on the local call on Apple. He's also on the podcast at Soccer Down Here, and he joins us now. Oh, no, okay. We're trying to get Jason Longshore on the show here in a second. So tonight, MLS All-Star, 7 o'clock Central Time from Columbus, Ohio. It'll be MLS against Liga MX. Do you like the format? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in. And again, we're still trying to get Jason. So that was pretty disappointing today, the U.S. against France. A good 45 minutes against the French. French are coached by Thierry Henry, Marko Mitrovic, the U.S. coach in the Olympics. Basically, there's only 16 teams in this, and we'll talk a little bit about this, but it ended up 3-0. It's a little deceptive, and we'll talk with Jason Longshore about it. He joins us now. Jason.
Hey, Glenn, how are you?
Good. Welcome to the show. Sorry, we're having a little trouble with the phone lines here, but we're happy to have you on today, and all the way from Atlanta. We mentioned you're on the game in Atlanta. I just want to go into quickly, the calling of the Atlanta United games, and not every team is doing that with radio. You guys are. Then you get picked up on the Apple call. What sort of listenership do you have? I would imagine it's very good for Atlanta United.
Yeah, we're really lucky, first off, that Atlanta United has invested in radio in the way that they have. And I think it worked to our favor that we were established kind of as a radio team, myself and Mike Conti, before the changeover with the TV side of things. I've called every Atlanta United game in some form or fashion that has been broadcast. I got moved over to TV a few times back in the day, but I've been lucky to be able to do this. I think we've been lucky to be able to have the support from the team and have us travel since 2018. And it just adds to the quality of the call. As you know, it's one thing doing games remote when we've had to, and then we have, and COVID was a portion of time where we didn't have a choice. It's a more challenging thing, and the team has supported us doing the best call that we can. And what's been really cool in Atlanta has been to see the response from people, and the ratings have been good. We're on the biggest sports talk station in Atlanta, and I think the biggest thing that we've been also lucky to see, like soccer people in Atlanta, I think at times maybe we take it for granted, is that, the biggest drive time show in the city, Mike Bell and a friend of yours, Carl Dukes, they talk soccer.
Oh,
they
Carl always
talk
does.
about what's going on with Atlanta United. Yeah.
Yeah, put up your
It's
Dukes.
part of the conversation.
No, Carl's great on that, and I still converse with him on occasion. But that was what my next question was going to be, and we're talking to Jason Longshore, who does the color analyst work for Atlanta United. I mean, obviously you average so many fans, but the fact that you're popular and you have this fan base, mainstream media has to cover you, right?
They have to. And, there's still some. I'm sure you've been through this over the years. We've all seen it. There's some who don't want to, and it's obvious at times. There's some who find excuses at times to not do it. Right now we're going into training camp for the Falcons, and college football is right around the corner, and you're going to see some of the mainstream media folks who will have other things to cover. And I get that. I understand that. I don't get upset like I used to about it, understanding how the media budgets and the media world works. But it's so cool to see the level of support that we get. And it's something that I talk to Garth Lagerwey about a good bit when we're out on the road and when we get chances to talk off mic about what needs to happen next for soccer in this country. And I feel like so often we get hung up on trying to attract the soccer fans who aren't consuming MLS or NWSL or whatever it is. We're trying to get them to come to our soccer product. There's people in Atlanta who will go and watch their Premier League team and maybe not be as into Atlanta United. A lot of effort gets spent on trying to get them to come, when I feel like the effort needs to be spent on the 80% of sports fans that haven't had a chance.
So I'm going to counter that with what happens here. We try to court the general fan and not the authentic fan in a city full of authentic fans, and it's not working.
You've got to do both.
I think you do. I think you do have to do both, but you have to know your market. If your market does have authentic soccer fans, you can't be scared to go after them. Okay, you got Tigres of Mexico is going to take over our town here for the next week. Okay,
100%,
they're going to play 2 games here. Now there has to be some thought process in. Okay, this is live soccer. Yes, I get it. A lot of people are going across the border to Monterey every weekend, and there's some of them, and I've had them in my studio, and they say 100%. I will not support the Dynamo, but there are plenty of teams and people from all over the world here that will. They just got to come to the party a little bit, and I think you really have to be aggressive to get them. I mean, it's not like Atlanta United. Now, on that, I'm going to ask you, Jason, I went down there and did 2 national broadcasts, and I was just blown away by what Atlanta was. And this was a couple of years ago. Still is relevant, despite the fact that maybe you're only 9th in the Eastern Conference? Still is relevant?
Yeah, it is. It's is it as vibrant as it is when they're on a 3-game winning streak? No, it's not. But that's sports, right? That happens. I think this team and this fan base is very hungry to get back into the trophy contending days. That's something that Garth Lagerwey talks about all the time. And I think to get either side of that divide of fans, whether it's the hardcore soccer fans who, if they're watching Liga MX, if they're watching the Premier League, whatever it is that they're watching, if the local team's winning, they're probably going to show up if you do a good job of getting the word out to them. But then the casual fans are going to show up too. And that was the number one thing about Atlanta United straight out of the gate, is I feel like, and there's no way to quantify this, but I feel like Atlanta United might have the largest percentage of new soccer fans who didn't grow up with the sport, didn't play, but are sports fans and came and experienced it and have fallen in love with it.
But
and
Atlanta United
that's the feedback I get from my radio show.
Atlanta United has done an amazing job of sustaining the initial novelty, right? Let's face it. I mean, it was an excellent team from the start. It was a fun team to watch. You had a good product on the field. I mean, you got Arthur Blank in the NFL behind it, but you've sustained it. And that's not easy when you have a high bar and you win titles and everything like else. And that means something. That's not easy always to do. So
no, it's not.
I'm
It's tough.
interested this weekend to see the Dynamo, who just took 2 road wins, have won 6 road games. I mean, it's unheard of in Houston, right? Yeah. Now, by your theory in Atlanta, more people are going to come to the game. I don't think that's going to happen here in Houston, and that makes me really sad. It makes me really, really sad. They just come off 2 road wins. One was a crazy 4-3 shootout, and now we're going in the Leagues Cup. Let's knock some Mexican competition off, right? Let's take it. Let's get a scalp with it, Atlas. Let's beat a Mexican team. Let's beat a Mexican team. And I guess I shouldn't have used the word scalp. I'll appreciate. Oh, jeez. Anyway, so I would expect more people to be there, and I'm thinking, Jason, there probably won't be.
And that's a shame. It's something that, and every market's different. And I think the clubs that do a top job in this league understand the nuances of their market and what buttons need to be pushed in that market. And I think, having seen Houston this season plenty, it's one of the teams that I kind of go out of my way to watch. I've always really appreciated the work that Ben Olsen has put in, and having you guys in Atlanta here fairly recently, it's a fun team to watch. And that's the shame of it for me, is that if you brought just good sports fans out, if you brought good soccer fans out to see that team, in my opinion, they're going to want to come back.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Aesthetically, it's grown in the last 2 years. It's the best possession team we've ever had. But we're up on a hard break. I don't want to let you leave without telling us a little bit about Caleb Wiley. And this is a young kid that grew up in Atlanta. I mean, what a dream come true for him.
It's amazing to see this kind of story. I mean, I saw him in the academy when he joined the team at 12 years old. Saw him make his debut with Atlanta United 2 at 15. Played over 100 professional games, and the growth that he has shown, I mean, physically, but also he's a leader now at 19 years old. What it's going to do, and this is that kind of next level thing that's going to grow the game in these communities. Kids who are 8, 10 years old right now and have watched Caleb Wiley and they hear about this move to Chelsea, they're going to want to be professional soccer players, and they're going to think there's a future in it for them that I didn't think I had when I was a kid, and generations after me didn't think they had it. Now it's there, and it's viable, and it's real. And these kinds of moves are so big for the league.
No question about it. And Caleb Wiley came on after it was 3-0 against France today in the Olympics. But you know what I like about him is that he was there since he was 12 years old, right? I mean, that's truly a player that was moved through the system. And I like that, because I think a lot of time, you and I both know that players are grabbed late in their careers. A lot of other people did a lot of development work. They don't get any of the credit, and the pro club will take the credit for the marketing angle on it. But I think that's the wonderful part about that. I mean, this is a kid that really, from 12 years of age, you've told me, has come through the system, and there's a lot of pride being won over during that journey, right?
I've loved to see Caleb, and the way that this has been celebrated here in Atlanta with this move, showing love to the first club that he started at, the Decatur YMCA, and they're showing the pictures of him as a little kid there, and then flashing forward to 12 and joining Atlanta United. And the thing about him that really resonates to me is, after the deal was announced, I reached out to some of the former academy coaches and second-team coaches that worked with him to get a quote. We're working on a story about his development. And every single one of them was like, anything you need. I love that kid. He was so good for me, did everything that I asked. One of my all-time favorites. All of them loved working with him during his rise. And everybody deserves to, get a pat on the back for the work that they put in that helped him put the work in to get to this point.
100%. That's when you weave everybody into the success of this young man. It's a great story, Caleb Wiley. You do a great job, Jason. I've always loved your work. You're such a passionate man around the game. Keep it going. It's Jason Longshore, 92.9 The Game. Now, when you see an Atlanta game on Apple, click on the local call and you'll get Jason. He's also the podcast at Soccer Down Here, right? Soccer Down Here. All right, Jason.
That's it.
You're the
Thanks
best.
so much.
You're the best. Thanks. All right, right now, we got 2 sets of tickets to give away to Dynamo Atlas, right? You want to see a little MLS against Liga MX, a little fire in the belly? You want to knock off Atlas? Houston Dynamo fan, you out there? All right, so caller number 3 and caller number 5 at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. You will go to Dynamo Atlas. Caller number 3, caller number 5.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters. We're going to end it in big style tonight. As everybody knows, this weekend, 7 o'clock down at Shell Energy Stadium, Leagues Cup begins. Atlas of Mexico comes into town. Legendary club. You remember names like Andres Guardado, Pavel Pardo, Oswaldo Sanchez, Rafa Marquez. Atlas in town, bringing that rivalry that in year 2 Leagues Cup hopes to continue. With that, we bring in Houston Dynamo defender, Team of the Week. He is Griffin Dorsey. Griffin, thanks so much for taking the time out to join us.
Yeah, Glenn, thanks for having me, man. It's a pleasure.
Always is. Wow. I'm still wrapping my arms around that second half. I think game models went out the window, and this was a mano-a-mano in Vancouver.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
That type of a game, when it kind of gets out of control like that and it becomes so transitional, I mean, is it purely instinct and reactive at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I think, from a team perspective, and I think even the start of this week, kind of dissecting, how maybe we could have stayed a little bit more in control, because a 2-0 lead, you think that's control. And maybe it's one of the learning lessons, I think, as a team is how can we